You are listening to Supreme Magus by Legion 20. Chapter 1900-13 is a crowd part 3. What's important is that you've recognized your mistakes, Lith said. Now the question is, do you think you can conquer your fears for Dad's sake? I have to, Tryon replied. I owe Dad that much. I'm tired of being the black sheep of the family. They don't need a second Orpal. Meln Solus corrected him. Right, have a nice dinner. Tryon disappeared in Lith's shadow, but the mood remained gloomy for a while. Then the peaceful night's breeze and Solus, love for sweets overwhelmed her worries, and she went back to being a famished troll, hogging all the cookies. The three of them took a stroll on the beach, with Solus between Lith and Camilla. She avoided taking Lith's other hand to show her confidence in herself and in their relationship. Solus wondered if she would have been able to do the same while also feeling like a child, holding her parents' hands. I guess this is a goodbye. Solus dragged the sand in front of the tower with one of her feet. See you in 2 days. Camilla waved her hand, eager to get some alone time after such a tiring day. Are you still having nightmares? Lith asked. Yes, Solus had a dejected look on her face. I hate the night. It's when I'm left alone with all the ghosts that haunt this tower. I'm supposed to love it since it's part of my mother's legacy, but it's also the place where my friends and I died. Sleeping in there is creepy. Then why don't you sleep in your own private quarters? Camilla asked. Because with Lith away, I can't regain my strength. Without him, I can't work nor get too far away from the tower because every bit of energy I lose is gone until I get near him. Keeping my human body takes a lot of energy, and the tower is still heavily damaged. She stared at Camilla with the longing eyes of a puppy abandoned on a sidewalk. Why did I ask? Camilla inwardly kicked herself. Do you want to stay the night? She actually said. Yes, Solus nodded, and then bolted inside the house before Camilla could change her mind. Lith was shocked by her generosity, but even then he couldn't have predicted how the events would unfold. Solus shapeshifted her evening dress into loose pajamas and went to the guest room after wishing them a good night. Thanks, Lith said after closing the door of their bedroom. You have no idea how much this means to Solus and me. Sure, just don't make it a habit, Camilla sighed. Gods, those sad eyes should be banned as Tier 1 forbidden magic. I made the rules just a few hours ago, and I was the first to break them. Still, I admire you for your compassion, Lith said with a warm smile. Baitra's revelations left a deep trauma on Solus. Those events may date back 700 years ago, but it's yesterday for her. Sure, she said with an unconvinced tone. Let's get to sleep. I can't wait for this day to be over. Wouldn't you like to? Heck no, she cut him off. I don't know if the rooms are soundproof, and even if they are, I'm too afraid of your mind link sharing any detail. I don't feel comfortable making love while Solus is under our same roof. Lith couldn't blame Camilla for her paranoia, but he still shrugged off her worries as groundless. That was until the door of their room opened less than an hour later, and a crying, sleepwalking Solus found her way into the bed. Even at a room of distance, Lith was close enough to calm her down, making her fall asleep, while their bond had allowed her to pinpoint his position. What the fuck is going on? Camilla asked via a mind link that Lith had created. Beats me, this has never happened before. The situation was getting more awkward by the second as Solus crawled under the bedsheets, emerging right in between them. Luckily, the bed was big enough for all three of them, allowing Lith and Camilla to slide by the side to make room for Solus. Camilla's eyes went wide and her back stiffened, as she expected the unwanted guest to strip or jump on Lith. Solus tends to hug people in her sleep. There's nothing to be jealous about if that happens, Lith said, making her worries grow. Camilla gritted her teeth and needed all of Gianni's teachings to not let her emotions get the best of her. She had to repress several rude thoughts and the wish of kicking her own ass for allowing Solus to stay. This is great. I have another woman in my bed during my honeymoon, and you ask me to not be jealous if she spends the whole night hugging you. Do you really expect me to sleep when we don't know what she might do? Contrary to her expectations, Solus turned around and embraced Camilla instead. Solus snuggled up to her, burying her face into Camilla's chest while mumbling one word. Mom, Solus said as a tear streaked down her cheek. That and her sniffling made Camilla's anger pop like a bubble. Good gods, I had completely failed to consider who I'm dealing with. Solus and Lith are identical. They both had their childhood ruined by a traumatic event and had to grow up fast, Camilla thought. When Lith bonded with Solus, she was back to being a baby, pure, naive, and in need of affection. He has never mistreated her, yet he didn't give Solus the care she needed either. She grew up alone and without love again. Learning what Baitra did to her mother must have sent her mind back to when Thrain died in front of her. Solus, lack of affection runs deep, yet she is now too old to ask Roz and Alina the attention she seeks, but in her sleep she's honest. She has already lost her parents once, and the fear of losing Roz to madness only makes things worse. Shush, Camilla whispered in Solus' ear while returning her embrace and caressing her head. Mommy's here, it was just a bad dream. Solus mumbled some gibberish in reply and stopped crying. After a few minutes, her breathing calmed down and she fell into a deep sleep, yet she refused to let go of Camilla. Thanks, Lith said, moving closer to them. You are welcome, she inwardly sighed. I'll consider this practice for when our kids will barge in our room in the middle of the night after a nightmare. Dad, Solus asked, feeling a familiar presence beside her. In her mind, she was reliving the memory of when she slept with her parents. It happened every time Elfin had a bad dream or just felt lonely. You are a big girl, Effie. You are already 5 years old. Mom and Dad wanted to cuddle. Thrain used the code word for sex. You can cuddle Mom and me, and I can cuddle you. Elfin begged him with her big eyes while Menadian hurriedly dressed behind her back. Thrain inhaled sharply, cursing the gods for not giving children the ability to sleep a full night or at least read the mood. Elfin, when two adults cuddle, they need to be alone, he said. Chapter 1902, 3 is a Crowd, Part 4. Why, Solus asked in confusion, can't I cuddle you like Mom? For the gods' sake, no. I mean, you'll understand when you grow up. Thrain had to drop the argument since Menadian's glare was about to drill a hole in his head. Fine, you can stay. But tomorrow you must be a good girl and stay in your room until sunrise. Promise. Promise, Daddy? Elfin moved toward him, but the now-dressed Riffa dragged the child to her bosom, giving her husband the opportunity to wear something as well. That night, Solus, memory of when she embraced her mother and Thrain embraced them both, took place in a different time, place, and with different people. Just like in the past, she felt loved, protected, and safe. And she wasn't the only one. Camilla woke up often due to the unusual circumstances, noticing that Solus didn't struggle in her sleep and Lith didn't shapeshift. She understood how much they both had lost during their childhood and figured out another important missing piece in Lith's life. Space. You know that I'm a married woman, don't you? Camilla asked as Solus buried her face deep in the softness of Camilla's bosom to shield her eyes from sunlight. The morning had come, and Lith had opened the windows and pulled the curtains to get his wife back. Kami, only then did Solus realize that she wasn't pressing her face into a pillow, and that her hands were actually grabbing a pair of buttocks. She instantly woke up, looking around and discovering she had spent the night in a different room from the one she had fallen asleep into. Quick, hide in the bathroom. What would Lith say if he found us like this? Camilla pointed at the door, her tone and expression matching the gravity of the situation. Solus nodded and rushed into the other room, trying to understand what could have possibly happened while she was unconscious. By my mom, what have I done? I've ruined Lith's honeymoon and maybe his marriage. How can I explain to him that she was biting her nails in frustration when she heard a burst of laughter from the other room. Two people were having the fun of their lives and didn't even bother to keep their voices down. Wait a minute, I don't know how I ended up here, but you were here all along. She pointed her finger at Lith, who was laughing his ass off. Tears streaked from his eyes as he clenched his belly, gasping for air. This is my bedroom and she is my wife, Lith replied amid laughs. Where else would I be? Solus opened her mouth to reply, but then she started worrying about what she might have done and looked down. She was still wearing her pajamas, and so were Lith and Camilla. Now that you had a good laugh at my expense, do you mind telling me how I got here? Solus sighed in relief. There's not much to tell, Camilla shrugged. Last night, while Lith and I were having a moment, you sleepwalked in our room and then you forced your way between us. Luckily, our armor can get on and off with but a thought. She lied through her teeth to make sure that Solus wouldn't be so willing to spend the night at the cottage again. Camilla's acting scared Lith and would have made Jeannie proud. If he didn't know better, he would have believed her. I'm so sorry, Solus said, turning to a bright shade of purple. I promise you that it won't happen again. It's fine, don't worry, Camilla said with a warm smile of satisfaction for the mission accomplished. By the way, you ignored me and went straight to Kami, Lith said. Is it because you prefer a woman's chest, or did you need the mommy treatment? First, I don't think of Kami that way, Solus replied in outrage. Maybe, she actually thought, the softness of the buttocks still lingering on her hands. Second, I'm not a baby. Her voice died as the word triggered the memory of her dream. Solus could remember it down to the smallest detail, even things that as a child she had missed. She could now easily decipher the grown-up's secret code and smiled sadly at her own naivety as a baby. Thrane's words now made sense. Her mind could see the times she had barged into her parents' room, finding them without clothes in spite of the coldest winter. Her childish questions always received the most implausible excuses, but she never actually listened as long as she got her spot in the bed. I'm a big baby, Solus sighed and sat on the bed. Then she told them about the dream and how safe it had made her feel. I thought that recovering my memories would have made me feel better, but learning of my father's death left a hole in my heart. Solus dangled her short legs in the air. Then after Baitra told me what she had done to Mom, another hole opened. Since we almost lost Raz, I'm always scared of losing my family again. Of remaining alone. I bet that I came here for Lith, but then I must have mistaken Kami for my mother. Gods, I'm such a useless adult. At my age, I still need to sleep with my parents. Stop beating yourself up, Solus, Camilla said, glad to have understood the root of her problem. You went through a lot recently and you have lost a lot. There's nothing shameful in a moment of weakness. Did you at least sleep well? Lith asked. Yes, very. Solus felt her body brimming with energy and her mind lighter than it had been in months. Did I hurt you or throw a fit in my sleep? No, Camilla replied. You and Lith both slept like logs. He didn't shapeshift once, nor did he kick the bed. Salark's cottage was made to withstand the passion of guardians. A few hits from a Tiamat were nothing to its sturdy enchantments. Really? They asked in unison. Really? Camilla nodded. You missed your parents while Lith never knew that kind of affection. In the end, no harm, no foul, and you both had a serene night's rest. Solus pondered her words, realizing how much Lith had lost as a child on Earth and Magur as well. Then, an idea dawned in her mind. You know, I feel that between the months since my last breakthrough and the improved nourishment from Lith's violet core, the tower is close to finishing repairing another set of floors. Solus kept her tone as casual as possible. If I reach the blue core before we hunt down Meln, our chances of killing him will greatly increase. Sure, Lith shrugged. If your mana core and the tower's power core recover, there's no telling how much our combined prowess will improve. Camilla glared at him, having already understood where Solus' reasoning was going. We already passed the awkward moment. What if I also remain for the night when I come to visit? I mean, there's no harm in a sleepover, and Lith and I got great benefit from it, Solus asked. Over my dead body, Camilla blurted out, quickly adjusting her tone after noticing Lith's and Solus' hurt expressions. I mean, we'll talk about this another time. I'm starving and I need breakfast. Chapter 1903, The Monster You Feed, Part 1. Solus nodded and rushed to the dining room. She was starving as well and couldn't wait for the delicious homemade food. Camilla saw there was no malice in her words, just a desperate need for affection. As soon as she leaves, you and I are going to talk. This is still our honeymoon. Maybe sleeping in the same bed with two women was funny for you, but not for me, she said while tapping her finger on Lith's chest. I thought you wanted to bring Tryon to see Dad today. Lith tilted his head in confusion. Seeing that there was no malice in his eyes either, only love for her and bewilderment for her accusation, Camilla decided that they indeed needed to talk. I may be a tad jealous, but Lith's way too dense. I'm okay with his bond with Solus, but we need to set boundaries, she thought. Not today, a kind smile broke on her face. I just went through a lot. I need time to recover from my sleepless night. We'll go tomorrow if it's okay with you, Solus. Okay, she actually didn't like the idea of spending her precious time with Lith that way, but after what she had done and asked, it was the least she could do for the newlyweds. I'm still hungry. Move that ass and make us something good. Camilla slapped Lith's buttock. Make mine extra sweet. I had a troubled night and an even more troubled awakening. Space. The rest of the day passed uneventful, with Camilla giving Lith his first earful as a married man. She pointed out how mystical bond or not, Solus was still a stranger to her. Camilla wanted to get acquainted with her husband's other half, but she also wanted to keep their own space, especially during the honeymoon. The following morning, they were fully rested and ready to help Raz however he might need. They went to Salark's palace at sunrise to pick up Solus and meet Lith's parents. Much to their surprise, the compass that the Overlord had given them on the first day of their honeymoon was no compass at all. It opened a hidden wall, revealing a fully operational warp gate that led to any location in the Blood Desert, including the palace. "Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Camilla asked when she found Salark waiting for them on the other side. "Because I didn't want to bother you, sweetie," the Guardian said while embracing them both. "Now that you know that my palace is just a step away, you will feel tempted to come here just like your relatives will be tempted to visit you. I didn't want anyone or anything to disturb you too, until you decided otherwise." Suddenly, the thought of Aaron and Lyria bursting through the gate sent a cold shiver down Lith's spine. The kids would have loved the beach, wouldn't mind their relatives in swimsuits, and getting rid of them would be nigh impossible. "Let's keep this between us, Grandma. If someone asks, Solus picked us up," Lith said. "As you wish," Salark chuckled. "When you feel ready for visitors, let me know. I could use a bit of sunbathing and company, unless the sight of my swollen body bothers you, of course." Lith looked at Camilla for the answer. He had no issue with other people hanging around in skimpy clothes, nor letting them see him in trunks. "You will be most welcome," Camilla replied. She couldn't regard Salark as anything but a loving parent. Even though Camilla was still embarrassed about wearing a bikini, she was certain that neither she nor her husband would be a novelty for someone like the Guardian who was millennia old. After that, they went to greet Alina and Roz, who were already up for breakfast. Lith's father had dark bags under his bloodshot eyes, having been sleeping little and poorly. Whenever he closed his eyes, Roz found himself trapped in the Hoggum's household. He would scream while trying to break free from the phantom chains at his legs and arms, readying to fight an enemy that wasn't there. "Back already?" Roz did his best to smile and act normal. "You should appreciate your life more. Back in the day, your mother and I couldn't afford a honeymoon." Lith felt his father shivering as they touched. Instead of hugging him and checking that Lith was all right as usual, Roz just hurriedly patted his shoulder and stepped back. "You shouldn't have brought Lith back, Camilla. His mother will never let you go again." Roz extended his hand that was sweaty and twitchy. Camilla could see the sheer willpower that Roz needed just to keep up appearances, but feigned ignorance. "We both missed you guys. After a while, being alone on a beach becomes really boring," she replied. "Do you want to stop for breakfast?" Alina's eyes were tired and teary as well. She was relieved from seeing them again and having someone to share her burden with. She loved Roz, and seeing him slowly crumbling apart was killing her heart. He had shortly improved after the wedding, but it hadn't lasted long. Most of all, it was the feeling of helplessness that ate at her from the inside. Alina would have done everything to help her husband, no matter the price, yet there was nothing she could do unless he let her in. "Mom, Dad, sit down. We need to talk." Lith moved the chairs and projected the hologram of the events that Roz still didn't know about. Orpal had cut off the transmission in the interrogation room after the events had spiraled out of his control. He needed to keep his father on edge, not giving him hope. Roz had watched everything until the moment Tryon had popped out of Lith's shadow, and was still unaware of his presence. Lith used words and holograms to lessen the emotional impact on his father, keeping him from reliving the emotions of that terrible day. Yet Roz trembled every time Orpal appeared. His face became green as his stomach churned, forcing him to puke more than once. Lith could have asked Salark to be there, but he wanted his father to face that hurdle without the crutch of the Guardian's aura. As Camilla had said, they had to stop treating him like a baby, and Salark was the closest thing to a mother that Roz had after she had saved his life. "Tryon is alive," Roz said, half in anger and half in surprise. "No, he's a demon now, dear." Alina shook her head. "You know what I mean," he yelled at her, his voice filled with cold anger. "All of you knew for all of this time, and yet you kept me in the dark." "We did it for your own good, Dad," Renat said. "Accepting what happened to Tryon was already hard for us. You weren't in the condition to." "What's to accept?" Roz snarled. "He had it coming. Tryon has always been an idiot and an asshole. I'm honestly surprised that he stuck around instead of bitching his way out. That's a first." "Dear," Alina turned pale at such cruel words. "Dear my ass," he turned towards her, his face twisted in anger. "You lied to me. All of you did. You treated me like an idiot for all this time." Chapter 1904, The Monster You Feed, Part 2. "Tryon may be a shitty son, but I'm still his father. Before allowing him to stay, you should have asked my permission." Roz repeatedly poked at Lith's chest in fury, uncaring for the broken nail he got from it and the bleeding it caused. Whoever the person in front of Lith was, he was Roz Verhin, not anymore. It was a wounded animal wearing his skin. A rabid beast that would bite anyone who came close to him, in the hope that spreading his disease would relieve his symptoms. Seeing how low the man he loved and respected had fallen made Lith's heart tighten. He felt terrible at the idea of having left his mother alone for so long, ignoring the problem while he spent his days happily with Camilla. Thank you. If not for you, I would have let this fester, believing that Dad just needed time to recover. Thank you for being here with me, he said via a mind link while holding her hand and letting Roz vent his anger. In that unexpected storm, she was once again his silver lining. That's what family is for, she replied while squeezing his hand to give him strength. You are right, Dad. I'm sorry for hiding it from you, Lith said, his eyes low like an unruly child scolded by his father. You better be. Now bring that asshole here. I've waited years to give him a piece of my mind, and I'm not going to wait 1 second longer, Roz said. The left feathered wing popped out of Lith's back, revealing the red-veined black feather bearing Trion's rune. The sight triggered something deep inside Roz's mind. He instinctively recognized the mystical rune as the one he had named his son after. Yet it didn't make him feel any better. Quite the contrary, the memory of the effort to find an auspicious name for their second-born, just to receive so much pain from him, made Roz's anger flare again. A flick of Lith's wrist conjured his brother, yet he didn't look like a demon. Tryon was back to his human appearance, 1.65 meters, 55, tall, his face similar to Roz's. He still wore his uniform of first lieutenant, the shadows that composed his hair shaped like a military cut. If not for his features flickering in shades of black and white, it would have been hard to believe that he was dead. Hi, Dad, he said. Don't you dare call me Dad, Roz replied. You lost that right when you walked out of my home, our home. You have always been a failure of a son, a bastard who made his mother shed countless tears, but we were stupid enough to never stop loving you. Tell me, young man, do you think that just because you are dead everything is forgiven? That you deserve a free pass for all the shit that you did while you were still alive, just because for once you did the right thing? The two men were about the same height, but while the older looked bigger due to the frenzy possessing him, the younger looked as small as a shameful child. No, I don't think so, Tryon replied. Well, look at that. It seems that death finally gave you a working brain and a heart, Roz said with a voice full of sarcasm and spite. When you were still alive, you were so stupid that you wasted years of your life indulging in self-pity. You were so self-centered that you never bothered thinking about the pain you inflicted us. Saving your mother was a noble act, but it's too little and too late. It doesn't take much courage to step up when you have nothing to lose anymore. It's easy acting strong when you were just leeching your brother's power. Roz hated the word leech because it reminded him of Orpal. Just saying it made his stomach twist into a knot, yet he couldn't help himself. His wrath demanded retribution, and using that word made him feel like he had finally switched positions. He was now like Orpal, finally in control, and Tryon was Roz. He could hear Alina's sobs, but he didn't care. He could see the faces of his children twisted with anguish at his frenzy, yet it didn't matter to him. The old Roz would have been horrified by the thing he had become, but the new one loved that feeling of empowerment. He was tired of being a helpless victim. He wanted to get a hold of his own life again and stop fearing his own shadow. Roz just wanted that pain and humiliation that haunted him to end. He was willing to do anything, to sacrifice anyone just to make them stop, even if just for 1 minute. You know what, little bastard? There are 2 words that describe your current condition: poetic justice. You had everything. Your mother and I gave you everything we had, even at the cost of having nothing ourselves. And what did you do? You threw everything away and pushed your family out of your life. All because you were an insecure brat afraid of living his whole life under his brother's shadow. And that's exactly where your foolish actions led you to. You are not Tryon anymore. You are nothing. Just a shadow that wouldn't even be able to show its disgusting face if not for the mercy of the man that you spent your life hating. After yelling non-stop for so long, Roz was out of breath and was forced to take a break. He could see the suffering that his words inflicted on his lost son, feeling poison dripping on his heart as he let his temper run wild. Yet it was a sweet poison that easily rolled off his tongue and made him feel better. The idea that Tryon was, and would always be in a much worse situation than his own made Roz feel better about himself. Well, Mr. Proudstar, what do you have to say in your defense? Are you going to blame Lith again, or do you prefer to pin it on your mother and me for not coddling your wounded ego enough? He said once the silence grew longer than he could bear. You are right. Tryon finally rose his head and looked his father in the eyes. What? Roz took a step back. The answer hit him like a slap. I said that you are right. I deserve everything that happened to me. To be honest, I think I got it too easy. Tryon clenched his fist, taking deep breaths to find the strength to admit his mistakes. During the past few days, while I slumbered inside Lith's feather, I kept reliving the happiest and the saddest moments of my life in an endless cycle. They reminded me of who I am, of what I did, and why I can't just die like I lived, like a coward. No matter how many times I witness my life, the story is always the same. Every good memory I have, every happy thought I have left that gives me the strength to fight, belongs to when I was still a part of your family. Even my career in the army wouldn't have been possible if you didn't feed and take care of me. Chapter 1905, Good Memories, Part 1. You and Mom gave me the strong body that could endure the harshest training. It was you, Dad, who forced me to learn how to read and write, allowing me to pass the written exams to become a sergeant. Everything bad that happened in my life, instead, was of my own doing. Every stupid decision I made, every attempt I made to get back at Lith, only brought me more pain and suffering. I shouldn't have messed with Floria Ernaz out of envy, just like I shouldn't have treated Mom so badly. Even after reaching adulthood, my mind remained that of a childish sore loser. I know that empty words cannot make up for all the bad things I did to you and Mom, but it's the only way I have to start. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry for everything I've done. As you said, it's too little and too late, but if you give me another chance, I promise that I won't disappoint you again. For whatever short time I have left, I promise that I'll make you proud. That wasn't the outcome Roz had been hoping for. He wanted Tryon to yell back at him, to try and defend himself, giving Roz the opportunity to lash out his righteous anger again. He gritted his teeth, looking in hatred at the shadow of his son. Even in death, Tryon was hurting him. Roz had just found a way to feel better, to relieve his pain, and Tryon was already taking it away from him. Roz lifted his open right hand, ready to strike Tryon in the face and force him to react. At that point, he would be the bad guy again and Roz would continue. Then Tista hiccuped. Roz turned around, seeing the pain on Alina's face, and knowing it was Tryon's fault but his own. He saw how his own daughter looked at him, in fear. Even Camilla, the woman who had brought light in the darkest hour of his family, was pale, looking at him like a monster. Then Roz looked at his own raised hand, and remembered all the times that Orpal had slapped him while torturing him. Good gods, I'm not just taking Orpal's place. I'm becoming him. Roz gripped his right hand with the left, afraid that it might have a mind of its own. The room started spinning around him as the memories of the suffering he had endured and the time when he had educated his children overlapped. Roz had never used violence on them. Sometimes he had been forced to spank Orpal, but only when he kept harassing his siblings and ignoring his parents' scoldings. As he puked his guts out, Roz realized that he had let a monster growing inside of him, that he had been feeding it until that moment, that the monster would have taken his place forever if he let it strike his son only to relieve his wounded ego. Dad, are you all right? Tryon knelt down, worried about Roz. Even while throwing up, Roz kept clenching his hands together, preferring to get covered in bile rather than let Orpal destroy him for good. Alina, Tista, Renah, Senton, Lith, and Camilla got close to them, but left Roz the space he needed to breathe. It was then that Roz realized it. Until that moment, he had looked at them without really seeing them. He could hear them, but he had stopped listening for a while already. Lith had rescued his body from the interrogation room in the Hogham mansion, but his mind was still trapped there. Roz was still laying on that table, waiting to be put out of his misery. Seeing the worried faces of the members of his family and hearing the fear in their voices, he understood that those people weren't just in the same room with him. They were there for him. Tryon used a pulse of darkness magic to clean Roz, and tentatively offered him a hand. Roz grabbed it, feeling the unnatural coldness of the darkness that comprised Tryon's body, and the strange texture of what was supposed to be skin. My son is really dead, he thought. He died over 1 year ago, and despite how angry he was at us, despite what Night did to him, Tryon had the strength to stay behind, not to avenge himself but to protect us. Otherwise he would have followed the real Orpal instead of his clone, and Alina would now be dead. He endured several months of pain and isolation just to make sure that we would be all right. The realization struck Roz like a lightning bolt. He felt as if he was holding the cold hand of the corpse of his son. As if Tryon had just died between his arms, making Roz experience the same grief that he had felt the day he had learned of his son's death. My baby boy. Instead of standing up, Roz pulled Tryon down, taking his face in his hands and caressing it. My beautiful baby boy, what has that monster done to you? Tears streaked down his eyes as Roz's sadness turned into hatred for Night, and then into rage for what Orpal had done despite knowing that his power had come at the price of the life of his very own brother. That rage gave him the strength to stand up and embrace his long-lost son, welcoming him back home. If Camilla's arrival had given him hope that even in the darkest times something beautiful could happen, Trion's existence was the proof that true determination could defeat even death. Roz looked at them, using them as crutches for his mangled heart. He knew that he had simply taken one step forward in the long journey toward recovery, but it was still one step after so many days of rotting inside. "I'm so sorry, Dad. Can you forgive me?" Tryon returned the embrace as small puffs of smoke and fire came out of his eyes instead of tears. "Foolish child, I already did," Roz replied. "I never hated you and you never disappointed me except when you made your mother cry. During all these years, we followed your military career thanks to Gianni. We were so proud of your achievements and all we wanted was to share that joy with you. That's why your rejection hurt us so bad. Now it's all in the past. You are here now and it's all that matters." "Can you forgive your foolish father for his cruel words?" Roz asked while looking Tryon in the eyes. "There's nothing to forgive," Tryon shook his head. "You may have been brutal, but everything you said was true. Still, a father should never say such things to his child, not after everything you went through. That's no justification for my actions, Dad, but if it makes you feel better, I forgive you." The two men remained on the floor for a while, kneeling and crying under the loving gaze of their family. When Roz stood up, he had regained his cool and his eyes had regained a spark of life. His gaze was still dull and full of pain, but his smile now was sincere, not just a mask. "Lith, does it cost you much energy allowing a demon to hang around?" he asked. Chapter 1906, Good Memories, Part 2. "Not really. I can keep hundreds at a time, just one is nothing," Lith replied. "Can they eat and taste food?" "Taste, yes. They can't digest it, but the darkness of their body should consume anything they eat." "Why?" "I was thinking of having breakfast with the whole family. Now that we are all reunited, we should celebrate," Roz replied. Lith stiffened for a moment. His love for Tryon was second only to that for a kidney stone, yet he couldn't deny his father such a simple favor. Not after seeing the light in his eyes again, like the day Camilla had proposed. "Sure thing, Dad," Lith said, forcing himself to smile. "Lith," Camilla tugged at his arm. "Yes, darling." He turned around to look at her, noticing the sadness on her face. "Shouldn't you let Locrias and Valia out as well?" she asked. "Why?" "Because they are people, not tools. Because their families saw them die and resurrect in Orpal's broadcast. They must be suffering just like your parents. Imagine how must they feel not knowing what really happened to their loved ones. The only thing they know is that Locrias and Valia are in the hands of a runaway criminal that somehow controls them. You heard Tryon. It's the good memories that remind him of what he fights for and allow him to resist the madness. Why don't you give your demons the opportunity to make more good memories? They didn't die centuries ago. Their families are still alive," Camilla replied. Lith pondered her words and used a construct to give Tryon the same appearance and warmth of a living being. "This way you won't scare Aaron and Lyria," he replied to his brother's silent question. "Feel free to shapeshift after the introductions. You are their relative after all, and they will expect you to turn into a demon." "Do the children really know about you? About us?" Tryon asked in surprise while pointing at Tista and Solus. "Yeah, believe me, as soon as they consider you a friend, it takes a lot to surprise them. They even have talking pets." Lith shrugged. Tryon was about to give him a deep bow, but Alina stopped him. "No formalities today. You are not a demon but his older brother and my son," she said while finally embracing him. She had longed to reconnect with Tryon ever since he had saved her life in the Heavenly Wolf restaurant, but she couldn't leave Roz alone nor let the two meet. Seeing her joy, Solus teared up as well. "Since today is supposed to be my day, can we please stay here?" she asked both Lith and Camilla. "Mom deserves to spend more than a few minutes with Tryon. They haven't seen each other in years and have so much catching up to do." Lith rolled his eyes, and Camilla nudged him in the ribs. "You are right, Solus. We'll gladly spend the day here. I heard that the lake is amazing. It's no beach, but it will do." "Right, darling," she said with a smile that didn't extend to her reproachful eyes. "Right," he replied with a sigh. "What about Locrias and Valia?" Camilla asked. "What about them? Don't be a smartass with me." "Oh, God's fine." Lith conjured them both, and the two demons looked around for enemies. "What's going on?" Locrius pointed at the people crying in joy on the other side of the room. I remember you talking about your wife and daughter, Lith said. And you, Valia, said that you wanted to say goodbye to your parents, yet neither of you are really dead and you are still going to be around for a while. Do you want to talk to them, see them? The two demons froze. On the one hand, there was nothing they wanted more. On the other hand, they were terrified of the reaction their loved ones might have to their inhuman appearance. I'm a monster. My family is better off thinking me dead, Locrius said with a dejected voice. What about now? A wave of Lith's hand restored their human appearance, and a hard light construct gave them color and warmth. Seeing her hands pink instead of grayish-black made Valia feel more confident, but she was still afraid of rejection. Can I talk to my parents? Meeting them is too much, but I think if it's just a call on the communication amulet, I can make it, she asked. Lith was no miracle worker. He had stored Valia's amulet in his pocket dimension, but it had lost its imprint, and with it also all the runes engraved on its surface. Hence he called Salark. Once Valia imprinted the amulet again, the Guardian restored the lost runes by reigniting their lingering energy that had been preserved in the time-frozen dimensional space. Valia's hand trembled as she pressed the rune of her parents. Mom, Dad, they had both run to the amulet, answering the call at the same time. They had believed that the reappearance of the rune must have been some sort of magical glitch, but they still answered. Baby girl, is that really you? Said a feminine voice as it cracked. Yes, Valia took a deep breath and activated the hologram. Screams and tears erupted from the amulet as her parents asked her questions without giving her the time to answer. In their frenzy, they tried to touch her through the projection every time Valia leaned forward, just to phase through. Locrius looked at her in envy. He had been dead for much longer and his amulet was lost. Not even Salark could make him talk with his family. Or so he thought until she handed him a silver amulet with only one rune already engraved, waiting to be imprinted. The rune of his daughter. How? He asked with a quivering voice, looking at the Guardian in awe. I just went there and exchanged runes, she shrugged. Quick, or it will disappear. Locrius imprinted the amulet, making his rune also appear on his daughter's communication device thousands of kilometers away. Dad, a teen's voice came out along with the hologram of a girl about 15 years old. Dad, are you alive? No, Gilly, I'm dead but not gone, he replied, his voice shaking. Mom, come here, quick. A shuffling of quick steps followed the panicked yell in fear that something bad was happening. Erwold, is that really you? The middle-aged woman of the hologram covered her mouth with a hand, trying to suppress a scream. Yes, my love, Locrius replied. God, Sidra, you are still as beautiful as the day I proposed to you while blind drunk. They always left out that detail while telling the story of their marriage. It was a secret they had shared only with their daughter. See, Mom, it's Dad, when you can come back home, Gilly asked. I can't. Verhin is in the desert, and if I get too far from him, I'll fade away. Is he holding you hostage? She said with fury, ready even to fight a Tiamat for her father. No, I'm here of my own will, Pumpkin. It's the nature of Verhin's powers that tethers me to life. I can free myself whenever I want, but when I do, I'll be gone forever, Locrius replied. Chapter 1907, The Light Before the Darkness, Part 1. Then don't you dare go anywhere. I want you to keep nagging me every time I bring a boy home. I want you to scold me for how I dress. Gilly started to tear up, missing even the most insignificant moment of the life with her father. I won't, I promise. Puffs of smoke and fire came out of the demons' eyes as they reconnected with their families. Baby girl, if Verhin returns to Lucia, you can come back as well, can't you? Valia's father asked. Yes, Dad, she lied just to reassure them. Darling, if you are still alive, maybe Verhin can bring you back. Sidra's hope rekindled with each moment they spent together, and Locrius didn't have the heart to tell her the truth. Enough with this bullshit, Salark roared, interrupting all the conversations. Breakfast time is long overdue and I'm starving for two. The demons were about to hang up the calls amid the screams of their loved ones, when Salark opened two warp steps at the same time, pulling their families to the desert. There, enough with this back and forth. Talk like civilized people and let me eat my meal. Her voice was drowned in the burst of laughter and screams of joy that ensued. The Overlord ignored them and warped everyone in the dining hall. Just like Tryon, the other two demons spent the day with their respective families. The more they reconnected with their loved ones, the more the chains that bound them to Lith grew thicker and sturdier. Power and knowledge now flowed freely in both directions. allowing the demons to fuse their minds with him and share their techniques if they wanted. Lith, Camilla, and Solus spent half the day with Roz and the other half at the lake with Salark and the kids. Everyone else was too shy to join them. Except for Alina, of course. Seeing half-naked women didn't bother her, and Lith would always be her miracle baby. "Thank you for the wonderful gift," Alina said while embracing him and allowing herself to fall apart now that Roz couldn't see her. She had been forced to be strong for so long, keeping at bay Roz's inner demons in a losing battle. Alina could support her husband in his fight, but only he could defeat them. Seeing the man that she loved slowly crumbling apart had almost broken her. Alina couldn't rely on Renat and Senton since they already had the triplets and Lyria to think about. Also, they had lost everything as well, and their marriage was squeaking already. Relying on Lith would have meant ruining his happiness and honeymoon. As for Tista, asking her for help would have been just cruel. After having killed so many people to rescue Roz, she had her own inner struggle to overcome. Alina had never felt so alone and helpless in her whole life. Even when Tista had the strangler, at least she had her husband and her children by her side. "What gift? It's the least I could do." Lith wrapped his arms around her quivering body, feeling like a jerk for ignoring his mother for so long and worrying solely about his honeymoon. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she repeated over and over as he lulled her like a baby. "I'm such an incompetent mother for always needing my son's help. I can't do anything on my own." With every tear Alina shed, Lith's hatred for Orpal grew. Until that moment, he had believed that it had already reached its apex. Yet now a new world opened to him as the suffering of his parents etched wounds in his heart that he would pass on Orpal the next time they met. After a while, Alina fell asleep. Her mind was finally at peace after one day of suffering too many. Lith refused to leave her side until she woke up and to return to the cottage until the next day. Locria's and Valia's families stayed for the night as well, clenching their loved ones until Salark forced them back to the kingdom. Once they were gone, the two demons fell onto their right knee and brought Camilla's hands to their forehead in submission. "Thank you, my liege, my sword is yours, my life is yours," they said in turns. Shouldn't you tell that to Lith? Camilla felt awkward from such deference. Not even her niece and nephew were so respectful toward her. "The Dark Lord sits on a dark throne, casting a shadow that swallows us." Locria's voice oozed sarcasm as he stared at Lith. "Your grace instead cast a light on us and gave us our families back. We won't ever forget your kindness." "How do you know you weren't there when I asked Lith to let you out?" she asked. "He told us," Valia replied. "They deserve the truth," Lith said in reply to her gaze. "As you reminded me yesterday, they are people, not tools. I disregarded their feelings just like those of my mother. They deserve better from me." Lith and Camilla returned to the beach at sunrise, and by then, Magus seemed to have become a brighter place. Just a bit, but still brighter. Right before darkness fell upon the Griffin Kingdom. Space. City of Valoran, Royal Palace, right after sundown. Archon Gianni Ernas had so much work to do those days that even after pulling an all-nighter, she would still find several piles of papers on her desk the morning after. She had her duties as Lord Commander of the Constables and as the political representative of the Ernas family in the royal court. After Morn had pulled the stunt that had led to Lith's charges for high treason, Gunnian had asked her help. The ongoing war forced him to spend most of his time in the Ernas duchy to take care of their cultivated fields and resources. After taking care of his own family, of the household, and of the people of his region, Gunnian lacked the energy to properly follow the madhouse that politics had become. The intervention of the council had stopped Thrud's advance, but there was still no real strategy to win the war. They could now prolong the struggle for months, maybe years, but unless they got rid of the Golden Griffin, every victory only bought them time. The Mad Queen's troops were immortal and used such ability to its fullest. They fought with all their might until the last breath, using the experience gained to become stronger. The worst part about that was Thrud's army learning more from their defeats than from their victories. The stronger the opponent they faced, the more things those among them with dragon eyes would learn. The Emperor Beasts in the Madness had yet to come out, but all of Thrud's soldiers had consumed a small dose of ambrosia. Thrud would always send those who had managed to awaken the eyes on the front line. This way, once their bodies regenerated inside the Golden Griffin, they would share the acquired knowledge with everyone. It was a well-oiled, immortal machine of destruction. On top of her work as a political advisor and archon, Gianni also had to deal with the royals and their attempts to draft a deal that Lith would accept. After the fiasco with Camilla, they were on to Gianni, blaming her for having failed to notice where the constable's loyalty truly lay. Actually, Gianni had always known about Camilla's intentions, she just didn't care. Chapter 1908, The Light Before the Darkness, Part 2. When a monster like me finds their Orion, they must sink teeth and nails in and never let go. The kingdom threw their cards into the gutter, and I'll be damned before I break my word. Gianni thought every time someone questioned her competence. To make matters even worse, her domestic situation wasn't good. Orion was rarely at home. He was too busy working with Vaster and Balker on her private project, sharing the knowledge of the royal forgemasters with the council, and serving as general of the army. As for her daughters, they were livid both at Lith and Gianni. "I can't believe that he married without even inviting us," Freya said. "After all we went through together, we had to learn about it from Falul." The news of Camilla's defection had made them happy, but also hurt their feelings. "Lith has no communication amulet anymore. Also, if all three of you disappeared at the same time, even an idiot would have guessed where you had gone. On your return, you would have found a charge for high treason waiting for you." "Lith did it to protect you," Gianni replied. "You knew," Floria was flabbergasted, and the most outraged among the Erna's sisters. She had given up on the idea of getting back with Lith for some time, but getting cut off from such an important moment of his life still hurt. "Of course I did. Only someone blind, dumb, and deaf would have failed to notice how much effort Camilla put into foiling Morn's decree. Someone like the royals." Gianni chuckled, further offending her daughters since they hadn't seen it coming as well. "Don't worry, I'm sure that as soon as the situation calms down, Lith will hold a second ceremony for his friends. After all, you weren't the only one left out." She shrugged at their glares. Falul was pretty pissed off as well, but not as much as Fila. She had hoped to get her hands on Lith's genes by exploiting his difficult situation, but the opportunity was now gone. Gianni hadn't gotten a full night's sleep for weeks, overworking until she could feel her body giving up. She had done everything she could to uphold the promise she had made Lith, even at the cost of spreading her energy thin. That night, things went from bad to worse. "Are you sure about that, Dida?" Gianni asked her cousin while walking towards the nearest warp gate. "I'm positive. I've already contacted Vaster and Marth, and they did the best they could. I'm sorry, Gianni, but your mother has a few hours left to live at most," Dida Myrock replied. "She has refused to be moved to the White Griffin. Aunt Oblia says that she'd rather die where she was born. You know how stubborn she can be." "It runs in the family," Gianni sighed, rubbing her eyes to shrug off the fatigue that blurred them. "Mom has been sickly from birth. Her life force was born twisted, and if not for the best healers of the kingdom treating her symptoms, she would have died decades ago. Even Manohar refused to treat her, saying that the procedure was so delicate that even if it succeeded, even worse complications might arise. Unlike Zinnia, it's not just one part of Mom's life force that is damaged, but all of it. If Lith was still here, I'd ask him to take a look at her." She stopped in her tracks as a sudden thought popped into her mind. "It's really weird, though. Vaster has always been a leading figure in body sculpting, and now he has become much better at everything. I find it strange that he didn't succeed. Either the bastard is holding back to not let people notice his newfound abilities, or he doesn't want to show his cards to me. If my mother really dies, Vaster and I will have to talk." Gianni gritted her teeth in frustration as she reached the Myrock household. "Welcome back home, Lady Ernas." Fina, one of the maids, gave her a deep curtsy. "To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?" "It's too late and I'm too tired for pleasantries. Bring me to my mother." Gianni knew that the Myrock trained even the house staff to keep their emotions in check, but Fina's behavior was still weird. She was still a simple maid, and being so indifferent to the imminent death of the head of the house was beyond her. "I'm sorry, but Lady Myrock is sleeping and she has ordered to not be disturbed unless there's an emergency. Is this your case?" Fina's face was a stone mask, but her eyes were a mix of curiosity and fear. How can she sleep when? The words died on Gianni's lips as her brain finally pulled out the fog of exhaustion that clouded her mind and put the pieces together. "It's not just Falad, the house staff is relaxed. There is no noise of steps coming and going from Mom's room, no trace of healers, none of her so-called friends weeping for her, nothing." Then she noticed that the hair on her neck wasn't standing up. House Myrock was the weakest among the founding pillars of the kingdom due to the lack of mages, but its arrays were still second only to the royal palace. The thick mana to which Gianni had gotten used since childhood was gone. Why are the defensive arrays turned off? She asked. That's impossible, my lady. Only the head of the house and the most trusted members of the family can. One of the external walls crumbled with a boom of thunder, cutting the maid short. Coming from the garden, Orpal rode atop Moonlight, his steed, advancing through the corridor at a canter. The deafening silence was broken only by the rhythmical clopping of the crystal hooves on the gold-veined marble of the floor. The house staff and Gianni weren't frozen just because of the appearance of the dead king, but because never before since its founding had House Myrock been invaded by an enemy. Fala and the rest of the servants looked in horror as not a single spark of energy rose to stop the advance of one of the most wanted men in the kingdom. They called for the guards, but no one answered. They accessed their dimensional items, conjuring their communication amulets and weapons. Yet the amulets were dead, all of their runes turned off. Everyone in House Myrock was a trained soldier, willing to give their lives for their masters, yet they knew at a glance that without reinforcements there was no hope. The dead king exuded a light blue aura of power that glistened on the silvery black of his Davros armor, Black Rose, filling the house staff with fear that only their discipline allowed them to resist. Regular people would have already lost consciousness or fallen to their knees, begging for mercy. Fala and the others, instead, held onto their weapons and prepared for the fight. Their hands were covered with a cold sweat and their knees quivered, but they refused to back down. Gianni managed to keep her cool while she took out her communication amulet, finding it dead as well. Lady Ernaz, I'm sorry it took me so long to accept your invitation, Orpal said with a cruel smile on his face. Here, you dropped this. Chapter 1909, Full Domain, Part 1. Orpal threw Gianni's business card at her. It was just a small piece of paper, but after being infused with spirit magic, it traveled as fast as a bullet. The business card was also sharp enough to pierce through the gravity sheath of her armor and cut Gianni's cheek. If she hadn't managed to sidestep it at the last second, the card would have shattered her teeth and gone down her throat, just like she had done to Orpal 1 year ago. Don't bother calling for help. The entire place is sealed, the arrays are turned off, and the warp gate's cables have been cut. With each word, the intensity of his aura rose, and with it the savage joy that made his heart pump. You can try sending some of you little slaves to call for help, but my soldiers are already outside, waiting. They could use an evening snack. You have quite some nerve for being a coward. The others in the room had already fallen to their knees, but Gianni's willpower allowed her to resist. You promised me that you would have killed me first. Yet here I am, over 1 year and several corpses later. I guess that Vaster and I must have beaten you so hard that it gave you amnesia. Or did it take you this long to find a crack big enough to crawl inside my home like the cockroach you are? I'm not a coward, you are, Orpal said, sounding like a 5-year-old. I would have attacked you and that egg-like man much earlier if only you had come out in the open. Instead, you two hid inside your homes all the time and were always accompanied by royal guards. I'm powerful, not suicidal. Indeed, Gianni nodded, buying herself some time while racking her brain to find a way out of that situation. Yet here you are, targeting me instead of Vaster, a normal human instead of an archmage. It doesn't sound very brave to me. Silence! Orpal slammed Thorn against the ground, producing a shockwave that sent the house staff crashing against the walls and forced Gianni to crouch to not be sent flying. That's a better position for you, woman, kneeling. His smile faded as soon as Gianni stood up again. You know, I tried for months to infiltrate House Ernaz, but those who had access to the array's control system were beyond my reach. House Myrock, instead, proved to be much more malleable. None of this would have been possible if not for the help of your dear cousin, Daita. What? Gianni's eyes went wide open, and seeing the first sign of emotion on her face rewarded the dead king for all his efforts. That's impossible. We are like sisters, we. What kind of sister forces the other to live in her shadow? Orpal cut her short. Did you really think that Daita could be happy playing your double? She lived an insignificant life, while you, her successful cousin, got married, had a loving family, and rose to the highest honors of the kingdom. Daita is just like me, and she was happy to help me after a little persuasion, of course. Actually, Daita had been a very tough nut to crack. Orpal first had to find out what kind of man she liked. Then he had sent a natural-born honey trap, a banshee, to approach her. Even then, it had taken him the banshee's charm ability, the mesmerism of vampires, and even Orpal's mind links to plant suggestions in Daita's mind slowly erode her willpower and loyalty. She had pushed Orpal's and his chosen skills to their limits, but after months of hard work, Dida had fallen deeply in love with the Banshee and was willing to do anything in order to spend eternity with him. Now your cousin belongs to me in mind and body. It's thanks to her if I managed to lure you with the pathetic excuse of your dying mother. It's thanks to her that I got access to the array's control room. You are lying, Gianni said, but her voice lacked conviction. House Myrock was too old and powerful to fall without an inside helper. Also, now everything made sense. Why Vaster had failed to save Gianni's mother, why he hadn't even bothered contacting her, and why Dida had rushed Gianni to come there in the middle of the night. I'm not, Orpal gloated too much for it to just be a lie. Thanks to my steed, the entire mansion is shrouded by my personal array full domain. It allows energy to get in, but nothing can get out. After losing to Lith, Orpal had realized the huge flaw of sealed space that had caused his defeat. Limiting the flow of world energy limited Orpal's power as well, and neutralized moonlight. Without dimensional magic, Lith's superior strength tipped the scales beyond saving, and without world energy, his steed was just a pretty crystal statue. Full domain solved all such problems, fueling Orpal's powers while keeping his prey from escaping and calling for reinforcements. You should be honored to die at the hand of a powerful mage who possesses a legendary tower, something that not even my dear brother owns. Being superior to Lith made the dead king walk on air, especially after his recent breakthrough into the blue core. But first, I want to have some fun with you. I put so much effort into this hunt. I worked so hard that I deserve to play a bit with my prey. Orpal got off Moonlight, walking toward Gianni, who stepped back until she hit the wall. I've heard a lot about you from Darius. As his master, it's my duty to fulfill the dying wish of a loyal servant. Am I right? His Davros-coated hand grabbed the collar of her shirt and pulled. Gianni grabbed his wrist, trying to twist it, and using her other hand to strike at Orpal's nerves. Yet he was too strong, and hitting the black rose armor only made her fingers bleed. The dead king tore her deep violet Archon overcoat and her white shirt with ease, as if he was just unwrapping a gift. The magic of his armor was too powerful compared to Orion's Featherwalker armor, especially with Moonlight standing right next to him. Gods, Darius was right. Orpal's pupils dilated in excitement, a lustful grin on his face as he stared at Gianni's pale skin and her soft bosom. Between her rigorous training and Lith's rejuvenation, her body didn't look one day past 30. Gianni wasn't the most beautiful woman Orpal had ever seen by a long shot. Yet after haunting his dreams for so long, after the humiliation she had inflicted upon him, she was the one he desired the most. Orpal grinned from ear to ear in anticipation to see the rest. The fact that she wore a sports bra disappointed him, but only for a second. More clothes also meant more time to play. The dead king kept tearing her clothes from top to bottom, feeling his arousal grow the more she struggled. Gianni's eyes were still defiant, but now that only the sports underwear still covered her, they became veiled with tears of frustration. She refused to cry or beg, but she had exhausted all the cards in her hand. Chapter 1910, Full Domain, Part 2. I must say there must be something special in noble dames. You don't look at all like a woman who has grandchildren, Orpal said while ripping off the last piece of her pants and taking a long, appreciative look at her. Gianni's toned body was now exposed, her soft curves exalted by her petite body and covered only by the thick cloth of the underwear. Lith produced it, making her look like a gift from Orpal's despised brother. Once I'm done with you, I'll deal with Marth and Waynmare. I've played this same trick on her mother, and the protective arrays of her house are already under my control. Mommy Dearest will lure Waynmare out of the White Griffin, and I'll have my fun with her as well. As for Marth, I've already discovered the secret clearing where the Dryads meet and when the next gathering will happen. I'll kidnap his precious wife and give her back to him after I'm done with her. He loves that slut too much, and love is a weakness. Once Marth loses his head, killing him will be a child's play. Orpal put his hands on Gianni's shoulders, pushing her down to her knees. She didn't even try to cover her chest or crotch, using her full might to resist for as long as she could. Stop fighting, it's pointless, he said. Now I have an offer for you. If you manage to satisfy me, I'll allow you to live. You'll become a member of my harem until you break or I get bored of you. Deal. That's it, Gianni asked, her voice suddenly strong and confident again. That's all of your plans. What do you mean that's it? It's brilliant, Orpal replied. Thank the gods it is. Otherwise I would feel like a moron to have put so much effort into mine. Gianni started to stand up, and it took Orpal all of his considerable strength to keep her down while the armor on his crotch opened right in front of her face. I'd rather die than let an obnoxious man-child like you lay a single hand on me. Her right fist hit his exposed genitals, turning them into a pulp. At the same time, her left hand grabbed his wrist, reversing the hold and throwing him through a wall and into the next room. What the heck? Orpal's high-pitched voice sounded feminine while Knight repaired the damages. Yet his shock would have made it shrill anyway. Both the horseman and her host were shocked to see sparks of silver lightning burst from the short, blonde woman in front of them. What the fuck? Did Gianni have a divine beast shapeshift into her? Orpal asked. Shapeshifting doesn't change the energy signature nor the life force, Knight replied. That's Gianni Erna's, a non-awakened human with an orange core. Then how can she be so strong, and where does the life maelstrom come from? Knight had no idea how that was possible, nor did Fila, Falul, and Giza Jernoff, who had been keeping watch from a distance. Why the heck are we still here instead of intervening? Falul asked. With Lith and Protector gone, she had dedicated her time to protect Gianni, just like she had promised to her awakened counterpart of House Myrock. Because I knew there was something off. With her blonde hair and petite figure, Giza resembled Gianni, a Gianni who had undergone body refinement. This might be one of the rare occasions when we can witness the legacy of Ogram Jernoff. What legacy? Fila said. Ogram was a human with no bloodline abilities and Gianni is no mage. She has no access to his magical legacy. Ogram wasn't a mage either. What he passed down to us is another form of magic, Giza said while tapping her forehead. Now shut up and watch. Gianni was darting forward, her body coursing with silver sparks as her underwear came to life. The cloth turned into a black silvery liquid that reformed her Archon uniform. She arrived in front of Orpal in the blink of an eye, yet the clothes were already intact again. He swung his fist at her to keep Gianni at bay, but she grabbed his wrist with her left while her right flickered in a flurry of jabs. Each one of her punches was powerful enough to dent the Davros, and so quick that Orpal felt the pain from the first jab only after being struck by the fifth. Each hit made him snap back, but the trapped wrist made him bounce back to Gianni, who never stopped her onslaught. I must say, you are a careful planner and a thorough thinker for an idiot, but you are predictable. And I've been playing around predictable even before Alina was changing your diapers, she said, while a right uppercut shattered his jaw and teeth just like the night they had first met. The black crystal on his chest emitted a strong pulse of darkness magic that forced Gianni to release her grip. Her hand was now like that of a dried corpse, without any sensitivity. Another spark of silver energy healed it, returning the hand to its original condition. I must say, hearing from Roz about your habit of explaining your plans to your victims gave me the idea. Like a spoiled brat, you can't stop bragging when you think you are winning, Gianni said amid pants. Between the lack of sleep and the overwork, she was really tired. That wasn't a part of her facade. I don't think I am winning, he stood up, recalling both his spear and his steed. Your cousin told me everything I needed to know about you. The arrays are down, the mansion is enveloped in full domain, and I have my steed. Wrong, she said while drinking a tonic. Dida never fell for your tricks, she just helped me with my plan. First, she played hard to get. Then she fed you a load of bullshit to make you feel confident enough to lure you in the open. What bullshit? You are here alone and defenseless, Orpal said in outrage. Gods, how stupid can you possibly be? Gianni laughed at him with scorn. Who do you think spread those ridiculous rumors about Lith having a child and becoming Salark's heir? I did it because I knew that hearing about his happiness would drive you mad with envy. I knew that you couldn't resist the temptation to ruin his honeymoon by attacking the weakest link of the chain, like you always do. Because under your pretty armor, and despite all of Knight's trinkets, you are still a coward. An awkward silence fell into the corridor as Orpal couldn't deny any of her words, and realized to have fallen for her trickery hook, line, and sinker. As for Dida, she led you to the array's control room, but only because I knew that unless you were certain of winning, you would have sent here your clone, Gianni said with a predator smile on her face. At that point, I only had to wait for a night when Thrud's attacks forced the royal guards away. A night when my husband also had to leave on a mission, and my daughters had been spotted far away from here, working for the council. Dida didn't have to warn me. I knew that the moment all the perfect conditions for an attack would present itself, you wouldn't resist the temptation to make your move. All I had to do was prepare for your arrival and then let you talk. Now that I know of your plans, I have no reason to play with you any longer. Chapter 1911 Skywarp, Part 1. If you're thinking of harming my cousin, think again. By now Dida should be safe in Valoran. The royal mages couldn't wait to have a blood core to study. Thanks to the first willing thrall ever, they'll find a diagnostic spell that can identify your servants even without the help of the awakened council. As I said, every single one of your brilliant moves was just a small part of my plan, Gianni said. Seeing his months of careful plotting and efforts unraveled in a few sentences made Orpal's guts turn into a knot. Maybe it was the shock from Gianni's words, or maybe it was just his mind playing tricks on him. Whatever the answer was, Orpal found himself on a huge chessboard as a pawn, while the small woman in front of him had grown to gigantic proportions and was the only player in that game. She moved both his pieces and her own, slowly setting up for a checkmate. "This is impossible. You are nothing but a weak human woman." The dead king infused himself with all the elements, combining their power with the prowess of his enhanced body to turn into a blur. Yet Gianni easily sidestepped the thrust of his spear, grabbing his face in midair like a fly, and slamming it against the magical, resistant, gold-veined marble until it shattered. "You are right, I'm weak. I'm just a human. I'm not even a mage, let alone an awakened," she said, pummeled him after kicking the spear away. "But you know what? The weak can always ask the strong for help." Her uniform shapeshifted again, revealing its true form. The clothes turned into a full suit of armor, with bright violet mana crystals as big as an apple grafted on its hands and thighs. 3 more white mana crystals were respectively embedded on each one of its shoulders and the middle of its chest. The armor appeared to be made of golden feathers that shone like a sun, repelling night's darkness away. The helmet was shaped like an eagle's head. Its gloves ended with claws, and a couple of wings made of energy erupted from Gianni's shoulders. The royal fortress armor made her look like a humanoid griffin covered in metal. "Did you never wonder how could I be so strong? How someone as short as me could break a grown man's bones so easily?" Gianni's voice was reduced to a cold whisper that passed through the pin-sized breathing holes in the davros of her helm. "I wore one of these the first time we met, and I wore it every time I created an opening for you to exploit. Let's see which one of us has the better equipment." "That's impossible," Orpal said as the spiked helm of the Black Rose armor wrapped around his face. "I know the powers of the royal fortress armor, and I had them counted. 8 are deployed to protect the kingdom's major assets, and the other 4 stand guard around the throne." "Exactly." Gianni's voice was so smug that her helm seemed to grin as well. "Too bad that this isn't one of them. I borrowed the armor of my ancestor Agram Myrock, and it's a bit special." "Or did you think that the title of founding pillar of the kingdom was just for show?" Agram's armor had such fine cloaking spells that even to life vision it looked just like a lump of ordinary metal. There were no traces of its enchantments nor of the massive flow of world energy that the Davros created. Purified in Ligon's flames, crafted by Tyrus herself, and upgraded with each magical breakthrough of the kingdom, it was made of several tons of metal compressed by magic. "Get her!" Orpal summoned his soldiers to buy himself enough time to get Thorn back, and put an end to that madness with his blade tier spell, Shattered Moon. "Thanks," Gianni replied as the wave of undead approached her. The full domain arrays kept her from calling for reinforcements, but the armor had plenty of pockets where she had stored everything she needed for the fight in advance. She took what looked like a thin card made of white crystal out of one of the feathers of her armor. The gemstone shone with pristine light, except at its center, where a small cube had been embedded. It spread a black light of corruption that seemed to constantly fight with the white radiance of the crystal, until Gianni let it out. The chaos emerged from the small cube, taking the form of a hologram of Vaster. He held his Yggdrasil staff with both hands, staring at Orpal in hatred. "This is for you, Manohar." The Tier 5 chaos spell, Howling Hunger, erupted from the hologram, devouring everything on its path. The flesh, life force, and even the mana of the undead's blood cores were drained by the power of the chaos and injected into its caster's body. Yet Gianni had no black core whose hunger could never be sated, no bottomless pit for a life force. Her bones popped and her muscles bulged as the energy flooded throughout her being. Used by a regular human, the spell bestowed upon Gianni the combined effects of rejuvenation and invigoration. Her fatigue disappeared, her mind cleared as if she had just woken up from a full day's sleep, and her mana core burst with power. "Now I can get serious." The fatigue wasn't part of Gianni's facade, but it was still part of her plan. She had tired herself on purpose, reaching a state where her mental abilities had slowed down and her movements become clumsy. Everything in order to lure Orpal out of his hiding place. Just like Lith had been called the soldier Magus since his days as a ranger, Gianni had earned an unofficial nickname as well. Those who were part of the crown's inner circle whispered her name, calling her the god of deception. Alas, she wasn't a mage, and even though the royals appreciated her services, she couldn't achieve such a title nor reach a rank in the army above that of major. Gianni didn't care about trifling matters like titles, but she secretly enjoyed having gained the same moniker of the founding father of House Myrock. Ogram Jernov had been crowned god only after Valorin had awakened him, but the title had belonged to him for years already. Like her illustrious ancestor, Gianni liked to be prepared. She knew that she couldn't win against Orpal in a weakened state, and had each of her allies prepare something that would cover for her weak points. Unlike the spell-hoarding cube, the proto-cubes could only hold one spell each. Gianni had only 4 of them, and had to make them count. Several small sticks came flying out of the arm and leg guards of the armor, combining in midair into a glaive that reached Gianni's hand. "By the way, my husband sends you his regards. Say hello to Skywarp, his latest creation." Orpal ignored her and mounted Moonlight while calling for more reinforcements. "What does that weapon do?" he asked via the mind link. "I have no clue. Everything that woman uses is cloaked. It looks like a regular glaive, but from its color I bet it's made of Davros," the horseman replied. Chapter 1912, Skywarp Part 2. Fear replaced excitement, as Knight and Orpal realized they had no actual understanding of their opponent. Gianni's equipment was a mystery, and so was her mind. They felt like insects stuck into a web that a crafty spider had weaved in the form of a jar and covered in honey. Knight was an old being, and that made what she didn't know or understand even more scary. Orpal based his confidence on her expertise, so her insecurity infected him. Behind you, Knight was no different from Solus in her ability to look everywhere at the same time with life vision. Gianni wasn't a Verhen, and she didn't live in Lucia, so the horseman could help her host against the Archon. It was the only reason Orpal escaped death. Skywarp was true to its name, allowing Gianni to blink right behind Orpal after leaving a hologram in front of the entry point as a decoy. The dead king turned around, using Thorn's staff to block the hit aimed at the exact spot where Knight's crystal was. He was stronger than Gianni, but now she weighed tons. "I forgot to tell you that my daughter Freya helped him. My bad." Freya couldn't share with Orion the Hydra's bloodline techniques, but dimensional magic was her own thing. The Davros of the 2 weapons screeched upon impact, and Orpal was sent flying away from Moonlight. The mindless artifact wouldn't act without an order from its master and remained there, standing still. "How can a human be this strong? I'm an awakened," he thought as a flap of Gianni's wings turned her into a golden bullet aimed at his throat. The Royal Fortress armor is renowned for amplifying the physical abilities of its wearer to match those of an Emperor Beast, Knight replied. "I'm as strong as an Emperor Beast," Orpal said in outrage. "You only weigh 90 kilograms, 198 pounds of purified flesh, bones, and muscles. She weighs tons and has that." Knight forced him to focus on the life maelstrom that coursed through the Royal Fortress armor, and that was now spreading to Skywarp. The glaive cutting through the air emitted a high-pitched scream that made their skin crawl. They had already heard something like that in the past when fighting war. Orion had poured everything he had learned from the Council, Lith, Vaster, and Bulker into Skywarp. His decades of experience as a Forgemaster, his love for his family, and his relentless desire to protect his wife. Skywarp wasn't just the latest piece in the war series, it was also imbued with a bloodlust second only to Gianni's. The semi-sentience combined with the blood bond with its master allowed Gianni to utilize spells like dimensional magic that required the willpower of the caster to work. It was supposed to be something impossible for a non-mage, yet Orion had pulled it off. Skywarp made Gianni even capable of flight, yet she had no reason to at the moment due to the Royal Fortress armor already having the same ability. Gianni moved her arms on the sides, preparing for a backhand slash. "Don't worry about this." Knight read the enemy's moves thanks to her centuries of battle experience. "A glaive is a little more versatile than a spear, but it lacks in speed and precision. To perform a slash, she needs a wide movement that will leave her ready for a counter, but knowing Gianni, it must be a trap. Let her strike, deflect her weapon with yours, and then strike at her vitals." Just like Lith, Orpal was used to the mind link, and the horseman's voice didn't bother him. Quite the contrary, by sharing her mind, Knight could make the trajectory she predicted appear in front of his eyes, and even show Orpal what the best movements to counter it were. He telepathically nodded, and prepared to react when suddenly Knight saw with life vision a dimensional entry point appear in front of Gianni, and an exit point right behind Orpal. I was right, it was just a trap. She's going to strike from behind like before. Knight was in charge of using life vision to save the dead king's limited mana and allow him to focus solely on the battle. He turned around, lunging at the point where the horseman had predicted Gianni's head would appear, but the spear bit only air. Gianni hadn't moved from her spot, slashing the dead king's back with a powerful movement that cut the Davros of his armor and sent him crashing on the marble floor below. What, how? Orpal and Knight thought in unison. Little did they know that Freya's mastery of dimensional magic had reached the point that she could harness the elements to form what looked like a dimensional opening, but it was just a light show. Even to Knight's trained eye, the blink had seemed real, but it had actually been a ruse designed against Awakened. A normal person would have not noticed the fake dimensional door, and Gianni's attack would have been telegraphed. The constable grinned, proud of her daughter and how she had learned her mother's trickery. Orpal had claimed that she was alone, but Gianni had a completely different opinion. If the armor represented her long-dead ancestor, the weapon in her hands embodied how much her family loved her. Even though they weren't there in the flesh, to Gianni they were fighting right beside her. "Do you see what I mean?" Jesus said. "Agram would be proud. She is not just using the power of the armor, she has bent the power of the armor to her needs." The two Emperor beasts nodded, trying their best to crack Orion's cloaking spells and understand the secrets of Skywarp. Phila was deeply impressed, whereas Falul was stunned. "I thought that war was a fluke, but another one. Again a weapon with no power core but semi-sentience," the Hydra thought. What would happen if Orion managed to create something with a power core? Would his weapon develop a true ego without the need for forbidden magic? As a Forge Master, the thought filled her with both excitement and fear. The fear arose from the shocking discovery that despite their short lives and no bloodline abilities, the humans could achieve such greatness. Meanwhile, Gianni dived toward the dead king while performing a downward slash with her glaive. Another telegraphed attack, but this time you have the back against a wall. Her dimensional trickery is meaningless. Knight urged Orpal to let her take the wheel, but he refused. "This is my fight. What kind of man can't defeat a puny woman double his age and half his weight? She's no Awakened, I can't lose." The dead king followed Knight's instructions, using Thorn to strike Skywarp from the side and deflect the attack. It would have worked if not for Gianni exploiting the obvious counter to her obvious attack. She used the strength of the impact to pivot on the pole of the spear, shifting her momentum from the glaive to her left foot. The slash turned into a kick so powerful that the talons on the boot pierced through the Davros of the Black Rose armor and reached Knight's crystal, opening a deep hole into it. Gianni had just used another of the Griffin's bloodline abilities imbued in her armor focus point. Chapter 1913, Frost's Soul Part 1. Tyrus' descendants had inherited her peerless body. Their strength and vitality knew no equals even among divine beasts. Yet Griffins could take their combat abilities to the next level thanks to Focus Point. It worked similarly to Ligon's gravity fusion, but with one main difference. Instead of boosting the whole body, Focus Point allowed a Griffin to instantly shift their whole weight in a single spot. If it was the arm they were blocking with, it became an impenetrable shield, while if it was the talon they were striking with, it became an unstoppable spear. It was thanks to Focus Point that Tyrus' punch had sent Roghar flying across the ocean twice. The bloodline ability had just turned the small spike on Gianni's boot into a Davros weapon that alone possessed the full weight and momentum of her attack. "Do something, I need some time to recover." Knight couldn't switch with him anymore. Her full focus was needed to heal the wound before it went beyond her natural recovery abilities. "Get to Moonlight and heal me." Orpal blinked to the middle of the corridor, putting distance between him and Gianni and flying as fast as he could towards his steed. "Not so fast." Gianni performed a wide horizontal slash, and Skywarp's blade created a dimensional fissure that warped the air away. The sudden vacuum closed on itself, propelling her forward and pulling the dead king back. No matter how much he flapped his wings, the air was being sucked with such violence that he was stuck on the spot. Before he could understand what had just happened, Gianni was onto him again, aiming her blade at the still open gash in the Black Rose armor. Orpal gritted his teeth and performed a flurry of frenzied attacks. Each one was as quick as a bullet and surgically accurate, aimed at one of the joints of the Royal Fortress armor where the metal was the thinnest. Gianni was caught by surprise by his skillful spearsmanship and was forced to take several steps back. The violent strikes had opened several shallow wounds despite the protection of the Davros. Damn it, I was certain that once I got the crystal, Orpal would experience Knight's pain and become helpless. My attack left me exposed, and I paid the consequences of my ignorance. It seems that their bond can be loosened at will, she thought. Now that I know, I won't repeat the same mistake. The Royal Fortress armor was already healing the cuts with light fusion, further boosting it with life maelstrom, yet Gianni didn't like her plan going off track. The amount of life maelstrom stored in the armor was limited, and consuming more put her safety at risk. To make matters worse, the blue flame floating over Orpal's head had grown to thrice its size and covered the entire corridor with its light. She had no idea what it meant, but she was sure it was more bad news. She darted forward in a predictable trajectory again, ready to activate Skywarp's enchantments. Thanks to the weapon, the enemy would overthink and fail to call her bluffs. The simple threat of her blink was worse than the actual spell, trapping Orpal's and Knight's minds in a web of doubts of their own making. I carry the blood of a fucking dragon and a phoenix. I must have origin flames. The dead king thought while remembering from Knight's lessons how both species used the same bloodline ability. He tried to breathe them from his mouth like a dragon, but only an enraged roar came out. At the same time, he flapped his wings like a phoenix, emitting a frozen gust of wind that made the temperature in the room drop by dozens of degrees. Both fighters wore powerful armor so the cold didn't bother them. It just made Orpal more desperate. That's it, that's a Vertilak's bloodline ability. I can build a fucking snowman, he thought while heavy snow filled the air. Calm down. Now that the horseman had been reduced to a voice in his head, the only thing Knight could do was soothe his growing panic and frustration. Your dormant innate elemental affinity was darkness and air. That's why I choose a vampire for your blood core. It's only natural that your Vertilak powers are based on those elements instead of fire. That's Lith's thing. Don't try to copy your brother, just be yourself. What if I'm just as useless as everyone always said? Orpal racked his brain trying to understand his newfound power, but to no avail. On top of that, Gianni was already in front of him, swinging her glaive and activating a blink. The dead king saw the dimensional openings with life vision, but before he could wonder whether they were real or just another bluff, they froze and crumbled. At the same time, the cold from Frost's soul seeped inside Skywarp, depleting its pseudo-cores and making the weapon wail in pain. The spell had been cancelled, shocking Gianni and foiling her attack plan. Yes, I knew that the Vertilak is the strongest divine beast, Orpal rejoiced as euphoria doubled his strength. He blocked the attack with the tip of Thorn, spinning on himself and lunging at Gianni with the rounded end of the staff. The blow struck her solar plexus, squeezing the air out of her lungs and pinning her against the wall. My frost soul creates a frozen domain where all spells are nullified, making me the only true king of Magur. He activated one of his combined abilities with Night, King's Wraith. The black crystal in his chest conjured all the darkness element in the room, amplifying it into a powerful elemental tornado that Gianni couldn't avoid from point-blank range. It would have ripped her to shreds, sucking the life force out of her thanks to the darkness element ability to bypass physical protections, even those made of Davros. Or rather, that's what would have happened if not for Frost's soul seeping inside Night's crystal along with the darkness. It froze her, inflicted her more damage, and foiled King's Wraith. What an idiot, Gianni said while freeing herself, and Knight agreed. Bloodline abilities work both ways, and they can always hurt their own caster. The horseman couldn't believe that Orpal would have forgotten such a basic notion. Origin Flames, Life Maelstrom, and Doom Tide work the same way. How could you think that Frost's soul would be any different? The dead king would have liked to reply, but Skywarp's head had just shapeshifted into a thinner pointed blade, becoming a spear. Interesting bloodline ability. Gianni's helm twisted into a smirk. Too bad that I've already cracked it. What does she mean? Orpal asked while dodging an onslaught of stabs that was almost identical to the one that he had performed earlier. Except that Gianni's was faster, more accurate, and more devious. The tip of her spear seemed to freely switch its target the moment he tried to block, forcing him to step back to dodge. Frost's soul creates an unbalance in the world energy, amplifying the effects of the water element. Knight replied. Anyone inside its area of effect can't cast spells without absorbing the corrupted elemental energy that eats at them from the inside. Chapter 1914, Frost's Soul Part 2. Your bloodline ability doesn't block the spells. There is no such a convenient ability, it simply makes the water element go awry. That's why dimensional magic was blocked, while things like fusion magic and shapeshifting are not affected by Frost Soul. They use the internal elemental energy of the caster instead of the world energy, the horseman said. I get that you understood it already, but how could Gianni do the same, and why did you get such a backlash from King S. Wraith? It uses darkness, not water, he asked. She must have had a great teacher, or she has the brain of dragon, Knight shrugged. As for King's Wraith, you can't just take an element and discard the rest. All spells except spirit magic require conjuring the world energy inside your body and using your core as a filter. That's why I got affected by Frost Soul. You had me swallow a crapload of world energy. Now shut up and let me heal. Gianni had actually discovered Frost Soul's limits by performing a few cantrips. The Royal Fortress armor could use all kinds of low-tiered spells, and she had noticed how only those which had an external manifestation were affected by Orpal's ability. Using cantrips dealt so little damage to the Davros that not even life vision could detect them, but the armor's internal interface did. Gianni's offensive was relentless, forcing Orpal to retreat until his back hit a wall. Gold-veined marble was not only one of the most durable materials on Magur, but it was also magically resistant. With Frost Soul active, the dead king had no way to break it with his pure physical prowess. You know, you're not bad for an amateur, Gianni said to throw him off his game as more and more of her attacks reached their target. I'm not an amateur, Orpal roared while deflecting Skywarp and performing the complex attack sequences that he had mastered under Knight's guidance. I've learned spearsmanship from the greatest master, pouring into it my blood, sweat, and tears for the past 1.5 years. Yet Gianni blocked and dodged them all, even countering them at the smallest mistake he made. Really, I did the same ever since I was 6, she replied with a sneer. I've done this for 36 years now, my dear amateur. Yours is nothing but a hobby. Gianni had learned her martial mastery from both the Myrock and the Jernov households. Centuries-old Awakened had practiced Ogram's techniques, evolving and perfecting them over time. Her masters weren't as skilled or as talented as Knight, but the gap in battle experience and practice was abyssal. The horseman was but one flaky warrior, whereas hundreds of people from both households had practiced and exchanged techniques their whole lives. With each successful attack, Gianni's advantage grew. Orpal used darkness fusion to stop the pain, but she aimed specifically for the weak points of the Black Rose armor. By damaging his joints, she also crippled his movements. Even though Orpal felt no pain, the wounds were still there, and his damaged tendons slowed his reaction time. He swallowed his pride, admitting to himself that without Knight he had no way to win that fight. He cancelled Frost Soul and then blinked atop Moonlight, taking Gianni by surprise. The power of the steed coursed through the dead king's body, healing both him and Knight. Gianni had no life vision and failed to notice that the bloodline ability was no longer in effect. When Orpal disappeared from her sight, she just put her back against the wall and assumed a neutral guard stance while looking around, ready to react. Why didn't just make Moonlight come to us earlier? Knight asked as the ice melted, and the hole in her crystal closed at a speed visible to the naked eye. To what end? Moonlight boosts our mana, but we had plenty. It also empowers our spells, but I had none at the ready. If I brought it along, I would have just offered Gianni an even bigger target, and you know we can't afford Moonlight to be damaged, Orpal replied. Excellent point. Knight nodded, glad that her partner wasn't as dumb as he looked. Fear and pain had clouded her judgment, but Orpal had managed to keep a cool head and admit his limits. Even though he had yet to defeat Lith, he was growing as a warrior and a mage at an outstanding speed. If not for his twisted mind and his unbridled ego, there was no telling how high his obsession might lead him. Can we switch? He asked. I need more time. Got it. At a wave of his hand, more chosen rushed inside the house and against Gianni. Skywarp could blink, not warp. He had to slow Gianni long enough for Knight to recover. Your brother sends you his regards. A white crystal card with an emerald cube at its center came out of Gianni's left arm guard. Meln, Lith's hologram said while unleashing the Tier 5 spirit spell, Primordial Roar. Now that Lith had reached the light violet, his power had further improved, and he could cast Scarlet's spell without Soulless help. The mix of cold and vibration slowed down the undead's movements, while the ice, light, and earth aspects of the spell conjured spikes that pierced through their bodies, pinning them to the walls while the darkness element devoured them. More and more undead came through the broken wall. Gianni could feel the hair on the back of her head stand up. She didn't need a mystical sense to know that Orpal was growing stronger by the second, her instinct was already screaming that at her. The royal fortress armor also enhanced her eyesight, allowing her to notice how all the cuts on the Black Rose armor were repairing. The bleeding had ceased, and Knight's crystal was no longer visible through the cut in the metal. "Out of my way, I have no time to lose with small fries." Gianni took the vial of void flames out of her dimensional amulet and removed the stopper. Black flames flooded the corridor, eating everything and everyone on their path. The Chosen activated the prisms in their chests to conjure the darkness element and protect themselves, but to no avail. The blast incinerated them, and the only result of their effort was stopping the void flames before they reached the dead king. "I've healed enough, now let me show you how it's done." Knight's crystal was almost whole again, and she took over Orpal's body, fusing with him. "Shattered Moon is all about delicate movements. You must be like the spring rain, not a raging river." Thorn moved through the air, and countless strings of runes appeared in its wake as the blade tear spell took form. The horseman had fused her mind with her host. Orpal could sense every minute movement of her arm, and the magical runes flowing through their being, while Night Body cast the spell as if he was doing it himself. Once he reached the deep violet, that knowledge would come in handy. Gianni cursed when the flask ran out of void flames, and more Chosen charged at her. "Shouldn't we help her now?" Falul tried to get out of the hiding spot, but both Giza and Fila stopped her. Chapter 1915, Shattered Plans, Part 1. "Can you withstand a blade spell fueled by a mage tower or even cast one of your own?" Giza asked Falul, obtaining a no in reply. "Neither do I. Revealing our presence now would be suicidal." Gianni let Night set up the field to her convenience, and if we step out right now, we'll be on the receiving end of Night's spear as well and die a useless death. We can only hope that Gianni survives. Once the blade tear spell has drained Night's energy, but before the tower replenishes it, then we'll take action. It's not my fault if full domain stops our amulets and even spirit warp. If only we could call for reinforcements, we could stop that damn tower. Giza hated herself for having waited for too long, but Gianni's battle prowess was simply dazzling. With each of her moves, she revealed either a brilliant strategy or a masterpiece of magic. Just like the two Emperor beasts, Giza had fallen into a trance, hoping to see everything Gianni had prepared and learn from it. Alas, now that Night had gotten back on her steed, it was too late, and all the preparations that the council members had set were worthless against a tower blade spell. The Archon threw the empty flask away, taking the last two proto-cubes out of her arm protectors. "You killed Manohar with that spell. Let's see if you can do it again." The crystal card in her left hand had a golden cube, while the one in her right had the 6 colors of the elements swirling in a spiral. A spark of her mana, and 2 holograms appeared in front of Gianni. One was Manohar, the god of healing. He was still wearing his Featherwalker armor and wielding Surgeon, his enchanted blade. "Curse you, old hag. I hope someone has stolen this thing and is using my spell against you." The projection had no idea that the real Manohar was already dead, yet it had his full prowess as it drew the power from the blade, the armor, and the rings. Night's eyes went wide open as she recognized the blade tear spell, Rogue Sun, taking form faster than her own. The second hologram depicted someone wearing an armor similar to Gianni's, yet different. He was covered in Davros from head to toe, making Orion unrecognizable. He wore the armor that once had belonged to Juria Ernaz, the foremother of House Ernaz. He also wielded another sword of the War series, Grimlock, and his spell called upon the pseudo-cores of the blade and the power cores of his shield, armor, 10 rings, and even his amulet. Do you want to read more chapters? As the blade gracefully moved through the air, 6 small elemental spheres took form, growing bigger with each rune he weaved. Manohar was the god of healing, yet he was still merely an apprentice of the god of forgemastering. The mad professor's hologram was just a bunch of light, whereas the projection of Orion's spell conjured so much energy that the Chosen who came too close to him were devoured by a different element. "Take your filthy hands off my wife," he roared as the blade tear spell, Elemental Sonata, neared completion. Gianni had only a vague idea of what a tower tear spell was, but since Manohar had lost to one of them, she couldn't trust her final trump cards. She poured all the life maelstrom the armor had left into the proto-cubes, bringing the power of the spells they contained on par with those cast by a divine beast. Night started to chant, combining true, fake, and body cast to finish her spell first. She fused with Orpal, using every ounce of mana from both their cores and Moonlight, to fuel Collapsing Moon. The Horseman's Tower tear spell darted toward Gianni, killing all the chosen on its path and returning their power to Night, empowering her further. Manohar completed his rogue son as well. With only the fire and light elements, it was a basic blade tear spell, but now its golden light had turned silver due to the life maelstrom coursing through it. The two silver beams of light clashed midway, rogue son holding its own, but only for 1 second. The power in the proto-cube was finite, whereas Night constantly drew more world energy thanks to moonlight. Then Elemental Sonata burst forward. Orion had already boosted his hexa-elemental spell with his armor's life maelstrom, and now Gianni had added her own. The multicolored pillar grew to the size of a tornado as the silver lightning crackled its way forward. Elemental Sonata wrapped around Rogue Sun, protecting it and coordinating with its movements in a move that the two mages had practiced together. Together, they pierced through shattered moon and trampled Night's efforts of keeping them at bay. The awakened cursed under their breath now that the fight had gone beyond them. The combined blade spell took the entirety of the corridor, blinding their mystical senses and making it impossible for them to step in. Casting a spell blindly would have been pointless, and to reach Orpal they would need to pass through the crossfire, getting obliterated in the process. Once again, all they could do was wait, and hope that their greed for knowledge hadn't cost them the fight. Night saw the combined spell overpowering Shattered Moon as it quickly approached her. I don't care what happens to my equipment or this body. As long as my crystal and moonlight are in one piece, everything can be made anew. Time to get out of here. She stood in front of her steed, one hand still holding Thorn, the other touching the crystal snout to keep receiving energy from the tower. The horseman ordered Moonlight to deactivate full domain and to blink her as far away as it could. The fight had gone on for too long, and the light from the clashing blade tear spells was visible from miles away. She couldn't risk another Royal Fortress armor wearer joining the fray. Rogue Sun and Elemental Sonata reached Thorn, twisting the Davros with the sheer pressure they emitted even before the energy touched the metal. The spear bent with a screech, soon followed by the Black Rose armor's armguards. The enchanted gauntlet turned into a blender that ripped into shreds the body that it was supposed to protect. Night arched her back in the attempt to buy time, using all of her limbs, even the head, to shield her crystal and gain even one more second. Moonlight conjured the blink, dashing through it and shutting it down immediately just like she had ordered. Part of the blast entered with the horseman, hitting with enough strength to rip the breastplate open, but not enough to reach Night's crystal. An external observer would have seen a black horse, a crystal, and several pieces of twisted glistening metal floating in the night sky for a split second before a warp gate opened, bringing the horseman to a safe location. This attack was a failure, but we still gained a lot from it, Orpal said via the mind link. We've learned what Royal Fortress armor can do, we forced Gianni Ernest to reveal her best moves, and more importantly, I finally discovered my first bloodline ability. Chapter 1916, Shattered Plans Part 2. I knew that the flames over my head couldn't be solely decorative. They form the crown of the dead king, they are proof of my talent for domination, and each one of them will activate a different ability, Orpal thought. Yeah, too bad we have no idea how. Or do you plan to risk your life for another stroke of luck? Knight's words struck like a whip, but he kept gloating. When Fila, Giza, and Falul could finally see again, there was no trace of the Night King. All of their plans, all of their forces waiting in ambush outside had been for nothing. Orpal's full domain and Gianni's blade tear spells had gone beyond their expectations to the point of screwing everything they had prepared. I told you that keeping Gianni out of the loop was a bad idea, Falul said amid swear words. We should have alerted her of our plans and presence. And tell her that she comes from a family of awakened, Giza shook her head. No way, in times like this she would demand to be awakened. On top of that, I doubt it would have changed anything. You've seen the power of Orpal's steed. If we moved in earlier, he would have just swapped with Night. Between his bloodline ability and that damn spell, it would have turned me into mincemeat. I don't have Davros equipment. Do you? No, the two Emperor Beasts shook their heads. Our plan didn't take Moonlight into account. We thought that to deal with a mere human, Orpal would have left his tower behind. Fighting a mage while they have their tower requires an open space where we can make up for the lack of firepower with teamwork and numbers, Fila said. At the same time, Gianni managed to link all the swear words she knew into a single sentence. The life maelstrom reserve of the armor was empty, her proto-cubes were depleted, and she had no idea how to chase Orpal. I won the damn battle, but I lost the war. I did my best, but the bastard still managed to escape. I underestimated him this time, Even a blue cord awakened with a tower is too much for me, Gianni thought. Had I brought Balker and Lith, things would have gone differently. The silver lining is that I still managed to learn about Meln's next moves and his newfound bloodline ability. The next time we meet, I'll be ready. The moment the arrays protecting the Myrock household were turned on again, she used her communication amulet to alert Wainmeyer and Marth. Then, she contacted the royals and lastly the desert's embassy. Gianni couldn't show the recording of her battle to the crown without revealing the existence of the proto-cubes. She would have to explain how she had obtained them and reveal her involvement with Balker. Aside from Tyrus, he was the only one who had mastered memory crystals. The royals knew that without his help imitating the powers of the spell-hoarding cube would have been impossible. Lith, instead, would use the recording as training material against his brother. I'm not going to share such a masterpiece of magic just to be charged with treason for a thank you, she thought. Gianni then looked at the holograms of her husband and Manohar, who had already started to fade. I won't waste my breath with a replica when the real one waits for me at home. Yet she looked at Orion's shadow with eyes full of love and yearning. It was only thanks to him and Skywarp that her mad plan had succeeded. She felt happy about the life she had built for herself, promising to help Dida to achieve the same. At the end of the day, Orpal's words were based on a half-truth. Her cousin really was unsatisfied with her current life, and with age, Dida had discovered to long for things she had despised during her youth. Then Gianni turned towards Manohar, who gave her thumbs up. Don't worry, old hag, as long as I'm here all will be well, he said with his patented smug grin. Thank you, Manohar, for always being the pain in the ass you were. You forced me to constantly improve just to keep up with your tomfooleries. You may not be among us anymore, but I'll make your words come true. Goodbye, god of healing, and may you be obnoxious in death as you were in life. The light construct disappeared, and with it the final trace left of Manohar's consciousness on Magur. Do you want to read more chapters? Space. A few hours later, Blood Desert. Lith had just started making breakfast when the embassy sent him Gianni's recording. He and Camilla watched it, holding their breath from start to finish. Even though they knew that Gianni had to be alive to have sent it, it was still a terrifying show. She hadn't cut anything, not even the part where Orpal had stripped her clothes, in order to let them study his weak points and how chatty he became when he believed to be winning. Something that Lith had never noticed since he had always beaten Orpal's ass. Poor Gianni, Camilla said. I can't believe she went through all of this and yet she's already back to work. Indeed, she should have called me. Together we would have killed Meln. Lith nodded. There's no telling what I can do now that I've reached the Violet, especially if she imbued me with life maelstrom. Lith, she threw him a reproachful glare. I mean, he has discovered a bloodline ability, but we already know how to counter it. Also, with this information, I can finally start working on my golems. Lith rushed to say, only making things worse. Damn, even Orion knows blade tear spells. I guess the issue can't be delayed any long. What did we decide about work and honeymoon? Camilla took the pan away from the fire and squished his cheeks in her hands, forcing Lith to look at her. That they don't mix, I won't work, I promise, he replied. Good boy, she gave him a long, passionate kiss in reward. Now let's have breakfast and hit the beach. I can't wait to take a good look at the coral reef. Space. After a few more days of that peaceful and slow life, however, things really became boring. They had visited Iama so many times that they knew every nook and cranny of the city. They had even tasted every single local delicacy. Lith and Camilla started to go back to Salark's palace to allow Tryon to spend a bit of time with his family. On top of that, Tista was having issues recovering from her own inner demons as well. She had always been a gentle soul, and during the fight at the Hogham mansion to rescue Roz, she had done things that had scarred her. Lith's madness had infected her, but that was no excuse for the slaughter that she had caused with her spells and cursed flames. While she was scared for her father's life, Tista hadn't cared one bit for the lives of the guards or of Hogham's house staff. Even worse was the memory of gloating as she had watched Lith murdering Hogham and his wife in cold blood. Chapter 1917, Shattered Plans, Part 1. Can you withstand a blade spell fueled by a mage tower or even cast one of your own? Jiza asked Falul, obtaining a no in reply. Neither do I. Revealing our presence now would be suicidal. Gianni let Knight set up the field to her convenience, and if we step out right now, we'll be on the receiving end of Knight's spear as well and die a useless death. We can only hope that Gianni survives. Once the blade tier spell has drained Knight's energy, but before the tower replenishes it, then we'll take action. It's not my fault if full domain stops our amulets and even spirit warp. If only we could call for reinforcements, we could stop that damn tower. Jiza hated herself for having waited for too long, but Gianni's battle prowess was simply dazzling. With each of her moves, she revealed either a brilliant strategy or a masterpiece of magic. Just like the two Emperor beasts, Jiza had fallen into a trance, hoping to see everything Gianni had prepared and learn from it. Alas, now that Knight had gotten back on her steed, it was too late, and all the preparations that the council members had set were worthless against a tower blade spell. The Archon threw the empty flask away, taking the last 2 proto-cubes out of her arm protectors. You killed Manohar with that spell. Let's see if you can do it again. The crystal card in her left hand had a golden cube, while the one in her right had the 6 colors of the elements swirling in a spiral. A spark of her mana, and 2 holograms appeared in front of Gianni. One was Manohar, the god of healing. He was still wearing his Featherwalker armor and wielding Surgeon, his enchanted blade. Curse you, old hag! I hope someone has stolen this thing and is using my spell against you. The projection had no idea that the real Manohar was already dead, yet it had his full prowess as it drew the power from the blade, the armor, and the rings. Knight's eyes went wide open as she recognized the blade tier spell, Rogue Sun, taking form faster than her own. The second hologram depicted someone wearing an armor similar to Gianni's, yet different. He was covered in Davros from head to toe, making Orion unrecognizable. He wore the armor that once had belonged to Juria Ernaz, the foremother of House Ernaz. He also wielded another sword of the War series, Grimlock, and his spell called upon the pseudo-cores of the blade and the power cores of his shield, armor, 10 rings, and even his amulet. As the blade gracefully moved through the air, 6 small elemental spheres took form, growing bigger with each rune he weaved. Manohar was the god of healing, yet he was still merely an apprentice of the god of forgemastering. The mad professor's hologram was just a bunch of light, whereas the projection of Orion's spell conjured so much energy that the chosen who came too close to him were devoured by a different element. Take your filthy hands off my wife, he roared as the blade tier spell, Elemental Sonata, neared completion. Gianni had only a vague idea of what a tower tier spell was, but since Manohar had lost to one of them, she couldn't trust her final trump cards. She poured all the life maelstrom the armor had left into the proto-cubes, bringing the power of the spells they contained on par with those cast by a divine beast. Knight started to chant, combining true, fake, and body cast to finish her spell first. She fused with Orpal, using every ounce of mana from both their cores and Moonlight, to fuel Collapsing Moon. The Horseman's Tower tier spell darted toward Gianni, killing all the chosen on its path and returning their power to Knight, empowering her further. Manohar completed his Rogue Sun as well. With only the fire and light elements, it was a basic blade tier spell, but now its golden light had turned silver due to the life maelstrom coursing through it. The 2 silver beams of light clashed midway, Rogue Sun holding its own, but only for 1 second. The power in the proto-cube was finite, whereas Knight constantly drew more world energy thanks to Moonlight. Then Elemental Sonata burst forward. Orion had already boosted his Hexa-Elemental spell with his armor's life maelstrom, and now Gianni had added her own. The multicolored pillar grew to the size of a tornado as the silver lightning crackled its way forward. Elemental Sonata wrapped around Rogue Sun, protecting it and coordinating with its movements in a move that the 2 mages had practiced together. Together, they pierced through Shattered Moon and trampled Knight's efforts of keeping them at bay. The Awakened cursed under their breath now that the fight had gone beyond them. The combined blade spell took the entirety of the corridor, blinding their mystical senses and making it impossible for them to step in. Casting a spell blindly would have been pointless, and to reach Orpal they would need to pass through the crossfire, getting obliterated in the process. Once again, all they could do was wait, and hope that their greed for knowledge hadn't cost them the fight. Knight saw the combined spell overpowering Shattered Moon as it quickly approached her. I don't care what happens to my equipment or this body. As long as my crystal and Moonlight are in one piece, everything can be made anew. Time to get out of here. She stood in front of her steed, one hand still holding Thorn, the other touching the crystal snout to keep receiving energy from the tower. The horseman ordered Moonlight to deactivate full domain and to blink her as far away as it could. The fight had gone on for too long, and the light from the clashing blade tier spells was visible from miles away. She couldn't risk another Royal Fortress armor-wearer joining the fray. Rogue Sun and Elemental Sonata reached Thorn, twisting the Davros with the sheer pressure they emitted even before the energy touched the metal. The spear bent with a screech, soon followed by the Black Rose armor's armguards. The enchanted gauntlet turned into a blender that ripped into shreds the body that it was supposed to protect. Night arched her back in the attempt to buy time, using all of her limbs, even the head, to shield her crystal and gain even one more second. Moonlight conjured the blink, dashing through it and shutting it down immediately just like she had ordered. Part of the blast entered with the horseman, hitting with enough strength to rip the breastplate open but not enough to reach Night's crystal. An external observer would have seen a black horse, a crystal, and several pieces of twisted glistening metal floating in the night sky for a split second before a warp gate opened, bringing the horseman to a safe location. This attack was a failure, but we still gained a lot from it, Orpal said via the mind link. We've learned what Royal Fortress armor can do, we've forced Gianni Ernest to reveal her best moves, and more importantly, I finally discovered my first bloodline ability. Chapter 1918, Shattered Plans Part 2. I knew that the flames over my head couldn't be solely decorative. They form the crown of the dead king, they are proof of my talent for domination, and each one of them will activate a different ability, Orpal thought. Yeah, too bad we have no idea how. Or do you plan to risk your life for another stroke of luck? Knight's words struck like a whip, but he kept gloating. When Fila, Jiza, and Falul could finally see again, there was no trace of the Night King. All of their plans, all of their forces waiting in ambush outside had been for nothing. Orpal's full domain and Gianni's blade tear spells had gone beyond their expectations to the point of screwing everything they had prepared. I told you that keeping Gianni out of the loop was a bad idea, Falul said amid swear words. We should have alerted her of our plans and presence. And tell her that she comes from a family of awakened, Jiza shook her head. No way, in times like this she would demand to be awakened. On top of that, I doubt it would have changed anything. You've seen the power of Orpal's steed. If we moved in earlier, he would have just swapped with Night. Between his bloodline ability and that damn spell, it would have turned me into mincemeat. I don't have Davros equipment. Do you? No, the two Emperor Beasts shook their heads. Our plan didn't take Moonlight into account. We thought that to deal with a mere human, Orpal would have left his tower behind. Fighting a mage while they have their tower requires an open space where we can make up for the lack of firepower with teamwork and numbers, Fila said. At the same time, Gianni managed to link all the swear words she knew into a single sentence. The life maelstrom reserve of the armor was empty, her proto-cubes were depleted, and she had no idea how to chase Orpal. I won the damn battle, but I lost the war. I did my best, but the bastard still managed to escape. I underestimated him this time. Even a blue cord awakened with a tower is too much for me, Gianni thought. Had I brought Balker and Lith, things would have gone differently. The silver lining is that I still managed to learn about Meln's next moves and his newfound bloodline ability. The next time we meet, I'll be ready. The moment the arrays protecting the Myrock household were turned on again, she used her communication amulet to alert Wainmeyer and Marth. Then, she contacted the royals and lastly the desert's embassy. Gianni couldn't show the recording of her battle to the crown without revealing the existence of the proto-cubes. She would have to explain how she had obtained them and reveal her involvement with Balker. Aside from Tyrus, he was the only one who had mastered memory crystals. The royals knew that without his help imitating the powers of the spell-hoarding cube would have been impossible. Lith, instead, would use the recording as training material against his brother. I'm not going to share such a masterpiece of magic just to be charged with treason for a thank you, she thought. Gianni then looked at the holograms of her husband and Manohar, who had already started to fade. I won't waste my breath with a replica when the real one waits for me at home. Yet she looked at Orion's shadow with eyes full of love and yearning. It was only thanks to him and Skywarp that her mad plan had succeeded. She felt happy about the life she had built for herself, promising to help Daida to achieve the same. At the end of the day, Orpal's words were based on a half-truth. Her cousin really was unsatisfied with her current life, and with age, Daida had discovered to long for things she had despised during her youth. Then Gianni turned towards Manohar, who gave her thumbs up. Don't worry, old hag, as long as I'm here all will be well, he said with his patented smug grin. Thank you, Manohar, for always being the pain in the ass you were. You forced me to constantly improve just to keep up with your tomfooleries. You may not be among us anymore, but I'll make your words come true. Goodbye, god of healing, and may you be obnoxious in death as you were in life. The light construct disappeared, and with it the final trace left of Manohar's consciousness on Magur. Space. A few hours later, Blood Desert. Lith had just started making breakfast when the embassy sent him Gianni's recording. He and Camilla watched it, holding their breath from start to finish. Even though they knew that Gianni had to be alive to have sent it, it was still a terrifying show. She hadn't cut anything, not even the part where Orpal had stripped her clothes, in order to let them study his weak points and how chatty he became when he believed to be winning. Something that Lith had never noticed since he had always beaten Orpal's ass. Poor Gianni, Camilla said. I can't believe she went through all of this and yet she's already back to work. Indeed, she should have called me. Together we would have killed Meln. Lith nodded. There's no telling what I can do now that I've reached the Violet, especially if she imbued me with life maelstrom. Lith, she threw him a reproachful glare. I mean, he has discovered a bloodline ability, but we already know how to counter it. Also, with this information, I can finally start working on my golems. Lith rushed to say, only making things worse. Damn, even Orion knows blade tear spells. I guess the issue can't be delayed any long. What did we decide about work and honeymoon? Camilla took the pan away from the fire and squished his cheeks in her hands, forcing Lith to look at her. That they don't mix, I won't work, I promise, he replied. Good boy, she gave him a long, passionate kiss in reward. Now let's have breakfast and hit the beach. I can't wait to take a good look at the coral reef. Space. After a few more days of that peaceful and slow life, however, things really became boring. They had visited Iama so many times that they knew every nook and cranny of the city. They had even tasted every single local delicacy. Lith and Camilla started to go back to Salark's palace to allow Tryon to spend a bit of time with his family. On top of that, Tista was having issues recovering from her own inner demons as well. She had always been a gentle soul, and during the fight at the Hogum mansion to rescue Raz, she had done things that had scarred her. Lith's madness had infected her, but that was no excuse for the slaughter that she had caused with her spells and cursed flames. While she was scared for her father's life, Tista hadn't cared one bit for the lives of the guards or of Hogum's house staff. Even worse was the memory of gloating as she had watched Lith murdering Hogum and his wife in cold blood. Chapter 1919, Back to Work, Part 1. Killing someone in self-defense or in order to save someone was one thing, murdering a helpless weakling was another. Back then, in the frenzy of the battle, everything had seemed to be black or white to Tista. There were only enemies or friends. Once Tista had calmed down, however, she had been assaulted by the shades of gray. How are you doing, sis? Lith asked, feeling guilty for having ignored her and Raz until that moment. Like crap, she sighed. If not for Grandma, I would have already become addicted to sleeping potions. Gods, Lith, how can you live with all the lives you have taken? Like this, he embraced Tista, kissing her on the forehead. I've killed ever since I was a child, but I regret none of it. It was because I hunted animals that I could feed you and give you warm clothes. It was because I hunted criminals that I had enough money to fix the house. I never think about those who I killed, only about what I obtained by doing it, like saving Dad. Were I to have doubts or arrived even 1 second later just to spare someone, he would be dead and I'd have regretted it forever. Tista looked at their father playing cards with Tryon, and for a moment she imagined them both as demons. Raz lingering after his death to still be with his family, neither alive nor dead. A shiver ran down her spine, making a dreadful cold flood her body despite the heat of the desert. She held Lith tighter, using his warmth and the echo of his words to shrug off the chilly touch of death. Maybe you are right, but I still feel like crap, Tista said. The first time is always the worst. Lith caressed her head. Why don't you come to the beach with Solus tomorrow? One more guest is no issue, and at least we would be sure that she won't sneak in our bed again. Solus had managed to sleep over a few times, giving the couple the privacy they needed. The problem arose only when Lith and Solus used the tower warp to show Camilla the places they had been in the past. It was a way for Solus and Camilla to get acquainted with each other and share with her what even a mind link couldn't replace. The beauty of the sunset on the glaciers in the north, the sunrise reflecting on the lakes in the Distar region, and the wildlands that, unless there was a monster horde, seemed out of a painting. During those trips past the desert's borders, they would sleep inside the tower and often have an unwanted guest. No way, how could I stay naked in front of you? Tista replied. There's something called a swimsuit now, Lith shrugged. Besides, I don't remember you being so shy when I taught you how to swim in the river. All you needed was a short-sleeved shirt and pants to take a dive during summer. I was a kid back then, and I had no idea what I was doing. She blushed violently at the memory. Suit yourself. I'll invite Grandma and the kids then. Meanwhile, Camilla was talking with Salark in her office. Let me get this straight. After barely 2 weeks, you and Lith are so bored of your vacation that you are thinking of working part-time, the Overlord asked. Yes, Camilla nodded. This way Lith can go back to his training and I can find a job. I don't want to be a housewife. I want to earn my money and find my place in society. By the Great Mother, you two are really a match made in heaven. Too bad you are not one of mine. Salark used the blood imprint, feeling for the umpteenth time that Camilla didn't have a single drop of Phoenix blood. I have your resume here and I know what you can do. What job are you interested in? My dream has always been to become a constable. Is there a similar role in the desert? Camilla asked. Yes, but I'd rather you work as a clerk first, Salark nodded. A clerk, Camilla furrowed her brows. I could understand if I started as an assistant, but the clerk is a menial position and it's really boring. Indeed, yet you know nothing of the desert's laws, correct? Salark asked. Correct. You see, here we have no trials, no judges or juries. The constable does everything by themselves. Salark handed Camilla a small book about legal procedures. Really, can they get things done? Sure, in the desert, witnesses always come forward because they know that the criminal will be punished and I will protect them. Here the magical beasts listen, talk, and can even help you find clues. Salark showed her the most relevant pages. Worst-case scenario, you group up the suspects, I read their minds, and we are done. Yet remember, no matter how little evidence you get or how sincere they seem when they claim to be innocent. If I say they are guilty, you kill them. End of the story. Me, Camilla pointed at herself. Yes, you. Of course we don't kill small criminals or those who only steal because hungry. But there is no place in my desert for people who'd rather commit a crime than work to get what they want. There is no forgiveness for those who find it acceptable to make money from the suffering of others. Corruption is a disease that I don't tolerate. The only answer is death, Salark replied. Being a clerk is fine. Camilla swallowed a lump of saliva. Good, first get acquainted with the procedure and paperwork. Then I'll send you to the field as an assistant. If you have the guts to do what must be done, we'll talk about making you a constable. Salark noticed her distress. Camilla was used to investigating the scene, interrogating the suspects, and then handing them over to the justice system. She had killed in the line of duty, but never in cold blood. Let's go to the others. The kids always ask about their favorite auntie. The Overlord wrapped her arm around Camilla's slender shoulders and brought her over to the Verhins. I can't believe that I'm so lucky, Camilla thought. Maybe my career is not over after all. Salark may be merciless, but she's been nothing but supportive to me. Ever since I married Lith, she treats me no differently from a member of her family. Space. During the following days, Camilla and Lith would leave the cottage either for the morning or the afternoon, based on how tired they were. Lith used the knowledge from the footage against Orpal to work both with the team of Archmages and Aerth on his golems. The Proto-Cubes had proved to be capable of holding a blade tier spell and even retaining enough will for a combined attack. It was way beyond what Lith needed for his own research. Lith, my boy, if you get any more tanned, you'll look like a native from the desert, Vaster said in amazement. Yet it wasn't due to Lith's bronze skin color. Ever since his return from the honeymoon, he looked like a completely different man. He was calm, devoid of that sense of rush that had always accompanied him. Chapter 1920, Back to Work, Part 2. Lith's mind was relaxed and fully focused, working better, faster, and more powerful than ever. Compared with the broken person Lith had been until barely 2 weeks ago, the difference was like heaven and earth. Thanks, but believe me, it looks better on Kami, Lith said with a warm smile that creeped everyone out. Lith Verhin smiled only to deceive you, or before dealing the killing blow. Orion, Vaster, and Balker found this new Lith unsettling at best. During the day, my abomination side drains all the light and heat, so I now eat almost as little as a regular human. Also, if during the day Kami wants some cool, she can snuggle with me. At night, instead, I'm warm like anyone else, so the chilly ocean air makes it pleasant to cuddle. The desert is really the best place for my honeymoon. Spouting random facts just to brag about his happiness was unprecedented as well. It made the 3 Archmages envious and willing to drop everything to go back to their respective wives. Maybe even to try this beach and see if it really was a piece of heaven. Yep, they make a wonderful couple, Solace's voice was sincere, but she couldn't avoid sighing. She had gone on a few dates with Aerith, but the more she learned and remembered about her past, the more she wanted something different for her future. I've become someone completely different from Elfin Menadian. She was talented, free-spirited, and self-confident, but also a spoiled brat. I never bothered worrying about my mother. I only thought about my own pain, making Menadian lose both her husband and daughter on the same day. Yet Mom never gave up on me. Even when I cut her off from my life, she kept protecting me from the shadows. Even when I blamed her for Dad's death, she never got angry with me. Maybe, if I was a better person, if I managed to see past my wounds, I would have more good memories with Mom. All that I've left instead are the echoes of the parties I attended, the clothes I bought, and the time I spent practicing. I don't want to live such an empty life again. This isn't just Lith's second chance, it's mine as well. By the way, are you sure that you don't want our help in the Forgemastering process? Orion asked. We may not be awakened, but you have seen how the proto-cubes work and what we are capable of. He had noticed Solace daydreaming often, but he didn't know her enough to care about whatever was running through her mind. Thanks, but I need help only for the theoretical aspect of the golem crafting. Lith nodded. I have a few tricks that should make up for what I lack, but if they fail, I'll keep your offer in mind. Solace Fury could split up to 9 times, and every Forgemaster wielding one would have their energy signature converted into Solace, which was identical to Lith's. Yet to craft a true masterpiece, the power of the tower was needed. Lith didn't feel like entrusting any of them with such a vital secret. Balker was a maybe due to his sworn allegiance to Salark and Orion because of Gianni. Vaster, however, was still a mystery to Lith. As long as he had no idea of what the purpose of the organization was, and why the professor was amassing an enormous power, revealing the existence of Menadian's tower was too big a risk to take. With Manohar gone, Solace is the best light master I know. Freya is an outstanding dimensional mage, and Falul has more experience in Forgemastering than everyone in this room put together. Lith thought. If I add Tista, Quilla, and Floria, I already have 7 people who have my complete trust. Before involving anyone else, I need to make sure that the tower can handle the power I already have at my disposal. In its broken state, the 7 of us might already be too much. The tower needs to stay a secret as long as possible. When Aerith and the Archmages weren't available due to their own business, Lith practiced the Call of the Void. Ever since the shadow of Derek McCoy had further merged with his life force, Lith's bloodline abilities took a significantly lesser toll on him. The Void didn't try to break free the first occasion it got, leaving Lith free to use his focus and power against his enemies instead of keeping his abomination side in check. Also, he practiced with Tista both the Cursed Flames and the Primordial Flames. She had now 4 eyes, making 4 kinds of Cursed Flames available. Lith taught her about domination, and Tista taught him how to unlock the new flames. He had received permission from Falul to share his knowledge about domination, after Tista had proven to have a growing elemental affinity like a Hydra. Last but not least, Lith practiced Blade Tear spells. Thanks to her eidetic memory, Solace could replay the memories of when they had cast one against Jakra, and then those of Lith casting another with War alone. This way, they could study both the runes they had employed and how they had achieved the core fusion. As for Gianni's footage, it gave them a practical demonstration of Blade Tear spells, but the eyes of Menadian couldn't read the runes from a hologram. The silver lining was that War could give them a feel of that new branch of magic thanks to its Gleipnir skill. It allowed the Angry Blade to override the power cores of the Voidwalker armor, and the double-edged sword and Lith's mana core, to produce a simple yet effective Blade Tear spell despite Lith's lack of understanding. Solace allowed War to harmonize her mana core and the tower's core as well, producing an even more powerful spell. At the same time, she and Lith used the eyes to study the phenomenon and focused solely on the feeling of becoming one with their equipment. Gleipnir's spells were nothing compared to Manohar's rogue son, and the mad professor had been just a genius fake mage. Learning such a complex discipline would have been a mammoth task and required months just to scratch the surface. Yet they had access to the eyes, to the sage staff that amplified their focus and their comprehension, and War that was eager to help. Not only did the Angry Blade cast spells until its pseudo-cores were exhausted, but it also explained the process to the best of its abilities, which mostly consisted of single words and sound effects, but thanks to the blood bond with Lith, even those childish noises carried significance to him. He could experience the blade's feelings as it weaved the spell, and also how it weaved the magical runes. "Fuck me sideways, War is bad at this. It's as if he's driving a car with the handbrake on," Lith said. Solus asked, catching her breath. The practice of blade tear spells never lasted long because every attempt drained a huge amount of their collective mana. After less than an hour, invigoration would completely lose its effectiveness. "I can't keep calling War it sounds wrong," Lith replied. Chapter 1921. "Agreed," Solus nodded, caressing the edge of the blade that emitted a silvery sound of happiness. She was the only one besides Lith who could touch War. "I wonder how powerful I would become if I mastered blade tear magic and used it with the Fury." Lith looked at the Guardian-crafted artifact and sighed in envy. "I bet that you would be stronger than War and me." "Thanks," Solus replied with a dazzling smile. Lith and Solus always asked Salark for a secluded spot to train with blade magic. Even a failed spell would cut the dunes asunder for hundreds of meters, spreading shockwaves that flattened the land. They didn't want to kill the local fauna or destroy the little flora that guaranteed the survival of countless species. Luckily for them, the Blood Desert was full of desolate areas where they could go all out without any worry. It took them a while to notice that while casting blade tear magic, the state of the mind was the most important thing. The strength of the muscles while wielding the weapon was pointless, and so was controlling the output of the mana core. Only when the mage managed to feel the mana flow in his equipment as well as his own, and make the output of every artifact in his possession match that of his core, did a blade tear spell take form. To perform such powerful magic, raw power was pointless. The secret lay in complete mastery over one's own mana flow, to the point of perceiving even the mana that the imprint carried from the owner to the equipment. Yet that was just half of the problem. Otherwise, most of those who had achieved the violet core on their own would have been able to cast blade tear spells. The other half consisted of the equipment's enchantments having a suitable matrix. The mana circulating system, the mana pathways, and even the cores needed to match the way the mage circulated their mana. The artifact had to be crafted to be a literal extension of its owner. Mass-produced weapons were pointless, making the skill of the Forgemaster the second key element needed. Rulers of the Flames were highly sought after because of their skill to craft such artifacts. In Lith's case, things were easier. He was a beginner, but Solus and War were more than mere powerful enchanted tools. Simply by spending a few seconds remembering the moments or the battles they had shared, made harmonizing with them second nature to him. On top of that, both Solus' core and War's enchantments had reshaped themselves after the bonding. In their case, the imprint hadn't just marked them as his property, but had also changed their very nature. "I don't know if the treaties with the kingdom will go well or not, but we are going back anyway. Meln needs to be stopped, and if I can't get my home back, I'd rather destroy it. Yet I can't do it alone. To survive a fight against the entire undead courts, I need your help. Will you follow me?" Lith asked via their mind link. He considered Solus as his irreplaceable partner, not as just his tower. Lith didn't want to put her happiness at risk because of his own personal grudge. She had 50% of the shares in their partnership, and her opinion mattered as much as his own, especially since he had no guarantee they would come back alive. As for the angry blade, Lith thought of it as one of his demons, someone whose life was entrusted to him, not a disposable tool. Orion had given it a semblance of life that made War capable of feeling joy as much as pain. That was something that Lith respected. Always, Solus and War answered in unison. After receiving their answer, Lith spread his mana from the violet core to the auxiliary cores. Then, it kept flowing through the Voidwalker armor that Solus had coated with her stone form. The metal didn't offer any resistance to the mana that coursed through it in the same mana channels that the armor's power core used to circulate its energy. Lith's mana resonated with that in the armor, turning the power core into another mana core. Then it flowed into War, and not only did the blade accept it, but War also amplified and spread the mana throughout the massive body of Double Edge. Lith had cast a simple Tier 3 darkness spell, yet what came out of the blade split the land, blotting the moon and the stars out of the sky. A few days after he had started practicing blade tier spells, Lith discovered that he had gained a new nickname, the Black Star of the Desert. After a bit of research, it turned out that Salark had sent him to deserted areas that passed relatively close to the merchant's routes. His training cleared their way by flattening the dunes and gave them a terrifying show to witness. The merchants spread the rumors of Lith's new prowess even past the desert's border. I'm not going to interfere with his treaties with the kingdom, but I bet that when the royals hear about the feats of my little feathering, they will think twice before cornering him with a bad deal. Salark thought while a warm smile broke on her face. I really like him and I love Camilla's passion for her job. She would make a great constable here and I'd love to keep them close to me. Alas, it's not about what I want, but about what they want. I can't stop them from leaving the nest. Only after they spread their wings and see the rest of Magur will they understand if this is their home or just a nice place for the vacations. Lith was true to his word, and since the honeymoon was coming to an end, he invited Aaron, Lyria, and Salark to join them on the beach. The kids brought the magical beasts with them and had lots of fun. After their parents heard from their respective children their enthusiastic impression of the ocean and Lith's cooking, Alina asked Lith if she and Roz could come as well. Lith had examined her body countless times as a healer, and being seen in a one-piece swimsuit by her son and her husband didn't bother her. Also, Roz could use a change of scenery and spend more time with his sons. His mood was slowly and steadily recovering, but he still hated crowded places and couldn't bear being touched, even by mistake. Tryon was brimming with joy when Lith summoned him, and then with embarrassment when he saw Camilla and Solus in their one-piece swimsuit. It only left their limbs exposed, but they were still a sight for lonely eyes. Then, after hearing from Alina only good things about the cottage, Renaa and Senton came as well, followed by Tista, who at that point felt stupid being the only one left behind. Good gods, what have we done? Camilla said with a sigh as their once secluded spot was now filled with the noise of a joyous family. We can always keep the gate closed tomorrow, Lith shrugged. This was your idea. Chapter 1922. I know, but I didn't expect everyone would follow. Camilla slumped her shoulders. Having the kids and other women here is one thing, having men is another. I know that it's stupid, but I hate the idea of being the less attractive woman. That's not true. You are the most beautiful woman on Magur. Lith gave her a soft kiss as his wings unfolded, wrapping around her in an embrace. It was something that happened every time he held her. At first, it had creeped her out a bit because the membranous wings were weird to the touch. Then, Camilla had realized that it was something he did only for her. Lith's wings didn't react to Salark, Alina, and not even Solus. Camilla considered it their own thing, and it made her feel special. Also, I'm not the only one. Lith chuckled, using an air magic spell to carry the words of a distant conversation so that she could also hear it. Man, I never thought that an undead could have a massive headache, Tryon's voice said. Thank the gods I'm flat down there or things would get awkward. Between Solus, Camilla, and Salark, I don't know where to look, Tryon said. You and me both, brother, Senton replied. Sometimes I freeze up, staring at them and Tista like a moron. My only hope is that they haven't noticed. Dude, that's gross. She's my sister. Tryon made a retching sound. She may be your sister, but she's still a hot woman, Senton replied. I consider Alina like a mother, whereas I've never. At that point, Lith cut the spell off. One more word and I can't pretend that I'm not listening to them anymore. I'd need to explain Renaa why I'm killing her husband, Lith said with a sigh. The troubles of awakened hearing? Camilla giggled. More like a Tiamat's. If Tista hears him, Renaa will kill Senton for me. Fingers crossed. A few days later, Lith received a call on his council amulet. He was expecting one of the usual calls from Fila or Falul to update him about the War of the Griffins, but the rune belonged to Zenegrash instead. What do you want? He asked. Before you left Dad's home, you said that we needed to talk about what happened between Baitra and Elfin. The shadow dragon replied, hurt by the coldness of his voice. I was hoping that after your marriage and all this time, you would have softened a bit. You see, Zenegrash. Please, I told you to call me Zorith, she cut him short. You see, Zenegrash, I have softened up, but Solus still has nightmares. She still cries every night when the images of your wife's horn piercing through her chest and slaughtering her friends flash in front of her eyes. Lith ignored her plea. I have nothing against you, but a lot against Baitra. Forgiving her is not up to me, and you can rest assured that I don't want to see either of you until Solus feels ready. Can you ask her for a meeting then? Zenegrash replied. Baitra has many things that she wants to tell Solus and I to you. With all that happened with the kingdom, family should stick together. Family doesn't murder family. Meln and Baitra are perfect examples of bad apples that must be brought away from the tree to not make it rot, Lith said. Don't you dare to compare my wife with that disgusting man. From her outraged voice, Lith understood to have crossed a line he shouldn't have. You are not talking about the old Baitra. She was the real monster and did things that Xenagrosh stopped for a moment. That every one of us Eldritches did over the centuries. Look, everyone here is a monster, but not Baitra. She's pure, naive, and kind. It's the reason I love her. Isn't even a monster like me allowed to want to protect the person she loves? You are, Lith nodded. He had felt like a monster for a long time, and knew the feeling well. I'll talk to Solus and let you know the answer, Zorath. Lith out. Right after the call, Lith told everything to Camilla. They had decided that during the weekend they would stay alone after they were done with work. Having company was nice, but only until it wasn't. You should tell Solus immediately, Camilla said. She's coming here tomorrow for our shared day. What's the rush? He asked. She's as traumatized as Roz and as paranoid as you, she said while caressing his face. She'll freak out at first, and then she'll mull over the issue until she makes a decision. Solus needs a lot of time and courage to prepare herself to face her monster. She also needs your support. Whatever she chooses to do, Solus needs to know that she's not alone. Were you always so wise, or are you developing maternal instincts for our daughter? They called Solus like that between them ever since she had forced herself between them at night, like a child after a nightmare. No to both, Camilla rolled her eyes at the memory. I'm just quoting Gianni and her extensive lessons about human behavior. I think that Solus needs to face Baitra, or she will be stuck like this until she does. Yet it's not up to us to decide. Just as predicted, Solus blew a fuse hearing that Baitra wanted to meet her. No way, I'm not following that monster anywhere this time. She lied to me back at Vaster's home just like she lied to my mom. Solus yelled at the top of her lungs, stomping the sand in outrage and creating a crater. After a while, she started pacing around the cottage, always asking the same question. What do you think I should do? For the umpteenth time, Lith said with a sigh. Let's go hear what they have to say. If you don't feel well or simply you can't stand her face, we can always leave. I'll be there with you, and I swear that at the first sign of trickery we'll show them the results of our training. The thought of the blade tear spell they were developing helped Solus to calm down. I think that Kami is right. I need to face Baitra. Ever since Vaster's marriage ceremony, my trauma has only gotten worse, and I'm tired of being afraid of my own home. I need to kick that damn ghost out, Solus said. I agree. The tower is the special place you shared with Rifa first and with Lith now. You can't let Baitra take it from you. Camilla still felt a bit awkward when Solus used her moniker. Also, she would have really loved to make sure once, and for all that Solus wouldn't barge into their room in the middle of the night anymore. Thanks, Kami. Solus nodded to her and turned towards Lith. Let's set up the meeting for tomorrow and make it over a mana geyser. This way my human body will last as long as it needs, and if anything goes wrong, we can fight at our full power. Excellent idea, Lith nodded. Tomorrow, Camilla echoed. I thought you would need a bit of time to muster your courage. Chapter 1923, Peace Offers Part 1. You'll miss part of our day together, and you won't be able to enjoy a single moment of it. First because of the stress of the impending meeting Baitra, and then for its aftermath, Camilla said. I know, but if I wait any longer, I'll run away in fear, Solus sighed. Can I stay here today instead? I want to be at the top of my game when I face Baitra. While Lith called Xenagrosh back and set up the meeting, Solus looked up to Camilla with the big eyes of a scared puppy. She was so small, cute, and trembling that Camilla's mouth moved faster than her brain. Of course you can. She hugged Solus, who returned the embrace, sniffling. Above a mana geyser, Solus can recover her strength in a matter of minutes, and she knows it. Camilla thought while caressing her head until Solus stopped quivering. What she really needs is the self-confidence she gains by feeling a part of the family and the calm that the mind link with Lith gives her. Gods, this really feels like I've somehow gotten a daughter my own age, Camilla sighed. Despite Solus's brave front, she spent a sleepless night. Even with the bond with Lith soothing her mind, the image of Baitra slaughtering Menadian's apprentices flashed in front of her the moment Solus closed her eyes. The following morning, Solus was pale as a ghost and ate a single serving of pancakes before her churning stomach forced her to stop. We'll be back soon, she said while squeezing Lith's hand to feel reassured. I don't want to spend 1 second longer than necessary with Baitra. Are you going to Tower Warp? Camilla asked. I think you should keep it as a hidden card. No, I've picked for the meeting one of the places where Grandma sent us to train blade spells. We can warp there normally and set up the tower underground without anyone noticing. Camilla wished them both good luck and watched them disappear through a dimensional corridor. "Gods, I hate my weakness. Why is waiting the only thing I can do?" she said to no one once she was alone. They hadn't told anyone but Salark of the meeting to not make them worry. Not knowing what to do, Camilla resumed her work as a clerk. Reading the reports of hideous crimes and murder scenes made her worry even more. Yet the thought of helping the families of the victims to find some peace, of giving justice to people like Solus who had suffered a cruel fate, gave her strength. Space. Above a Mana geyser hundreds of kilometers away from both the beach and Salark's palace. Lith and Solus arrived early at the meeting spot. The clothes they wore were actually their best armor, and the tower was safe underground, absorbing the power from the Mana geyser and channeling it through their bodies. This way, there would be less world energy for the abominations to feed upon, and Solus could use all of the powers of the tower if push came to the shove. Even with Lith holding her hand and the Fury in the other, Solus was sweating bullets. Her throat felt parched, and the acrid taste of bile that rose up from her guts from time to time only made matters worse. Bitra and Xenogrosh walked out of Chaos Steps a few minutes later, but to Solus, they felt like hours. The sun of the desert was nothing to a deep blue awakened like her, but Solus felt fainting from the heat waves that burned her skin. The two abomination hybrids came unarmed, wearing regular desert clothes, yet Solus felt the need to hide behind Lith as they closed in. "Beware, this might as well be a trap. Xenogrosh has a pocket dimension as well. She can take the equipment out at any moment," Solus warned him. "If that was the case, they wouldn't meet us on Grandma's turf. On top of that, they would have attacked us on the spot and obliterated us before we could react," Lith replied. "Their strength doesn't scare me, it reassures me. If they had ill intentions, they wouldn't hide them." Solus realized how irrational her fears were and stepped forward, her back as stiff as a stick. "Hi, Lith. A darker skin looks good on you, and I can feel how much your power has grown since our last meeting. Thank you for accepting to see us, Solus. I promise you won't regret it," Zorith said while shaking their hands in turn. Solus was cold and sweaty. "Thanks, Zorith." Lith kept his eyes on Bitra, who kept her distance for a while before stepping forward. "Hi, Elfin. Do you mind if—" She had just taken one step when Solus rushed back behind Lith. She could almost feel the Reiju's horn pierce through her heart, smell the blood that flooded her nostrils, and taste it as it gurgled in her mouth while life slipped away from her body. "Stay away from me," the voice came from Lith's mouth, and his eyes turned golden. Solus was cowering on the ground, burying her face in her own knees, yet her swirling emotions still found a way out. "Good gods, Elfin, what happened to you?" Bitra moved her eyes from one to the other, trying to figure out their relationship. Back at Vaster's home, she had thought they were romantically involved, but after hearing about Lith's wedding, Bitra had assumed they simply had a business partnership. Yet hearing Lith speak with Elfin's voice, and seeing his body emit both a violet and a deep blue aura made Bitra open her eyes wide in surprise. "That's rich. Are you really asking what happened to me? You killed me," Lith Solus roared, taking a combat stance and becoming covered in black scales. "Did you think that some merciful god descended from the sky and saved me like in a bard's tale? Breaking news, Bitra, it didn't. My mother sacrificed a lot of her life force to bind me to this ring." Lith raised his right hand, showing the round piece of stone at his finger that now brimmed with blue energy. "That's why you managed to kill her as well. Menadian was already half dead when she faced you. You took her away from me, leaving me trapped in here for centuries." Lith slowly shapeshifted into Tiamat, his size growing by the second. "Because of you, I'm banished from death. You have doomed me to an eternal life of servitude, forced to follow the whims of whoever found the ring. For 700 years, I couldn't die because of you. Yet I could still experience hunger, fear, loneliness, and madness. I lost my memory, I lost my powers, and everyone I knew died while I was trapped in a cursed object." "I'm so sorry." Bitra fell onto her knees, sobbing. Now everything made sense. Menadian's weakness, Elfin's memory loss, the regression of her core, and even how she had managed to survive for that long. "You're sorry?" The roar created a sandstorm as the power of the tower made the dunes crumble and form. "Will any of your words make up for what you did? Will saying that you are sorry bring Mom back?" Chapter 1923.1, Peace Offers, Part 2. "Will it give me back the 700 years I lost? Will it?" Black flames erupted from Lith's mouth while silvery ones erupted from his wings. His 7 eyes burst with power and pain as Solus vented her pent-up rage. Lith was amazed by how strong the hold she had on him was. He even wondered if she was capable of overtaking his body if she wanted, if the only difference between Solus and Night lay in their character. Yet he didn't oppose any resistance. Lith let her use him as his proxy to face the monster that had stolen her life. "No, it won't." Baitra's voice was steady, but tears streamed from her eyes. "Nothing I say can change the past. I've wronged you with my actions, and words are cheap. That's why I wanted to meet you again. My life is yours. My legacy is yours. Do what you must. I want nothing from you. Killing you would solve nothing. It would only make me feel worse." Solus stood up on the Tiamat's palm, her hair whipping around due to the mana storm that her fury had unleashed, making her look like an angry goddess. "What about my legacy?" The fourth ruler of the flames lay several thick books and Baitra's absolution in front of her. "Wait, were you serious back at the wedding? Wasn't it just a ruse to lure me away from Lith?" Solus knew that for a Forgemaster their legacy was even more important than their life. It represented who they were, and was the embodiment of their dreams for the future. "Yes, it was a ruse, but only because I never expected to walk out of that room alive." Baitra nodded. "I thought I wouldn't have the opportunity to teach you. I had left instructions to give you everything in the aftermath, but much to my surprise, you spared my life. So here I am, renewing my offer. I can't give you anything of what you have lost, but I can teach you everything you have forgotten and so much more." Seeing that the Reiju still offered her neck, and that Zorath wasn't shielding her this time made Solus rage fade. Her breath was ragged from the yelling and the intense emotions, her hair still dancing in the storm she had conjured, yet her hold on Lith was gone. He slowly reverted to his human size, gently putting her down on the sand where she started to puke her guts out. It took Solus several minutes to stop crying and regain her cool. Then, she destroyed the breakfast she had just regurgitated with a pulse of darkness magic and washed her face with conjured water. Lith offered her his hand, but she refused it. "This is something I must do alone, but thanks," she said while moving toward Baitra despite her weak knees. Solus looked down on the Reiju who kept her eyes close in submission. She took one of the books, opening it on a random page, and discovering that it really contained the secrets of a ground-breaking Forgemastery technique. There was no code, and every step was described in detail, so that even a complete amateur would be capable of performing the spell with practice. Solus devoured the page and the next, becoming so engrossed that she almost turned the page. "Almost. At least you are sincere." Her voice oozed spite as she dropped the book on the ground like trash. "As I said, I want nothing from you." Baitra was torn between the happiness of being still alive and the sadness from her precious research being treated like that. She had done all she could to make up for the mistakes of her previous incarnation. Words were cheap, but even her actions had fallen on deaf ears. Even if Solus claimed to have forgiven her, Baitra could see how deep-seated her hatred was and knew that Elfin had every right to treat her like that. The Reiju needed closure with her past as much as Elfin, yet now she had only one card left to play. Solus looked at the absolution with curiosity, noticing the resemblance with the Fury. "What's this?" she asked. "I've held your Fury for years," Baitra replied. "It was a powerful tool, but still a relic of the past. During that time, my father, my siblings, and I studied it thoroughly and searched for a way to recreate the Fury with modern techniques. Baitra's absolution is the fruit of our efforts." "Baitra's absolution? Seriously? What a pretentious name." Solus' voice was filled with spite, yet she picked up the hammer. She studied it with her breathing technique, Sky Blessing, and the Eyes of Menadian, making an amazing discovery. "By my mom, Lith, this thing is as good as our Fury, if not even better." "Not to be rude, but the Fury is a Forgemastering fossil," Baitra said. "That's why I'm offering the absolution to you if you decide to kill me." "No, it's not. Not anymore. See it for yourself." Solus couldn't bear her mother's legacy being badmouthed, so she handed Baitra both Solus' Fury and the absolution. Lith's eyes went wide, but he held still. Damn it, I know that she needs to face her fears, but was a measurement contest really necessary, he thought. By the gods, Zorath, Elfin is right. Baitra couldn't see past Salark's cloaking, but her spells could still gauge the power of the artifact. Rifa was an amazing genius. She left a way for her heir to upgrade the Fury and even replace its runes with modern magic. Mom was good, but not that good. She had left the plans for my hammer to Salark, and once you gave me back the Fury, she did the rest. Solus shook her head. I see. The Reiju nodded, yet her admiration for the first ruler of the flames didn't lessen. Even if it's just the design, your Fury is a piece of art. Rifa managed to devise something that was generations ahead of her time. Now that she had established the pecking order, Solus recalled the fury back. She hated the thought of the Reiju touching it, or even speaking her mother's name. Yet the more she stood her ground, the more the image of the present Baitra replaced that of the invincible monster from her nightmares. She wasn't the shadow of a god of death anymore, just another emperor beast. "If there isn't anything else, we are done," Solus said. Lith could see her knees quaking, and her hands bleeding from the strength with which she clenched them. Yet he didn't embrace her nor sent a single word of encouragement via the mind link. The only way for Solus to overcome her trauma was to face it alone. She knew that Lith was there with her and he had her back. Any other form of help would have made her fall back into her old scared self, using him as a crutch. "We are not done talking yet." Baitra dusted the sand off her clothes as she stood up. "We are going to Verendi to rescue a member of our brethren, and I wanted to invite the two of you." "Why should we care about another abomination?" Solus raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Chapter 1923.2, Treaty Terms, Part 1. "Because I want you and Lith to witness in person how the organization works." Zorath stepped forward, tired of seeing her wife treated like a doormat. "This way you can study our methods and learn directly from us instead of hearsay. There's no telling how the negotiations with the kingdom will end. The royals may cut ties with you, but the organization never leaves its own behind. No matter who wins the War of the Griffins, we would help you to keep your family safe and to reclaim your properties." Lith pondered those words for a while. He knew about Vaster's role as the master and of the Eldritches following him, but his goals and methods were still a mystery to him. "I could keep living in the desert, but the kingdom is where my home and my friends are. If I accept this offer, I could understand if Vaster is trustworthy and maybe even learn something about my abomination side. Baitra and Zorath are powerful Eldritches and our powers are similar. I could learn a lot about our common bloodline abilities from them, yet this is not a choice I can make alone," he thought. "Also, we have gotten wind of the position of the mouth of Menadian," Baitra said, making Solus freeze in surprise. "We were planning to retrieve it for ourselves. It will be a great tool as it is, but after a bit of study, I'm confident we can make a better and modern version of it. Yet the mouth is still a part of your mother's legacy, and I didn't want to steal more from you. That's why I called you here. I already met the person who holds the eyes, and he's a good man." Solus lied through her teeth to hide Kala's identity. "I didn't take it from him just like I don't plan to steal from one of Mom's apprentices. I'm not like you." "Even if I told you that Vestha, the original holder of the mouth, is dead?" Baitra asked. "That he was betrayed by one of his fellow disciples, just like Menadian, and that now the artifact is being exploited by the culprit to enjoy fame and honors." The news was a punch to the gut to Solus, who was now reconsidering the abomination's offer. "Lith, can't we go recover the mouth on our own?" she asked via the mind link. "With no information about its position, no idea of the language they speak in Verendi, and just the two of us? Unlikely. This guy has centuries of experience knowledge, and his house is bound to be a fortress," he replied. "We didn't conquer Kalgar on our own. We had an army of Awakened at our back. The only reason we won is that nobody disturbed your fight with the king, and the Forbidden Sun empowered hundreds of my demons while the Awakened kept the army busy." "Yeah," Solus nodded. "There's no telling how long would it take us even to assess his defenses. I'm already wasting your honeymoon time, and I don't want to put your life at risk just because of my pride." "What do you say?" Zorath asked. "Solus," Lith looked at her since hers was the heaviest burden. "I'm in, but I have a few conditions," she said. "Name them," Baitra nodded. "First, I want to make sure that this guy is as bad as you say. Second, I want your word that if the rumors turn out to be fake, you'll leave them alone. Third, I want this to be quick. Your presence sickens me, and I don't want to spend 1 second longer than necessary with you," Solus said. "Well, I have conditions too," Zorath snarled. "First, wash your mouth before speaking to my wife like that. If it wasn't for her, you wouldn't know anything, nor would you have gotten your precious fury. Second, we are not your servants, so get off your high horse or stay home for all I care. I understand your resentment, but I won't tolerate any more harassment. I want us to be allies, and if being coldly polite is too much for you, then the deal is off." Solus was taken aback by Zorath's fury. In her outrage, she had forgotten that the same person that was a cold-hearted monster to her was the Shadow Dragon's loved one. "I have conditions as well," Lith chimed in to ease the tension. "I can't give you my answer before I ask my wife's opinion. I'm still on my honeymoon and I can't just leave her like that. It would be a dick move." Does she know about Solus and your real nature? Zorath asked. Yes, she does, and Kami proposed to me anyway. That's why I'm not taking a single step without talking with her first. Good gods, 3 times congratulations, then. Zorath hugged him in joy, wishing that one day Vaster could say the same. Once for your marriage, another for finding such a wonderful person, and the last because we are now twice related. By blood and in-law, if you ever make her cry, I'll kick your ass to the moon and back. Thanks, I guess, Lith replied, suddenly realizing how fucked up his family tree had become. Take your time and thoroughly discuss the matter with her. We can wait. Zorath waved her hand and chaos warped away. I'm sorry, Solus stared at the ground in embarrassment. Sorry for what? For freaking out like that, taking over your body, revealing the fury to the organization, and now ruining your honeymoon. She shook her head, trying to clear her vision. It's okay, I didn't expect you to be so brave. Standing that close to Bytra must have been, are you all right? Lith could hear Solus taking quick and shallow breaths. At first, he had thought that she was using her breathing technique to recover from her earlier display of raw power. But then Solus had faltered on her feet, as if the sand had turned slippery. Lith caught her while she fainted, discovering that despite the scorching sun of the desert, Solus was trembling and was covered in a cold sweat. Her eyes had rolled up and her lips mouthed gibberish nonstop. Fuck me sideways. Lith Tower warped back to the beach where Camilla was waiting for them. After putting Solus to bed, he told Camilla everything that had happened. A bit of shock therapy is okay, but that was too extreme, she said with a sigh. Solus demanded too much from herself. I know, but what could I have possibly done? Lith shrugged. I couldn't stop her, not while she was fighting so hard. Do you want to accept Zorath's offer? Camilla asked. Honestly, I'm torn. On one hand, I want to help Solus and learn more about Vaster's organization. On the other hand, I don't want to leave you. He took her hand, caressing it gently. I knew what kind of mess I was putting myself into when I proposed to him, but trouble came knocking on our door sooner than I expected. Camilla inhaled sharply to calm herself. There are just a few days of honeymoon left, but that makes them even more precious. If the royals make Lith a good offer, he will go back to the kingdom and risk his life on the battlefield. Chapter 1924, Treaty Terms Part 2. Camilla pondered for a while before answering. You should go, she said. To truly start her new life, Solus must come to terms with the old one. More importantly, she needs you. Not only because she can't move around alone, but also because she needs your emotional support. Just like you needed her as a kid as your moral compass, she now needs you to be her strength. We owe Solus a great deal of gratitude because without her, you would have been an insufferable asshole, and we would have never met. Thanks, Kami, Lith replied. But I want you to be honest with me. Are you doing this out of gratitude or just to get me out of your hair for a while and Solus out of our bed? Both, Camilla chuckled. Jokes aside, I have conditions. What do you mean? I want you back here for lunch, dinner, and for the night. I don't care where you are, find a mana geyser and warp here. This is still our honeymoon, and I want more than just seeing your hologram a few times a day, she said. Besides, Solus can use a bit of time away from Bytra to recover. I can do that, Lith nodded. Also, keep it short. Do what you need and come back to me the moment you are done. She wrapped her arms around his neck, missing him already. Deal, are you sure you don't want to come with us? I mean, with Zorath and Bytra we should be safe. I don't expect to play a big role either. I would love to, but I'm too weak, Camilla sighed. This is still a mission, and I want you to stay focused on protecting your life, not mine. On top of that, I want Zorath to feel comfortable enough to open up with you. I need to know what Vaster is up to and if his plans can affect Zinnia. She and you are all the family I have. I like Tezka, but after learning what Bytra did in the past, what every one of those Eldritches did, they scare me to death. Damn, keep being such a thinker and I'll call you Gianni II. Lith kissed her. I wish, she giggled. Now let's go to the kitchen and make something good together. I'm starving and I bet that once Solus wakes up, she'll eat both of us if we don't appease her hunger. Space. Verendi continent, a nameless cavern in the middle of nowhere. A humanoid figure lay on a small patch of withered grass. Just a few hours ago, the soil had been moist and soft, the grass green and tall, but now it had become barren. The man stirred in his sleep, and then jumped to his feet screaming. Stay away from me. His hands shone with the black light of chaos, making the darkness of the cavern deeper and killing the insects that had been buzzing around. Rise and shine, sleepyhead, another male figure stood up. He had been sitting outside, keeping watch on the landscape at a safe distance from his companion. Dalgus, is that you? The sleeping man came to the light, revealing the figure of a young man in his early 20s, about 1.82 meters 6, tall with alternating patches of black and pink skin. His hair was disheveled and covered in dirt. He had hair so black that it almost looked blue-green eyes, and he was completely naked. What's left of it but yes? Dalgus turned around, revealing a blackened, withered right hand that he was still healing with magic. What happened and where are we? You had another fit of blood madness, he replied with a sigh. You revealed your true form, blew up our cover, and I had to fight both you and the humans on our way here. As for the where, I have no clue, and with a bit of luck, neither do our pursuers. Did I do that to you? The naked man asked. Sort of, Dalgus shrugged. It's not exactly easy to hide a 30 meters, 100, tall hybrid, Theseus. I had to hold you to use body sculpting and shrunk you to a human size before dragging you inside this cave. Can't you heal yourself with life maelstrom or something? Theseus asked. Dalgus looked like a man in his early 30s, about 1.9, 63 meters tall, with red hair, green eyes, and a muscular figure. Yet his real nature was that of a griffin, and one of Tyrus' firstborns at that. Why do you think we are both still alive? He pointed at the withered patch of grass. I used everything I had to survive the contact and provide you with enough to eat for a while. I couldn't risk you sleepwalking for a snack. Only then did Theseus notice that they are the only two living beings left in the cavern, and that he didn't feel any hunger despite the days spent on the run with barely any food. Thank you, you shouldn't have gone this far for me. I don't deserve it. You should have healed yourself first. The eldritch touched Dalgus' shoulder, making the griffin flinch at the memory of the deadly abomination touch. That's bullshit and you know it, Dalgus shook his head. I came to Verendi to continue my mother's work and help life to thrive. You are a new form of life and deserve a chance just like anyone else. I'm a monster. I killed thousands of people, some because of hunger but most just to have some fun. Theseus shivered as the memories flooded his mind, guilt and self-loathing brewing another fit of blood madness. For the love of the gods, not again so soon. The griffin shook the abomination's shoulders, making him snap out of it before the pink of his skin was completely overtaken by the blackness. Listen to me. You are not Paquette the Eldritch. You are Theseus, a newborn clone just 2 years old. You are a hybrid, an innocent new form of life. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hesitated to leave you behind. The blackness subsided, and so did the blood madness. Can we resume moving? The borders with the desert and the kingdom are still afar, Theseus asked. Do you really want me to move while I'm still like this? Dalgus pointed at his gangrenous hand. First, I need to heal. Then I need to store enough life maelstrom to stop you in the case you go wild again. I'm sorry. The abomination lowered his gaze in shame. You tried to help me and got hurt. Maybe you should have left me to rot in the hands of the council. See, that's proof that I'm right. An old monster like Paquette would never apologize for feeding on a lesser being. He would never put someone else's life above his own. The griffin smiled as a bolt of silver lightning coursed through his hand and regenerated it. The innate power of life fought the effects of the abomination touch, restoring the flesh that would have otherwise needed amputation and regeneration. Now how do we find your new friends? They are not my friends, Theseus snarled. They contacted me right after I devoured my original, asking me to take part in their organization, yet I had assimilated all of Paquette's memories, including those related to my birth. I saw the experiments they performed on the monsters, how many lives they sacrificed in order to create others like me, just to feed them to the eldritches and increase their strength. They didn't care who would have won between me and my original, only that the survivor joined their ranks. Chapter 1925, Long Live the Queen, Part 1. I turned down their offer and only pretended to accept their communication amulet. I knew that they could use it to track me just like I knew that the so-called master wasn't any better than Paquette, Theseus said. Please don't tell me that. Dalgus lacked the strength to finish the sentence. I'm sorry, Theseus shrugged. I threw the amulet away and then forgot about it. I didn't have fits of blood madness back then. I was finally free from my hunger and happy to have a second chance at life. With my power and knowledge, I assumed that living a normal life among humans or beasts would have been easy. I didn't want a master nor siblings, just to be left alone. Yet once I fell prey to the blood madness, everyone started hunting me down. The humans want to capture and study me, while the awakened want to kill me for the crimes of my original. My only hope is to join the organization and escape Verendi. If only I still had that damn amulet, things would be much easier. Then how do you know where and when we can meet your allies? The Griffin asked. Well, abomination hybrids have a way to communicate between them even without amulets. Do you remember the Black Pillar? Theseus said. You mean that huge-ass flash of light that gave out our position and got 3 armies and the hand of fate on our tail? Kind of hard to forget. Dolgus shuddered at the memory. That's how. We just need to keep moving toward the border, find an area isolated enough, and then I can use the Black Pillar to signal my position, the Bastet said. You mean give our dimensional coordinates, right? The Griffin's smile twitched in nervousness. No, we are too far for that. From this distance, I could only convey to them that I was in danger and I needed help. That along with my general direction. They know that I'm in Verendi, but that's it. Theseus took some food out of his pocket dimension, and the two wolfed it down. That's it, Dolgus ate, and spoke in outrage at the same time, spitting part of his meal everywhere. You blotted the moon out of the sky, eclipsed the stars for kilometers, and almost got us killed just to say, help, I'm in Verendi. Correct, Theseus nodded with a smile. And we need to do that again and again, until your rescuers find us by chance. Not by chance. The closer we get to my siblings, the more information I can exchange. At some point, we will be able to establish a telepathic link and send them our dimensional coordinates. The Eldritch replied. Sounds more like a last-ditch effort sprinkled with wishful thinking to me, the Griffin grunted. Also, why are you smiling? Because you are funny and I had forgotten how it feels to have a true friend. The situation is indeed desperate, but at least I'm not alone anymore. Space. Griffin Kingdom, City of Author, main branch of the Night Court. Even after days from his fight with Gianni, Orpal Verhin was still gloating about his newfound bloodline ability. He used frozen soul even to cool down his drinks, experimenting with it at every occasion he got. He would often harshly punish his subjects just to show off his power. My crown already consists of 3 flames, and I'm sure that all of them represent one of my bloodline abilities. I must devote myself to master them all before I make my next move, he thought. The dead king had gone into secluded training for a while when he received an urgent summoning from his inner court. Outraged at the interruption, he swore that unless a catastrophe had happened, someone would have joined him in his training as a combat dummy. What's so important to call for an emergency meeting? He walked inside the richly furnished meeting hall, where his golden throne waited for him. Before his coronation, the undead would sit at a round table surrounded by identical chairs to symbolize how they were equals. After Orpal had proclaimed himself the dead king, however, things had changed. I'm very sorry to bother you, my liege, but the numbers of our latest reports are a reason to worry for the court, and they need your immediate attention, Tether the vampire said. Usually she looked like a gorgeous woman in her mid-20s, but she had learned to shapeshift into an old hag to avoid Orpal's unwanted attentions. Only after sitting on his throne and wearing his crown did the dead king bother to look at the papers. The golden crown that he had commissioned to one of the best goldsmiths of Garland after becoming a Vertilac had 7 gemstones of different colors. One for each element that he was certain that one day would be under his rule. Have you lost your mind, woman? Orpal's eyes flared with a blue light, and his anger increased the more he read. Our profits are increasing, our area of influence is expanding, and the number of thralls is at an all-time high. Where is this terrible news that scared you so much that you had to bother me? Read until the last page, my king. Tether's lips curled up in a grimace of disgust at that word, and the gazes of the rest of the members of the court steeled. Yet centuries of practice kept her voice sweet, and Orpal never bothered looking at his slaves. Do you mean this? He jumped up, shoving the final page of the report right into her face, smudging it with her makeup. There are the casualty numbers of my raids. How dare you criticize my methods when they've brought us so many benefits? Your methods only brought us trouble, mourning, and bled our resources almost dry. Tether slapped his hand off her face, baring her fangs. Our profits come from the alliance with the true queen. She is sharing with us her gains, giving our elders position of power in the regions she rules, and helping us find suitable thrall candidates among the less fortunate. Siding with Thrud was the only good thing you ever did. The true queen? Orpal's voice rose of an octave, hearing his subjects referring to Thrud the same way her loyal retainers did. Are you sick of undeath, woman? Because if it's a hint of treason what I just heard, your long life is about to come to an end. Is it not enough that you killed so many of our elders and of our most promising youths for your mad schemes? Tether didn't back down. What point there is in being eternally young if all of your chosen die quicker than a butterfly? You sacrifice the lives of those much older and wiser than you without a second thought, throwing them away like garbage. How can you expect us to offer our lives to a tantrumish child who treats them like toys and has no qualms breaking them? Being called a child pushed all of Orpal's wrong buttons at once. What he wanted was to be feared and respected, yet even his own mother had treated him with nothing but scorn and revulsion. Chapter 1926, Long Live the Queen, Part 2. I guess I left you guys alone for too long, and now you need a lesson. He moved in a blur, grabbing Tether's neck and slamming her against the wall. I'm the horseman of the Black Knight. I founded this court. I'm your ruler, and you owe me everything you got. The weak are meant to be nourishment the strong, and what you call senseless deaths were just sacrifices needed to increase my power. Just as the undead are superior to humans, I'm above the undead. I'm the apex predator. No matter how old or powerful you claim to be, I can kill you with the same ease I snuff out a candle. I'd like to see you try. Tether reverted to her real appearance, grabbing the dead king's fingers with both hands. She twisted them open, kicking him in the face with both legs and sending him crashing against the opposite wall. You brag and brag, but you haven't achieved anything on your own, Rusta the Banshee said with a scream that took Orpal by surprise and made his eardrums bleed. You are a tyrant and a threat to our lives. If leaving the hard work to us while you play around is what the dead king is for, then the Night Court can do much better without you. Vrudra the Lamia struck at him with so much force that the Davros of his armor sounded like a gong. One after the other, all the elders of the court joined the fight and attacked Orpal from every side. The pain of the betrayal froze him up for several seconds, during which they pummel at him like a sandbag. That was supposed to be his court, and those people were supposed to be his slaves. Adoring, mindless drones willing to do everything for their master. Yet here they were, turning against him like his family had done to him as a child. Enough, he took out Thorn and activated the power of the Black Rose armor to repel the undead. No matter how many you are no match for my Davros equipment. A snap of his fingers activated the arrays of the court, sending the elders writhing on the ground in a seizure. I barely felt your hits, but you can be sure you'll suffer a lot from mine. A second finger snap was supposed to increase the intensity of the torture, but it actually stopped. Do you take us for idiots? Tether stood up, her wounds healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. We added our energy signature to the array control system before summoning you here. We can control the magical formations as well. Really? Orpal and Knight joined their efforts, and it took the collective will of the elders to keep them at bay. Let's see how good at fighting you are while my partner forces you to focus on the arrays. Oh, we won't amount to much, but she will. Tether's face was a mask of determination, but a wide smile appeared on her face when the door opened and Thrud walked inside the room. She wore Arthan's set that covered her from neck to toe, leaving only her lovely face and her golden hair exposed. The undead elders formed a corridor for her, kneeling at her passage like the loyal servants they were. At ease, a snap of her fingers and a touch of Arthan's sword tipped the balance in the elders' favor. You betrayed me just to serve her. A revolt he could understand, but bending the knee to another ruler was more than Orpal's fragile ego could take. Of course we did, Tether said with a sneer. She's more powerful and wise than you'll ever be. Her soldiers are truly immortal, yet she doesn't throw away their lives as you do. Thrud shares with them her knowledge and power, while you just steal from us and hog all the fruits of our work. We knew that we couldn't beat you alone, so we called her here. I accept your loyalty, Thrud said without even looking at Orpal. She picked the fallen crown from the floor, admiring its handiwork. The artisan was a true master, and these gemstones are priceless. The form you have chosen, however, is barely that of a toy, something tacky and childish. It suits you very well, Meln. My name is Orpal. He punched Thrud right on the chin with all the strength he could muster. The two Davros armor emitted a silvery sound ruined by that of broken bones. The dead king whimpered like a beaten dog, while he held his injured hand and took a few steps back. No, you are Meln, a stupid kid who became an orphan the moment his parents understood what kind of a rotten apple he was, Thrud replied. Your family rejected you, your homeland banished you. And now even the subjects that remained loyal to the horsemen for centuries despite their disappearance are turning their back on you. At some point, you have to ask yourself, is it really the whole Magur to be wrong, or am I really the piece of shit everyone says I am? Orpal lost it, attacking her with everything he got. He shapeshifted into his Verdalac form, using the Davros claws of the armor to reinforce his own. He used the full power of elemental fusion, adding even gravity fusion to make each of his attacks 10 times heavier. Yet Thrude could take them all without even bothering to block. The Arthan armor was heavier than the royal fortress armor, better enchanted, and its wearer had the powerful physique of a white-cored griffin. "Is that all you got?" she asked a few minutes later, once Orpal ran out of breath and was forced to stop his attacks. "I hope you had fun because it's my turn now." The Mad Queen simply extended her arm forward, placing her hand on his chest and pushing the dead king against the nearby wall. That simple motion carried the kinetic energy and mass of several tons of Davros and dozens of tons of Thrude's refined body. The open palm struck with the energy of a falling mountain, squeezing the air out of Orpal's lungs and leaving a deep mark with the shape of Arthan's gauntlet on the Black Rose armor. His brain bounced back and forth inside his skull, giving him a concussion so severe that he started to bleed from his nose. Then, while keeping him still with her left, Thrude struck at the dead king with her open palm. "You are very good at dealing with women, children, and the elderly." Her slap pulverized his jaw and sent his teeth tumbling onto the floor. "Trekwell Lark was a good man and a loyal servant of the kingdom, yet you defiled his legacy." A second slap shattered what was left of Orpal's jaw and cracked cheekbones up to the skull. "Miriam Distar was a chivalrous woman and a pillar of the community. You violated her home and attacked her right after she had risked her life to protect the kingdom, like the coward you are." A third slap ripped his head off his neck, but black crystals sprouted from the stump, regenerating it. Chapter 1927, Long Live the Queen, Part 3. Manohar must have had a bad day if someone pathetic and insignificant like you managed to kill him. He was a genius mage and fighter, just like your brother. They are the kind of people I would entrust with my armies. An idiot like you, instead, isn't even capable of cleaning a chamber pot without getting dirty. Thrude actually considered both Lith and Manohar two massive thorns in her side. Yet she knew that by badmouthing Orpal's greatest success and comparing him to his hated brother, he would lose himself to envy and do something stupid. "Manohar was in perfect shape, and I destroyed Leech's life just like I'm about to do with you." Those words struck at the dead king harder than any slap and drove him insane. His pride couldn't allow such defiance. Not after the utter defeat he had suffered by Gianni's hand. Not after the undead courts had betrayed him, bending the knee to an inferior woman. Not after he had once again been measured to Lith and found wanting. "Stop, you idiot! You're playing right into her hand." Night had understood Thrude's game, but her warning came 1 second too late. Moonlight appeared out of a dimensional tunnel, sucking the world energy in the room and using it to empower its master. "I don't care what kind of equipment you have or who you think you are. When a mage meets another with a tower, there's no challenge." Orpal's wound healed instantly, and his strength grew to the point that he managed to push Thrude back. "I couldn't agree more. That's why I'm taking yours." At a snap of Thrude's fingers, several of his awakened soldiers appeared out of spirit warp steps. They trapped horseman and steed inside a sealed space, cutting their connection. Yet it wasn't enough. From the fight of the horsemen against the troops of the kingdom, Thrude knew that the crystal horse would return to their master, whenever the link between them was cut off by an external influence. It was the reason Iota and the others conjured the spirit spell Griffin Fetters and restrained Moonlight, using their weight to anchor the steed on the spot. "The most idiotic thing about broadcasting your feats is that you have shown me how to defeat you. Your tricks, your steed, your blade spell, I know everything about you." Thrude walked into the sealed space, cutting off any escape route. "Come on, do your worst." Orpal lunged with Thorn, but Thrude was faster, grabbing the polearm and throwing it away. He then touched the wall, using the connection to bypass the sealed space and reactivate the defensive arrays of the building. A flicker from Arthan's sword took the control away from him. "How does it feel being powerless inside your own home? How does it feel walking a mile in your victim's shoes?" Thrude kept walking forward until Orpal's back touched the wall and the breastplates of their armors touched. He activated Frozen Soul, but Thrude already knew about it from the undead courts. He had killed many people just to flaunt his powers, so she had been informed about how to deal with it. The Mad Queen conjured the silver lightning of life maelstrom stored inside her body and hit Orpal with a fist as heavy as a freight train. First, she shattered his armor, and then she broke his bones one by one before ripping them off. She broke his body, mind, and spirit. Night tried to regenerate her host enough to control him, but Thrude was relentless. On top of that, inside the sealed space there was not enough energy for the task. Even the darkness element she fed upon was scarce and thin. It took the Mad Queen a bit of work, but she reached the black crystal that was the horseman's core. "I only need your tower," she said. "Once it loses your imprint, it will be mine for the taking. You are nothing but dead weight, knight, just like Orpal." The Mad Queen chanted the spell needed to destroy the crystal that Baba Yaga had spread far and wide in the magical community, taking Knight's defenses apart. The spell restricted her and sealed her ability to sacrifice her host. Empowered by Focus Point, the claws of the Arthan armor pierced deep into the crystal, making it slowly crumble. Yet it wasn't just a way to prolong his suffering. Thrude was methodical in everything she did and took no risk. "Stop," Jormund said. "It's just as you suspected. Moonlight is part of the same crystal from which Night has been carved. Even while she's inside the sealed space, once the cracks become too severe, they spread to the tower as well." He pointed at the cobweb of fractures that were opening all over Moonlight. "How brilliant of Baba Yaga!" Thrude sent a spark of life maelstrom inside Night's crystal, even letting enough world energy in to heal her wounds, but not enough to open a dimensional fissure. If anything happens to her children, all of her secrets are lost as well. A horseman and their steed are nothing but two sides of the same coin. That or the spell that she so generously shared was intended to get rid of every trace of her work from the beginning. Jormund pointed at Knight's broken equipment. After Thrude had started chanting the spell, the Black Rose armor had stopped regenerating, and Thorn's Davros had become brittle. Thrude would have liked to squash the horseman and her host like the cockroaches she considered them to be, but her sense of pity stayed her hand. "It would be a pity to lose something as powerful as a tower just because of my personal grudge against Meln. I'll commute his sentence from death penalty to imprisonment, at least until we figure out how to make mage towers of our own," she said. "I think we would be better off killing him and getting it over with," Jormund said, but Ayata and the other beasts disagreed loudly. "Are you insane? You have seen how powerful a loser like Meln has become thanks to such a simple version of a mage tower," Ayata said. "Imagine what our queen would become. Our troops would become unstoppable even if we managed to make only one, but that retains the steed's enchantment to share its master's bloodline abilities with the troops." "I'm sorry, dear, but I agree with Ayata." Thrude shook her head. "Mage towers are legendary artifacts that don't come by easily. I might never have another opportunity like this. If we crack Moonlight's secrets before the end of the war, our victory will be certain. Even if we succeed on a later date, the conquest of Garland would be just a matter of time." "My liege Dawn has been trapped for hundreds of years, yet she managed to escape," Tether the vampire said. "Are you sure you can contain a horseman?" "The Golden Griffin may not be a fringe, but is the next best thing," the Mad Queen replied. "Jormund, move both prisoners to our stronghold and keep them in a sealed field array. I want Night to receive as little darkness element as possible and no food. If she regenerates Meln, I don't want him to use invigoration or accumulation during his stay. We'll keep him alive, but barely." Chapter 1928, Long Live the Queen, Part 4. Inside the black crystal, Night and Orpal screamed in despair, but no one could hear their voice. The darkness element and world energy would always slowly seep inside the sealed space. Nature abhorred the void. Yet it would only be enough for the horsemen to survive and keep her host alive. To make matters worse for them, Thrude's soldiers took their equipment to study it as well. Orpal's dreams of greatness, of becoming as powerful as his hated brother, died the moment he was brought to the Golden Griffin, and the headmasters set up a sealed field array. The Academy also cast the Griffin Fetter spell around Night's crystal, sealing her movements and any spell she might try to conjure with the little energy she had left. Thrude's awakened Forgemasters didn't waste time and immediately started to examine Moonlight. The steed had been placed in an adjacent room to its master, so that it wouldn't damage itself in the attempt to reconnect with her. Yet without world energy to absorb, the steed was just a big piece of crystal. "My liege, will you share the secret of awakening with us as well?" Rusta the Banshee asked. "You have betrayed your king. There's no telling if you'll do the same to me once I've outlived my usefulness." Thrude shook her head. "This is different. He was a cruel tyrant, whereas you. I'm still not one of your own, and you have no real reason to follow me now that Meln has been removed, whereas I need you to keep my citizens in check." She cut him short. "Don't take me for a fool, Rusta. I'm old enough to know that people like you were loyal to Meln because of fear, and now you have sided with me only because our interests align." "But my queen!" Many undead fell to their knees, hitting the ground with their forehead to prove their sincerity with blood. "Enough, we'll talk about this again once your loyalty has been put to the test." She stopped them with a wave of her hand and a spirit spell. Awakening might be off the table, but you have my word that once the War of the Griffin ends, I'll research a better version of the harmonizer. The fallen races at my service deserve a better life, and so do you. The eyes of the elders shone with the red light of undeath and greed. Even though Baba Yaga's plan for her children was for them to achieve the full red blood core, go back to being alive, and have a second take on life, they begged to differ. After having lived for centuries like predators, and becoming accustomed to possessing great magical powers, the idea of going back to being weaklings was scarier than death. Without being awakened, their lives would last less than a candle, and even if they learned its secrets, they would be limited. With a harmonizer instead, the elders would achieve the best of both worlds. "Thanks, your majesty, long live the queen," Tether the vampire said, and the others joined her in a chant. "Let's go home, darling. It's time to feed our Valoran," Thrude said and opened a warp steps back to the academy. Jormund was happy for his wife, yet scared at the same time. Her plan was moving on track with unsettling precision. First the doppelgangers, then the ambrosia, and now she had taken over the undead courts and gotten her hands on a mage tower. Thrude is amassing so much power, and she's an immortal white core. Unless someone stops her soon, she'll become so powerful that only a guardian might be able to stand against her, he thought. Space. Blood Desert, Heavenly Plume Palace the following morning. The three great countries were shocked when the Mad Queen broadcasted the news of her victory over the dead king and his undead courts. Lith and his family were sitting at the table together for breakfast when Salark barged into the room and projected the hologram for them. Unlike the previous corrupted royals and the incompetents that currently sit on the throne, I, Thrude Griffin, have kept my promise. She stood on a dais where a chopping block had been prepared. The scene mirrored the execution of General Morn, with Thrude wearing the same ceremonial robe as Meron and wielding an identical sword. Orpal wore his black rose armor, but it was full of cracks and blood, looking more like scrap metal than legendary equipment. He was all skin and bones, his eyes red from the crying and with only a few hairs on his head due to malnutrition. He looked like a pitiful, miserable creature, but no one felt anything but disgust at his sight. "Tonight I've dealt a huge blow to the undead courts. They are far from being defeated, and I expect them to keep bothering us in the near future, but losing their leader has crippled their strength. Here I offer you the life of Meln Narchat in reparation for his crimes against the Griffin Kingdom and its people. Any last words?" Thrude asked. When Orpal started stuttering a few words, Arthan's sword cut his head off and him short. The crowd exploded in cheers and applause as those on the front row passed the head among them to make sure that he was really dead. "Too bad that no one is interested in the ramblings of a madman," the Mad Queen said. "Today I've shown you my justice. I've proved to you that a better kingdom is not just a dream but a possibility. Have a nice day." Queen Thrude out. Raz was among those cheering. He had jumped from his seat, clenching his fist in victory as if he had somehow contributed to Orpal's capture. When he noticed that he was the only one rejoicing, his enthusiasm died. "I know that he was my son, but I don't feel guilty for celebrating his demise," he said while looking at Alina. "The problem is that he's not dead," Lith sighed. "What do you mean?" At those words, Raz turned pale. "I've decapitated a horseman in the past, blew their heart and everything. They don't die unless their crystal is destroyed. What Thrude did today was just propaganda," Lith said. "Why would she do that? I mean, aside from the obvious reason." "My guess is that she needs him alive for some reason. Either she hopes to enslave him with the unwavering loyalty array, or it must have something to do with his tower. Maybe once he dies, Moonlight will go back to Baba Yaga." Lith shrugged. "But he's still imprisoned. He can't harm us anymore, right?" Raz asked with eyes filled with hope, wishing his lost son to suffer as much as his victims. "That's for sure," Lith said. "But if he manages to escape, I doubt that Thrude will broadcast the news as well," he actually thought. Lith preferred not to share his doubts to not ruin his father's joy. Thrude's broadcast had made Raz happy, and he didn't want to spoil it. Space. Blood Desert, Salark's beach house, a few hours later. Lith called Zorath as soon as they went back to their honeymoon and enjoy some privacy. "You have to leave for the family meals. Gods, did your wife put you on a leash already?" the abomination chuckled. Chapter 1929, Verendi Part 1. "I'm not on a leash. It's just that since it's still our honeymoon and going to Verendi might be dangerous, I needed my wife's approval." Lith blushed a little in embarrassment. There's nothing to be ashamed of, Zorath sighed. Baitra did the same to me soon after our marriage. Don't kill him, darling. Don't destroy a whole building just to get the job done faster. Talking is always an option. She imitated Baitra's voice, making it sound shrill and annoying. But whenever Zorath talked about her wife, her lips curved up into a smile. You know, I wish that Vaster and Zinnia have such an honest relationship as well. They always argue because he refuses to tell her where he goes and why. So far, she has been patient, but if he doesn't open up a little, things will get ugly. What about the rest? How long will the mission take? Lith asked. No more than a few days at worst. The shadow dragon shrugged. If the idiot had kept his communication amulet, we just get him and then look around for the mouth. As things are instead, we have first to search for Theseus, and it could take a while. She explained to Lith how the black pillars worked, and how they would find the missing Eldritch as long as he was still alive. I also want to bring you along to check if you have a similar ability. After all, you are part abomination as well, Zorath said. What if I do? The nature of the black pillar reminded Lith of the Phoenix's bloodline ability, Call of the Blood. We would be able to find Theseus much faster, she replied. Abominations work in pairs not because we need someone covering our backs, but because of the resonance effect that being close creates. By combining our strength, Baitra and I are capable of emitting a much stronger signal that allows our brethren to communicate with us and know our position even from a continent of distance. If you can do the same, the resonance will be much stronger and will pinpoint Theseus's position from a greater distance. Also, it would be of great help to you in the future since you could always call upon us in case you need help. On the one hand, Lith didn't like the idea of the abominations and the master always knowing where he was. On the other hand, however, in the war and especially the next time he faced Orpal, Lith could use some eldritch muscle. Where and when do we meet? He asked. Tomorrow morning at the city of Bylok on the southern border of the desert. I'd rather move now, but I think that Elfin needs to rest. She didn't look good when we left, Zorath said. Thanks for your kindness. Also, the next time you meet her, call her Solus. She doesn't really like her old name. Will do, Zorath out. Much to Lith's surprise, after finishing cooking lunch, Camilla had demanded to cuddle on the couch while she explained to him everything that she knew about Verendi in front of a holographic map of the southern continent. They speak Tyrus universal language, so you'll be fine, she said in between kisses. With your tan, very few will believe that you are a foreigner. You have almost gotten as dark as a native of the desert. Is there a problem with foreigners? Lith asked. Solus was bright pink at best, and unless Zorath used body sculpting, she was so pale that she almost looked sick. Not really, but they have a bad reputation. Camilla sat on his lap, unbuttoning her dress. Most criminals from both the kingdom and the desert cross the border to escape justice. Seeing a pale face near the border usually means trouble. If you want to avoid pointless fights, stay clear from everyone who has a familiar accent. Not that I'm complaining, but what's the rush? We still have all day and night in front of us. The contrast between her bronze skin and the paleness of the tan lines was almost hypnotic. Lith's hands gently caressed along the colored borders, making her moan. Yeah, right, Camilla said with a sneer before shutting him up with a deep kiss. I bet that as soon as Solus wakes up, she'll stick to you like glue. Then at night, she'll be so nervous that you'll feel it through your bond, ruining the mood again. What's this delicious smell? I'm starving. Solus' voice came from the guest room, making the newlyweds freeze. Fuck me sideways, Camilla said. Too late for that? Lith sighed as their Voidwalker armor covered them in a rush before their guest could see them in action. Camilla closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, she looked calm and was smiling, yet Lith could tell that she would have gladly killed the first person who'd bothered her. They shared the rest of the information with Solus at lunch. She just nodded and ate most of the time. Between puking her breakfast and the nervous stress from meeting Baitra, Solus ate for 3, dessert included. I've got only one question. How much do we want to tell Zorath and Baitra about my condition? She asked with a satisfied belch after finishing her ice cream with cookies. Well, you've already told them too much for my taste, Lith shrugged. I'd gloss over the tower, but we can't hide the fact that your human body doesn't last long. Agreed, Solus nodded. I don't want dear Baitra to take a second shot at my mom's legacy. Now I'll go back to my room. I need to rest. Camilla's eyes went wide at the sight of the number of dirty dishes and cookware on the table, while Solus walked out of the door and toward the tower. You are not going anywhere until we're done cleaning, she said with a cold voice. Also, saying please and thank you never killed anyone. Thank you for the meal and your hospitality. Solus warped back inside the cottage, holding Camilla tight. From her sniffling, Camilla could tell that Solus had rushed out to hide her tears and not ruin the day for them anymore. You are welcome, Camilla sighed, gently caressing Solus' head. Now let's get done with the kitchen and then we can do something together. I don't want you to stay alone. The three of them spent the afternoon, the evening, and much to Camilla's dismay, even the night together on the couch in front of the fireplace. Company and the light of the stars helped Solus to fall asleep and gave Camilla back pain. The following morning, Solus went back into her ring, and Lith used the warp gate of the cottage to reach directly the city of Bylok. Border posts were connected by the gate network in order to be capable of quickly assembling armed forces from all over the country in the case of an invasion. Every border post had multiple gates at the ready, and the guards remained flabbergasted when Lith walked through the personal dimensional corridor of the Overlord. Young Master, you should have notified us of your arrival. We would have prepared a proper welcome. The desk sergeant gave him the salute. Chapter 1930, Verendi Part 2. At ease, Lith replied. I'm not here on official duty, nor am I going to stay. I need to cross the border. Is that a problem? For you, not at all, the sergeant shrugged. When you return, however, make sure to show your ID, or the guards will think you are a shapeshifter and shoot you on sight. Lith thanked the guards for their service and went to the meeting point with Zenagrosh, a big rock used as a landmark a few kilometers away from the city. Isn't it dangerous for you to be in the desert? Why didn't we meet past the border? Lith asked after greeting the two abominations. The borders are relatively safe. Here Salark's senses are at their weakest. Unless we use a lot of magical power, she won't ever know we've been here. Zoreth shook her head. As for your question, if we met past the border, you would have risked being arrested. Salark's golden plaque makes you a valuable hostage. Sure, you would have had no trouble escaping, but having an army on our tail would be a bad way to start our trip. Where Elfin? Bitra asked, surprised to see Lith alone. Right here. His eyes became golden and his voice feminine as he raised his hand to show her the stone ring. Even after 700 years, I still bear the scars of your attack. I can keep my physical form only for a short time before it crumbles. I prefer saving my strength for when it's needed. I'm really sorry, Elfin. I swear that if I could, I'd give everything I have to switch our condition. Bitra's voice was filled with honest remorse that managed to get through even Solus, resentment. Please call me Solus. I hate that name, especially when you are the one speaking it. It only brings me bad memories, she said. Zoreth assumed her shadow dragon form, making Lith and Bitra climb on her back before taking flight. The border between Verendi and Garland was filled with all kinds of elemental sealing arrays, making it impossible to fly or warp. Zoreth used her bloodline abilities to become as light as a feather, and to turn herself and her passengers into a nigh-gaseous form that the wind carried through the border without triggering the magical protections. She moved akin to a huge bird, propelled only by the flapping of her wings and the air currents. Once they got far away enough from the array field, she returned to normal and used magic to accelerate past the speed of sound. Fuck me sideways, Lith said, gawking at the energy dome surrounding them. Not only there was no air current slapping his face, but his feet felt as steady as if he was still on the ground. Yet the landscape flashing in front of his eyes in a blur told him otherwise. From the last message we received, we know that Theseus is not close to the desert. There's no point wasting our time there. We'll reach one of the inner countries of Verendi and start looking from there, Zoreth said via air magic. Why not warp? Solus asked, gawking as well from her ring as she used the eyes of Menadian to understand how the dragon could fly that fast and protect her guests at the same time. Warp requires a destination, and we have none, Bitra replied. Also, if we appear out of thin air, we'll draw the attention of the guards, or worse, people will try to hire us. This way, instead, we can go wherever we want unnoticed and listen to the rumors as we fly above the small settlements. What rumors? Lith asked. We are looking for a 30 meters, 100, tall monster eldritch hybrid who suffers from fits of blood madness and has created a pillar of black light just a couple of days ago. Even if he's thousands of miles away, you can bet that he's the talk of the day. That kind of news travels fast, Bitra replied. What do you mean, and why can't you just use the pillar again to communicate? It was the first time that Solus spoke to her without an insult or seething rage in his voice, so the Reiju smiled at the question. Verendi is made of several small states compared to Garland. They are constantly at war with each other, trying to find a way to expand their respective territories. An eldritch is considered a powerful weapon. You can bet that all countries will try to cajole Theseus in their service and kill him if he refuses. They fear his strength, but they fear the idea of an eldritch joining one of their enemies more, Baitra said. And you can't use the pillar too often without exposing his position. Solus completed the phrase for her. Exactly, the Reiju nodded. By following the rumors, we can still discover our companion's whereabouts and use the pillar only when we have no other option. We want to rescue him, not throw him to the wolves. That's great thinking. We should, the words died on Solus, ring when she realized how familiar the tone between them had become on the spur of the moment. Her love for magic and the idea of visiting a new continent had almost made Solus forget who she was dealing with. An awkward silence ensued, and no one was willing to break it without a good reason. The shadow dragon covered hundreds of kilometers at a time, circling around small cities and merchants, rest areas along the main trading routes, hoping to pick up anything about their mark. She used air magic to carry the noise up, and then her keen dragon hearing to filter the buzzing voices. It wasn't enough to understand what they were talking about, but she was just looking for recurring words like monster, weapon, and pillar. If all she heard were curse words and haggling, she moved on to the next location, hoping to have better luck. After a few hours, they had already crossed the borders of the republics of Danghia, Ruthen, and Zelma, but they still had no clue about where to find Theseus. At least I had all the time I needed to understand how Xenogrosh's flight spell works and how to set up a gyro-stabilized barrier, Solus thought. Without it, we would have been crushed by the wind pressure or knocked off her back at the first turbulence. Don't worry, this much was expected, Xenogrosh's voice resounded inside the dome. We are still going blind, but the moment we get a lead, things will become much easier. All we need is a starting point. We're now in the Republic of Namgar, 2,000 kilometers from the border with the desert and in the hinterland of Verendi. If anything weird has happened in any of the nearby countries, here we can find some clues. I'm above the city of Gulna, one of the main trading hubs of Namgar. The country is notoriously neutral and profits by selling weapons to anyone who can pay for them. People from all over Verendi come here to buy and sell. With a bit of luck, we'll find Theseus simply by following the people hunting him. If he has been spotted, they are going to buy the biggest weapons they can afford. Chapter 1931, The Great Mother Part 1. The shadow dragon flew away from the city until they found a secluded area. Then, she used a float spell for her passengers and reverted to her human form before warping everyone on the ground. I'd like to fly straight to our destination, but the time we spend walking is time saved from answering the questions of the local warlords and avoiding job offers, Zorith said, as her body shapeshifted into that of a black-skinned tall man with beady eyes. Baitra shapeshifted as well, assuming the appearance of a woman of her same height but with dark brown skin, light chestnut eyes, and curly short black hair. You can keep your appearance, but those clothes have to go, Zorith said in a deep baritonal voice with a thick unknown accent. She handed Lith tanned leather pants and a long-sleeved linen shirt, an attire suited to the savanna surrounding them. The climate was more humid than the desert, but no less hot. Grassland covered most of the ground, revealing only a few patches of an unknown red soil that seemed to be fertile. Despite the lack of any visible source of water, there was plenty of pasture for herbivores and lots of trees. Unlike the forest he was used to, the canopy was open, allowing plenty of sunlight to reach the ground. Most of the plants weren't recorded in the tomes stored inside Soluspedia. Lith was so taken aback by their transformation and the unknown environment that he looked around like a tourist who had just gotten off his flight. On top of that, it was the first time that he had seen black-skinned people since he had come to Magar, and he didn't know how to ask the obvious questions that were popping in his mind, without sounding ignorant, racist, or both. Does racism exist on Magar? He thought. Judging from your staring, you had no idea what the locals look like, correct? Zorith had forgotten that Lith was still very young and had never left Garland. She wasn't aware of his trip to Giera, and Lith had never felt the need to share it with her. Yes, he nodded with a dumb expression on his face. Well, just like the people of the kingdom are pink and those of the desert are bronze-skinned, here they have an even darker color, Baitra said. If you ever go on Giera instead, you'll find even people with a kind of yellowish skin. Really? Lith's eyes went wide in surprise. Yes, the appearance of humans, just like for beasts, changes based on the climate they grew in, but they are still people. Staring like that is plain rude and betrays the fact that you come from Garland. Do the people of Verendi discriminate against the other continents? Lith asked, crossing his fingers. Yes, Zorith replied. Fuck, I had hoped to have left this kind of bullshit on Earth, Lith inwardly whined. They can't stand the people of Garland because you are their enemies. If it's of any consolation, they discriminate against anyone who isn't from their own country. Your accent betrays you, so leave the talking to us. Bytra's accent was just as thick as Zorith's, making it hard for him to understand some of the words. Lith shapeshifted his clothes after the gemstone in the Voidwalker armor absorbed them. Wait, so the discrimination is only aimed at people perceived as enemies? He asked. Yes, what kind of other reason did you expect? Zorith looked at him in confusion. I don't know, maybe the color of my skin. He said it as a joke, obtaining genuine laughter in reply. Why would people do that? It's the most stupid thing I've ever heard, Bytra said. This explains why no one ever bothered Nalrond even in Lucia, and why the people of the desert had no problem accepting us as their own. It wasn't just because of Salark, but also because on Magar racism doesn't exist. Solus thought. The three of them ran toward the main road, shifting to a jog as soon as they came close enough to other travelers. They kept moving at a human speed to not draw attention, and even pretended to sweat. As soon as they reached the highway, a few people approached them. Lith's hand instinctively moved to his hip, where war usually was, but Bytra stopped him in time, threading her fingers through his. Are you lost or have you been robbed? A tall, middle-aged man with a round belly asked while offering them a water skin. His colorful clothes identified him as someone rich, just like the magnificent white stallion he rode. The man had a warm smile and a friendly expression that didn't extend to his eyes, especially while looking at Lith. Both, Zorith nodded to the man in gratitude, taking the water skin with both hands and drinking as if she was thirsty. We were showing our friend around when bandits took us to a secluded spot and robbed us blind. You have been truly unlucky, the man said. I consider ourselves lucky instead. They took our belongings, but at least we kept our lives. We can always make more money and buy new things. Bytra had just answered correctly to the merchant's coded words, making his smile turn genuine. I'm always glad to meet new friends, and I'll happily do what I can to help you. My name is Zugu, and I'm a merchant. The man dismounted and offered his hand to Zenegrash. I'm Goro, and she is my sister Palia from the Maraca Company. She shook it, noticing how the people surrounding the caravan acted casual, but they had positioned themselves so that their rings pointed at her. Their hands held the reins, but they would need but a thought to rain magic on the strangers. He is my sister's fiancé, Ilium. Zorith nodded at Lith. We were showing him the ropes with a simple food transport when we got attacked. The kid needs to do better if he wants to enter the family. Ilium, the man was already suspicious of the stranger's features. What an odd name. Does he belong to the famous riders of the Giscan Plains? I could use a good horse tamer as well. I wish, Zorith said with a sigh. He's just a foreigner from Garland. He had trouble there and was forced to run away. My sister fell in love with him, and you know how these things go. She had noticed Zugu's caution under his amiable facade. Also, Lith's accent would betray his origins the moment he opened his mouth, no matter how good his cover story was. Claiming that he was a mute would have been too convenient to be believable, so the Shadow Dragon had preferred to mix lies and truth. This way, Lith was free to stare at unfamiliar things and make social blunders without arousing suspicions. The people of Verendi were suckers for love stories, and claiming that Lith was a renegade only made him worthy of respect. Don't be so harsh on the lad. Young love is the most beautiful thing on Magar. May the Great Mother bless your union with many magically talented children. Zugu gave the couple a bow before shaking their hands. Chapter 1932, The Great Mother, Part 2. Welcome to Namgar, the land of opportunities, the merchant said while patting Lith's shoulders and feeling his amazing constitution. Here tyranny is not tolerated. Unlike in Garland, a simple boy can become a powerful merchant like me. Or even the most powerful man of the country, like our Prime Minister. In Namgar, there are no nobles who can harass you, only honest people that make a living. Thanks, Lith replied with an accent that the locals found almost incomprehensible. You don't look like a merchant, more like a warrior. Zugu was as tall as Lith, but the weight the man had in fat, the stranger had in muscles. I am, but sadly I'm not a mage. Those guys had wands and caught us by surprise. There was nothing I could do. Lith looked into the merchant's eyes and above his shoulder while answering, receiving a nod from Zorith. Strong and wise, you'll fit right in. You will be my honored guests. Zugu led them to a carriage where they could sit. Then one of the guards offered them food, water, and wet towels from a dimensional amulet. They accepted everything with gratitude, pretending to be relieved. Soulless analysis, he asked while looking around. The people of the caravan had either a bronze skin like in the desert, but also with slightly slanted eyes, or a black skin that reminded him of African Americans. Some were mixed blood, and Lith couldn't feel any animosity between them. This place is no different from Garland, she replied. Most people have a red or orange mana core like Zugu. His personal guards instead are all low-talented mages with a bright yellow core. Zugu and the guards are the only ones wearing magical equipment. The rest have regular gear. The caravan contains several enchanted pieces, but it's all small stuff. Lith could feel solace, enthusiasm, and curiosity. Unlike him, she was free to stare and gawk as much as she wanted. Solus was eager to come out and experience Verendi in person. Yet at the same time, spending more time with Baitra was far from alluring. It makes sense. If they were powerful mages, they wouldn't guard a simple caravan, and if Zugu carried something precious, he wouldn't have stopped to help a bunch of strangers, he thought. Zorath and the merchant spoke most of the time, while Baitra explained Lith the terms he didn't know and how to be polite towards their hosts. The shadow dragon avoided asking precise questions, letting the conversation flow by itself. As usual, there was war in the south, the north, and the west. The east was peaceful, but only because a widespread draft made it impossible to fight. Your sister will make a great wife and mother. Zugu nodded at Baitra, who was showing Lith how to use a piece of cutlery that reminded him of a spork, just much sharper. She has the patience to teach her man like a child. Baitra smiled shyly and blushed at those words, but her eyes fell on Zorath instead of Lith. Once they arrived at their destination, the city of Gulna, they helped the merchant to unload his merchandise as a thank you. Zorath ordered Lith around like a drill sergeant, so he didn't argue to not compromise their cover story. I think that just like Zugu offered you hospitality, now it's your turn to return the favor by working for free. It must be another custom of Verendi, or at least a merchant's tradition. Solus pointed at him how even the guards were warming up to the group after they had started to help. Okay, but why unload all the carriages and make me lift the heaviest crates? This is just a waste of time. Or so Lith thought for about 1 minute. Zorath had insisted to help, because now they were surrounded by the bustling activity of the storehouses. It was full of people of all ages and social status, and they all talked to make their work less boring. At first, they became silent as soon as they saw unknown faces, but after witnessing Lith's strength, the silence turned from distrust into admiration. As soon as Zugu told the people of the warehouses the circumstances of his guests, the mood turned upside down. Everyone patted Zorath's back for having found such a hard-working brother-in-law. They asked her for help, and she was happy to send Lith loading their caravans in exchange for money and information. While she dealt with the merchants, Lith listened to the carriers and the guards talking. He had become one of them, and now they spoke openly in Lith's presence, even asking his opinion from time to time or giving him advice. Aside from the weird food and the thick accent, Verendi didn't look like a bad place where to live. Or better, it wouldn't if not for the huge crates of weapons he was carrying around and the fact that most of the news was about war. Once they were done, they left the warehouses with a purse filled with copper coins. Now that Lith could finally look around, he noticed that Gulna was built mainly in stone. The houses had big windows and doors that were left open during the day to keep them ventilated. The furniture was made of some kind of light wood he had never seen before. The poor houses, instead, were made of straw or whatever their owner had put together to make 4 walls and a roof. What struck him the most was the poverty. He had traveled a lot in the kingdom as a ranger, but he had never seen so many poor people. He was about to ask for an explanation when they reached the main plaza. There, right in the middle and in the only free space between the merchant stalls, there was a stone statue. It depicted a beautiful woman with long hair and a long dress. She carried a basket full of food in her left hand and a stone tablet in her right. The people took good care of the statue, keeping it clean and painting it regularly. Isn't that Tyrus? Lith had no problem recognizing her even though the statue was centuries old. She is, you heard Zugu, they still respect the Great Mother even in Verendi. Zorath nodded. What do you mean still? Isn't it Tyrus forced to stay in the kingdom? He asked. That's now. The shadow dragon shook her head. When I was a child, my father would tell me how back when there was only one guardian, Tyrus the Great Mother would spend each season in a different continent. Winter in Garland to help its people survive the harsh climate, summer in Verendi to keep the drafts away, spring in Giera to teach them how to face the monsoons, and autumn in Zima, where the sun rises. Their land is rich but unstable due to the frequent quakes. She taught them how to identify the safe areas where to build their homes and to recognize the early signs of volcanic eruptions. All by herself, Lith's mouth fell to the floor. Yes, Tyrus was considered the goddess of earth and fertility. Wherever she went, life thrived. Zorath nodded. Then, as new guardians started to appear, she couldn't move as freely as before. Chapter 1933, Learn from History, Part 1. So Tyrus would send her children, the Griffins, to act in her stead and keep helping the other continents without messing with their guardians' turfs. The Griffins would always take her appearance to reassure the people that she hadn't abandoned them. Zorath said. I get to depict her with a basket, but why the tablet? Lith pointed at the statue's right hand. Because the first thing she taught her followers after how to survive was how to speak the same language and how to write. This way, they could preserve the knowledge she passed unto them and share it with the other tribes, Baitra replied. While they walked toward the tavern that Zugu had recommended to them, Lith spent the rest of the time in silence. I thought that guardians were just powerful beings that sat on their asses all day except in times of crisis, he thought. Tyrus basically shaped 4 continents alone for centuries. It's no wonder that even the other guardians respect her. Then why did the people of Verendi speak so many languages, and why is she less active now? Solus asked, and Lith relayed her doubts. Verendi is under Feniger, who promotes innovation, and Zagran, who preaches individuality, Baitra replied. They were their local gods while Tyrus was forced to stay away, so the people preferred to follow their teachings. As for Solus' second question, Tyrus acts less simply because people don't need her so much anymore. She gave us a common tongue, the means to cultivate the land, and taught us magic. Her children spread Silverwing's legacy throughout Magar, and now the 4 races can fend for themselves. Or better, they must, or they will always remain like children who can't survive without their mother. The food at the Drunken Snake Tavern was even worse than that on the caravan, but at least it was hot and the beverages were cold. A deep yellow cord barista would keep both the ingredients and the water fresh. Several ampules of water were hung to the walls, spreading humidity and helping the weak mage to keep the dining area pleasant despite the heat coming from the sun, the stoves, and the people at the tables. Did we anger Zugu or what? Lith checked his watch. There was still time before his lunch with Camilla, but as someone who had been allegedly stranded in the savannah and then had worked his ass off, he was supposed to be hungry. Couldn't he send us to a place with good food? The food is good, it's just you're not having a taste for the local cuisine, Zorath replied. Also, we didn't come here to eat, but to listen. Zugu assured me that this is the right place for those who seek a job or information. Okay, fine, but what happened to all that we are abominations? We don't hide stuff. Why the disguise? He asked. Because due to Tyrus' legacy, women with pale skin and either bright-colored eyes or golden hair are highly sought after. The shadow dragon pointed at her wife and Lith's ring. If we kept our original appearance, you'd have to fight just to keep people away from them. Also, if someone gets too cocky with us, and we have to kill a lot of people, the only rumors we would hear are those about ourselves. We can't poison the water we are drinking from, nor can we afford to have armies chasing us. We are confident, not stupid. As I told you earlier, the first part of the chase is of critical importance. As soon as we find a lead, we can drop all the pretenses. Well, Solus doesn't have golden hair like Renaa, she just has a very light shade of brown. Lith tried to change the topic, realizing that she was right. Yeah, right, Baitra chuckled. Because here they have so many blondes that they can afford to be picky. Any rich or powerful man here would kill for a redhead or even a brunette. All the heads around them were either bald or covered in different shades of black hair. Aside from elemental shades and gray hair, there was almost no variation in its color for both men and women. Point taken, Lith nodded. After finishing her meal, Zorath went to talk with the caravan's heads with the excuse of looking for a ride back home in exchange for their work. Yet what she really wanted was information about any kind of unusual event. Since Lith had no desire for a second serving, and all he could hear from the nearby tables were satisfied belches and ill-concealed farts, he decided to learn a bit more about Verendi. There's something that doesn't add up, he said. Zugu said that this is the land of opportunities, and Kami showed me a map of Verendi. They are all democracies. So what? Baitra asked. Then why there are so many poor people, and why is everything I hear talking about war? Lith replied. Because the situation in Garland is very different from here, she said after making sure that no one was paying them attention. There, people advance through talent and merit. Be it in the empire, the kingdom, or the desert, a talented mage or a cunning youth is nurtured. I know that you think the kingdom is a cesspool, but until Orpal messed with your life, you still managed to rise from a farm boy to an almost magus without encountering much trouble. Of course, the higher you got, the more people tried to stand in your way, but that would have happened no matter your job. Even your father had to face several hurdles, and he is just a farmer. Lith appreciated her air quotes and the respect for Raz's work. Here, instead, you would have been killed. Lark would have been the first to be afraid of your talent and would have had you removed to make sure you didn't aim for his fief. Nana would have never taught you magic unless you married her daughter and promised her to take care of her business. Your only chance to become a mage would have been to meet the local council and become an apprentice. Why? Lith asked in confusion. Because people work hard to raise the social ladder and they don't want to lose their position. Both rich and commoners would have seen your talent as a threat. The wealthy would have tried to cajole you into their service to become richer. The commoners, instead, would have done everything they could to profit from you, like selling any secret they discovered about your powers or identity, if not even helping to kidnap you. Baitra replied. Remember that mages hold the power of life and death in their hands, and no one likes the idea of a rogue god messing with their livelihood. In Verendi, the house you are born in is more important than your talent. The rich keep the people poor and ignorant so that they can't threaten their position. This is absurd. Why did no one change the law? A democracy means that people vote for their representatives, correct? Lith whispered in outrage. Correct, but what you fail to consider is that being elected costs a lot of money. Chapter 1934, Learn from History, Part 2. Just the sheepskin necessary for the flyers, the need to organize rallies, and the people that must travel far and wide throughout the country to spread your electoral promises cost a fortune. Baitra replied. Those with the right ideas rarely have the means, whereas those who have the means rarely have any interest in changing the status quo. Democracy is great on paper, but once you try it out, you discover that unless you have the money to make your voice heard, you are nothing but a whisper in a storm. Lith nodded, remembering what usually happened on Earth, where even people with a good heart and full of ideals were forced to sell themselves to get the necessary funds to be elected. No matter what they promised, they were always forced to compromise so much that their dreams became so watered down to be irrelevant, if not completely twisted. Very few countries on Earth could be called civil, the rest just pretended to. What about the war? Lith asked. How come every country neighboring Namgar is fighting another? Verendi is still divided into many small countries. It means that the resources are unevenly distributed and that very few democracies are self-sufficient. They use trade as a way to survive and keep their neighbors' growth in check. Baitra replied. The moment a famine, a plague, or a draft strikes, so do the neighboring armies, and the losers get their country split among the winners. Those countries are facing some kind of crisis, and the others are simply making use of that. With a bit of luck, by following a conflict that's taking place despite the lack of such conditions, we'll find Theseus. You have no idea what the so-called civilized people would do to put a leash on a living weapon of mass destruction. Would really a single abomination change the situation of an entire continent so much? Lith said. Yes, the Reiju nodded. Right now, all the countries have their hands tied and have to wait for favorable conditions in order to strike. That's because the true strength of an army doesn't lay in the number of its soldiers, but in its mages. The nonsensical policy of Verendi prevents mages to rise because the upper echelons are afraid of being ruled by them, like it happens in the Empire and the Kingdom. Yet at the same time, it also limits their power. Let's say that two countries with the same extension and number of mages go at war. The first to lose the most magic users in battle loses. Yet at that point, the winner has double the area to protect and less than half the mages they would need, becoming easy prey for their neighbors. With an abomination at their service, instead, they would send it to lay waste on the enemy forces without committing a single mage. One of our kind is enough to win most battles. The winner would suffer no losses, and if anyone dares to attack them while they are still consolidating their new territory, they can just unleash the beast again. Isn't it the same situation the kingdom was in before Valoran? Lith asked, obtaining a nod in reply. Then how the heck did the first king pull off such a feat? Sure, he and his companions were strong, but 5 people can't keep a country the size of the kingdom in check. I can answer that because I was there. Zorath had returned, bringing 3 tankards of a fermented fruit that passed for beer on Namgar. Valoran wasn't just a conqueror, he was a dreamer and a leader first. After conquering a country, no matter how small, he would take his time and conquer its people's hearts. He would stay there, spend time with them, and help them solve the main problems that had plagued them for generations. Illnesses, food shortages, droughts, he and his companions would get rid of them and make the land flourish just like the Great Mother would. Valoran didn't treat those he defeated as inferior, nor did he try to impose his customs. He would rarely speak and spend most of his time listening. Then, after understanding what the people really needed, he would take action and help them achieve it. He didn't bestow anything to them, but he fought alongside them, sharing their efforts and rewards. You have no idea how much it meant for all those whose voices had never been heard. For those who had been told their whole life they were nothing until they had started to believe it themselves. Valoran didn't give gifts, he gave opportunities, and those who were brave and determined enough would rise to the challenge. At first I laughed at him, considering Valoran a fool and his dream a fool's errand. Then I saw entire armies turning their backs to their generals, people fighting against their own rulers to protect him. At that point I started to believe in him as well, and I rooted for him. Zorath lowered her eyes in embarrassment, taking a long sip from her tankard. That's a big understatement. Baitra giggled, making the shadow dragon almost choke on her drink. She was a real fangirl. Zor still has an ancient poster of Valoran's coronation, and she helped him from the shadows. After a long battle, when his soldiers needed time to rest and heal, she would patrol the area and kill whoever dared to approach them. Baitra, that was supposed to be a secret. Do you realize how embarrassing it was for a millennia-old being to be infatuated with a pup less than 3 decades old? Zorath's voice became so high-pitched that it almost sounded feminine. It's not embarrassing, it's cute. It means that even then your heart wasn't really dead and that you were still capable of dreaming and caring for others. The Reiju took Zorath's hands, caressing them gently. Am I so clingy as well when I'm with Kami? Lith asked. You are worse, she plays you like a fiddle, Solus replied with a giggle. I'm really happy we decided to come here. Verendi can teach us a lot, and the more time I spend with Baitra, the more I understand that she's not Korg. It was Korg who killed my mother, and, in a way, Baitra avenged her more than once. Then Lith noticed that people were throwing odd looks at the tender moment between the alleged siblings, and stepped in. So, have you discovered anything interesting, brother? He said while wrapping his arm around Baitra's slender shoulders and dragging her close to him. Zorath had a hard time repressing a snarl, and Solus didn't puke at the contact solely because a stone ring was physically incapable of such a feat. No matter what her brain told her, her heart and soul had scars that ran deep. Actually, a lot. The shadow dragon noticed the odd looks as well, so she took a deep breath to relax and put some distance between her and her wife. I claim that our business has several branches, so I could ask about the status of many neighboring countries. Zorath unfolded a map of Verendi that she had just bought. I'm now sure that Theseus is not here. There's nothing relevant happening for hundreds of kilometers in every direction. She traced with her finger a circle around Namgar and all of its bordering states. Chapter 1935, Deep Scars, Part 1. Which means we must go further south and start our search over. Zorath pointed at the following cluster of countries, thousands of kilometers of distance. We can be there in less than an hour if we alternate warp and flight. Excellent idea. Lith nodded, and after paying the bill, they left the establishment. Xenagrosh moved faster than a plane, reaching her destination a bit later than she had estimated only because she stopped listening to the conversation of all the caravans they encountered. Here is my stop. Please land. Lith had been checking his watch for a while and now pointed at an empty piece of land. The abominations could feel the powerful flow of world energy coming from the ground, thanks to their hunger. What do you mean your stop? The city of Graska is a bit ahead, Zorath asked. Yes, but as I told you on the amulet, I must go back home for meals and night. I'll see you in a couple of hours. In the meanwhile, have some more awful food from Verendi, go on a date, whatever. Lith winked on the last word. See you. Then he placed his hand on the ground and opened his 7 eyes. Lith used them to alter the world energy around him while the void painted the area black. Even if Baitra is aware of the tower warp, there's no way she can recognize it under the cover of 2 bloodline abilities. He thought as his body simply disappeared. What was that? Baitra asked, hoping that Zorith's dragon eyes had understood the phenomenon. I have no clue, the shadow dragon replied. I can only tell you that was no warp at all. Lith seemed to become one with the flow of world energy and simply rode it. While the 2 abominations were still at loss for words, he appeared in front of the beach house in the desert. Camilla was there, waiting for them while looking at her own watch. Welcome back. She wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Where's Solus? Good question. Lith had to use their mind link to snap Solus out of it and made her assume human form. Solus felt all sticky, her body was burning and her stomach churned in nausea. She fell on all fours, expecting to puke at any moment. Even though she hadn't come close to Baitra in person, the experience had ground on her nerves, bringing her to the limit. Are you all right? Camilla touched her shoulder, feeling how cold Solus was despite the heat of the desert. Don't touch me, I'm a mess and I don't want to dirty you as well. I need a shower. Solus gently pushed her off. What are you talking about? Was Verendi so hot? Camilla checked her forehead for fever but found it normal. I don't know, I didn't. Solus stopped as the contrast between the warmth of Camilla's hand and the breeze from the ocean made her realize that it was all in her head. She had kept her stone form the whole time so she hadn't sweated. Her stomach had no way to puke, nor could she experience heat. You need a break. Lith lifted her in a princess carry and brought Solus to one of the deck chairs. The sight of the sun, the ocean, and the sky washed Baitra's face off Solus' eyes, clearing her head. Lith and Camilla sat on either side, holding one hand each. It strengthened their bond, allowing Lith's calm to soothe her nerves. As for Camilla, she shared no bond with Solus, but having someone that cared for her clothes in such a moment helped her mind to recover as well. It reminded Solus that her old family was dead, but she wasn't alone anymore. She had gotten a new family on that beach, and another waiting for her at Salark's palace. Thanks, I feel much better now. I'll join you after freshening up, she said after a few minutes when her knees had stopped quaking and Magus spinning. Solus washed her face and arms multiple times to calm down and give the couple a bit of intimacy. When she came back, however, she found the table set for 3, Lith cleaning some dirty pans, and Camilla setting the food on the table. It smelled delicious, reminding Solus that she hadn't eaten anything since breakfast, not even a cookie. Is that lasagna? Yes, Camilla said. I wanted to relax on the beach, but I was too worried about you guys. To keep my mind busy, I spent the morning in the kitchen preparing your favorite dishes. I thought you might use some comfort food. Thank you, you have no idea how much I needed this. Solus' stomach had settled in for good and demanded its due. Not so fast, Camilla stopped her before she could take the first mouthful. I have spent my morning cooking and I'll be working in the afternoon. I'd like to see my efforts rewarded with a bit of appreciation and conversation. Not to see everything disappear in 5 minutes while I talk to famished trolls. Fine, Solus pouted, eating slowly and keeping her mouth empty from time to answer Camilla's questions about Verendi. Marriage is overrated, she thought. It's more like having another mother nagging at you than a companion. Then she noticed that between the happiness from being home and being pissed off at Camilla, the shadow of Baitra was gone from her mind. Ever since she had sat down at the table, she hadn't thought about the Reiju once. It made Solus brim with joy, and take part in the conversation willingly instead of being forced like before. What do you mean you had no idea black and yellow-skinned people exist? Camilla rose her eyebrows in disbelief. We studied that at school, remember? I only learned how to write, read, count, and magic. Lith shrugged. I never read anything or studied a single book. Whenever it was necessary, I shoved a tome about the topic of the day in Soluspedia and I was done with it. That's why your manners are impeccable and you know so much about stuff that you have no actual interest in. Alina is right, you are a damn cheater. It's not cheating, it's efficiency, right, Solus? He asked. Yep, it's cheating, she nodded. You have no idea how ignorant he is without Soluspedia. If it wasn't for the map we stored there, he wouldn't even know the roads in Lucia. Lith jumped up in mock outrage while Camilla laughed, seeing him more human and less perfect. After the meal, they moved to the veranda to enjoy their ice cream while looking at the sea. Camilla sat in the middle of a big couch, with Lith at her right and leaning his head on her shoulder. Solus sat at her left, with her head on Camilla's lap waiting for cuddles. What do you think you are doing? Camilla asked in surprise. When you married Lith, you knew you would also marry me. Your words, not mine. Solus replied with a straight face. "Show me some love, woman." She lasted barely for a second before bursting into laughter, soon joined by Lith and Camilla. "That was a good one, but please, don't joke about it in the presence of others. They already look at us in a funny way whenever you stop for the night," Camilla said. "Don't worry, Solus' body was engulfed in a blue light that seemed to come from within her." Chapter 1936, Deep Scars, Part 2. As the light grew in intensity, a quick glance at the tower revealed that the building was sucking in tons of sands to convert them into 2 new floors. The reconstruction process didn't make a sound, yet it was clear that Solus was having a breakthrough. They had never witnessed one, because for a long time she hadn't had a body. On top of that, usually Solus, breakthroughs took place when she was in her ring form or asleep. Except for the few vacations that Lith allowed himself, Solus spent most of her time away from geysers. Now, however, between his violet core and the constant feeding that the tower received while either at the palace or the beach, she had reached the next stage while in her human form. The blue light coming from Solus didn't form a pillar, didn't cause the ground to quake, nor did her body expel any impurity. The body that the tower gave her was identical to the one she had 700 years ago. It was a perfect vessel for a bright violet mana core, with no impurities or imperfections. The only thing it lacked was the energy necessary to fill her core and body. Without it, she was no different from a blue cord awakened. A blue cord awakened with the mass and the bloodline abilities of a mage tower, of course. 2 new floors, Lith said in awe. "And 2 more in the basement," Solus nodded. "I mean, it was pretty obvious that the more I progress, the more floors I will get. The tower at its prime was enormous, and I've only got 4 more breakthroughs before we are both fixed." "Let's go, I can't wait to see." Lith jumped on his feet, but Solus remained where she was, glaring at him. "It's still our honeymoon," Camilla said, glaring as well. "We made a promise about no work and no magic, remember?" "Tell him, honey," Solus said, making the corners of Camilla's mouth almost turn up in a smile and her angry voice in a peal of laughter. "Almost. But part-time work," he stuttered. "You will work in the afternoon, why can't I?" "We already worked this morning and will be away until dinner as well," Solus said. "Camilla already made an exception for my sake, and we are going to leave in less than 1 hour. I'm not going to waste my time giving you a tour of the new floors. I need rest before I face Baitra again." Solus used a partial mind fusion to give him all the information she had recovered about the new floors. "Besides, my body needs time to adapt to its new state and fill itself with world energy. I bet that now I can keep my human form longer, but only if I recover my mental strength." She put her head back on Camilla's lap and fell asleep before either of them could reply. Lith sighed and raised his hands in surrender. He knew that 2 against 1 was a battle he couldn't win. Space. After lunch, they met back at the geyser with Baitra and Zoreth. They repeated the stranded merchant's trick a few times, moving further and further away from the border with Garland. Solus even joined them a couple of times to experience the life in Verendi in person. She shapeshifted into a desert woman with waist-long black hair and deep bronze skin. Solus pretended to be Zoreth's wife, while Baitra kept acting as Lith's. They were both ignorant about the local customs, and their foreign accents made people furrow their brows whenever they talked. Yet one of the reasons for that arrangement was that Solus wanted to stay away from Baitra. Solus enjoyed the new sights, the hot yet dry climate, and the exotic food. She soon discovered that her mind could withstand the stress from her trauma for an even shorter time than her body when away from a geyser. Every time she reached her limit, they had to find an empty alley where she could disappear away from prying eyes. With each following attempt, however, she lasted a bit longer before being forced to leave. Facing the beast, talking with it, and confronting her trauma gave her strength. Lith and Solus went back home for dinner and the night, leaving the abominations in the city of Quuza. They could finally shapeshift both into women and have a bit of privacy for the night. According to the rumors they had collected during the day, Theseus was near, and unless something unexpected happened, they would soon catch up with him. Space. Verendi Continent, another nameless cave in the middle of nowhere. When Dalgas finally woke up, he realized that the sun had already risen and set while he was asleep. The good news was that his body was brimming with energy, and that his reserve of life, Maelstrom, was full again. The bad news was that they had wasted an entire day. "Damn it, if only we could fly, it would take us hours to reach the desert instead of days," the Griffin thought. Too bad that Theseus needs constant feeding and is prone to fits of blood madness that only make his hunger grow. He turned around, noticing that the walls of the cavern that had been barren when he had gone to sleep were now covered in frescoes and portraits. They were all made in shades of gray, and the only color of the drawings belonged to the underlying rocks. Yet somehow the hybrid had managed to use different layers of blackness, so to give his subjects shadings and depth. "Did you do this?" he asked. "Yes," Theseus nodded. Paquot was an artist. Even after becoming an eldritch, he never stopped practicing. Our deadly abomination touch doesn't bother a painter like it does other artists. By controlling the pressure I exert with my finger, I can draw wherever I want as if I'm using a stencil." The hybrid was now working on a portrait of his companion's human form. It was a good method to keep his mind off the hunger and to train self-control. "Whenever I lose focus, that happens." He pointed at several black dots on the walls that had been caused by the chaos energy going wild. "A few mistakes here and there mean nothing. You are really good." Dalgus patted Theseus back to show that he trusted his companion. "I'm not good, that's all Paquot." The hybrid slumped his shoulders. "I never studied art. I didn't spend centuries practicing. I just stole the fruits of his hard work like he stole the lives of those he met." "You always say that I'm a new life form, that I'm innocent. But how can I have a fresh start if everything I know and do comes from my old self? There's no difference between Paquot and me." "Do you enjoy drawing?" Dalgus asked. "Yes," Theseus nodded. "Only a painter can make beauty and harmony immortal through their work. Even a fleeting moment of perfection can be captured forever on canvas." "Then it's your art as much as it was Paquot's." The griffin cut him short, not interested in an art lesson. "Would your old self have spent his time drawing, or would he have killed me in my sleep?" Chapter 1937, The Abomination Way, Part 1. "My original would have definitely killed you. A griffin filled with life maelstrom is a hearty meal that could quell my hunger for weeks, maybe months." Theseus lowered his eyes in shame since he had considered doing it. "Then you two are nothing alike," Dalgus said. "Paquot had no friends, only allies. He came here alone because he didn't trust anyone and that allowed you to kill him. I'm your friend and I trust you." "But, listen to me, everyone makes mistakes." The griffin cut him off. "A stupid man never learns from his mistakes. A normal man does, and a wise man learns from the mistakes of others. Right now, you are someone who has been burdened with millennia of mistakes that don't belong to him. If you let them crush you, they will be a curse. If you learn from them, they'll be a blessing that will turn you into one of the wisest people of Magur. You can use Paquot's memories to predict what will happen if you abuse your powers. The consequences of thinking solely about yourself in the here and now. His legacy is full of horrors, but also of precious lessons. If you find the courage to confront his life and make it your own, making the right choice under the hardest circumstances will be easy for you. Also, it will stop the blood madness, and will reach that damn border in a jiffy." Dalgus took more food out of his pocket dimension, and they shared a meal worthy of a divine beast. "Who's that?" He pointed at a figure on the walls, to move the conversation on to a less depressing topic. "That's Elfin Menadian, the daughter of one of my favorite painters. You see, Thrain Menadian." Dalgus inhaled sharply, listening to what sounded gibberish to him with a smile on his face. He had noticed the joy in the abomination hybrid whenever he talked about his passion. Something that he hoped would help them to cover more than 200 kilometers a day, and without being almost devoured 3 times in the process. Space. The next day, city of Nekram, Republic of Wudo. This time no one had stopped along the road to help the group of stranded merchants reach the city. The routes were filled with soldiers marching, and the merchants were in a rush, moving as fast as they could. "Something tells me we are in the right place," Solus said. "Indeed, either someone has discovered a magical mine or Theseus can't be far," Zorith nodded. Once they reached Nekram, it didn't take them long before hearing about the hunt for the mysterious creature that roamed the area. The army was on the prowl, mages were scouring the skies, and a hefty reward had been promised to anyone who would provide clues useful for its capture. The local mercenary guild was empty, and so were the taverns. Everyone was out, hoping to hit the jackpot. "What's our next move?" Lith asked. "Do we infiltrate the merchant or the mercenary guild? Do we hit the slums for the black market's information network?" "How cute and naive." Zorith turned around, pinching his cheeks like Renai used to do back when he was little. "Why should any of them trust a stranger with vital information? Also, there's no point for them to help their competition in exchange for a few coins and risk losing the mother lode." "We could shapeshift into someone they trust," and Lith said before being cut off. "That would take too long. As I told you at the beginning of this trip, we are abominations. We don't hide or cower. Now that our target is in sight, the gloves are off. Zorith shapeshifted, but back into her human appearance, and so did Baitra. People gawked at the sight of a burly man turning into a short woman, even more when she waltzed inside the local army branch, as if she owned the place. "This creature you are searching for, where is it?" she asked, while two tall and muscular soldiers that guarded the entrance grabbed her by the shoulders, only to be dragged inside as she moved forward. They planted their feet, using every ounce of strength they could muster, but it was like trying to stop a tornado. "Hands off, I'm a married woman." She slapped them with a simple flick of the wrist, yet the hit dislocated their jaws and gave them a concussion. "I asked you where the creature is." Zorith walked in front of the desk sergeant, who took a hidden sword and lunged at her throat in one fluid motion. Her neck turned black and the blade sunk deep, yet not a drop of blood was spilled. When the woman attempted a second attack, she discovered that the sword was no more. What she had mistaken for a successful thrust digging into the flesh was just the chaos eating at the blade on contact. What remained of it could be used as a box cutter. "I'm not going to ask you a third time. Speak!" The power of her black and troll core mixed together, releasing a gray aura from her body that filled the room in a dark fog and the soldiers with dread. Dragon fear made Zorith's mana seep inside their bodies, along with the world energy, carrying her willpower and promises of agony. The weakest among them died of a heart attack. Regular soldiers fainted, leaving only the veterans conscious and with their pants wet and stinky. The desk sergeant stared at Zorith in horror. Her mouth was dry, making her swallow so much that she couldn't speak. Her lips opened and closed non-stop like a goldfish. A snap of the abomination's fingers made the right leg of those fainted on the ground explode. Some of them died of shock, and others came back to their senses, screaming in pain. A red mist colored the black fog, turning the dread into horror. "Don't you care about your comrades?" Zorith asked. "Then maybe you have family in this city. Look at the window and watch the east block disappear." Her left middle finger touched the thumb, ready for another snap. The desk sergeant knew that it wasn't an empty threat because her whole body could feel the mana flowing from the abomination into her, and then into an area filled with thousands of civilians. The same black fog that filled the army branch was spreading throughout the east block like a disease. Even from a distance, the sergeant could see the buildings crumble and people falling limp on the ground. Her family lived on the west block, but the sergeant knew that the thing in front of her was going to destroy the entire city, block by block, if she didn't give the information to it. Still incapable of speaking, the woman pointed furiously at the door of the commanding officer, the only person who knew all the details of the mission. "Was it so hard?" Zorith snapped her fingers, and all those in the room fainted, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure of her mana. "That was quick," Lith said while they read the reports containing Theseus, past sightings, and his last known position. "Are we going to kill everyone in this building? To leave no trace of our passage." Chapter 1938, The Abomination Way, Part 2. "Still naive." Zorith clicked her tongue in disapproval. "We are leaving them alive. This way the army of this country will have to split their forces to deal with us and call back part of their forces. Also, the bigger the bounty on our heads, the fewer people will chase Theseus. They will look for the apparently easier and nearer target." "And here I hoped you had learned the importance of mercy, Zor," Baitra said with a sigh, making Solus' eyes go wide in surprise. "Violence isn't always the answer." "You are right, darling. Violence isn't the answer, it's the question. The answer is yes," Zorith said, obtaining a reproachful glare from her wife. "Now time for Phase 2. A black portal appeared, swallowing the four of them. Once they walked through the Chaos Gate, Lith noticed a familiar landscape. "This is where we started our search in the morning. We are hundreds of kilometers in the wrong direction from our mark." Lith was flabbergasted by Zorith's decision. "Correct, I don't trust second-hand information. I want to know our allies' exact position and create a diversion at the same time. Watch and learn." The shadow dragon focused on her two cores, having the black and white mana spread outwards. A black pillar erupted from her body, piercing both the sky and ground below. It filled the air with a melody whose volume increased by the second. It was something loud, filled with rage and aggression that reminded Lith of some kind of heavy metal. It was similar to the song that Nandi had used in Lightkeep to summon Vaster. Baitra did the same, releasing a second pillar that resonated with the first, making them both grow in size and intensity. Her melody was sweeter but still violent. Lith could feel a tingle in his body, yet aside from that nothing happened. Let me guess, using that technique forced Theseus to create a pillar as well. Lith said once the abominations were done, receiving a nod in reply. He exposed his position, but your pillars will act as a diversion. You brought us near the border so that 2 more countries could witness the phenomenon. Now they'll mistake us for Theseus and call back their respective armies as well for a wild goose chase. You're a fast learner, little brother. Zorith winked at him and created another chaos gate that brought them back outside Necram. Then she conjured a second-dimensional opening that led them inside a cave. You must be Theseus, she said to the 2 flabbergasted men who had yet to understand what had just happened. Who the heck are you? The hybrid asked as one powerful chaos spell materialized over each of his hands. Dalgus felt no threat from the newcomer, but her power couldn't be underestimated. Even an elder divine beast like him could feel his skin crawl in the presence of the shadow dragon. He injected himself and Theseus with a bit of life maelstrom, just to be safe. The silver lightning coursed through the hybrid's body, doubling the size and destructiveness of his spells without even being imbued within them. Oh, sorry, I just knew your original quite well, so to me it's like we've known each other for a long time. To you instead, I must be a stranger. Then she turned around, ignoring the spells that were supposed to threaten her. Baitra, you were his handler. See if you can talk some sense into him before I do it by force. Lith, Solus, and Baitra came out right after Zorith, and the Reiju greeted the still confused hybrid with a warm smile. Long time no see, Theseus. As I promised, we came to your rescue as soon as we heard your call. She offered her hand, but it was ignored. So it was you who forced me to generate the Black Pillar again. Do you realize the danger you have put us into? We spent the last few days putting some distance with our pursuers, but your stunt ruined everything, he said in outrage. Yes, it was us, Baitra nodded, taking her hand back and stealing her gaze. Because you needed help and we had no choice. You think you have lost the humans, but they were already close. Someone spotted you. She conjured a powerful gravity spell that bent the light, allowing them to watch at a great distance without moving. An army was coming from the west, and several platoons of mercenaries and mages were approaching the cave from every direction. Besides, you are in no danger. Now that we are here with you, those people pose no threat, she said. We are here to help. Theseus looked at them with diffidence. He remembered well who they were, what they had done in the past, and the fact that they had been Paquot's allies. It was their leader, the Master, who had created the clones like him just in order for the Eldritches to consume them and become stronger. They knew what kind of monster his old self was, and yet they had no qualms in helping someone as deranged as Paquot to become even more powerful. If not for the blood madness making his life a waking nightmare, Theseus would have never called them for help. On top of that, Baitra was like him, a clone who had conquered his original. Theseus felt that he could trust her to an extent. Okay, fine. Take me away and fix whatever you screwed up with me. I can't turn into either of my forms without falling into a fit of hunger that leads to blood madness, he said. That's odd, Baitra said. Once you fused with your original, the hunger was supposed to be contained and your powers enhanced. You look crippled instead. The weakness of his aura, the patched skin, and how everything was weakened in his presence, even a griffin, were the proof that something had gone terribly wrong. Dad never made such a mistake before. The black core of Paquot the Bastard and the kobold core were supposed to be a perfect match, she actually thought. What are we waiting for? Let's go, he urged them. We are not going anywhere. Zorith shook her head, leaving him flabbergasted and making Dalgus sigh in resignation. We still have a mission here and we can't move you in this condition. Even if we warp to a different location to provide Dad, the Master, with our dimensional coordinates, we'd need to conjure the pillars and give away our position. By the time he arrives, we would have to relocate again because he needs time to perform his tests and cure you. Which is a massive waste of time and energy since there is a much better solution. Kill everyone who's looking for you. No one will notice the black pillars if there's no one left to notice it. What? Solus and Theseus blurted out in unison while Baitra just bit her lower lip in stress. You can't just make a massacre because someone disturbs your job. Those people are innocent soldiers who are just doing their job. Solus, I've been honest with you from the beginning. Zorith's sisterly tone turned into the stern voice of a leader reprimanding a rookie. We are abominations. We don't care about the reason our enemies stand in our path. We just kill them. Chapter 1939, The Abomination Way, Part 3. If someone comes at us looking for a fight, we don't just give it to them. We beat them so hard and thoroughly that those after them think thrice before even looking at us. Also, innocents? Seriously. Those soldiers are trying to capture us and are willing to exterminate their targets if they fail to put a leash on us. They would happily doom every single one of us to a lifetime of slavery and then go back to their lives because of those orders. Don't get me started about the mercenaries, people who would do anything for money and have a gold purse for a moral compass. Say what you want, but they are not innocent. You are free to not dirty your hands, but I will, Zorith said. Theseus tried to step forward and face the shadow dragon, but Dalgus clenched his shoulder, forcing him to stop. She's right, he said, making the bastard's jaw drop. Do you think that if someone tries to capture or kill me, I just run away? No, I fight back. I didn't do it until now solely because the injuries you inflicted on me were too serious. Also, I couldn't risk you having a fit of blood madness at the sight of violence and attacking me. The griffin took a pause, letting his words and the guilt sink into Theseus' heart. I don't blame you because you have no control over your action, but they are different and deserve no pity. If you just keep running away, you make them grow more confident and help them perfect their tracking skills. One day, they will discover a way to track your energy signature, and you'll be forced to spend your whole life on the run. If we retaliate instead, they'll lose all the data they acquired so far, and with no idea of the reason for their defeat, doubt and fear will cloud their minds. We are divine beasts. We don't relish in violence, but we aren't sheep either. I'll do it. Lith shapeshifted his clothes into the Voidwalker armor and conjured war on his hip. What, why? Solus asked, her eyes wide open. Marriage made me happy, not soft, he replied. These people are like those in the kingdom who would gladly take me prisoner and experiment on me until the day I die. Whatever data they collected about Theseus, I'm not going to let it fall into the wrong hands. If anyone learns how to track abominations, I'll be the next. Once that happens, I'll have no privacy and people could follow me and discover the tower. Also, this is the first opportunity I get to put my new spells and body to the test. A simple fight against a human army, like the one that awaits me once I get back to the kingdom. Or do you expect the royal army to leave me alone if I don't accept their terms? Or Thrud's followers, for that matter. More and more people follow her by the day, and I'm not going to hold back just because they bought her lies. Solus pondered his words, knowing that Lith was right. That Zorith and Dalgus were right. The abomination clone was in the exact same situation she would be if the existence of Menadian's tower was discovered. At that point, she would be left with only two choices: to spend her whole life on the run, putting in danger everyone she cared for, or fight back. At least give them a chance. Try to send them away, Solus said, slouching her shoulders. I will, Lith nodded. You guys summon the master, I'll take care of the problem. He wrapped himself in a black cape and jumped toward the approaching army just as 3 black pillars erupted from the cave and reached for the sky, giving Vaster their coordinates. I'll be there in a while, he replied via the mind link. It's not easy to explain to your wife why you have to leave in the middle of the night even though your communication amulet is silent. Couldn't you call me during the day? The grumpy, slurred voice was nothing like Theseus remembered it. Bitra and Zorith giggled something about a woman called Zinnia. They joked about renaming her the Mistress and asking for her permission before taking action. The bastard had no idea what had happened during those past 2 years, but he had never seen before an abomination laughing except during a feeding frenzy. Meanwhile, Lith stood halfway between the army and the cave, ready to intercept the mercenary platoons approaching. Solus's human body was almost depleted, so she reverted into her energy form, with golden skin and hair. She floated a few meters above Lith, a flying figure in stark contrast with the sudden darkness that had invaded the land. Please turn back and go home, her magically amplified voice resounded throughout the plains. There's nothing for you here but death. Don't waste your life for something trivial like money. Many members of the army stopped in their tracks, mistaking Solus for the Great Mother and thinking that she had finally returned among them. Yet aside from the hair, everything else was wrong. She was too short, and her skin was supposed to be silvery pale instead of golden. They were discussing the issue when the cloaked figure below her spread a violet aura that made their skin crawl even from a distance. Lith's Tiamat sphere formed a thick wall of mana that seeped into the world energy, extending its range. The mercenaries were the closest to him, and some of them went into a panic, losing control of their flight spells. Before they could plummet to the ground, their companions rescued them and had them drink potions. Calm down, you idiot. It's just some kind of killing intent. Focus your mana and willpower to counter it, they said as the extra mana from the alchemical tool repelled Lith's. This is my last warning. He He was still in human form, wanting to try out his skills as a mage instead of those as a Tiamat. What you are approaching is the home of divine beasts. Come at your own risk. Didn't you hear him? The general wrote atop of his hose in front of the soldiers to rally his troops. Divine beasts, as in more than one. Imagine how powerful our country of Asato will become once they submit. Even if they resist and we manage to kill them, their corpses will provide us with plenty of materials for armor and weapons. Our army would become unstoppable. I promise you that whoever deals the finishing blow will receive a full suit of divine beast equipment and rise to the rank of colonel. Greed and excitement replaced fear as the general ordered powerful wands and alchemical tools to be distributed to the foot soldiers. Feeling the power of the elements at their fingertips, and with the body-enhancing potions boosting their bodies, the soldiers felt invincible. The army resumed its advance, the mercenaries took their time weaving their best arrays, and the black cape came off, revealing the Voidwalker armor. The goddess of light disappeared, and with her any hope of survival. Chapter 1940, The Abomination Way Part 4. The pillars had disappeared, and between the bright sun, the black armor, and the violet aura, tracking the knight's movements was supposed to be easy. Yet he was as quick as lightning, and each of his strides brought the noise of thunder. Where he stepped, a crater would open, scattering dust and pebbles around. The former clouded his position, while the latter had the kinetic energy of a bullet, dealing damage even to those who wore enchanted armor. The Black Knight appeared in front of the soldiers before they could come to a halt and close their ranks. He swung his blood-red blade in a wide horizontal movement, giving the soldiers the time to raise their shields. War cut through the metal as if it was paper, and the strength behind the slash was so strong that it generated a wind blade. Those who took the hit directly died on the spot, cut asunder at the waist. Those behind them lived a few seconds longer, noticing how Magus had started to spin, and the air had become filled with a red rain. Then, they landed on the ground, understanding that Magus stood apparently still while their heads had flown off. The shield-bearers who only took the wind blade had their arms shattered, but they survived thanks to the impact sending them away. The others weren't so lucky and died on the spot. A single slash of the angry blade had killed dozens. "Don't stand like that. Regroup," the general said while Lith took another step forward, piercing through the ranks like a human cannonball and turning the soldiers on his path into living projectiles that crashed against their comrades in the backlines. The deeper Lith went, the more the formation crumbled. The soldiers used their wands and unleashed a barrage of Tier 3 spells, but they aimed to where he had been instead of where he was, his movements too quick to follow. Once he reached the heart of the central wing of the army, Lith had already finished body casting the Tier 4 War Mage spell, Plague Tempest. Countless bullets of darkness erupted from his body, each one of them twice as strong as a plague arrow. They were still comprised solely of darkness, so they were slow. Yet from point-blank range and with serrated ranks there was no way to avoid them. To make matters worse, Lith had replaced the unused second element with willpower. War mages learned the trick from Tier 4, allowing their spells to home onto their targets. Plague Tempest came out of his feet, emerging from the ground, and also from his shoulders and head, darting upwards for a few meters before coming down. The darkness bullets struck their mark, ignoring their enchanted protections, and moved on to the next even if they barely had a shred of energy left. The well-oiled machine that the army was supposed to be stuttered in front of overwhelming power, and Lith exploited the brief pause to cast with his mouth, hands, and mind as well. He had prepared no spells to create the worst-case situation possible for himself, and now he was casting 3 spells at the same time. "Don't let him finish. Deploy the elemental sealing arrays," the mage commander yelled from the sky. Based on the reports, they were expecting to deal with a creature of darkness, so they had prepared accordingly. The area around Lith became filled with elemental sealing, arrays to which he replied with the spell he had cast with fake magic. The Tier 4 Warden's spell, Disarray, was something that he had learned from Red Back at the White Griffin Academy. It was a simple and quick incantation that made a magical formation collapse by reversing its energy flow. Arrays, however, were powerful spells, and messing with them from the inside was considered a suicidal tactic. Once they became unstable, the magical formations were likely to blow up with the same power of a War Mage spell of the same tier. Yet Lith didn't care, and his Disarray spell slithered like a snake from one sealing array to another before they could affect his Plague Tempest. The resulting explosion turned the soldiers around Lith for dozens of meters into meat paste, allowing the plague arrows to lock onto a new target. Mages, soldiers, and mercenaries had to dodge a hail of bullets that were slow but relentless in their pursuit. To make matters worse, until the dust cloud from the explosion settled, they couldn't pinpoint the Black Knight's position. "He's still alive or his spell would have faded already," the mage commander said. "Yet he must be heavily wounded. Clear the area before he has the time to heal." At his order, a mage chased by a plague arrow flew toward the dust cloud and conjured a powerful wind that blew it away. Not only was the Black Knight unscathed, but he was also triple casting again. The violet crystals on his armor shone like stars as they produced enough energy to conjure a spirit barrier. Lith had given up on his barrier ring because its reduced size made it easy to overload and overheat. On top of that, a single mana gemstone couldn't hold against one or more powerful spells. The Voidwalker armor, instead, had several crystals, and each one of them was the size of an apple. That, along with the dragon's skin that he had used as an ingredient, reinforced the barrier and lessened its mana cost. As for the violet aura that the army of Wudao had mistaken for killing intent, it was actually the Tier 4 Blade Knight spell, Full Guard. The moment the mage came into its range, the spell gave Lith her exact position despite the hail of spells blinding life vision and the dust blocking his sight. He focused the Plague Tempest on her, killing the mage on the spot. "She was a good soldier. Her sacrifice has given us the opening we needed," the mage commander thought while issuing the command to unleash the spells they had at the ready against the enemy. As a volley of all 6 elements rained on Lith from every side, including from below, he activated the upgraded version of Final Sunset that he had developed before Camilla's arrival, Final Eclipse. A thick sphere of black fire surrounded him, forming a powerful defensive wall. Final Eclipse sucked the fire and darkness element from the incoming spells, adding their power to its own. At the same time, it vaporized the ice, melted the stones, and deflected the air blades aimed at its caster. The spell couldn't stop bolts of lightning, but Lith could move Final Eclipse at will. He kept himself on the fringe of the barrier, while his enemies aimed their spells at the center of the dome of black fire, assuming he would hide where the defensive power of Final Eclipse was at its strongest. Even the spells lucky or powerful enough to pierce through the black flames hit only air. At the same time, Lith used War's Devour ability. Any stray spell that came close to him after being weakened by the barrier was quickly swallowed by the angry blade. It allowed War to both protect his master and replenish its strength. Chapter 1941, Evolved Humans Part 1. When Lith perceived that Final Eclipse had reached its limit, he made it explode, turning the dome into several small tornadoes of black fire aimed in the opposite direction from which the enemy spells had come. The mages who had moved from their original position saved their lives, while the others were turned into charred flesh. "Stop his spell casting." The general used an air magic spell to amplify his voice and be heard despite the boom. "Buy time for our mages and fight until your last breath." If quality didn't work, they would swarm him in numbers, a plan that might have worked if Lith hadn't already finished casting Mjolnir. Suddenly, the ground below the soldiers' feet became soft like sand, and several holes opened in the ground. Where hard rock had been until a second ago, now there were several holes. The Black Knight plunged the Crimson Bastard sword into the ground, and from it came a spell that defied logic. Bolts of lightning erupted from the earth as a strong electrical current coursed through the enchanted armors, bypassing their protection and paralyzing the soldiers in an area of 100 meters, 330 feet, around Lith. The bolts of lightning that found their target killed them, and then joined those that had missed, forming a thick thundercloud a few dozen meters above the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Less than a second later, new lightning bolts rained from above while more erupted from below. Each one of them that missed their mark or had any residual energy after striking would be absorbed and shot again in an endless cycle. The earth fed the thundercloud, and the thundercloud rained water on the ground, further increasing its conductivity and reducing the already limited protection that the enchanted protections offered. The mages attempted to fly away, but they were soaked with positively polarized rain that turned them into lightning rods. The electricity followed the path of least resistance by nature, without the need for Lith to use willpower to make them chase his enemies. "Retreat, we must." The general's voice died in his throat when he recognized the blade tier spell that was taking form. Countless red and black runes surrounded the Dark Knight, and more came out of his armor and blade by the second. To the members of the army and the mercenaries, it was the stuff of the legends, but to Lith, it was just a prototype. He performed a simple horizontal slash and conjured ruin. The energy of the blade tier spell burst out in the form of a dull red shockwave that cut everything on its wake. Spell's metal, flesh, and bones were struck at the same time and ended up the same way. Shredded. Only the mercenary groups that had kept themselves out of the fight were still alive, but it was an easily corrected problem. Lith's eyes could see them despite the distance and their attempt to hide behind the rocky formations. He simply aimed what remained of Plague Tempest, Mjolnir, and Ruin at the survivors. The three spells chased their respective marks without giving them the time to conjure a warp steps. Those who knew dimensional magic blinked, but moving 30 meters away couldn't change the outcome, only prolonging their suffering as the spells followed them relentlessly until they fumbled their hand signs in panic. Lith cast a life-detecting array before returning to the cave, to make sure that no one had gone hiding underground or had somehow escaped his notice. Life vision had a limited range, whereas the magical formation fueled by his violet core covered a wide area. "I'm sorry, Solus. I gave them a choice just like I did to the kingdom's soldiers after saving Dad," he said via their mind link. "I know," her voice was sad. She knew that the bloodshed couldn't be avoided, but that didn't mean that she had to like it. The only silver lining was that Lith had taken any pleasure in it either. He was satisfied with his new spells and of having succeeded in using a blade tier spell without Solus's help, but that was it. "Has the master arrived?" he asked. "Luckily for you, not yet," Zorith said, looking at him with a mix of sisterly pride and envy. "What do you mean?" "The master would have been greatly fascinated by your spell and drowned you in questions, whereas I'm willing to keep another of your secrets," she replied. "Are you talking about Ruin? It's just a half-baked blade tier spell," Lith replied with a shrug. "I'm going to use it a lot once I get back to the kingdom, so it's hardly a secret. Feel free to share it with the master." "No, I'm talking about the one that used both earth and air magic." Zorith shook her head. "Yeah, that was one odd spell. I was about to ask you the same thing, whoever you are," Theseus said, making Dalgus inhale sharply in annoyance. The abominations had clearly forgotten about them and were speaking freely. He was eager to learn about an unknown kind of magic, but the Bastet had ruined everything. "My name is Lith from the desert, and these are Xenagrosh and Bytra." He gave the other two men a polite bow. "Nice to meet you. My name is Theseus, and this is my friend Dalgus. I wouldn't be alive without him." The Bastet returned the bow. "Thanks for protecting our brethren." Zorith sniffed the air loudly before adding, "Griffin, we won't forget your kindness. Now, if you excuse us, we still trust the two of you as much as you trust us so." She completed the sentence by conjuring a hush zone. "Dude, words are important, but sometimes silence is better. If you just kept your mouth shut, now we would be listening as well," Dalgus grumbled. "I wanted to take part in the conversation. I've been alone for years, and you are getting grumpier by the day. You are not a very nice companion," he replied with an offended look. "I get grumpy because you try to eat me every other day." While the two quarreled, the real conversation continued inside the hush zone. "What's so odd about Mjolnir?" Lith asked. "I created it almost 1 year ago. It's just a tier 5 spell imbued with the power of 2 elements. "Two opposite elements, though," Bytra said. "It's something very hard to accomplish because they usually neutralize each other. I know a few spells like that, but they use one element as the base and the other has simply a support role. Like for spells that drain the vitality or that heal the very damage they cause. They are usually just mono-elemental spells with a quirk. In the case of Mjolnir, instead, not only did the 2 elements mix, but they also complemented and enhanced each other." Lith pondered their words, and had to admit that from their point of view Mjolnir was indeed weird. "Can you tell us how you did it?" Zorith asked. She had an expectant look in her eyes, and Lith knew enough about human emotions to understand that more than his secrets, she cared about his trust. Chapter 1942, Evolved Humans Part 2. "You see, a while ago I met a Scorpicore named Scarlet, and she was capable of switching light into darkness at will." Lith showed them a hologram of her prowess. "After a while, I thought about Silverwing's words. About how light and darkness aren't opposites but the 2 sides of the same coin. Then, I realized that probably it's the same for the other elements as well. Otherwise, how do you explain the existence of spirit magic? It's the proof that the 6 elements can coexist instead of neutralizing each other, so I researched for a way to put my theory into practice. Mjolnir is the result of my experiments about earth and air. Your words would make sense if not for the fact that your affinities are fire and darkness. This kind of manipulation should be very hard for you, Zorath said. Her expectant look was still there. She clearly wants to tell me something, but only if I come clean with her, Lith thought. Oh, well, in for a penny, in for a pound. He couldn't tell her that the reason air and earth were easier to manipulate for him was that he knew the principles behind electrical conductivity, electrons, protons, grounding effect, and magnetic charges. That kind of physics was still beyond the knowledge of most Megarians, so he opted for a dumbed-down reply. You are right, but also wrong. What I did has nothing to do with my elemental affinities. It's just about breaking the ground into conductive elements that can transmit lightning and scatter them around. This way, instead of dispersing electricity, Earth magic channels and focuses it. His words only brought a puzzled look to their faces. It's easier showing than telling. Lith picked up a rock the size of a melon from the ground and used earth magic to turn it into a fine powder. Insolent materials were discarded, leaving only metals and magnetized elements. Then he added air magic, creating small sparks of electricity that coursed through the powder, enhancing the already present charges and creating new ones. Soon a small storm and a scaled-down version of Mjolnir appeared. And you did that with just magic, Baitra said in awe. She had understood the basic principle, but she had no idea how to do it. Actually, no, Lith shook his head. This kind of microscopic manipulation is still beyond me so. This kind of what? Zorath cut him short. You need surgical precision, removing even the smallest bits of insolence and grounding materials. Lith inwardly cursed Maugre's limited vocabulary and decided to create new words himself. As I was saying, that's very hard to do, but ever since I broke through to the violet, all of my powers and abilities have improved. I can use Mjolnir as you have seen it only thanks to the elemental affinity of my eyes. He took off his helm, revealing that his right eye was now burning with yellow energy and the left with orange mana. Everyone knew about elemental affinities. It was domination that he wasn't allowed to disclose. Remarkable, Zorath tenderly caressed his cheek. I'm proud of you, little brother. You carry the power of an evolved human as well. I what? Lith and Solus said in unison. She was so surprised that she spoke while still in her ring form. You heard me, Zorath nodded. You have no idea how much it means to me that you decided to trust me with your secret, because it means that I can trust you with mine. Seeing Lith's confused look, she decided to explain things from the beginning since he was clearly unaware of the origin of his own powers. Humans, just like Emperor beasts, can evolve. Tyrants and Balor are the proof of it. They were just humans who became something more, something different, but they all share a common trait. The natural ability of humans to channel all elements even in their non-awakened state turned into a complete elemental affinity by developing multiple eyes, just like yours. How can you be so sure? Lith and Solus could hear their hearts pounding at the news. It explained why all of his forms had 7 eyes, even the abomination. Actually, the abomination developed them first. According to Floria and Solus, whenever I was immersed in the darkness element, new eyes would appear on my face. It makes perfect sense since I'm an abomination who possessed a human body. Until I reached the blue core, my divine beast side was dormant, using all of its energy just to keep the abomination side from eating the human. The void that lives inside of me is just what remains of my life force as Derek McCoy that fused with the body of the original Lith, generating the human life force. In a way, my human and abomination life forces are the two sides of the same coin. One can't exist without another, which sadly makes me mortal, whereas normal abominations can't die of old age. He thought, hoping to buy time with his stupid question. Because some of us predate even the Guardians. Varine and Tezca were there when the first human became a tyrant, and then some of his most talented disciples became Balors, Zorath said. They were there when some of the Odi became what you today call trolls. Before their fall, Balors and trolls were a powerful race as well. They just ruined everything with their greed, like us abominations. Balors wanted to regain their mana core and be capable of awakening like tyrants, whereas trolls wanted to overcome their absolute yet limited mastery over light and darkness, and gain the other 5 elements as well. Lith already knew about tyrants and Balors from Gleemos, but the part about the Odi becoming trolls made sense as well. It explained Baba Yaga's ability to use creation magic, and how she had given birth to her horsemen and the undead. Congratulations, little brother-in-law. Baitra hugged him while ruffling his hair. If Zor is right, it means that every aspect of your life force is evolving with your core. Your life forces manage to merge instead of making you a hybrid because they develop together instead of each one on its own. That's amazing. Lith could barely contain his joy. How did you know the origin of my powers when even I ignored it? Zorith's expectant look now makes sense. Also, I have to thank Falul for her teachings. She was right, only idiots never share, he actually thought. I knew it because to choose the proper monster core for his abominations, Dad studied both Balors and Trolls. I helped him with my dragon eyes ever since I acquired them, so when I saw you casting Mjolnir, I noticed that there was something other than mana mixed with the spell, she replied. We even researched tyrants, but their core is stable, so they are useless to us. Mostly. From her words, Lith guessed that probably someone had a Balor core and had studied tyrants to better understand their powers. It was Zorith's secret to share, so Lith didn't pry further. He had already gained a lot. He could wait to meet the other abominations, and maybe then they could call Morok and compare notes about their respective powers. Chapter 1943, Legacy Lesson Part 1. I'm sorry, but there's something that doesn't add up, Solus said from inside the ring. Baitra was still hugging Lith and was too close for comfort for Solus to come out. I can do everything Lith does. I don't have his eyes, but I can cast Mjolnir as well. She couldn't tell them that she used domination as well to make the process easier. Maybe my bond with Lith is helping me to evolve as well. After all, I didn't have 6 streaks as Elfin, Solus thought. Interesting, Zorith said. Is it as easy for you as it is for him? No, it's harder but still manageable, Solus replied. Excellent, Baitra nodded. It means that our theory about the elements is correct. They can coexist if properly mastered. Your eyes at the moment work as a crutch, but they must have some other power that I'm certain you will discover with time. I'm already glad to have learned that my human side is not useless. I can wait for a second. Your shadow dragon form has 4 eyes. Is that the reason why you were so sure about your evolved human theory? Lith asked Zorith. Nailed in one, she chuckled, making her second pair of eyes appear. What do they do? I wish I knew, she sighed. I can feel their power, yet I have no idea how to tap into it. Zorith didn't know about domination, and had no one to teach her, whereas Lith had already started to use his eyes, elemental powers thanks to Falul's lessons. The 2 abominations' eyes turned black as the master communicated to them that he was now ready and asked them to open the dimensional pathway with him. Dad is coming. Solus, stay in the ring or he will ask you why you are here. On top of that, if you get sick again and have to return to your ring, he'll discover you are fused with an artifact and maybe even figure your identity as Elfin Menadian, Baitra said. Thanks, Solus replied, always shocked whenever the same person who had mercilessly put an end to her old life showed so much care for her new one. Zorith and Baitra conjured their own black pillars, and soon a third one appeared. Zagar Vaster walked through the Chaos Gate, yet Lith would have never recognized him if not for the warning. He wore the Dominator armor that covered him from head to toe. Also, he was now 1.78 meters, 510, tall, and had a slender figure. The master cared about keeping his identity a secret, and his daughters had told him how Theseus had no love for him. Lith girls, he gave them a polite bow of the head. His voice sounded exactly like Manohar's. Well, what do we have here? It seems that something went wrong with your experiment, boy. I'm not a boy, I'm millennia old. Theseus snarled at the fatherly tone that such a monster dared to use with him. Correction, your memories are millennia old. You are 2 years and something old, Vaster replied, making everyone chuckle at the bastard's expense. Be glad that I call you boy instead of child. Theseus grunted but said nothing. It was already the 2nd time that he fumbled with words, and not everyone seemed to be as understanding as Dalgus. His memories as Paquot made him used to people being too scared to talk back to him, so he had never really learned how to quip. This is odd, and with odd I mean a mess. The master was still looking at the bastard from a distance, noticing the irregular patches of skin and the violent conflict between the different life forces. This is all wrong. You are incapable of shapeshifting into any form, your hunger is barely lessened, and now you need to both eat food and absorb life force. How do you know all that? Theseus was flabbergasted. It had taken him several trial-and-error experiments to learn what Vaster had understood from a glance. I studied Paquot and I made you, boy, or better, I made your other half, which confuses me since a kobold core was supposed to be the perfect fit for your unique black core, the master said. What kobold? That day surprises seemed to never end. I'm not half Knoll, I'm half Menios. His head turned into that of a lion covered in brown fur, and with an emerald mane of the same color as Theseus' eyes. Great Mother Almighty, the members of the organization said in unison. What's so great about that? Lith and Solus knew what a Menios was because it was a peculiar kind of monster that lived in Ligon's biomes. The council had ordered Lith to fight one back when the human and the beast council were arguing about who should be his mentor, Falul or Ragu. You don't understand, my boy, Vaster replied. Menioses are the stuff of legends. Very few are still alive, and they are very hard to come by. My hypothesis is that the cobbled Paquet fought and lost against one of them. Then his powerful abomination life force must have conquered the new body, and that's how you came to be, Theseus. It's no wonder that your original lost to you. He had no chances against a Menios. I still don't get it, Theseus and Lith said in unison. You will, believe me. This is actually a blessing in disguise. Everything you have suffered until now is nothing compared to what you'll gain once I'm done fixing your life force. Bytra, put your hand on my right shoulder. Lith, on my left. This is going to be one of my best lessons ever. Vaster had reverted to his demeanor as a professor of the White Griffin Academy, making Solus squeal with joy. I'm not your thing, Theseus slapped away the master's extended hands. Whatever you are going to do, you should at least ask for my permission. What I'm doing you is a favor, boy. You should just thank me, Vaster replied. Thank you for what? For playing with my life? For fixing a mess you have created? You made me against my will, so I owe you nothing. You instead owe me a lot. I went through a lot of shit because of you, so the least you can do is say please and thank you, father, Theseus said. The last word was filled with spite and sarcasm, yet it still struck Vaster harder than a punch to the guts. You are right, son, I'm sorry, he said, making the bastard gawk. I'm sorry for playing God with your life, but I'm trying to be better. Will you allow me to fix my own mess, please? Theseus was at a loss for words, so he just nodded. The master placed his left hand on the Theseus' head and the right above the monocore before activating his breathing technique, Bayunder's Eye. Bytra, this will be of great help for your research, he said with a mind link as the details of the body and monocore of the hybrid started to appear in front of his students. Menioses have the unique ability to draw world energy simply by touching the ground. Chapter 1944, Legacy Lesson Part 2. They have no need of a mana geyser or a breathing technique to absorb massive amounts of energy. Because of this ability, they are known as living mage towers, and I think there's a lot you can learn from Theseus, Bytra, Vaster said. Even though he wasn't talking to them, Lith and Solus were part of the same mind link and heard everything. They both froze at the idea that Bytra might have her own tower on top of the Absolution. Even worse, once the fourth ruler of the Flames learned how to make a mage tower, she was bound to make more for Vaster, and for each one of the abominations hybrids of the organization. Fuck me sideways. As long as we are in a friendly relationship with them, there is no problem, but I fear the day something happens to Zinnia or Vaster decides he's fed up with the kingdom, Lith thought. I doubt there are many that even now can take his organization head-on. Once they have mage towers, only guardians might be able to stop them from doing whatever they want. I couldn't agree more, Solus replied. The idea of my mother's killer becoming even more powerful scares to death, but what can we do? Zorith is our friend, and Vaster is even going an extra mile sharing his plans with you. If you attack him now, not only will you feel like crap, but we are likely to die. His armor is made of Davros, and even our powers combined dwarf in comparison with the three of them. Lith and Solus had no idea of the true power of an Eldritch, and assumed that maybe they could take on one of them. Facing Bytra, Zorith, and Vaster at the same time, however, was just suicide. Lith, this will be a great lesson for you as well, the master said via the mind link, snapping them out of their reverie. This spell is part of my legacy, and I entrust it to you in case something happens to me. It's called Harmonizer, and is the secret of my success in merging two different life forces and cores. I plan to use it for Marth's son and yours, if necessary. It would be a shame for the children of my best friends to become hybrids. Thanks to Harmonizer, I'm confident that the human and plant life forces of Manohar Jr. can be fused, giving birth to a new species. Those words hurt Lith more than any wound ever could, making his stomach churn. What kind of asshole I am. While I plotted how to kill him, Vaster worried about me, he thought. Now watch and learn. The procedure is very delicate, and so far, it only works on abominations because they are damn hard to kill. I doubt that a child might survive, but adult hybrids might. As long as I draw breath, I'll keep working on it. Where I fail, I know that you'll carry my torch and make life better for everyone. The more Vaster said, the more Lith felt like the scum of Magur. He pushed guilt and shame aside, focusing solely on the task at hand. Solus had already shared with him the eyes of Menadian, allowing them to study both the spell and the master's breathing technique. Its effects were similar to Falol's lifestream, transmitting the details of Theseus, life force to Bytra and Lith as well. Vaster could zoom in and out at will, even highlighting a segment if needed. Lith felt like a medicine student watching a video of a surgery. Even though the only abomination's life forces he had never seen were Zorith's and his own, Lith could tell that Theseus' situation wasn't good. The black empty sphere of the abomination side clashed non-stop against two more life forces. One belonged to the Bastet side and resembled a solar system where instead of planets there were smaller stars. The other was that of the Menios and was comprised of green tendrils that looked like brown vines emerging from a green cloud. The empty sphere was in the middle, eating at both the other aspects. The vines regrew as soon as they were damaged and tried to wrap themselves around the sphere in order to subdue it. The divine beast aspect, instead, released bursts of bright violet light from the main star that spread along its satellites. Each one of the auxiliary stars absorbed and amplified the energy wave, focusing it like a lens against the abomination. Yet even two against one, the black sphere held its ground, slowly but inexorably sucking the life out of the living parts of Theseus' body. That's why he can't shapeshift without losing it, Vaster pointed out the struggle. The other life forces are barely holding out at rest. The slightest exertion is enough to tip the balance in favor of the abomination. To make matters worse, the constant damage that Theseus endures makes him hungry. Not as hungry as an eldritch, but still to the point that it cannot be quenched if not for a brief time. No wonder he is so cranky. As he spoke, Vaster's breathing technique started attacking the three life forces at the same time. Lith had been expecting the professor to weaken the abomination so that the living aspects could subdue it, but he kept his curiosity in check. Asking questions to a healer during a complex procedure would put at risk both him and the patient. For a long time, I've tried to put a muzzle and a chain at the abomination life force, but it never worked. No matter how much energy you pour against it, the black sphere is a bottomless pit. It can't be filled nor forcibly contained. What you can do instead is altering its nature. If there is no bottom, you can just make one. While Vaster spoke, he started to rip small pieces from each life force and transplant them into another. At first, the vines were either burned from the stars or devoured by the black sphere. The starlight from the divine beast, instead, was smothered by the blackness and snuffed by the vines. As for the pieces of the black sphere, once transplanted, they faded away the moment they received more energy than they could take. Yet after coexisting for over 2 years, the three life forces had grown accustomed to each other and developed a mutual resistance. A small part of the life forces thrived even in the new hostile environment, creating small trees and dots of light in the black sphere. Darkness and vines spread throughout the solar system, while black veins and fireflies appeared in the green cloud. "Keep your hunger in check, son," Vaster said to Theseus, who hadn't experienced such a violent appetite ever since he had ceased being an eldritch. "Things are going to get worse before they get much better." The master kept transplanting small pieces of the life forces, adding them to those who had already managed to survive and adapt. Most of the time, the new tissue would inherit the resistance and help the foreign life force to grow in size and strength. When a transplant failed, Vaster would just sigh and start anew. Lith admired the master's ingenuity and how, despite having the same name, Gleemo's device, and the spell had two completely different purposes. Chapter 1945, Legacy Lesson Part 3. Chapter 1945, Legacy Lesson, Part 3. The harmonizer collar created by Morok's father used the constant pressure exerted by the world energy coming from a mana geyser to reshape the life force of its wearer. It was no different from someone packing too much stuff in a suitcase and then closing it by force. Vaster's spell, instead, neatly organized everything, optimizing the space and sharing it equally between the different components, so that the new arrangement would be as stable as the old one. The procedure went on until the three life forces were painted with each other's color. Then, the master took a white mana crystal the size of an adult man and a barrel of tonic out of his dimensional item. "Eat to your heart's content?" He pointed the two objects at Theseus, who nodded before digging in. His abomination side absorbed the abundant world energy stored inside the crystal, while his living body drank the delicious liquid that was filled with enough nutrients to feed several elephants for weeks. At the same time, Vaster directed the final part of Harmonizer at Theseus' life forces. It was a steady, powerful stream of pure light magic that nurtured all the different parts at the same time. The three life forces recovered their strength, growing in size, and so did the transplanted tissues embedded at their inside. The tissues created channels that allowed the different energies to ebb and flow into each other so that they were no longer separated. The divine beast, Menios, and abomination life forces were now perfectly mixed, creating a balance between them. The distance between the black and the Menios core shrunk as their energy harmonized along with that of the life forces. The new balance was delicate but functional. The hunger was contained, the imperfection of the Menios core covered by the black one, and together they had completely restored the divine beast bloodline, further empowering it with their own. "It's done," Vaster said with a sigh from exhaustion. "How do you feel?" "I don't feel hungry anymore." Those were the first words of most Eldritch's hybrids, and Theseus was no different. The sudden absence of an impulse that had tormented him for millennia and had put everything at risk until a second ago was simply overwhelming. The Bastet looked at his arms, noticing that the patches of black skin were gone. He stripped, uncaring of the presence of others and modesty, as he checked his new body. The partial fusion of his different life forces had restored his divine beast form, but its features had been altered. As a Bastet, he looked like an anthropomorphic bipedal feline with a black skin comprised of cracked magma covered in red lava dots. His head was now hidden under a Menios skull mask that resembled that of a lion, but with a mane of dark violet flames instead of fur. Sharp thorns came out of his joints and spine, extending all the way down to his tail that ended with a bone sting. Theseus' body might have grown up to 30 meters, 100 tall, but he kept his form small enough to fit into the cavern and not make it collapse. The reborn hybrid started to jump with joy, and Dalgus congratulated him. "I'm really glad that your ordeal is finally over," the Griffin said. "Now you can start your own journey. You don't need me anymore." Theseus nodded with a smile that died the moment he realized he would be alone again. "I've been alone for millennia until Paquet joined the organization. What good is this power if I don't have any goal nor anyone to share it with?" he thought. In stark contrast to their enthusiasm, the other side of the room was depressed. "Another failure," Zorath said. "A partial success, you mean?" Baitra corrected her. "Theseus can now live freely and he's not a threat to others anymore." "Not a threat, my pale ass," the shadow dragon replied. "The blood madness is still there and he can live a half-life at best, like us. He can't have children, and he must be careful when interacting with weak living beings or his touch alone will kill them." "Indeed," Vaster noticed Lith's silent question and answered it. "As I told you earlier, my harmonizer spell is still limited. It stabilized the three life forces, allowing them to mix and coexist, but there are still 3 of them instead of 1. It's the same for the cores. A perfect being can only have one, so they were supposed to merge, just like the life forces. My spell is just a temporary fix that grants my children a normal life, but it's far from being a solution." "And I think I know why," Lith said, leaving the members of the organization flabbergasted. Vaster's spell was an incredible treasure for Lith. It was likely to help Nowrun to fix his life forces, and it might turn both Protectors and Marth's children into a new species instead of hybrids. Lith didn't want to just take such a gift and the trust that came with it for granted. He felt that giving something back was the right thing to do. "Please, Master, take a look at my life force," he said while making Solus slip off his body to avoid detection from Beyonder's eye. "This is amazing," Vaster and the 2 abominations said in unison, as he shared with them the scan of Lith's life force and how it had changed since he had reached the violet. "The problem of your harmonizer spell is that it mixes the energies of different life forces without altering their shapes. They are still a black sphere, a solar system, and some kind of tree," Lith said. "I've become a Tiamat instead of a hybrid because my 3 life forces became one, taking a form that not only kept them stable, but also allowed them to nurture each other. My abomination side protects the others from any threat and shares with them the energy it steals instead of hoarding it. My human life force coats the elemental energy within my body, keeping chaos and light separated. Lastly, my divine beast life force shares its powers with the other 2, giving them enough energy to tap into their hidden potential." As he spoke, Lith showed Vaster with a hologram how his life force had changed from when he was a wormling. As you can see, until I reached the deep violet, my condition was no different from that of Theseus. To reach the next stage, you need to find a shape that his life forces can share, turning competition into collaboration. Easier said than done, the master sighed. Your life force as a deep violet was already incredibly complex, but now is much worse. Still, my research is no longer swamped thanks to you. The two men shook hands while Baitra hugged Lith instead. Thank you, little brother, she said, her eyes veiled with tears. You have no idea how much this means to Baitra and me. I just said a few words. At the thought that just a while ago he had been planning on killing them all, Lith felt even worse. They may be just words to you, but they gave us hope. You just shattered what for years has been an insurmountable wall. Now, Dad's research can finally progress again, she replied. Chapter 1946, Legacy Lesson, Part 4. Chapter 1946, Legacy Lesson, Part 4. Meanwhile, Vaster put the white crystal back into his dimensional amulet and started to draw detailed schematics of Lith's life force. He sat on a rock in silence until he was done writing down his impressions and thought while the memory was still fresh. Thanks, Father, I feel reborn for the third time. Theseus gave him a small bow, and this time the spite was limited to a minimum. You are welcome, Vaster nodded. As Zorith pointed out, you are still subject to fits of blood madness, and you need someone to keep you calm. Are you sure you don't want to come with us? No, but I can't trust you either. I don't know you except for what I learned from Paquot's memories, and from what I saw you are not a good person, the Bastet replied. I never claimed to be one. The master stood up and checked Lith's life force one last time to make sure he hadn't missed anything. I'd better go, or my wife will skin me alive. Zorith, Baitra, are you coming with me? No, Dad, we still have unfinished business in Verendi, the Reiju replied. Excellent, Vaster asked them no questions. Maybe you can bring Theseus along. You are already showing Lith the ropes. One more trainee shouldn't be a problem. See you soon. The hybrids in his home conjured their own pillars, and the master crossed 2 continents in the blink of an eye. We have a delicate business to attend to. We can go separate ways and meet later if you want. Zorith's tone was brash. She didn't want strangers messing with what she considered a family business. Lith and Baitra were part of her family, hence making amends with Solus was of the utmost importance. She had already done everything she could for Theseus, and whatever he did of his life was none of her business. I'd like to come if you don't mind, he said, making her inhale sharply in annoyance. The organization seems to have changed a lot since Paquot left to hunt me down, and I'm curious to see how much. I wish you the best of luck, my friend. Dalgus patted his shoulders and opened a warp steps. My job here is not done, and now Verendi needs my help more than you do. Not quite, Theseus stopped him. I don't trust them. They might tag and bag me the moment I turn my back. If you stay instead, I'm certain that our powers can match theirs. The Griffin was exhausted from the previous weeks on the run, and the wounds that the Eldritch had inflicted upon him. He could use a bit of privacy and get plenty of food and rest to recover. Adding 2 more abomination hybrids to the party was hardly good news. You can count on me, he said, and then moved toward the others. I'm Dalgus Griffin, nice to meet you. Wait, Dalgus Griffin, as in Tyrus's and Valoran's son? Lith asked as the Griffin shook their hands in turns. Tyrus is my mother, but I was born before Valoran, he replied. I left the kingdom and came to Verendi to follow in my mother's footsteps. Garland doesn't need the help of my brethren anymore. The few of us left live in the Empire, while everyone else has moved away. Solus's ring went back on Lith's finger before she conjured a warp steps, and pretended to come out of it as she assumed her human form again. Sorry for leaving abruptly earlier, but I had important business to attend to, she said while greeting the Griffin and the Bastet. Nice to meet you, my name is Solus V. Elfin Menadian, it's an honor to meet you. Theseus jumped on his feet, hugging her with joy like a long-lost friend. I'm sorry for not recognizing you earlier, Effie, but between the hunger and fear I've been distracted. Do I know you? Solus swallowed a lump of saliva as a cold shiver ran down her spine after her identity had been exposed. This doesn't make sense. I had Aerth and Salark help me to make a list of the people who met me as Elfin Menadian who might still be alive, and these 2 are not among them, she thought. No, but I know you. I'm a big fan of your father's work, and you were one of the favorite subjects of his paintings. You have grown up a lot, but I've painted your features so many times that I'd recognize you anywhere, he said, making her sigh in relief. Please be honest with me. What do you think of my work? A snap of his fingers lit the cave. revealing the presence of the drawings he had made during his stay that now covered most of the walls. Some were copies of Thrane's works, while others were original. Dalgus and Solus' faces were everywhere, embarrassing them both. "Seems someone has a fan," Lith laughed at her expense. "A huge fan," Theseus nodded, missing the subtext. "Can I draw you? Thrane was a great artist, but seeing you in person is different from a painting. I hope you won't mind if I make you mine." "I beg your pardon," Solus flushed at those words. "He means artistically," Dalgus sighed. "He's saying that until now he could only copy Thrane's job, while now he has the opportunity to develop his own." "No need to be pedantic. My words were clear." The Bastet took brushes and canvas out of his pocket dimension, starting to draw before Solus could even answer. "No, they were not." The Griffin threw him a reproachful look, and the others nodded. "Miss Elfin, I'm more interested in knowing what happened to your mother and her tower." "I barely met your mother, but I knew and respected Riffa. Did she survive as well?" "Yeah, I was wondering about that as well," Theseus nodded. "No," Solus inwardly cursed her bad luck. "What are the chances of meeting a fan of Dad's work in Verendi? The list doesn't cover the owners of Dad's paintings, so I'd better shapeshift into a different form whenever I meet ancient beings," she thought. "My mother died, and she had to sacrifice the tower in order to save my life. I slumbered for 700 years to recover from the procedure, and I still bear the scars," she actually said. Seeing how hard she clenched her hands, and hearing the pain in her voice, Dalgus decided to not pry further. "What's the nature of your mission?" "Since I've lost my mother's legacy, I want to retrieve what I can," Solus replied. "We heard that the mouth of Menadian is here in Verendi, and I've come to take it back." Now that the Griffin and the Bastet had joined the mission, they would have soon learned about its goal, so there was no point in keeping it a secret. "I can confirm you that the killer of Vesta, the original owner of the mouth, is here in Verendi, but there are countless places where he might be hiding. How do you plan to find the killer and fetch your prize?" Dalgus asked. "How can you be so sure?" she asked in surprise. "Probably the same way we do," Zorith replied. "There are rumors of new powerful artifacts appearing in Verendi. The Council of Awakened makes no mystery of them, and those who had the opportunity to observe them in action say that they felt the signature of the mouth on them." Chapter 1947, Setting the Bait, Part 1. "Indeed," Dalgus nodded. "I'm not familiar with Menadian's techniques, but everything she crafted in the tower possesses a unique energy signature, and the same happens to artifacts that are forgemastered with the aid of a piece of her set. I've been here for centuries, and I can tell you that either the mouth arrived in Verendi about 20 years ago, or until that moment, the thief managed to go unnoticed. If what they are saying about the mouth is true, maybe the hands work just the same way," Solus said via the mind link. "Luckily, until now, she was too busy learning how to use them to forgemaster and sell anything. We have to warn her, or she might have problems with Garland's council." "I'm more worried about ourselves," Lith replied. "Dalgus just said that the tower leaves a specific energy signature as well. I've crafted and sold several pieces, so it's only a matter of time before someone understands that I have the tower." "I wouldn't worry about that," Solus said. "We triple-check every one of our pieces, and we never noticed anything weird. I think that when Mom fused me with the tower, that energy signature was replaced by my own. After you bonded with me, it changed again into yours. Even if there's still some mark in your creations, it bears your imprint, not that of the original tower." "It makes sense," Lith pondered. "The council examined several of my armors but never noticed anything. We are safe, but Fallow might not be." "We'll worry about that later. Now we have more pressing matters at hand," she replied before turning over to Dalgus. "Since you all knew my mother, what does the mouth do exactly?" Solus asked, realizing how little she knew about her own legacy. "I have no clue," the Griffin shrugged. "Never been to Garland?" Theseus gave another stroke at the painting. "I don't know either," Baitra said. "Menadian developed most of the tower's properties and the set's pieces after you were born, Solus. I only heard a few rumors about the mouth being capable of improving the spellcasting of its wearer. It should allow even to blue cord people to body cast, to handle many spells at the same time like the tower did, and according to some voices, even be able to conjure origin flames to purify metals." "What?" The entire room went into an uproar. "This doesn't make any sense," Dalgus said. "Such a powerful artifact would have triggered a war between Awakened, if not even with the Dragon and Phoenix bloodline. They wouldn't stand idly while they lose the monopoly over origin flames." Yet nothing happened. Zorith shared the same doubts. If not for one of our associates recognizing the mouth's energy signature, we would have never known it had moved to Verendi. How do you plan to get information about the artifact? Lith asked, burning with greed. I doubt that whoever has it will give us an audience if we ask them politely. You are wrong, little brother, Zorith said with a sly smile on her face. That's exactly what's going to happen. Space. The group had split as soon as Theseus was done with his painting. It was almost dinner time, and Lith had to go back home. Zorith and Bytra left as well, giving Dalgus the opportunity to relax and get the first good night's sleep ever since he had rescued Theseus. There was no trust between them, so the abominations had no interest in sharing their plans, just like the griffin wanted to go back to his full strength, before dealing with a potential enemy of untold power. The following morning, everyone was curious about what Zorith's next move would be. Much to everyone's surprise, she and Bytra had reverted to her original appearance, drawing lots of admired gazes. Bytra and Solus caused so much gawking that many people swallowed insects, choking on them. Lith was so amused by the show that he even shapeshifted into his Tiamat form a couple of times as they walked toward the main plaza of the city of Maraca, but no one noticed. Solus' golden hair and Bytra's golden eyes got the full attention even of children who pointed at them, asking their parents if the Great Mother had finally returned among them. What exactly are we looking for here? Lith asked. The surprise was quickly fading, and the crowd of those following the foreign goddesses increased by the second. People still kept their distance, but soon the group would have been swarmed. Trouble, little brother, and we are about to find it, Zorith replied with a cruel smile. I'm sorry, but you lost me. Lith noticed how even the kids playing along the streets were looking at them with eyes full of hostility and curiosity. Zorith had openly declared to the flabbergasted guards at the city gates that they were illegal immigrants. On top of that, everyone in the group now wore magical equipment that identified them as either mages or powerful warriors. As criminals, however, they were completely at the mercy of the authorities, who had the right to imprison and interrogate them with any means they deemed appropriate to extort information from foreign spies. He heard many of those present discussing where that odd bunch came from and what their goal might be. The people of Maraca would have already lynched them if not for the fear of facing the pointy end of the magical weapons. That's because you are too used to hiding your strength, resorting to subterfuge and deception to get what you want without getting in trouble with the kingdom, Zorith replied. Don't get me wrong, you did the best you could. You are alone and have to worry about your loved ones. Even with all of your power, you can't protect them at all times. We, instead, are abominations. Those we love can protect themselves, and each one of us has the power to level mountains. We don't care about the authorities, their armies, or their mages. If you become one of us, you'll enjoy a level of freedom like you never had before. No one will dare to touch you simply because the consequences would be dire. What about the council? Solus asked. Won't they intervene if you commit a massacre? We may be powerful, but so are they. On top of that, they outnumber us 1,000 to 1. Please, Bytra replied with a scoff, as the group came to a halt in the middle of the plaza. They never cared about human lives, otherwise they would have done something to stop the wars that plague Verendi every other year. Even if they did, the council will never commit its full forces for a mere city. Worst case scenario, they'll send someone to check on the situation before taking action. Stop right there. A stern, deep voice caused the crowd to step aside and let a small platoon of 30 soldiers pass. They wore enchanted armor, and 10 of them wore golden robes that identified them as elite mages. According to the city guards, you have no documents and have confessed to having illegally crossed the borders. Do you deny it? The captain of the guards, a well-built man over 1.8 meters, 511, tall, said. Chapter 1948, Setting the Bait, Part 2. You have to be more specific. Zorith replied with a mocking giggle that made the men clench their weapons harder and sent shivers down Lith's spine. We crossed all the borders from the desert to here. To a casual observer, her tone seemed playful, but he knew her enough to notice the hidden threat and feel the power building up inside of her. Thanks, ma'am, that's more than enough for me. The details are a matter for the constable, not me. At his signal, the soldiers surrounded the group and the mages started chanting. If you resist the arrest, we'll be forced to put you down. It's in your interest to cooperate with the investigation and answer our questions. The captain wasn't stupid. Someone declaring their crimes at the city guards was already odd, but having no fear while surrounded was ominous. Either they are insane or more dangerous than their appearance lets out, he thought. I have a counteroffer, Captain. Zorith's eyes flared with black mana that made the temperature drop several degrees. You and your dogs go back to your master with the tail between your legs and tell them that I demand an audience with the council. The city council doesn't meet on the whims of a criminal. Stand down immediately or face the consequences. The captain pretended to parley, but he gave the mages the signal to attack to kill. Explaining to the mayor why he had to kill instead of capture a group of mages would have been bad, but it still beat being dead. A volley of Tier 4 spiel darted from the mages to the criminals in a multicolored arc of elemental energy. 10 Tier 5 spells would have leveled the entire city block, and the foreigners had chosen uptown as their destination. If something happened to the luxurious villas, the mages would lose their jobs and probably their lives. Hence they had conjured solely spells that they could control with surgical precision and deadly efficiency. Zorith replied by unleashing a shockwave of black mana that canceled the spells and sent the entire crowd flat on the ground. I'm not talking about the city council, you fool. I want to speak with the awakened council. A black and white aura burst out of her body, pushing guards and citizens of Maraca away as she shapeshifted into her real form. The dragon fear that she emitted spread like wildfire, infecting even those who were still inside their houses, oblivious of the outside commotion. Her aura grew in size along with her body, flooding the plaza and seeping inside the protecting arrays of the mansions. Now that her abomination, troll, and human life force were one step away from fully merging, Zorith's shadow dragon form stood over 35 meters, 115, tall. She was covered in black scales as big and thick as a tower shield that turned from solid to ethereal non-stop, as if they were shifting in and out of reality. Despite the bright sun shining over her massive body, Zorith looked like a living shadow that light could make flicker but not chase away. On the contrary, the black of her body grew deeper as it sucked sunlight and heat. Go back to your masters, little man. Her giant muzzle came down, stopping millimeters away from the prone figure of the captain of the city guards. Go and tell them that if I don't get what I want, I'll bestow dragon magic on regular people, and their secrets will be worth nothing. Now that she was so close, Lith could notice that Zorith was still stuck at 4 eyes, and all of them shone with a weird yellow light instead of the usual white of the abominations. Whatever the source of the yellow light is, that's not elemental energy, he thought. I wonder if her eyes and mine are so different because her human life force's evolution is stunted by the failed merging of her different energies, or if Zorith simply took another evolutionary path. I think the answer is both, Solus replied. Even back when you were still a wormling and had 3 life forces, you already had 7 eyes and they shone with yellow light as well. They changed color only once you achieved mastery over the elements and your body could withstand their power. In Zorith's case, 4 eyes are all she'll ever get, and their potential is still untapped. Any idea what her powers might be? Lith asked while sharing with Solus the analysis of the eyes of Menadian. None, she inwardly shook her head. The eyes can scan all forms of energy, but they provide no explanation. If her evolution is incomplete, as you say, our only chance to understand the difference between you two is seeing her going all out. Which is unlikely, Lith replied with a telepathic sigh. Unless we fight a guardian, there's not much that can corner someone as powerful as Baitra. She's almost reached the height of a white-cord dragon, Solus pointed out. From what we have seen from Varine, eldritches have a power and durability on par with the white cord awakened thanks to their energy body. Yet they lack mass and rely on chaos to deal damage. Zorith, instead, has now both her powers as an eldritch and a physical prowess superior to a bright violet dragon. Your analysis is an understatement. As they spoke via their mind link, Xenogrosh's aura had started to swirl, reaching for the sky. Black massive clouds had assembled, turning the day as black as the night. Gusts of powerful wind sent people tumbling along the streets, emptying the plaza. Have I made myself clear, little man? Zorith's voice was a low snarl, yet it echoed throughout the city block and beyond. The captain nodded, incapable of speaking or taking his eyes off the hypnotic gaze of the shadow dragon. Staring death in the eyes was terrifying, but there was also beauty in it. The captain wondered how it felt to wield such power and hoped that whoever those awakened were, they wouldn't show up. He wanted to be the first in line to receive the gift of dragon magic. Good, then tell your soldiers and your master to stay away from us. My wife doesn't like when I kill people for petty reasons, so if you force me to put a dent in her smile, I might as well turn this whole city into a crater. Her final word was accompanied by a roar that made the ground tremble. Even array-protected households shook, and the chandeliers on the ceiling swung wildly while small objects fell off the furniture and broke. A violet blast of origin flames erupted from her mouth and moved toward the sky, resembling a huge snake. Once it exploded, it blew away the black clouds and sunlight returned. Yet its warmth was of no comfort as the citizens of Morocco were covered in a cold sweat. Even those too far to hear Zorath's words or be affected by her dragon aura had witnessed her power. Something in the main plaza had darkened the sky, and then it had cleansed it with fire. Religion wasn't a thing in Verendi either, but many fell to their knees and prayed to the Great Mother to spare their lives. Chapter 1949, Stepping into the Light, Part 1. When Zorath reverted to her human form, the main plaza was deserted. Only the members of her group remained, and she now had a smug expression on her face. "See, little brother, this is how we work, no subterfuges. We go straight to the point and wait for our prey to deliver itself on our plate," she said. "That was idiotic," Theseus blurted out. "I spent weeks running from both humans and awakened. The council knows who I am and is out for my blood. You just put a huge target on our backs for no reason." "Quite the contrary," Zorath replied with a sly smile. "You see, the organization is now part of the awakened Council of Garland. As long as you stay with us, they can't attack you without violating the treaty between the councils. Your presence actually helps us because they have more than one good reason to come to us. They know that dragon magic doesn't exist and that I threatened them to expose the secret of awakening. I was afraid that they wouldn't buy my bluff since making good on my threats would get me nothing but make me an enemy of the Garland Council as well. Thank you, Theseus. If you are members of a council, then why didn't you just ask Verendis for a formal audience?" Dalgas couldn't deny her logic, yet it seemed too much effort for such a little gain. "So naive for someone 1,000 years old." Zorath clicked her tongue in disapproval. "The Garland Council doesn't know about the mouth, or we would have even more competition. The moment I mention the artifact and demand it be given back, what do you think would happen?" She took a brief pause, letting a nightmare scenario play in the heads of their companions. "We would be surrounded by some of the most powerful beings of Verendi in their own home, under the effects of magical formations whose power I can't even fathom. They would kill us, leaving no trace of what happened but fake evidence. They would claim that you went on a rampage due to your blood madness, that we tried to defend you, and that they had to put us down in self-defense. They cannot afford to risk that we expose the existence of the mouth to the Garland Council. They would rather kill us all and face the political consequences of their actions than willingly give up on such a powerful artifact. This way, instead, we have the home advantage and we can set the rules. No array can be cast without us noticing, and by forcing them to meet us in the open, in the richest block of one of the most populous cities of Verendi, they can't just try to wipe us out. If even one of us manages to escape, they would be done, and even the guardians of Verendi would side with Garland. With a single move, I left them no choice but to play a game of my choice." Zorath walked toward the Winged Boar, the most luxurious hotel of the city, and the others instinctively followed her. Her intelligence and charisma made her the leader of the group, not her power. Even Lith was inwardly gawking at her strategy. He had always had lots of power, but he had always been forced to hide it. "So this is how you use sheer might strategically," he pondered. "Zorath didn't shed a single drop of blood, yet the entire city is under her control. By avoiding violence, she made people scared enough to not provoke her, but not so desperate that they would attack her. I must say I like how the organization operates, quick, smart, and straight to the point." "Does this place have suites?" Zorath asked a young woman who wore a long, elegant dress that covered her from neck to toe despite the heat of the day. "Yes, Your Majesty. They are on the top floor of the building." She had big brown eyes and gentle features that would have made her lovely if it wasn't for the fear freezing her face and making her voice as deep and husky as that of a man. "Good, we'll take the full floor and that below. I want no one coming in or out of my property without our permission. Are we clear?" Zorath asked while bringing her nose so close to the concierge that she stopped breathing in terror. "Crystal," the young woman croaked more than speak, swallowing at every syllable. "Perfect." Zenegrosh looked at the name tag on the concierge's breast pocket and then at the prices listed for the rooms based on their floor. "Zyma, this is the advance payment for our stay." She put a small pouch filled with gold coins of Verendi on the counter. The sight was enough to make blood flow again through Zyma's body, biting her lower lip in greed. She was paid in copper, and she made 1 silver coin per month when the tips were good. Zorith noticed color and light returning to the young woman's face as a business smile appeared on her face. "This is for you." Zorith took a gold coin out of the purse and placed it in Zyma's hands. "Make sure that no one bothers us. If anything happens, let me know and I'll deal with it." "Yes, Your Majesty." Zyma quickly hid the gold coin inside her pocket and thanked the gods for their generosity. No one had witnessed the donation since the concierge was the only member of the staff who had remained in the hallway of the hotel. It had happened solely because Zorith's stare had frozen her in place, but now Zyma considered it part of her luck. "Is there anything you need? The kitchen is at your service, and our hotel prizes itself for the skill of our masseuse and the thermal baths," she asked. "What do you want to do?" Zorith asked Lith. "Now we have to wait. Feel free to go back home. I'll call you the moment something happens." Lith pondered the average response time of Garland's council and assessed that Verendi shouldn't be any quicker. Before sending an ambassador, the Awakened would surely discuss among them, preparing a plan and several contingency measures in the case it failed. "Thanks, Big Sis. I'll come back after lunch. There are a few points that I want to discuss with you, but they can wait." Space. Just like Lith had predicted, no one had arrived during his absence. Camilla had been happy to see him back again so soon and to spend the morning with him. The closer their honeymoon came to its end, the more precious the time they had together became. It was also the reason she didn't like always having Solus around much. "You already spend more time with him than me these days. Can't we have a little privacy?" she grunted while setting the table for 3 while Lith cooked. "I'm sorry, Kami, but I need my full strength. I need to be close to both Lith and the tower. I promise you that as soon as the issue with the mouth is resolved, I'll leave you two alone." Camilla understood how precious Menadian's legacy was for Solus and dropped the argument. Yet her compassion didn't make her like the situation one bit more. Chapter 1950, Stepping into the Light, Part 2. Once they returned to the Winged Boar Hotel, they were well fed, rested, and Lith had still his head ringing from Camilla's earful about setting boundaries. "Do you think I'm getting a tan?" Solus asked, showing him her slender arms. "Definitely," Lith nodded while projecting a hologram of her old appearance. "Your skin is more reddish than bronze, but it's still a tan." "I definitely need to stay in the sun more," she replied with a warm smile. "Until now, I was afraid that every time I went back into my ring my body would reset, that I was still frozen in time, more a thing than a human. But now I'm certain that I can change as well, and it's all thanks to you and Kami." Lith didn't mention the earful to not spoil her mood, and just smiled. "Any news?" He found the others in the restaurant. The place was richly furnished and utterly empty. All the other clients had run away in terror, but no one cared. The owner had already seen the bag of gold, and it contained more than what he earned in months. The staff often came to blows to decide who would serve the monstrous guests, but not to avoid them so much as for the privilege of serving them. They were all people paid in copper, and Zorith tipped in silver. There wasn't a single hint of fear in the hotel, only the smell of fresh flowers. "Yes, the cooks are great, and they even serve Garland cuisine, Mr. Picky Eater," Zorith chuckled. "Oh, and the spa is worth its reputation. You have to give it a try." "I meant the council." A snap of his fingers set a hush zone around the table. "Not yet," Baitra shook her head. "I guess they are still talking with Garland and deciding if we are worth their time. Making us wait is a power move, Lith. It makes us understand that they are not afraid of us and gives them time to prepare." "That's why I came back. We need to prepare as well," he nodded. "There's one thing I don't understand. How are we supposed to convince the council to give us the mouth? Blackmail rarely works, and even if it did, once they don't have anything to lose anymore, they can spill the beans with our council and put us in a world of trouble." "That's actually the weak point of my plan," Zorith sighed. "Sure, we can threaten to expose the existence of the mouth, but at that point they would rather keep it. Violence is not an option either. The Master worked hard to get the organization into the Garland Council. We would just make a lot of enemies and gain nothing from it." "What if the heir of Menadian stepped forward?" Solus said while clenching her fists. "That would certainly give our claim legal grounds." Zorith tormented her chin as she spoke. "Whoever took the mouth is a murderer and a thief. The mouth can be considered part of your legacy, and the Garland Council would do anything to back you." "Are you insane?" Baitra said. "You can't reveal your existence like that. It would put your life in danger." "Lots of people already know," Solus shrugged. "You, Zorith, Grandma, even Dalgus and Theseus. Without the tower, I'm just a weak ass awakened. No war will be fought in my name or to get me." On top of that, I'm sick and tired of living my whole life in the shadows. I'm not a criminal. I didn't do anything wrong, and I just want back what's mine. She took a brief pause to catch her breath. Also, I was thinking of altering my appearance to avoid problems. Solus added a layer of darkness to the hush zone and shapeshifted. Her body became taller, reaching 1.75 meters, 59 of height. Her hair regained solely the orange and silver streaks that she was supposed to have, and her features now resembled more Menadian-esque than her own. She still looked similar to Thrane's paintings, but no one would recognize her as Solus unless they had met Elfin in person. Also, thanks to her tower side, her body didn't lack extra mass, and growing in size hadn't lessened her physical strength. This might work. Lith looked at her, almost failing to recognize his friend behind the stone mask of determination that her face had become. But are you sure about this? If you step forward, people will ask questions and you need to have answers. Are you going to pretend to be a human again? Solus replied. Only during an undercover mission. Lith shook his head. I'm done hiding and pretending to be someone else. I'm going to always use my full powers and live proud of my nature of a Tiamat. And I'm proud of carrying the Menadian name, she said. I'll make sure to not mess with your life. I just want back what's mine. I've lost everything I had. I've lost centuries of life and most of my memories. I'm sick and tired of letting people take everything away from me without putting up a fight. On top of that, I've nothing that the Council might want. Menadian's knowledge is outdated and the tower is lost. Since I spent the last 700 years slumbering, my forgemastering is nothing special. If we get the mouth back, I plan to give it to Grandma. No one will dare to attack her, and she will keep it safe if not even update it with creation magic. Actually, Solus just wanted to touch the mouth to trigger its tower equivalent, and then she planned to gift it to one of their friends, just like she had done with the hands. That speech was for the sake of their companions, who were unaware of the tower. That's actually the best thing you can do, Zorith nodded. Claim that Salark saved you, that you are her guest and protege. It will make our claims even stronger. Don't worry, Elfin, I mean Solus. If anything goes wrong, I'll protect you with my life, Baitra said. Were you two really this close? Theseus asked. I know that all the rulers of the flames knew each other, but this is a bit extreme. We didn't, the two women replied in unison, but only Baitra continued. It's because of me that she lost everything. I put Solus in the condition she currently is, killed Menadian, and caused the destruction of the tower. You did what? Dalgus, eyes flared with bright violet mana as he stood up, glaring at Baitra. She was one of the greatest minds and of the most generous people I've ever met. Council or not, today you're going to pay for what you did. It wasn't her. Zorith jumped up, putting herself between them. My wife is just like Theseus. She killed her original Korg and inherited her memories. She wasn't even born until 3 years ago, let alone 700. At those words, Dalgus' aura disappeared, and he gave Baitra a bow an apology. I'm sorry for my brash words and losing my temper, he said. I should have kept a level head and noticed the lack of reaction from Lady Elfin. I praise your determination to make amends for crimes that you didn't commit. Chapter 1951, Bait and Switch, Part 1. Theseus felt a sense of kinship toward Baitra. He had found someone who was exactly like him, who could truly understand what he was going through. He was about to ask the Ryaju if she suffered from blood madness as well when she turned toward Dalgus, shaking her head. Please, I don't deserve your apologies nor your praise, Baitra said, leaving both men confused. Ever since I gained the full memories of my original, I inherited not only the burden of her crimes, but also her greatness. Korg was a genius who let her envy and ambition consume her until they turned her into a monster. What she did was terrible, and she gained a lot from it. I can't undo her actions more than I can forget the source of the knowledge she bestowed upon me. For most of my short life, I suffered from fits of blood madness because every time I put Korg's knowledge into practice, I was also reminded of how she had gained it and the suffering she had caused. Only after meeting Solus and accepting my responsibilities as Korg's heir did I finally find peace. I'm not doing this because I'm a hero, but because it's the right thing to do. If I just enjoyed the fruits of Korg's crimes without even trying to make amends to her victims, I would be no better than her, and I would deserve your fury. That's ridiculous. You are guiltless. The crimes of your biological mother cannot fall upon you. You had no choice in the matters you blame yourself for, the Griffin replied. No, she's right. Theseus stood up, walking in front of Solus. All of you gained your powers through hard work and sacrifice. It's your achievement, something you deserve and can be proud of. People like us, instead, have been granted powers that came at the expense of innocence. In a way, Baitra and I are forbidden magic come to life. We took our knowledge from our originals, who in turn took it from whoever was unlucky enough to cross their path. Just using their powers for our sake would be egotistical. As Baitra said, we must try to make amends for our past crimes. This guilt we feel is what makes us truly different from our originals. He took Solace's face between his hands, applying body sculpting to her. The changes were minimal. The shape of her eyes became a little sharper, her mouth fuller, and her hairline advanced a little. Once he was done, she had become identical to the young elfin Menadian in Thrain's paintings, with all the artistic liberties that Solace, father, had taken in depicting her daughter as he saw her. "Fuck me sideways. If I didn't see the before and after, I would never recognize you, Solace," Lith said. "Thanks," Theseus replied. "This way, even if things with the Verendi Council go south, you can always go back to your old life, Elfin. Everyone will go looking for a painting that came to life." "This is amazing." Solace watched at her reflection in a mirror of ice she had conjured. "It's still me, yet at the same time I'm not. How did you do that?" Paquet, my original, was an artist as well, but he used people instead of canvas for his works. Theseus lowered his gaze in shame. He turned his victims into flesh puppets and then enjoyed their agonizing moans as they starved to death. "I know things about body sculpting that give me nightmares. From how to fix a defective life force to how to make a human statue last for months by forcing their body to cannibalize itself, shrinking over time like a candle." "Do you know how to fix cracked life forces as well?" Lith asked, barely containing his excitement. "No, that's beyond anyone but a guardian. A defective life force is still whole, whereas a broken one loses pieces that cannot be replaced without forbidden magic." "Believe me, Paquet tried," Theseus replied. "He cracked people's life force on purpose just to put them together. Flesh puzzles, he called them. He never completed one." "Thank you anyway," Lith offered Theseus his hand, who shook it. "Knowing it still takes a burden off my chest. Also, I won't forget what you did for Solace. I owe you one." Baitra and Theseus spent the following hours sharing their respective past and their techniques to keep the blood madness in check. The Reiju didn't need them anymore and was happy to help someone like her. Dalgus, Zoreth, Solace, and Lith instead discussed their strategy. They could more or less guess what the Council's reply would be. They decided to keep their cards close to the vest and reveal them only if necessary. Rather than making feel the opponent pressured from every side and making them take an aggressive stance, it was better to apply pressure in waves. To breach their defenses one at a time, so that they would be cornered without noticing until it was too late. It was almost evening when the concierge announced they had a visitor. Baitra thanked Zyma and tipped her, making the concierge thank the gods for the lateness of the shift change. Without expecting a reply from either the Shadow Dragon or Zyma, a young-looking woman walked through the door. She marched along the tables, keeping her back as straight as an arrow, exuding an aura of confidence. She was about 1.8, 511 meters tall, with dark brown skin and eyes. She was dressed in black and gold, with her long hair arranged in small tresses that sparked under the light due to its silver and yellow streaks. She had full lips and a stunning figure, but for awakened standards, she was barely an adult. She couldn't be more than 100 years old and had yet to reach the violet core. Lith could see with life vision her bright blue core and the vortexes that didn't show any sign of developing into auxiliary cores. Either she had reached the bright blue recently, or her mentor didn't plan to teach her the secret of the violet core until she was chosen as their heir. "My name is Trissa Mabadi, apprentice of the Plant Council representative Senara the Furbolg." She didn't give them a bow nor treated them with any courtesy. "I've come here only because your farce piqued my master's curiosity, Shadow Dragon." "Neither she nor the council fear you." She kept standing even after being offered a seat, to keep looking down on the troublemakers. She considered the matter a waste of her time, and was eager to leave as soon as it was dealt with. "You should better fear me, Runt. You have no idea of my powers." Zoreth stood up, feigning outrage while she was inwardly smiling. "We actually do. You are not the first divine beast that lets their ego go to their head, and you are not going to be the last." Trissa sighed, with the same tone an adult would use while addressing a child not too bright. "No matter what you do, you are not a threat. The council is older than your forefather, and we know how to deal with your kind. Try to spread your so-called dragon magic, and we'll know before you have awakened a single human. Then we'll end you, and whoever even dared to speak with you." Chapter 1952, Bait and Switch, Part 2. My master sent me here solely because she is curious to understand the reason for your stunt. If you really wanted to mess with the council, you wouldn't have announced your presence and intentions. Your threat is a bluff that you expected us to call. Unless I'm wrong and you really are crazy, I demand you to explain why you didn't request a formal meeting through the official channels, Trissa said. After gauging her opponent, Zorith dropped the pretenses, and a sly smile appeared on her face. The Fae wasn't an idiot, but just like the Shadow Dragon had expected, the Council's ego had backfired on them. Sending someone young and irrelevant as their ambassador was another way to humiliate the unwanted guests, just like making them wait for hours without a single reply. Yet it played straight into Zorith's hand. Trissa had the full authority to speak on behalf of the Council, and none of the wits necessary for the task. Sending a youth to deal with old monsters was akin to throwing the live bait in the river without the hook. A free meal for the fish. The answer is simple: I don't trust you, the Shadow Dragon replied. I don't trust being surrounded by a bunch of old fossils in their own home, not when I demand them to hand me the mouth of Menadian and the bastard who stole it. At the mention of one of the most treasured secrets of the Council, Trissa took a step back. She looked around the room, activating life vision for the first time since her coming and looking for traps. I don't know what you're talking about. She quickly regained her composure and looked at Zorith like at a madwoman. Instead you do. The dragon stood up, growing her size a little to stare at the plant in the eyes. I am old enough to know that all the artifacts crafted with a piece of the Menadian set carry a specific energy signature. It was one of the safeguards in case one of her apprentices was killed. A forge-mastering tool is pointless if its creations can't be sold or used. It allowed Menadian to track her apprentices and study their progress. Even if what you say is true, I doubt that Menadian would have shared such a secret with you, unless you forced her to spill it before killing her. Trissa moved on the offensive, threatening Zorith to charge her with the death of the first ruler of the flames. You are right, she didn't share it with me. Menadian told her other apprentices, though, so that they could look out for each other. Zorith waved at Baitra, who stood up as well. Allow me to introduce you Baitra the Reiju, fourth ruler of the flames and Menadian's apprentice. I know of Vesta's death, but I ignore the identity of his killer. Baitra shrouded the table for a split second as she shapeshifted back and forth from her beast form. I demand the mouth back and justice for my fellow apprentice. Even if you are who you claim to be, you have no right over the mouth. Trissa took another step back, suddenly feeling cornered. She now recognized Baitra. Both her human and beast appearances were identical to the paintings in her mentor's office. Very few knew what the inventor of the modern runes looked like, and no one would dare pretend to be them. To make matters worse, the aura that the Reiju released was no bluff. Even though neither her master nor Baitra had gone all out in front of her, Trissa could tell that even the millennia-old Furbog was no match for the ruler of the flames. Oh, we have plenty of right, Zorith replied. Menadian lived in Garland and so did her apprentice. The mouth was stolen, not sold or inherited. As members of the Garland Council, we demand to have it back. Fail to comply, and we'll inform the rest of the awakened community of how Verendi makes deals with murderers instead of dealing with them. She put her council amulet on the table as proof of her words. Trissa swallowed loudly, not knowing what to do. The matter was way beyond her capabilities, but she couldn't back down without tremendous political repercussions. If the Garland Council was informed, there might be a war between the two continents. I understand your point, but this issue is centuries old. People gets killed every day and their legacy stolen, Trissa said slowly, to buy the time to find the right words. If you demanded justice right after it happened, we would have gladly complied, but we would have still kept the mouth. Vesta had no heir, and with Menadian gone, the rules of the game are simple. Finders keepers. You have my respect for your talent and the many teachings you shared, Lady Baitra, but they don't give you any right over the mouth. Menadian had hundreds of disciples, even among the people of Verendi, and they have the same claims over the artifacts that you do. Trissa gave her a deep bow to hide the smug grin for escaping the enemy's trap. Feel free to tell the Garland Council about the mouth. If it's a war you want, we'll gladly bring it to your door. Yet with Thrud already thinning your numbers, it would be a damn shame if the Mad Queen suddenly had new allies. Your closing every sentence with a threat is becoming annoying, kid, Zorith snorted. Know that we have yet to inform the Garland Council for the same reason we resorted to that facade this morning. We don't trust them more than we trust you. Even if we won the war, the mouth would be split among the winners, whereas we want to give it back to its rightful heir. Me, Elfin Menadian, Solus had remained sitting until that moment, giving her back to Trissa. The young awakened recognized her from a painting, and her knees buckled. Solus looked exactly like the teenager elfin from Thrane's drawings down to the smallest details. The full lips, the golden eyes brimming with power, and the perfection of her proportions were nothing like the real Solus, but they matched how her father saw her through his loving eyes. That's bullshit, Trissa had to sit down. Elfin Menadian disappeared for centuries right after her mother. I don't know who you are or how you managed to shapeshift yourself in such form, but you can't be her. You are too young and weak. Her voice lacked conviction even after life vision showed her Solus's blue aura. Shapeshifting had limits. Resembling someone and being identical to someone were two entirely different matters. Either the person in front of her was the true Elfin Menadian or someone old enough to have met her in person. I am Elfin Menadian. Solus stepped forward, looking down on the awakened. My mother's murderer killed me first and then exploited Menadian's attempt to revive me to kill her as well. My mother died and the tower was stolen, but she still managed to partially succeed in saving my life. The procedure left me in a coma and crippled me. Before dying, Menadian sent me to the desert, where I slumbered until a few years ago. Chapter 1953, 19 Part 1. Chapter 1953, 19 Part 1. Your story is too convenient to be true, Elfin. I need proof of your identity. Tell me something that only Menadian would know, Trissa said. Like what? Solus replied with a scoff. I won't share my legacy's secrets with you, and even if I did, it's all outdated knowledge. Whatever I say, you could just claim that I'm making it up, or that's not enough until you learn what little I've left of my mother's work. If it's proof that you want, I can give you plenty, though. I can call Lakra Silverwing and Baba Yaga to vouch for me. I can even call Overlord Salark to testify about my identity and how my mother entrusted me to her. Solus didn't actually have their contact runes, but Zorath could ask Nandi to summon Baba Yaga, who in turn knew where to find Silverwing. As for Salark, her rune was on the speed dial. Seeing the rune of the Guardian on Solus, Amulet sent Trissa into such a panic that she lost control over her shapeshifting, and her skin slowly turned from brown to green. Arguing over the ownership of the mouth with the Garland Council was one thing. Making an enemy of one of the original 6 Guardians and 2 White Cord awakened was another. If the young woman in front of Trissa really was Elfin Menadian, her claim had solid grounds that couldn't be denied. Heck, if among your ranks there's someone who met me in person, ask them to come here. They'll recognize my energy signature. That's something that no shapeshifting can change. Solus turned around and went back to her seat. This is a complicated matter that's clearly above my authority. Trissa decided to swallow her pride and bail out. If she agreed on giving back the mouth, the council would kill her. If she refused to give it back and triggered a war, the council would kill her. Allying with Thrud was but a bluff. The Verendi Council knew that once the Mad Queen claimed Garland, they would be next. They looked at the War of the Griffins in fear and wanted Thrud defeated. They didn't intervene because distance made them feel safe and wanted to preserve their numbers. If the Garland Council lost its power, part of its territories would be up for the taking, and many awakened would move from Verendi to take them. An all-out war between awakened councils, instead, would have thinned their already small numbers and paved the road to conquest for the Mad Queen. A nightmare scenario that had to be avoided at all cost. That's none of our problem, Zorath shook her head. Elfin waited 700 years to get her life back, and she's not going to wait for you. Her homeland is in danger, and there's no time to waste. You have 24 hours to come back with a declaration of war or the mouth. After that, we'll reveal everything to the Garland Council. She might lose the mouth, but it's still better than leaving it with you. Also, know that you won't face just the Council of the Awakened, but also the Master's organization. Zorath noticed that Trissa didn't seem impressed, so she raised the ante. I don't come to Verendi for over a century, but I bet that you heard about the final smile. She shapeshifted into her old eldritch form. It resembled a humanoid with a small torso, huge claw-ending limbs, and 2 membranous wings on its back. Even before undergoing the Master's experiments, turning into an eldritch had restored part of Zorath's draconic nature. The 4 white eyes and the monstrous row of teeth on the eldritch's oversized head resembled a distorted face wearing a cruel smile. It was the last thing that Xenogrosh's victims would see, and that gave her the nickname. Trissa recognized the ancient monster from the surveillance footage that she had studied during her apprenticeship and shivered in fear. The black aura that Zorath now exuded made it hard for her to breathe. I'm not as famous, but I hope you haven't forgotten about the white lightning of Verendi. Baitra shapeshifted as well, turning into Korg's form. She now looked like a pitch-black humanoid covered with small scales and long silver hair. Her horns were much smaller than a Raju's, but they sparked with a pristine electricity that only chaos could trigger after robbing it of its light. Another black aura spread, covering Trissa in a cold sweat and making her grip a nearby chair so hard that it turned into splinters. Also, you'll have to fight me, the Red Carnival. Theseus stood up, turning into his old appearance, that of an unnaturally tall and thin man with limbs as thin as a twig. White stripes alternated with the blackness of his body, giving the impression he was wearing a suit. His head was elongated as well, looking like a cylinder with 210 cm, 4 long shiny slits that were actually his eyes. The Fae jumped back in terror and reverted to her true form, ready to fight for her life. The final smile and the white lightning were famous eldritches who had done lots of damage in Verendi, but their visits never lasted. They were considered natural disasters, something that was more convenient to wait to be over than to fight against. The Red Carnival, however, was a scourge that had plagued Verendi for millennia. A rot that had resisted every attempt of the council to excise it. Paquot's feats were well known. He would reach a city at sundown, and by daylight, its inhabitants would be gone forever. He used their entrails as festoons, decorating the main roads. He painted the biggest walls he found using bile, blood, and every bodily fluid he could squeeze out of his victims instead of colors. Yet the worst part was the carnival rides. They were the results of the bodies of the citizens fused with body sculpting and turned into living carousels that emitted agonized moans instead of music. Their bones would break and their organs collapse, unable to sustain such an unnatural and complex form for long. Yet Paquot always made sure to have an audience. That a few hapless travelers would witness his work, until he made the bodies explode into what he considered the closing time fireworks. His name was that of the boogeyman mothers would use to scare their unruly children, and awakened masters to threaten their disciples. Theseus quickly reverted back to his human form and sat down again. Only then did Trissa manage to stop quivering like a leaf in a storm. She was glad to be a plant instead of a human, because otherwise she would have lost control of her bladder and would have fainted from the lack of oxygen. She had stopped breathing for a while, but Fays could do it from their skin even when their lungs refused to move. Once she managed to regain her cool, Trissa noticed that one of the men at the table was almost as flabbergasted as she was, while the other looked completely unfazed. He had listened to all those ancient names without batting an eye. He must be so powerful that even such an assembly of monsters poses no threat to him. Chapter 1954, 19 Part 2. Maybe he's even the master they are talking about, that or he's the bravest man on Magur. Trissa had no idea that Lith was simply ignorant. Names that would scare a wiser and older man were just cringy to him. She couldn't afford to underestimate her opponents anymore, so she took a long look at Lith with life vision. He was the second weakest of the group after Elfin, but that could be explained by a cloaking ring. Trissa ignored her sight and focused on her nose, smelling a faint trace of eldritch abomination from him. I knew it. As long as they are in human form, their power is suppressed, but they can't hide their smell, she thought, finding no joy in her discovery. What are you exactly? Trissa asked Lith. Before I go back to the council, I need to know who we are dealing with. I'm 19. He gave the flabbergasted Fae thumbs up without moving from his chair. Trissa racked her brain to make sense of those words, but to no avail. Every famous monster, abomination, and eldritch had a nickname that represented their madness, not a mere number. For a second, she assumed that it might have been the mysterious eldritch's body count, but then she realized that 2 digits weren't something even an awakened would brag about. As in there are 19 more of you, or is it your position in this organization? Self-duplicating or ranking was the only logical explanation. No, as in I'm 19 years old. Lith shook his head as he stood up. He released his violet aura while unfolding his 4 wings and opening his 7 eyes. I am probably younger than most of the hotel staff, but I reached this level on my own. I am no legacy heir. I awakened and developed on my own until the Garland Council found me. Imagine what I'll become tomorrow. Lith stared at her, opening his face mask and letting small bursts of origin flames come out. Trissa furrowed her brows for a second before her eyes went wide in surprise. Great Mother Almighty, she inwardly reassessed the threat level of each one of the invaders. If what this guy says is true, then he might be the second weakest of the group, but he's also the scariest. Elfin has Menadian's legacy to back her, while the others are old monsters who built their power through the centuries. Their strength makes sense. Reaching the Violet so soon and developing a unique bloodline, it's unheard of instead. He's wearing no cloaking device, and I can tell that his physical prowess is at the level of a divine beast. I can't believe that someone who is less than 1/5 of my age can kill me with the flick of a finger. The Fae had come to the Winged Boar Hotel to intimidate and humiliate the arrogant Shadow Dragon, who had dared to demand an audience with the Council instead of requesting it. Yet she was about to leave the building after having been scared to death and thoroughly humiliated. The final smile had played her like a fiddle from the beginning and exploited her ignorance to corner the Council. On top of that, every single member of that unlikely group made her look like a child who threatened adults while throwing a tantrum. You'll receive the Council's answer within the next 24 hours as per your request. I can't do more, I'm sorry. Trissa needed sheer willpower to turn around and walk out of there as slowly as she had entered instead of running for her life. I suppose that you're also like Bytra and Theseus. Dalgus stared at Zorath with suspicion. You are a clone who has devoured her original, correct? Wrong, the Shadow Dragon shrugged. I'm exactly the monster you think I am, and even though I'm not proud of some of my past deeds, I'm not ashamed of them either. I did what I had to survive, and I owe no explanation to the likes of you. Be grateful that I devoured my clone, because she would have turned Maugre upside down just for the fun of it. How can you say that after what you did to the kingdom and to countless people? Rage and life maelstrom coursed through the griffin's body with greater intensity with each word he spoke. You. She's my wife and savior. Bytra stepped in front of him. I don't care what she did in the past, now she's a better person. Those like you who have no idea of the hunger and abomination suffers their whole life, and the things that it forces us to do just to survive has no right to judge her. She's also part of my family in a way, Lith said. Attacking her would mean facing all of us. Even in the ridiculous case you win, everything we have done so far would be meaningless. Verendi's council would keep the mouth. The organization and the Garland's council would lose some of their best warriors, and Theseus would have no place where to go. The only person who would be grateful to you would be Thrude. A tense silence ensued while Dalgus mulled over his chances of victory and the consequences of his actions. He kept circulating the life maelstrom and weaving spells for a few seconds before letting them fade away. Fine, but whatever happens next, don't count on my help. I'll protect Theseus and Elfin, but that's it, he said. By the way, there's something I don't understand, Lith said as everyone went back to their human form and dispelled the cloaked area. Your power move was amazing, sure, but the Council will never give up on such a precious artifact. Based on what you said earlier, I assumed you had an ace in the hole, something that would force their hand. Yet aside from showing off, you achieved nothing. You wish, Dalgus said, having a hard time believing that someone so powerful could also be so young and naive. By revealing her true identity, she has given the Council the grounds for a killing order. Our eldritch friends here are all wanted in Verendi, especially Theseus. Trissa may have been scared witless, but her master won't miss the opportunity to attack you on sight in the name of justice. Is he telling the truth? Lith couldn't believe that Zorath had made such a stupid mistake. The two of you are right, but you are also wrong, Zorath said as a cruel smile appeared on her face. As I told you earlier, we abominations don't hide nor cower. It was all intentional. I introduced myself as a member of Garland's council, and I didn't strike first because I can't afford to ruin all of the Master's hard work. If they attack us, however, ignoring our rights as members of another council, they'll give the organization the grounds to retaliate. Verendi can't attack us without Garland's approval, but they'll never give it. If they don't follow protocol once we strike back, Garland will consider the issue as between us and Verendi. I demanded an audience with the council because Verendi is too big to search it in a brief time. Because this way, not only will Bytra and I have the perfect opportunity to test our new powers against a worthy enemy, but we will also have free reins in Verendi once the problem with Thrude will be dealt with. Chapter 1955, Climbing the Ranks, Part 1. At that point, no matter how long it takes, I'll find the mouth of Menadian and give it to you, soulless, Bytra said. Space. Griffin Kingdom, above Amana Geyser in the Nestra region, Golden Griffin. Thrude came several times a day to check on the Arthan's madness pods, where her generals were being injected with the ambrosia in order to become divine beasts. The academy was automated, and Histar checked on their vitals 24/7, ready to alert her in case something went wrong. Yet it wasn't enough to keep Thrude calm. After spending so much time with those emperor beasts before the start of the war, being their mentor, friend, and leader, they had become more than mere soldiers in the Mad Queen's heart. They had had countless opportunities to defect once outside the Golden Griffin, or whenever she removed the effects of the unwavering loyalty array from their bodies. Instead, they had served her faithfully, putting their hearts and souls into her master plan as if her life dream was their own. Her soldiers would often return from the battlefield with mangled bodies and leave after a single night of sleep. Even when they met one of the old monsters of the Awakened Council, they would fight until their last breath and appear in the Academy's regeneration chamber after having been shredded to pieces. Not one of the Mad Queen's champions had put their own pain above the mission, sacrificing themselves again and again, no matter how traumatic their death would be. Thrude considered them as her friends, people who she wanted to share the final victory and its spoils with. She felt responsible for the lives that they had once again put into her hands without a second thought, and the burden was almost crushing her. Thrude knew how dangerous the procedure was and had set the madness settings to as slow and steady as she could. Emperor beasts were usually bigger than a human, but compared to a divine beasts they were mere pups. For their body to grow in size so much, to develop strong muscles and bones capable of sustaining it, they usually needed Magus' help. It was the planet that would rearrange the body of an evolving creature, making sure that their organs wouldn't collapse due to the strain and keeping their proportions perfect. Magus wasn't going to help Thrude's soldiers, though, and it was up to the Mad Queen to make sure that everything went without a hitch. One small mistake and her generals would emerge with imperfect bodies. Zedro's procedure had taken half that long, but once he had come out of his pod, his new mass was the same of a non-awakened dragon, with no trace of body refinement, and he had died for it. Gata and the others, instead, had developed their new body slowly, allowing them to use accumulation during all that time and filtering the impurities from their flesh and bones the moment they formed. Just like when she had given birth to Valoran, the closer the final day, the more anxious she would get. The madness wasn't her womb, but it was still Thrude's life work and the legacy that her father had entrusted her with. Her generals were about to be reborn through her own version of the madness, and that made them her children as well. Now that the timers counted down the minutes before the pods would open, she couldn't stop pacing nervously in front of the line of Arthan's madnesses, biting her nails in frustration. Is this how a father feels? She thought out loud, completely helpless while waiting for the dice to roll. Calm down, Mother. I'm sure that everything will be all right. Worst-case scenario, the unwavering loyalty array will fix them, Protheus, the first doppelganger, said. He looked like a mix of Thrude and Jormung, with silver eyes and light green hair. The androgynous features of his human body made it hard to understand his gender, and usually he had none. Protheus took from his stepfather when he needed to console his mother or play with Valoran, while from Thrude when he had to deal with the troops. You don't get it, Protheus, she shook her head. Worst-case scenario, they will be trapped into faulty bodies that will make their life an eternal nightmare. Chronic pain, dementia, and madness are only a few of the. The sound of the liquid filling the pods being drained told Thrude that the procedure was over, and fear cut her short. The beeping of the capsules as air filled them sounded like the executioner's steps to her. As the safety locks were released one at a time with a click, Thrude became so nervous that she was covered in a cold sweat, eager to know if years of preparation and almost 1 month of motherly care had paid off. Good morning, my liege, Yata the Scorpicore said, walking out of the pod in her human form. Or is it evening already? It's hard to track time in here. Who gives a damn about the hour and the weather? Just tell me how you feel. Thrude walked to her, using her breathing technique, regal flow, to check the condition of each and every one of her generals. I feel incredible, Yata replied. All I need is a real meal and I'll be ready to train with my new body. I'm sick and tired of drinking goo. Nonsense, Thrude shook her head. Training can wait, you need rest. We spent the last month sleeping most of the time, Uffil the Hydra said. If I see a bed or a fucking bathtub, I'll go nuts. I've been soaked for so long that a little dirt and sweat sounds nice. Don't worry, Mom, we'll be fine, Leary the Firebird said with a mocking tone. I promise you that the moment we feel something is wrong, we'll tell you. The past few weeks felt like death. What we need now is to live a little. Words struck the Mad Queen like a punch to the guts, freezing her in place until all of them walked out of the room in search of food and company. They had spent a lot of time sealed in a transparent capsule alone, and their stomachs weren't the only part of their bodies that demanded its due. Gods, they grow so fast. Thrud said as a silent tear streaked down her eyes. Yeah, Jormund replied while carrying their baby between his arms and handing Valoran to her to calm her down. From 2066 to 3100 meters in 1 month is one heck of a growth spurt. Take your time and enjoy being a kid, Valoran, she said while lulling the baby. Grown-ups have lots of work and sacrifices to do. The doppelganger looked at the family scene and the madness with envy. Everyone was growing more powerful while his mana core had just entered the green. With so many potential divine beasts, Protheus feared that now he had become irrelevant. Death didn't scare him compared to the idea of being left out of the war and watching powerlessly from the sidelines. Thrud noticed his distress and patted his shoulder. Don't worry, my child, we have still much to do. Chapter 1956, Climbing the Ranks, Part 2. He asked in confusion. My doppelgangers have lost their effectiveness as undercover agents since Manowar taught everyone how to expose us. Our cores are still weak and our magic is lacking. There's no we, not anymore, he replied. You are wrong. Thrud took the last batch of ambrosia out of her dimensional amulet and handed it to Protheus. What am I supposed to do with this? He asked. Why do you think I waited for them to come out to show it to you? Because now you have access not just to my golden griffin, Valoran's Bahamut, and Jormund's emerald dragon's bloodline, but to over 30 different divine beasts. I'll be honest with you. I didn't plan to give you your powers nor to use ambrosia on you, but fate decided otherwise. Thrud said. You can store and access the forms of the most powerful creatures of Magur, and with the ambrosia, you might even gain their bloodline abilities. At those words, Protheus' eyes sparkled with greed. He would be back being her champion, and his power would be unmatched. On top of that, if the ambrosia worked, all of his descendants would inherit the ability to recreate mana organs as well. Don't act rashly, though. Remember what happened with Verhin's tissues, Thrud said, snapping him out of his reverie. Also, you have no real guardian blood, just tissue samples. What I said earlier about pain and madness applies to you as well. I have no idea how ambrosia will interact with your body and powers. You might become the supreme being just like you could turn into a mindless jigsaw creature. How long would the procedure take? Protheus had already made his mind. The only question left was if he would come out in time for his presence to tip the scales of the war. Otherwise, the ambrosia would have had to wait. He couldn't lay asleep while his family risked their life. A few days at most, the Mad Queen replied. You already have all the mass you need and it's already refined. The only step you'll undergo is the bloodline awakening. Please think this through before. The doppelganger placed the vial in the madness, starting the preparatory steps of the procedure. I had 1 month to dream for this moment, and I'm not going to wait for a second longer, only for the time that I need to collect the samples from my newfound siblings. Space. Verendi Continent, deep underground in the Zagovia Plains, Council Hall. After hearing Triss's report, the representative of the 5 races had rushed to meet, dropping whatever they were doing no matter how delicate the step of their research was. Sending a youth to deal with old monsters had been a mistake, and they had less than 23 hours before that bomb exploded in their faces. This is bad, Ozak Estes, the human representative, said. We are stuck in a lose-lose scenario. If we surrender the mouth of Menadian and its owner, we'll not only lose a powerful artifact, but we'll also go back on our word. We had promised Visante our protection and a full pardon for his crimes. No one will ever trust us after this. Worry made deep wrinkles appear in his otherwise handsome features. Ozak was over 600 years old, but his smooth, dark skin and his muscular body were flawless. Aside from the gray patches along with the silver, orange, and blue streaks on his black hair, it was hard considering him one day over 40. I disagree, Zergov the Dullahan, the undead representative, said. This is much worse. Our council can't afford to lose the mouth. It's the second wind we have been expecting for decades. Without it, soon even Giera will surpass us. Garland, with its 3 guardians and its 3 countries, has always been a nightmare for us. The number of minds our fellow Awakened can exploit, and the infrastructures they enjoy are incomparable to ours. We have so many fucking borders to cross, so many governments to infiltrate for a single delivery that our progress has always been slow. To make matters worse, these constant territorial wars are a pain in our ass. We lost a lot of potential Awakened candidates among the war victims. Indeed, Senara the Furbolg, Triss's mentor, nodded. Until a while ago, we could console ourselves that Giera fared no better, but now things have changed. The plague has erased their cultural differences and driven out the undead, leaving the council free reins. Ever since they overcame the crisis of the aftermath, their development is progressing by leaps and bounds. Awakened can now reclaim and mine all kinds of magical resources in broad daylight. The number of Awakened in Giera has boomed, and soon they'll become as strong as Garland. I heard that Zagran the Garuda is actively helping them and wants to follow in Salark's footsteps to give her own kingdom a go. They'll never reach Garland's prowess. Ilza, guardian of life and mother of all the bastards, said, "The war of the Griffins has weakened their council, but once it ends, they'll come out stronger than ever. They have now a regular army. They are sharing their knowledge, as I suggested you to do for millennia, and they even added the abominations to their folds. Yet the crown jewel of all this will be the union between beasts, plants, and humans. It doesn't matter who wins. Garland will be the first developed continent to overcome specism and its prejudices. If they stop living as three separate races and become one great society, they'll thrive like never before." "What about Giera?" Rokuno the Jatan, the beast representative, asked. "They have already built a society where all four races live together and Awakened teach magic to fake mages." "Do you really want to compare a bunch of ruins to a flourishing culture?" Ilza said with a sneer. "That's why I said developed continent. Giera is ahead of Garland, but it's incapable of facing an invasion. What they have built is wonderful, but it will crumble at the first gust of storm." "Enough spreading salt on our wounds, Guardian," Zergov said. "Instead of reminding us how much we suck, offer us a solution. Who knows, maybe if you were as good at your job as Tyrus, we wouldn't be in this mess." "I am Verendi's guardian of life, but I'm no great mother." She gave the goddess a small bow while mentioning her name. "Also, I have told you idiots and your predecessors countless times what our continent needs. It's you who refuse to listen and take action. If you expect me to do all the hard work and the sacrifices, letting you reap the benefits, you'll wait until the end of times." "Easy for you to talk," the plant representative said. "You are a guardian and have eternal life along with amazing powers. What would take you a finger snap to achieve takes us decades. Also, it's not our fault if Garland's guardians are better than our own. The Master overcame the limits of undeath. The Tiamat is a brand new race that has no equal, and Thrud's child might be his peer if not even his better. All three of them came to be because of Tyrus, Ligain, and Salark. While your offspring slaughtered innocents, theirs achieved great things." Chapter 1957, The Die is Cast, Part 1. "Enough!" Ozak slammed his heavy fist on the adamant table to quell the anger of his peers. "Let's reconsider the situation from the beginning and make a decision instead of wasting more time with recriminations. The past is beyond our reach, and if we don't focus on the present, we'll have no future because we'll be all dead." After silence returned to the council hall, the human representative continued. "The situation is not as dire as it seems. Our agents in Garland have confirmed that the local council is still unaware that we are in possession of the mouth of Menadian. Our guests want to keep the information and the artifact for themselves, and this plays in our favor. Also, where you guys only see a disaster, I see an opportunity. If we get rid of the intruders, we'll kill several birds with one stone. Their death will weaken the Garland Council, the organization, and we'll finally get justice for the countless lives that those eldritches took through the centuries. After that, we just need to be careful with the mouth and sell the artifacts crafted with it solely to trustworthy people who will keep the secret about their origin. The War of the Griffins is a blessing in disguise because it gives us the time that we need to step up our game. As long as Garland has to face Thrud, a political matter like the death of a few ambassadors will have to wait. Once the war ends, we just have to strike before the winner recovers, no matter who it is, to achieve a quick victory." "I like your idea." Zergov's severed head rested on the table, so her body had to lift it and shake it with its hands to make her nod. "But there's another way that would avoid a pointless war. We can just claim that we played no role in the attack. That the grief-stricken families of the victims acted on their own after learning of the presence of their sworn enemies. At that point, we might even close the issue by offering a few scapegoats. After all, if we leave no witnesses, no one will trigger a full-scale conflict based on hearsay." "Agreed," Rokuno said, "but we must act swiftly and decisively. If even one of them survives and manages to escape to Garland, things will escalate. Even if we win, many of us might not come out of it alive. It would be of great help to the cause if you joined our efforts, Ilza. You are the guardian of life, and avoiding the conflict between councils would save countless lives." "Nice try, but no. I'm not an idiot, and this is your agenda, not mine. The Bastard's eyes flared with mana and fury, making the other representatives quiver in their boots. Fine, Senara raised her hands in surrender. You could at least clean up your own home and get rid of the Red Carnival for us. Theseus is your son. His actions and the blood on his hands also fall on you. I would agree if it was still the old him, Ilza said. My son had taken a path from which there was no redemption, and I've sworn to kill him with my own hands if I ever found him again. Thanks to the Master, however, he's gotten a fresh start, and the illness that twisted his mind is gone. I will always be grateful to the Master for saving my child, and I'm not going to harm this new Theseus unless he proves to be no different from the old one. Besides, it was you who, against my advice, granted Visante a full pardon and your protection in exchange for his services. You glossed over his crimes so that he could grow your power by sharing the mouth with each one of you in turns. He is now a respected mage of our community, and if the truth about him were to be revealed, you would be all in trouble. Elfin Menadian is the legitimate heir of the mouth, and I won't move a finger against her either. Do you mean that she's the real deal? Does she have the tower? Senara asked, and the others nodded, their eyes lit by greed like a bunch of dragons. She's the real deal, but the tower is lost. The killer took it away. Senara lied through her teeth, unwilling to cause Elfin any trouble. So you're going to abandon us like always, Zergov the Dullahan said. I'm not abandoning you. You have decided to ride toward a cliff, and I refuse to follow. End of the story. The Bastard stood up, opening a warp gate back to her lair. One last word of advice. My son was brilliant as a bastard, and once he turned into an abomination, his brilliance was twisted into a monstrosity. He became more powerful and more dangerous than he had ever been. Now he has transcended beyond even that. I wouldn't cross him if I were you. Then she left before they could reply. All in favor to get rid of the intruders before Garland learns about the mouth? Ozak asked, and the motion was unanimously approved. Space. Panaka Hill, in the middle of nowhere and of the Ceuta Plains. The more Lith studied the area that the council had chosen as neutral ground for the negotiations, the more it looked like the perfect place for a trap. There was no settlement nearby, so no witnesses either. The Panaka Hill was an isolated plateau far from the borders of Garland, with nowhere to hide for dozens of kilometers. In the case someone was forced to run, the pursuers would have a clear line of sight on their target. No matter if one flew at high speed or blinked, it would take a miracle to escape. Now I understand why you decided to come here as soon as they communicated to us the meeting place, even though we are hours early, Lith said. You didn't want to give them the time to prepare traps. Correct, Zorath nodded. I gave them such a short deadline so that they were forced to improvise. Even if they contacted us after starting the preparations, building huge arrays isn't something that you can do in a few hours. Even if they sent us to some secluded execution spot, we've cast array detection spells on our way here to avoid surprises. This is still a trap, though, Lith replied. Most likely. The alleged reason for choosing this place is to allow us to have a clear sight of the members of the delegation and have many escape routes if something goes south. Yet we know that even if they send just one person, it takes a single warping array to move dozens if not hundreds of Awakened at a time, Zorath said. If this is a trap and we know it, why are we even here? Theseus asked. Between chaos and spirit warp, there's nothing that can stop us from reaching Garland. Let's spill the beans with the council and let them sort this out. I agree, Solus said. Me too, this will be a pointless battle, Dalga sighed. Not really. Lith shook his head as he turned around to look Solus in the eyes. Chapter 1958, The Die is Cast, Part 2. If in my previous battle I needed to check how I fare against a human army, now I can experience the Awaken's tactics and put mine to the test. Royal pardon or not, I'm going to fight Thrude, and I need all the practice I can get against an Awakened army. Is it still worth risking your life for? Solus fiddled with her hair, finding it uncomfortable having only 2 colored streaks due to body sculpting. I'm going to risk my life anyway in the War of the Griffins, Lith shrugged. At least now I have 3 powerful eldritches and you by my side. It's much safer than on any battlefield I will ever step into. Why not just leave it to the council? She looked unconvinced. Because the mouth is yours, Solus, and if they knew about such a powerful artifact, they would take it for themselves. As I've always said, nothing that's worth having comes easy, but once you reach our level, you often have to fight for it. People will not let you have good things out of the goodness of their heart, not even those you deserve. If you don't stand up for yourself, they'll take everything away from you. Is it an artifact really worthy of shedding so much blood? How are you any different from the council? Theseus chimed in, feeling conflicted. The artifact? No, but that's not on me. We gave them proof of soulless rightful claim, we gave them a choice to end things peacefully, and they turned it down. Lith replied. I'm different from the council because I'm not the one seeking battle. I can't decide how people live, but for sure I can decide how people who raise their hand against me die. I don't enjoy violence, but if you start avoiding conflict, you'll end up with nothing but the clothes you wear, if you are lucky. Solus was still mulling over Lith's words when Baitra approached her. The Reiju kept her distance until Solus allowed her to come close. What do you want? Her voice came out way ruder and colder than she intended. This is going to be a difficult battle, and I will need to use the absolution. Baitra replied while offering Solus the hammer once again. To do that, I need your permission. Why do you need my permission to use your weapon? Solus furrowed her brows in confusion. Because I consider the absolution a part of Menadian's legacy, the Reiju said. I could only make it because I stole the Fury and studied it for years. Like you always said to me, I have no creativity. I upgraded your mother's runes to become the fourth ruler of the flames, just like I simply upgraded your mother's hammer to craft the absolution. It belongs to you, not me, and I don't want to take anything away from you anymore. Solus flushed in embarrassment at the rudeness of the words of her past self. After spending years with Lith and working hard to understand the secrets of Forgemastery, she knew how hard it was to upgrade something. Most of their best pieces were just upgrades, like the Orichalcum Skinwalker armor from which they had derived all the others. On top of that, the Reiju's thoughtfulness moved her. Baitra was willing to put Solus' feelings first, and her own survival second in order to redeem herself. I really was a jerk to Baitra, Solus thought, and was about to apologize when rage replaced shame. Seeing the absolution and its bare aura of power that matched that of her fury, filled Solus with anger. Jerk or not, Baitra is right. She's no better than those bastards of the Verendi Council. She stole the Fury and the Council the mouth, enjoying the artifacts without a care for how they got them. Neither of them is entitled to Mom's legacy. The mouth is mine, and so is the absolution. I can't believe that Vaster managed to create something so powerful that it might even be better than my mother's work, she thought. Then, before cruel words that she wouldn't be able to take back left her mouth, Solus stopped for a second, putting her wounded ego aside. I stand corrected. Baitra and the Council are not the same. She's offered me the absolution twice already, and it was my choice to refuse it. She's here to fight for me, risking her life to get back the mouth and try to fix our relationship. The Verendi Council, instead, even after learning who I was and how the mouth ended up in their hands, want to kill me just to keep their new toy. Lith is right. They don't deserve my compassion. Please, Baitra, use the absolution and do everything you can to come out of this battle alive, Solus said, after taking several deep breaths to calm down and take the edge off her words. You have stolen the Fury, but you also returned it to me the moment you learned that I was still alive. There's no way we can change the past, but there's no point in our enmity. The old Baitra is dead, and you seem a great Forgemaster. She pointed at the absolution and at the enchanted equipment that the two abominations now wore. Even if I had died that night, Rifa's legacy would still live through you. The absolution is the proof that you didn't just uncover my mother's secrets, you also understood the spirit of her teachings. So stand up and fight. Thanks, Baitra hung the hammer at her hip and wiped her tears. You have no idea how much these words mean to me. Believe me, I know, they mean a lot to me too. Solus still couldn't stand the Reiju, but she felt that the burden on her heart had lessened. The scar that her mother's death had inflicted upon her would never disappear, but it had finally started to heal. Theseus overheard them talking from a distance, feeling Baitra's relief as his own. The bond between Vaster's hybrids allowed him to perceive her sincerity and how Solus' partial forgiveness had soothed her spirit. He had walked more than 1 mile in her shoes, and now pondered whether to wish that none of his victims was still alive, or to meet at least their descendants to make up for the suffering that Paquet had inflicted. Space. The rest of the time passed in silence. Everyone was tense, and aside from eating and drinking in order to retain their peak strength, they spent their time meditating. Dalgus had tried for a while to change Theseus' mind and avoid the conflict, yet the bastard had been adamant in his decision. After that, the only thing that the Griffin could do was to plan an escape route and keep his distance from the group. The emissary of the council came dead on time. Senara the Furbolg, plant representative of Verendi, stepped through a warp steps that had appeared at a safe distance from the hill. She looked like a beautiful woman in her early 30s, about 2 meters, 67, tall with bright green skin, crimson red vines for hair, and full lips. The Fae exuded a bright violet aura that made everyone but the abominations feel pressured. Chapter 1959, Blight Flames, Part 1. Damn, is there really so much difference between the violet and the bright violet core? Lith wondered as he used life vision, death vision, and shared soulless mana vision. The Furbolg's physical prowess was inferior to a divine beast's, but it was nothing to scoff at. He witnessed her die in several different ways, but every one of them required her body to be reduced to shreds. Even from that distance, Lith could see with the mana sense the Fae's body, crackling with the hidden energy of the spells that she kept at the ready. Also, judging from the full set of equipment she wore, Senara had come ready to battle in the case the negotiations failed. The Furbolg didn't show any sign of hostility, and released 2 seemingly harmless spells. The first was an array detection spell, while the other was a life-detecting array. There was nothing odd in her actions. Senara might just be checking that her guests hadn't set up an ambush or a trap. In her shoes, I'd do the same. Life vision has a limited range, whereas a life-sensing array can cover up to 1 kilometer. The question is if she used it to check for hidden reinforcements on our side, or to make sure that there are no witnesses. As for the array-detecting spell, I bet that if she found any, a well-placed disarray spell would have turned our protections into the opening salvo of the conflict. Lith thought, and he was right. Senara was truly disappointed to miss the opportunity to blow them up with minimal effort. She had conjured open the warp steps away from the hill exactly to avoid being caught in the conflagration. Welcome to Verendi. I'm Senara the Furbolg, plant representative of the council. My disciple Trissa should have told you about me. She gave them a small but polite and graceful bow that they returned. Have you brought the mouth of Menadian? Solus asked. No, I came here to find a peaceful solution. She shook her head. There's nothing to talk about. Give me my mother's legacy back or we'll leave. Lady Menadian, I think you are rushing things a bit. Senara raised her hands in a peace gesture. There's no reason to be enemies. You could just come to live here among us. We would gladly return the mouth to you, and you would not be involved in the pointless war that's ravaging Garland. All of you are welcome to stay. She then turned toward the rest of the group. We heard a lot about Garland's Tiamat, and we are willing to offer you a seat in the council. As for your eldritches, your past crimes can be forgiven if you help us develop our continent and let us study your unique condition. You have already joined Garland's council, and I can promise you that Verendis will not treat you any worse. I'll tell you what I said Ragu when she made me the same offer. I'm not interested, Lith replied. I don't want to be part of your council, and I don't trust a bunch of thieves to keep their word. I bet that the moment I follow you, you would extort me of my mother's secrets and add the fury to your collection. Solus showed Senara the reborn hammer, and the Furbolg's eyes shone with unbridled greed. Even if we were seeking our redemption, the likes of you can't help us. Theseus knew that his destiny wouldn't be much different from Elfin's. The council wanted to befriend him solely to discover the secret of his power that went beyond the limits of the bright violet core. They would turn him into a test subject and discard his remains once they were done with him. I'm truly sad, Senara sighed. We could have achieved great things together, but you refused to take the hand that was offered to you even though it was the only thing that kept you alive. A snap of her fingers caused dozens of warping arrays to appear. The magical circles were so close to each other that their borders almost touched, and there were so many of them that the hill was completely surrounded from every side. As the council's elite core of Awakened stepped out of the warping arrays, Lith was amazed by their numbers. He had expected a small army, but it was barely a big platoon. What the fuck? Why so few of them, and why are they arranged into teams of 7? It's a waste of manpower. 5 is the best number per unit, like we did with the Hand of Fate to fight Orpal. Lith had no idea of what was happening. The reason there were so few people was simply that the council couldn't afford to reveal the existence of the mouth to other people. Only those who were already aware of the fact that the council owned it and had benefited from the artifacts it created had been summoned. The more awakened elders they involved, the more things they would have to explain, and the less time their respective turn using the mouth would last. Like Falul always said, only an idiot never shared. The Verendi Council had avoided infighting for the artifact by exploiting its nature as a teaching tool that allowed the mouth to be used by multiple people. Yet if too many mages were involved, there wouldn't be enough time for everyone. Now, Zorith gave Lith the signal and he called upon the void. A dome of blackness erupted from his body, covering the entire Panaka Hill and reaching the awakened units. What the fuck? Senara suddenly couldn't even see the hand in front of her nose. No matter what kind of mystical sense she employed, life vision and fire vision were blocked while her enemies were too far away for earth vision to be effective. The elite units kept their cool, but when their own comrades touched them, several fights broke out. They mistook the hands groping in the darkness for their enemy having exploited the situation to blink behind them. The worst part about it was that they were right. Lith was the only one still on the hill because the call of the void would always be centered around him. The others instead had warped to the back of the enemy formation and escaped the encirclement. Yet they had no intention to run away. The blackness of the void lit up with countless white eyes and maws that assaulted the awakened from every side, throwing their formations into disarray. Each demon was nothing compared to an awakened, but there were hundreds of them. Hundreds of black hands, invisible in the darkness, whose touch robbed their victims of their vigor and mana. This is the part that I like the less about the plan, but I must deal as much damage as I can before these old monsters find a counter to my void. Lith thought as he shapeshifted into his full size, standing 25 meters, 82, tall and becoming visible above the black dome. Exposing his position was very dangerous and painted a target on his chest, but it was a risk he had to take. He was the only one besides Solus who could see through the call of the void, and the only one who could exploit the situation to its fullest. Chapter 1960, Blight Flames, Part 2. Chapter 1960, Blight Flames, Part 2. As Lith used body and mind casting to weave his spells, he also took a deep breath. His black and silver eyes lit up, splitting the light from the darkness element in the world energy and sending them in different directions. The black light moved from the Tiamat's mouth down his throat and into his lungs, erupting from between the scales as it coursed through his body. The silver light, instead, moved to his heart, and from there focused into the feathered wings on his hips. When Lith opened his mouth, a burst of void flames came out of it while a silvery stream of blight flames erupted from his wings. The origin flames, infected respectively by chaos and decay, moved as fast as a bullet, striking two different awakened units whose members were fighting back-to-back against the army of shadows. The void flames exploded on hit, generating a shockwave that sent the awakened flying. The black fire burned at everything from the outside, eroding their flesh, auras, and equipment. The blight flames, instead, pierced through the blackness of the void, allowing its flabbergasted victims to see what was happening around them. They believed that one of their allies was helping them to quickly dispose of the demons. Or so they thought until they noticed that the blinding light was eating at them from the inside while strengthening the shadows by the second. Decay was but nourishment for the demons and death to anything else. The silvery fire burned and healed them at the same time, consuming the flesh, metal, and enchantments just to force them to recover a split second after. They dealt no damage, but they inflicted a huge burden not only on the life force of their victims, but on their cores as well. Healing and repairing drained the energy respectively of the mana and the power cores. Lith had always been able to use the void flames, so learning how to conjure the blight had been second nature to him, the moment he had gained his second feathered wing. Using two cursed flames at the same time required the help of his eyes, but it also lessened the burden on his life force. He didn't need to inject part of his abomination side in the origin flames anymore, because he had now a way to conjure the chaos from the world energy and safely channel the decay that the process created. He took another deep breath, ready to unleash a second volley of twin cursed flames when something hit him square in the chest. The impact was strong enough to lift the Tiamat off the ground and imbued with so much mana that it pierced through his chest despite the Voidwalker armor. What the fuck? Lith thought as blood gurgled from his mouth and the call of the void faded. Much to his surprise, both units he had attacked seemed tired but unscathed. It would take them just a few breaths of invigoration to return to their peak condition. It's worse than I thought, Zorith told him via the mind link they had established in advance. There aren't many of them, but they can all use both Silverwing Annihilation and Bastion. That's why they formed 7-man units. Lith had no idea what she was talking about, but thanks to the monocle of Menadian that he shared with Solus, he could both replay the moment he had been taken down and analyze the unknown spells. Annihilation and Bastion were part of the legacy that Lakra Silvering, the first Magus, had spread throughout Maugr. They required 7 violet cord awakened to be cast, because each one of them would summon and fine-tune a different element. They were known as anti-guardian spells, intended to allow Awakened to fight a guardian gone mad, or at least survive the encounter. Their power matched that of Blade tier spells, but unlike them, they had no specific requirement. Anyone skilled enough could use the Bastion and the Annihilation. The Awakened groups had used the former to resist the cursed flames, and the latter to bring down the Tiamat. Such formations were the standard procedure of the Council when dealing with divine beasts. Sure, even divine beasts could use such spells, but while the members of the Council lived as a community, the offspring of the Guardians lived on their own. It was rare finding 2 of them, let alone 7, and willing to cooperate. Both the Flames and the Void had failed to hurt the Awakened, but the plan was still a success. Senara noticed the disappearance of Solus, and the others only once the Shroud of the Blackness had disappeared. During that time, they had finished preparing their spells and positioning themselves behind the enemy lines in order to strike them from the blind spot that the Call of the Void had created. On top of that, the blackness that had robbed the Awakened of their senses had also been the only thing that had kept them safe from the abominations. Now that Baitra and the others could see them again, the counterattack began. Solus could see through the void, so she had already dealt her fist strike. She had activated one of the powers of her fury, Burning Rain. After throwing the hammer, it had split into 9 copies, each one with its mana crystals of a bright red. The mystical gemstones sucked in the world energy, amplifying the fire element to the extreme until the Furies were engulfed in flames. The heat rose, turning the hammers from blood red to pristine white as they flew amid the enemies without touching them. Then, once the Furies reached their true target, they exploded into countless flaming shards. Burning Rain turned the 9 hammers into white-hot Davros shards that attacked the Awakened from every side. The spell pierced through the protections and the flesh, making the blood of its victims boil. The Awakened soldiers had formed circles, leaning against each other to cover their backs, but the void blinded them, and they couldn't see the Furies flying in the middle of their formation. The very technique that was supposed to allow them to defend themselves at a moment's notice maximind Burning Rain's effects, hitting 9 7-man units at the same time when they were still huddled up. When the Call of the Void started to fade, Zorith and Baitra darted amid the Awakened who were rolling on the ground. The elite soldiers were trying to smother the flames while also using their respective breathing techniques to heal before it was too late. The glove on Zorith's hand extended its fingers into Meter's long claws that cut off 5 heads at a time with just a flick of her wrist. The new Sky Piercer was made of adamant and so heavily enchanted that it had no problem cutting through the damaged enchanted armors. Solus noticed how much it resembled the hands of Menadian and wondered how much Baitra knew about her mother's work. There were many things that the Reiju would teach her, if only Solus managed to bear her presence. As Zorith reaped awakened lives like ripened wheat, Baitra threw the absolution. The enchanted hammer split into 8 exact copies that were engulfed into chaos energy, unleashing Baitra's version of the old Fury's Hammerfall spell, Ruination. Chapter 1961, White Griffin, Part 1. The white crystal on the absolution turned black as Ruination filled the hammer with chaos energy. The enchantment split the light from the darkness, releasing the decay produced in the form of silvery shockwaves that spread throughout the battlefield. The 8 copies of the Baitra's hammer pulsed in unison, using the decay to weaken the enemy lines before striking at them with the full power of a chaos spell. Now that the Call of the Void had faded, however, the Awakened saw the incoming attack and managed to raise the bastion in time. The hammers bounced off the mystical shield without even cracking them. The chaos was suddenly dispersed, and with it, the mana coursing through the absolutions that merged into one before falling onto the ground. The Reiju snarled and recalled the hammer to her hand. "Please, I don't want to fight," Theseus said while dodging multiple attacks and refusing to fight back. "Stand down and I promise you that we'll leave peacefully." The answer came in the form of 7 Tier 5 spirit spells that blew him to smithereens, leaving only his feet intact, which was more than enough for his Menio's side. The world energy flooded the fuming extremities along with nutrients, and countless vines sprouted from them. They collected every single bit of the scattered body, rebuilding it from scratch before the dust cloud caused by the spells could even settle. "I gave you a choice and you chose death," the Bastet said as he shapeshifted into a 30 meters, 100 tall humanoid titan. "I won't hold back anymore." 7 more spirit spells struck while he was still healing, yet they didn't leave a single scratch on Theseus. The earth element of the world energy mixed with the Bastard's life force, bestowing upon him the mana body bloodline ability. The elemental flow of the world energy flooded him and countered the spirit magic. A regular divine beast would have consumed a consistent amount of life force to neutralize so many powerful spells, but Theseus was different. His Menio's side naturally drained the surrounding world energy while also healing his life force, making the bloodline ability have no cost for him. A flick of his wrist, and the space tore apart as if a giant finger had slashed through it. The Bastard jumped inside the rift that immediately closed behind him. The Awakened prepared a Silverwing annihilation while looking around for the exit point of the dimensional opening, but found none. "Has he run away?" one of them asked via the mind link. The rules of dimensional magic were simple. One exit point and one entry point were formed at the same time. Life vision was supposed to spot them both unless one of them was too far away, like it happened for a warp steps. Ripple and Tear, however, worked differently. The Bastard's Tier 5 dimensional spell created one entry point and a dimensional pocket where the user could hide. Unlike normal dimensional areas, time inside the pocket flowed normally. New tiers appeared in the space, and the Awakened had no way to know from which one Theseus would come out, and which of them were just decoys. Tier 4 chaos spells, Howling Void emerged from all of them, catching the Awakened by surprise. The chaos element was too quick to conjure a barrier and make short work of their armor. The lucky ones managed to partly dodge, and only lost a limb while the others died on the spot. They tried to return fire, but the dimensional rifts closed before the spells reached them. New rifts opened into different positions, and the onslaught of chaos spears continued. "Don't stand like idiots. Rat him out." Senara combined mind and body casting to instantly weave a collapsed space spell and force Theseus out. The spell made Ripple and Tear collapse in a powerful implosion that struck only the diving beast, who fell to the ground with a boom of thunder. Whole tufts of hair were burned to the root, and the Bastard now missed several chunks of flesh. Attacking from inside the rift was safe, but keeping it open required an enormous amount of energy that he couldn't recover while away from the ground. Theseus was still gasping for air when an annihilation struck him. He conjured mana body again, while his Menio's side drained more world energy, but his body started to crumble. Senara didn't miss how his feet were the only part of his massive body to be still unscathed, and the fact they were the point from which the regeneration always started. "Aim the annihilation on his feet or make the red carnival fly," she said. "Once we get him off the ground, he's as good as dead." Dalgus, however, begged to differ. He had no intention of taking part in the fight, but the Awakened didn't know it and had attacked the Griffin as well. On top of that, even though he didn't approve of Lith's and Zorith's plan, he had sworn to protect Theseus and Solus. He abandoned his human form, revealing his nature as a white griffin. The emperor beasts and the tree-tall fays that until a second ago had towered over him were now overshadowed by his majestic figure. The griffin quickly shapeshifted into a bipedal form with prehensile hands, keeping the same mass of his four-legged form and reaching a height of 30 meters, 100 feet. His head, neck, and forelimbs were covered in pristine white feathers that turned pitch black toward the end. His leonine body was covered in glistening amber-colored fur that ended in a tail whose tip was made of pure white light, shining like a star. Even though they had been together for a while, it was only then that Lith recognized Dalgus. The two had never met, but Lith had spent 4 years of his life surrounded by banners depicting Tyrus' firstborn. "Are you related to the White Griffin Academy?" Lith asked as a silvery armor covered Dalgus, and a pair of battle maces appeared in his hands. "I was his first headmaster after its foundation," the White Griffin replied. "My siblings took care of the other academies. Why do you ask?" Lith didn't have time for talking as many attacks came in both his and Dalgus' direction. The Griffin snarled, knowing that even with the white wind armor he couldn't afford to take 7 spirit spell of that magnitude. Every piece of his equipment was a gift from Tyrus. She had given them to him as a reward for following in her footsteps and helping the people of Magur. Their adamant was heavily enchanted, but it still had limits. Dalgus unleashed a stream of life maelstrom that empowered him, his equipment, and burst out into 2 more bolts of silver lightning that struck respectively Theseus and Solus. At the same time, he used the Tier 5 light mastery spell, Castle of Light, to shroud his maces into multiple layers of hard light constructs. The perfectly balanced weapons moved non-stop, using each the momentum of the other to never slow down even after deflecting a spell. Dalgus used one mace to strike at whoever dared come close enough, and the other as a shield that blocked both magical and physical attacks. Chapter 1962, White Griffin Part 2. The two weapons emitted sparks of light with their every move that didn't fade away, even after the griffin had moved to another position. What in the Great Mother's name is happening? Senara suddenly was afraid that even the elite units of the council might not be enough to win her that battle. 3 out of the 4 abominations have transformed into divine beasts, and the nameless man turned out to be a griffin. Is Elfin Manadian the only human in the group? The answer to her question came when Zorith in her shadow dragon form and Baitra in her human form, who stood above the dragon's head, started to move in unison. The council representative noticed that there was something familiar in the spell they were casting, but the realization arrived when it was too late. Their arms had traced a 6-pointed star that she had mistaken for Silverwing's hexagram at first, and then for Silverwing's annihilation. It cannot be either. The hexagram takes too long to cast, and the annihilation requires 7 violet cord awakened and spirit magic, Senara thought, and she was right, but only in part. White cord awakened had more than enough power to use Silverwing's legacy on their own, and regular eldritches were just as powerful. They couldn't use annihilation simply because the light element the spell required was sealed by their ever-hungry black core and lacked spirit magic. Baitra and Zorith, however, were hybrids who could use light magic freely. They had yet to unlock the power of spirit magic, but after studying the anti-guardian spells, Vaster had altered them in a form that his children could use. The shadow dragon unleashed chaos annihilation in the form of a black pillar that cut through the battlefield. It left a 12 meters deep scar into the ground, almost pierced through the bastions that the awakened kept at the ready, and killed those who didn't. The chaos replaced the darkness, and made up for the lack of spirit magic, bringing Vaster's variation of the annihilation on par with the original. The 7-man units behind the bastions replied with their own annihilation, hoping to put the dragon down just like they had done with the Tiamat. Baitra's corrupted bastion stopped them all in their tracks, the cursed element of earth eroding the powers of the enemy's spells, while also making the barrier harder than a diamond. Damn it, Senara thought. No regular human can use corruption and live to tell the tale. It means that the weak link of the chain is Elfin Manadian, but I can't afford to kill her. Old magic or not, every piece of the first ruler of the Flames' legacy is a priceless treasure. At the same time, Solus and Theseus received the life maelstrom. The Bastard's metabolism and bloodline abilities were now boosted to the point that his body instantly recovered from the injuries. On top of that, he could now share his mana body with his allies, imbuing them with the passive effect of his bloodline ability, Mana Aura. Every member of the group was now infused with a massive amount of world energy and a spark of Theseus life force. It boosted their fusion magic and granted them resistance to elemental magic until the world energy he had bestowed upon them wouldn't run out. It had been the combination of life maelstrom and mana body that had allowed the 2 divine beasts to survive until that moment despite Theseus' pitiful condition. No matter the enemy they faced, Dalgus alone would become capable of standing against whole human armies and defending his friend at the same time. Now, however, Theseus wasn't in need of protection and they weren't alone anymore. Solus benefited more than the others from the Bastard's bloodline ability, because world energy was her source of power, and the sudden influx made up for her cracked core. Lith, we must even the field and do it quickly, she said via their mind link as she sent half of the life maelstrom that she had received to him. Got it. Mana Aura and life maelstrom boosted the Tiamat's light fusion, to the point that the hole in his chest healed as fast as if he had used invigoration. A 7-headed hydra had used his long necks to restrain his limbs, and the remaining 3 to bite into his exposed flesh, injecting him with deadly venom. While Lith lay helpless on the ground, the members of her unit had bombarded him with spells. He was covered in wounds, and the Voidwalker armor was riddled with more holes than Swiss cheese. Yet now that his lungs were fixed, Lith could finally breathe again. He took a deep breath, but the Hydra read his move. One head conjured a muzzle of spirit magic that would keep his mouth shut, while another buried his feathered wings underground with earth magic. Unfortunately for her, Lith had never intended to release the burst of true flames that way. The cursed flames burst out of his body in a circular eruption that burned the serpentine necks, restricting him, and inflicted heavy damage on the rest of the 7-man unit. The awakened screamed in pain as the cinder and the origin flames drained their bodies of the water element, turning them into dried, highly inflammable plums. Even the Hydra, with one head focused solely on using his breathing technique, could barely withstand the pain. So when Lith stood up and freed his wings, the awakened fell from the frying pan into the freezer. A shockwave of frozen flames hit the members of the 7-man unit who were already using water magic to douse the flames, causing a thermal shock that turned them into popsicles. Their bodies shattered like glass when Lith hit them with double edge. War had already taken its place inside the exoskeleton and had activated its Gleipnir ability to help its master to wave their blade tier spell, Ruin. Lith would have liked to wait for a moment when he was completely surrounded by enemies to inflict the maximum damage possible, but life Maelstrom wouldn't last forever. The extra power it bestowed upon him would more than make up for the strategic loss. Solus had shared the silver lightning with him, and in turn, Lith shared it with War, allowing the blade to develop abilities that exceeded the normal output of its pseudo-cores. A blade tier spell empowered by life Maelstrom. A cold shiver ran down Senara's back and of those who received her warning. We have to stop the Tiamat at all costs. Those close enough focus only on Verhin, the rest prepare another bastion. The idea was excellent, but in her panic, Senara had failed to consider that Lith wasn't the only player on the battlefield. The combination of Mana Body, Life Maelstrom, and his Menio's side made Theseus nigh invulnerable. Sure, while under the effects of the earth-based bloodline ability, he couldn't weave spells, but he had no need for magic when his claws could tear apart metal, and his abomination touch sucked the life out of whoever came too close to him. The shadow dragon breathed one burst of origin flames after the other, forcing the awakened to dodge and disrupting their formations. Chapter 1963, Menadian's Wrath, Part 1. Along with the volley of train-sized bursts of origin flames, chaos spells erupted from Zorith's whole body, each one big enough to obliterate a human-sized creature in one hit. Emperor beasts and plants could afford to get hit without dying, but in the heat of the battle stopping their movement was the same as becoming sitting ducks. The Reiju had abandoned her human form and galloped through the battlefield, unleashing a rain on white bolts of lightning in her wake. Those who didn't dodge Baitra discovered that her strength was above that of an emperor beast. Her horn would pierce through armor, scales, and flesh alike, draining the life out of her victims while electrocuting them. Each hit of Dalgus maces either killed or incapacitated an awakened. The particles of light that his movements generated had now formed a thick curtain that crackled with power. Gods, no, Senara said out loud in shock as she recognized one of Tyrus' signature bloodline abilities that the White Griffin had inherited. Light Raider turned the curtain into magical runes that took the form of arrays, light mastery spells, and more. Dalgus could manipulate the light element in the world energy, and by mixing it with his life force, turn it into anything else. The runes of light now shrouded the battlefield around the Griffin, forming healing spells to mend his wounds, hard light shields to block the incoming attacks, and Tier 5 spells of all elements. Light Raider was empowered by the world energy, which contained all elements. To convert light into another element, the runes simply had to sacrifice themselves to conjure what they needed. Ignore the Tiamat and stop the fucking White Griffin, she yelled at the top of her lungs while flying toward Dalgus. Light Raider can turn the tables of any battle. The awakened were now more terrified than ever. Despite their orders, they knew that turning their back to a blade tier spell was moronic at best. They stood their ground and weaved Silverwing's bastion, ready to take the Tiamat down the moment the blade tier spell faded. The kid is just 19 and has a violet core. He can't have truly mastered such a complex discipline already. Also, his limit should be 2 consecutive blade tier spells tops. With all the damage he has taken, if we resist the spell and keep him from using his breathing technique, he's as good as dead. The veterans thought in unison. Their analysis was accurate. There was only so much that Lith could do, especially after consuming a lot of energy to conjure the call of the void and the cursed flames. It was the reason he would have never attempted ruin if not for Solus. She was just a blue cord awakened and a human at that. Everyone was ignoring her, and she was happier that way. It had given her all the time she needed to cast her own blade tier spell, Menadian's Wrath. What made the title of Ruler of the Flames so amazing wasn't the knowledge they shared with the rest of the awakened community, but their ability to craft equipment that was in tune with their owners. Without it, it was impossible to cast a blade tier spell. Rifa Menadian had spent years working on Solus Fury, and making sure that it would fit her daughter like a glove. As a mother, she knew everything about Elfin, from her favorite foods to the way she weaved the mystical runes in her mind. Solus had discovered that if not for her weakened condition, she would have been able to cast powerful blade tier spells. Her tower half was naturally attuned with her, giving her a power core that followed her every command akin to her mana core, while the Fury answered to her will almost with the same ease. The mystical hammer split into 7 identical copies, each one with its mana crystals imbued with a different element. The energy that would form the last 2 was shared between them, further strengthening her spell. The Furies formed a 7-pointed star that flew across the space, separating Solus from Lith. The Awakened prepared to dodge the array and remained confused when they noticed that it wasn't aimed at anyone in particular, nor did it seem to slow down. "Whatever that thing is, ignore it," one of the most experienced said via the mind link. "I don't know what it does, but its energy is weak. It hasn't even charred the ground on its passage, so withstanding the effects of the array for the split second it lasts should be child's play compared to blocking a real blade tier spell." Everyone nodded and conjured Silverwing's Bastion. Lith had now completed Ruin, which generated a raging storm of energy blades that covered a quarter of the battlefield. A single bastion wouldn't have been enough to withstand it due to the life maelstrom empowering Ruin, but there were many, and the blade spell's power was split among several targets. Still, the combination of Lith's mana core and the power core of his equipment hit the 7-man units so hard that their feet dug into the ground and were pushed back of a few meters. That until Manadean's wrath reached them. Then, the 2 combined blade spells cut the awakened forces apart like toilet paper. Solus knew that with her core, even a blade tier spell would lack the destructive power to take out her enemies in a single strike. So, while Lith spent his days alone with Camilla, she had devised a blade tier counterspell. The strong point of magic like that belonging to Silverwing's legacy was that by being imbued with the willpower of 7 people, they couldn't be affected by domination. Lith and Solus had already encountered the same problem while dealing with powerful or multiple enemies. Domination required focus that wasn't always possible, and a will superior to that of the opponent. Manadean's wrath had been devised to make up for situations when domination was pointless. The 7 hammers didn't carry elemental power meant to attack, but to disrupt. The array they formed carried Solus' willpower and extended the range of her domination. Since she couldn't control too many spells at the same time nor a spell above her level, she had given up on the idea. Manadean's wrath released bursts of elemental power and spirit magic that disrupted the spells within the array's area of influence, making them go awry. It was the result of a combination of elemental sealing arrays and domination that attacked both the structure of a spell and the mind of its caster. On top of that, by tainting the spells with Solus' energy signature, once they exploded, they would harm their own caster but be harmless to both her and Lith. Tier 4 and 5 spells of all kinds fell victim to the wrath, even those that the Awakened keep at the ready. They exploded from the inside out, tearing their flesh apart. Silverwing's Bastion was the result of the collective will of 7 people, so it held against the disruptive effects of the wrath, but only until Ruin hit. Then, the Awakened had to split their focus between the 2 blade tier spells, failing at both tasks. Chapter 1964, Manadean's Wrath, Part 2. The pressure that the energy blades conjured by Ruin exerted on the bastions required the Awakened to focus on hardening the magical barrier. Yet this way, the Manadean's wrath met no resistance as it twisted the magical energies until they turned volatile. The bastions exploded, leaving their casters injured and open to the onslaught of Ruin that cut them into pieces so small that even Fays couldn't recover and died. "My name is Elfin Manadean," Solus yelled at the top of her lungs as a battle cry. "I'm here to reclaim both my name and my legacy. I don't care who you are or how old you are. If you steal from me, you'll face my fury and wrath." "Screw keeping Manadean's heir alive, she's too dangerous." Senara changed her orders again, making her soldiers sigh in frustration. "We'll settle for studying her magical items." "Oh shit," Solus group said in unison. Lith was dead tired and needed to use Abyssal Grasp to recover. Dalgus was busy dealing with Senara, who had earned her position as council representative on the field. The Fae was smaller and weaker than him, but her expertise with magic and recovery ability made the Furbolg a force to be reckoned with. Senara used earth magic to conjure barriers that took the brunt of the damage of his maces, while also making Dalgus slowly sink into the ground. His technique required him to be constantly on the move and shift his weight from one foot to another, but the muddy ground made it impossible. If the white griffin took flight, he would escape the trap, but he would also lose his footing and leave the enemies free to focus on his companions. The furball used her bloodline ability, unbridled growth, to inject the world energy into the soil and make plants reach a size that would take them decades to achieve otherwise. Roots, trees, and even flowers came to life, crawling over Dalgus' body and further restricting his movements. Wyverns flew around him, breathing origin flames that consumed his life maelstrom and weakened his equipment, while a Litanu, a lesser Leviathan, used the power of elemental flow to conjure arrays that neutralized his spells. Tyrus son or not, you are just one while we are many. You shouldn't have outstayed your welcome, runt, Senara said while conjuring the Tier 5 spirit spell Starfall. A hail of small green meteors imbued with the power of all elements appeared out of thin air, forming an emerald aurora that matched that of Light Raider. Each of the mystical projectiles was just the size of a marble, but also had the energy of a cannonball and detonated upon impact with the destructive power of a concussive grenade. The air filled with green fire as the countless projectiles reached their immobilized mark and forced the griffin to fall onto his knees. I may be young compared to you, but I'm still a divine beast. Dalgus joined the two ends of his maces, fusing them into a polearm. At the same time, he used what life maelstrom he had left to empower the enchantments of his twin stars, before slamming it against the ground and activating its enchantment, Force Wall. The light element mixed with fire, generating a huge pillar of light that intercepted the incoming attacks and pushed the Council's soldiers away. Then, darkness joined the other two elements, opening cracks into the ground and making the plants wither. The stolen energy was passed onto Dalgus, healing his wounds. Force Wall bought him enough time to look in Solus' direction, but not enough to help her. Theseus was fighting tooth and nail, but now that the Awakened had discovered the secret of his strength, they were aiming their attacks at his feet. He withstood one annihilation after the other, but the same mana body that saved his life kept him from casting spells. The enemies that until that moment had left Solus alone now swarmed her from every side while she was at her weakest. She had poured the mana flow and the life maelstrom into the wrath, leaving her blue core almost depleted. Emperor Beast fought her in close-quarter combat, while Fays kept themselves at middle range, using their abilities to hinder her movements and block her spells. The humans in the unit used that time to weave spells and conjure arrays to defend their allies. Fuck me sideways, Solus thought as she turned into a punching bag for the Awakened. She had little battle experience compared to Lith, and had yet to lose her bad habit of overthinking in action, whereas her opponents were all centuries-old seasoned veterans. To make matters worse, her superior physical prowess was useless if none of her attacks managed to land. Having a mere blue core not only limited her mana, but also her speed and reaction time. To the Violet Court Awakened, her movements were in slow motion, making Solus unable to see their movements, let alone block their attacks. If not for her tower half that bestowed upon her a great mass and her Voidwalker armor, she would have died at the first blow. Cracks kept appearing over her skin, and they spread further with each attack that she suffered, forming spiderwebs. Solus could feel the tower slowly collapsing, and her human body losing its integrity. Don't worry, Elfin Menadian, we'll take good care of your legacy. A wyvern dived down, hurling a river of light violet origin flames. Thanks for the meal, Solus thought as she activated her bloodline ability, Draining Grounds. Her tower half combined its effect with the Sage Staff to drain the surrounding world energy, including that of the origin flames. Solus' body started to heal as the stolen life force became her own. A hippogriff threw a silver bolt of life maelstrom at her, but Draining Grounds split it into its components as well. The world energy filled the tower with new strength, the life force joined Solus, and what little remained of life maelstrom was easily dominated. She smiled when a Litanu started to conjure Doom Tide, but her optimism faded when the wyvern called back the attack. Stop feeding her with our skills. Somehow Menadian is immune to world energy. Let's hit her with Silverwing's Annihilation. The 7 Awakened assembled in the hexagram formation and unleashed the Anti-Guardian spell. Even if Solus had been at her peak condition, she wouldn't have been able to dodge. The Annihilation burst forward faster than a bullet, destroying everything in its wake and opening a deep trench into the ground. Solus closed her eyes, waiting for the worst, but the only thing that hit her was a sudden gust of wind. When she opened them again, she discovered to be on Bytra's back. The Reiju had never stopped moving through the battlefield, always keeping an eye on Solus in the case she needed help. Yet Solus' instinctive reaction wasn't of gratitude, but of revulsion. She screamed in panic and fell off the Reiju's back, kicking Bytra with all the strength she had left. They both ended up crashing against the ground, their vision blurred by the violent impact. The abomination hybrid was sturdier than a normal Reiju, but her mass was still a small thing compared to Solus. The hit would have ripped her head off if not for her innate regenerative abilities. Chapter 1965, Light in the Dark, Part 1. I'm sorry, Solus thought as the awakened forces exploited the lack of teamwork between Bytra and her to surround them. Don't worry about me and save yourself. As long as Lith doesn't die, I can't either. I will just lose my human body again. She tried to make it sound casual, but the fear in her voice betrayed her. Solus had no idea if the second time it would take her less to recover, or if she would have to wait another 15 years. On top of that, she wasn't even sure about what would happen to the tower and what it contained. If the magical building regressed to its single-floor status, there was no telling what would happen to the materials stored in the crucible, the mines, and the greenhouse. More than the material loss, however, what scared her was the thought of losing the life that she had barely started to enjoy. Just lose my human body, my ass, Bytra replied. I know how it feels being reduced to a mass of living energy, to be incapable of eating, smelling, and even touching the people you love without killing them. You are no lick, Elfin. I don't know what Rifa did to you, but I'm certain that if you take any more attacks, you'll fall into a slumber again. I don't care what happens to me. Even if you can't stand my touch, I can still protect you with my body. A Tier 5 spirit spell came onto them, and the Reiju shielded Solus while conjuring from her horn an electromagnetic field to disperse the impact. The powerful magic got rid of the makeshift barrier and blasted away Bytra's left side and the adamant armor she wore. It would have been a fatal wound even for an awakened, but an eldritch was a tough nut to crack. Bytra's body began to heal the moment the emerald energy ceased to vaporize her flesh. Yet she could still feel the pain from the wounds. She still bled, drenching Solus in bits of black flesh and blood. More and more spells came down, but Bytra stood still, using every enchantment her equipment had and weaving every spell she knew just to buy Solus one more second. With each new wound she sustained, her maimed body recovered, but it came at a price. The hunger grew within her until the Reiju looked at the woman she had been protecting like prey, drooling from her snout. Along with the hunger also came the guilt for her actions, when she had killed Menadian and Bytra, almost lost her mind to a fit of blood madness. You have done enough, go, Solus said, and her voice reminded the Reiju of who she was and what she was fighting for. She channeled her hunger into chaos and her guilt into determination as she faced her fate. Bytra, Xenogrosh yelled in outrage, feeling her wife's pain. Don't worry, once I bring you to my lab, I'll make sure to put you in adjacent cages. Asali, the Lick said. I won't let such fascinating specimens die, and my experiments proved that company makes them live longer. Most undead couldn't come out during the day, which had crippled the attack strength of the council. Liches, however, had no such problem. Once Ozek had promised them both a share of the mouth and the opportunity to capture the hybrids, they had accepted to help him. Not only Liches were among the most powerful undead, but they also had no fear of chaos or death. Their phylacteries were safely stored away from the battlefield, so they could fight to their heart content without taking any risks. One Lick wasn't much for Zorith, but 7 of them to cast Silverwing's spells, and each one with an army of lesser undead under their command, was another story. The forgetful and socially awkward Liches were terrifying existences once they put their mind to something. They fought with the precision of machines and the cold blood of a gamer who could try even the most reckless tactic without fear. For Liches, defeat didn't mean death, just to wait for the respawn countdown to end. They used body casting to weave their personal Tier 5 spirit spells and true magic to cast the Bastion and Annihilation. Zorith, instead, was alone and could only conjure one of them at a time. If I only use Corrupted Bastion, I'll never win, but if I use the Chaos Annihilation, they'll shrug it off and rip me to shreds. She thought while hurling a jet stream of origin flames that was countered in kind by a squad of firebirds. They flew away immediately after releasing the origin flames from their wings, while Zorith was stuck in place, so she was the only one suffering from the explosion. Elfin, even in his panic Lith, didn't forget to keep Solus cover. He had already regained enough energy with his breathing technique, and was about to rush towards her when a colossal figure tackled him. "You had your fun, kid, but now it's over." The creature resembled a huge man 20 meters, 66, tall with a stone skin and a hole for a face. Half of his head was an open maw with multiple eyes that blinked amid rows of razor-sharp fangs. The cavity in the middle of his face seemed to host his eyes, mouth, and nose at the same time, since Lith could smell the fetid breath coming from it. "Get off me!" The Tiamat tried to stab the creature with double edge, but they were too close, and the enemy just needed one hand to lock his wrist in an iron grip. "You wish." The hole deformed into a vertical grin as a bolt of black lightning coursed through the body of the giant and entered Lith's, ravaging it. "I recognize this fucker from Fallow's lessons," he thought while the corrupted lightning disabled his fusion magic and reduced the gap in physical prowess between them. "He's a Jotun, and I bet that he's an evolved human as well." The Tiamat had noticed the eyes inside the mouth glowing black, while the stone giant activated his bloodline ability in a fashion that reminded Lith of his own. Jotuns were indeed evolved humans as well who had reached a physical prowess akin to emperor beasts and gained mana organs. Just like the tyrants, they found their condition lacking and disguised themselves as beasts in order to study them. Their corrupted lightning worked similarly to life maelstrom, but it was much weaker. The black lightning empowered the Jotun less than its silver equivalent and couldn't be shared with allies or equipment. Its only offensive value lay in the ability to disrupt physical skills like body casting and fusion magic. On top of that, no matter how much a mage focused, any spell they kept at the ready would be lost as well. In Lith's case, it even disabled his eyes. Corrupted lightning also dealt damage to its victims, but no more than a Tier 3 spell. Arkarer the Jotun had joined the mission hoping to capture the Tiamat and extract the secrets of his perfect bloodline abilities. The council didn't even have to mention the mouth that he was already in. The Jotun neared his mouth to Lith's face to seal off those dangerous eyes with one bite. Chapter 1966, Light in the Dark, Part 2. The Tiamat snarled and headbutted the Jotun, happy to have horns that gave him the reach advantage. Arkarer reeled back in pain as his skull cracked and the curved horns ripped away big chunks of his flesh, flooding his mouth with blood and blinding his eyes. Lith exploited that moment to light his emerald eye and take control of the cursed lightning still stored inside the Jotun's body. Now that he was the only one with fusion magic, the smaller and weaker creature lacked the strength to keep him pinned to the ground. Lith threw Arkarer against the other members of the council and had him forcefully release the cursed lightning he had left. Those hit by the bloodline ability found themselves without fusion magic, with the spells they had kept at the ready or that they had been weaving gone. The Tiamat exploited the chaos that ensued to conjure the call of the void again. The blackness formed a dome where only he and Solus could see, and dozens of demons of the darkness answered his call. Lith's allies knew the effects of the call of the void and used the temporary respite to escape from their respective encirclement. They could all use a short break to heal and drink tonics. "I'm so sorry, Baitra," Solus cried over the mangled body of the Reiju that refused to die even though half of it was reduced to a bloody pulp. "Don't be," Baitra replied. "I've taken your life away and now I'm giving you mine. It's a fair exchange." "No, it's not," Solus cried harder. "You are not that Baitra. If you had another face, I wouldn't hate you one bit. You have been reduced like this only because I'm too weak. Too weak in the body to fight by the side of our allies, and too weak in the mind to accept a helping hand when you offered it to me." Her stomach churned and she puked in her mouth a little, but Solus withstood it and sent the bile back down her throat. She placed her hands on the Reiju's body, ignoring her whole being screaming in revulsion. Then Solus activated her breathing technique, Sky Blessing, while she poured with water magic dozens of tonics inside Baitra's mouth. The sudden flow of world energy revitalized the abomination side of the Reiju that used it along with the nutrients to repair the damage at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flesh and blood that had been scattered by the explosions came to life and reattached themselves into the right position until Baitra was whole again. She couldn't see anything, just like her enemies, but she wasn't scared anymore. Both the hunger and the pain were gone. Then sight suddenly returned. Solus had leaned her head against the Reiju's, using a deeper mind link to share her vision with her. "I'm not powerful enough to win this fight, but together we can make it. Please lend me your strength," Solus asked. "I'll do more than that." Baitra knelt down, letting Solus mount on her back. Once she managed to hold with just her legs, keeping her hands free to cast spells, Solus discovered to be holding both the Fury and the Absolution. It works just like your mother's hammer. Anyone of my choosing can use the Absolution. As I said earlier, it belongs to you, so feel free to use it to your heart's content, the Reiju said. Solus could see how similar the two hammers were, and feel their power resonate like two siblings separated at birth that had found each other by chance. Run like the wind and never stop cast lightning spells, please, Solus thought as the elemental crystals on the Fury turned orange and yellow, while the white crystals on the Absolution conjured the same elements out of the world energy. The orange and yellow streaks in Solus' hair lit up as well while Baitra run across the battlefield, conjuring a hail of white bolts of lightning. The Reiju could feel the ground becoming soft when she stepped on it, and didn't fail to notice how her spells seemed to have gained a life of her own. What were supposed to be one-time lightning bolts kept coming down one after another. Mjolnir, Solus roared as the enchantments of the hammers mixed with her mana to conjure the mother of all thunderstorms. The ground was suddenly electrified, sending the awakened soldiers with their feet on the ground into a seizure. A constant stream of lightning marked Solus's position, emitting a flash of light so blinding that it partly dispelled the void. Yet those close enough to witness the phenomenon died without having the time to alert their comrades. Solus's strength was on par with a divine beast's, and so was Baitra's speed. Once combined with the power of Mjolnir and the hardness of the Davros hammers, one hit was all that it took to turn a powerful violet cord elder into meat paste. At the same time, Lith rushed inside the enemy formation while the void still held and unleashed his Tier 4 War Mage spell, Plague Storm. The bolts of darkness magic were slow, but speed was irrelevant if the enemy couldn't see them coming. The awakened first had lost their innate magic, and now their physical strength faltered as well. On top of that, now that the battlefield was littered with bodies, the demons of the darkness could collect them and evolve into demons of the fallen, increasing their strength. Theseus had no idea what was happening, but he remembered the position of his allies well enough to hurl a river of origin flames around him without the risk of hurting them. His lion's skull mask lit with bright violet flames, and its green mane turned into an emerald fire as he drowned his blinded enemies in a searing firestorm. Space. Griffin Kingdom, City of Valoran, Throne Room at the same time. When Tyrus had woken the royals in the middle of the night, they had been too honored and curious by her presence to ask the Guardian for what reason whatever she had to tell them couldn't wait until sunrise. Then Tyrus had simply opened her palms in front of her, conjuring the hologram of the events of the Onaka Hill battle from the moment it had started. Meron and Silpha swallowed a lump of saliva every time they witnessed the Verendi Council cast with ease a spell that only the kingdom's corpse unit could. The same happened when one of the divine beasts used their bloodline abilities and spell. Most of all, however, it was Lith's prowess that scared them. The other players were ancient monsters with centuries, if not millennia of experience, whereas he was just a youth of 19 years. A youth that was holding his ground and fighting on par with waves of those ancient monsters. When you travel to the desert to negotiate the conditions for Verhin's full pardon, keep these images in mind, the first queen said. Never forget that no matter how small or young the appearance he takes is, this is what he is capable of. This is what his allies are capable of. People who don't give a damn about something as trifling as a king, but who are willing to fight along those who they call their brethren. Chapter 1967, Last Stand Part 1. We will remember it. Silpha knelt to Tyrus, lowering her gaze in submission. I have one question, Meron said while assuming the same position, incapable of looking the Guardian in the eyes. It seems to me that you like Verhin and even respect him. You are correct on both issues. Tyrus nodded for him to continue. Then why didn't you do anything when Morn issued that damn royal decree? Why did you stand idly when Meln Narchet set up the trap in the Heavenly Wolf restaurant? Why did you remain silent until this very moment? The king asked. For the same reason I'm not moving a finger against Thrud. I didn't stop the civil war 7 years ago, and I never protected you against Balker's attacks. Because I love you too much to rob you of your opportunity to become a better person. What do you mean? The queen raised her gaze in confusion. Do you really think that living a pampered life without ever experiencing hardships or paying for the consequences of your actions can teach you anything? Tyrus replied with a sigh of annoyance. Had I stopped Meln, Morn, or you, for that matter, Verhin would have never traveled to the desert. The constable would have never proposed to him, and his growth would have remained blocked. Had I stopped the civil war, the royal court would still be a rotten swamp of putrid water, filled with corrupted nobles. If I killed Balker when I had the chance, the academy system would have never changed. You have learned from Ilium Balker more than just his research about undead and abominations. You have learned of the consequences of crossing a genius, and he has shown you the weak points of the arrays you considered perfect. More importantly, he has contributed to making the Griffin Kingdom a better place for commoners, and Lith is the living proof of it. The kingdom, just like Lith, has found new strength and light during its darkest hour exactly because it was forced to face such hardships. None of it would have happened if I just swept in and took care of your problems for you. Adversities make you grow stronger and reveal your true self. Without struggle, there is no growth, either as a person or a mage. I love you like I love all of my children, but if I were to shield you from the world, I would turn you into a bunch of spoiled brats. My role isn't to keep you from making mistakes or to make the hard decisions in your place. My role is to be there for you when you fall and help you to get back on your feet. If you choose to remain in the mud and give up on fighting, there's nothing I can do, Tyrus said. Thanks for your wisdom, King Meron said. He realized how even that chain of terrible events had a silver lining. It had given them the opportunity to uproot Morn's treachery, to force the awakened council to finally negotiate with the kingdom, and Lith to show his true power. You are welcome, Tyrus nodded. Yet I have to warn you about a danger I feel is incoming. Beware of the Black Throne. The royals exchanged a puzzled look. Neither of them had ever heard that name before. Yet looking at Lith's colossal black body and the army of demons fighting for him, a terrible thought came to their minds. Are you warning us that if we don't deal with Verhin right, he will take the throne after the war ends? Silpha asked. Maybe, Tyrus replied with a sly smile. Even if he does, I wouldn't help you. This is a problem that you have created, and that is up to you to solve, just like Balker. It's your burden to carry, not mine. The king and queen looked each other in the eyes, shrugging in confusion. Neither of them had the faintest idea what Tyrus' words might mean, yet the weight they carried was too great to not make them worry. They needed no mind link to decide that such an important matter couldn't be delegated, nor could it wait 1 second longer than strictly necessary. Space. Verendi Continent, Penaka Hill at the same time. Solus was still riding through the battlefield like an angry goddess of thunder. The ground broke at the passage of her steed, releasing bursts of electricity that she brewed in the depth of Magur. Even plants and emperor beasts who were capable of moving through solid rock, and those who had taken flight to escape the blackness weren't safe from Solus, and Bytra's version of Mjolnir. The Furies and the Absolution's power cores fueled their spell, and their respective elemental crystals constantly conjured natural bolts of lightning that broke on the hammers like tidal waves against mountains, before flooding their enemies. Rages had an innate affinity with the air element, and conjuring storm clouds was second nature to them. Bytra used her bloodline ability to create the natural bolts of lightning, unleashing part of them on those who came too close for comfort and leaving the rest for Solus' spell to manipulate. ALLNOVELFULL. C0M. Senara heard a blip every time one of her soldiers died, and their respective runes disappeared from the communication earpiece. The plant representative cursed their bad luck and asked her peers for reinforcements. Damn the Tiamat and his bloodline abilities, she thought. This is no normal darkness, but after experiencing its effects once, I know what to do. She sent a telepathic signal to the nearest 7-man unit and weaved the final rune of a darkness sealing array. Demons and void flames were unaffected, but the blackness faded enough for the awakened to spot the Tiamat. Another Silverwing's annihilation struck him square on the chest, sending Lith flying. This time he had managed to activate the spirit barrier of his armor that, coupled with Theseus' mana flow, had taken the brunt of the impact. Fuck me sideways, Lith coughed out a mouthful of blood. One hit and my resistance to magic is gone. If I take another shot of that thing, I'm done. The demons of the fallen near him rejoiced at his internal injury. The blood rain that he had produced fused with their bodies, and they ignited the residual spark of life force the Tiamat's blood contained before it faded. Their bodies turned into a mass of living fire as the lost flesh and blood of their master allowed them to reach the stage of demons of the flames. Lith didn't share their enthusiasm, but the new metamorphosis gave him the time to finish casting his Tier 5 spell, Final Eclipse. A dome of black fire engulfed him and everyone around him for 50 meters. The awakened screamed as their bodies started to burn, whereas the Tiamat and the demons were immune to the effect of the spells. Zorith was no longer worried about her wife and could focus solely on the liches, but it was still an uphill battle. The only thing she could do was to turtle up, hiding behind a decay bastion while the undead mages unleashed one annihilation after the other. She had tried to squash them like bugs, but their deadly touch matched that of the abomination, and there were 7 of them. Chapter 1968, Last Stand, Part 2. Dalgus was now free from Senara's trap and spun his polearm to keep the awakened at bay. The weapon was perfectly balanced, and thanks to its enchantments, the motion was slowly conjuring a tornado that made it hard to approach him without becoming easy prey. Yet now that the cover of the void was gone, the council representative could pinpoint the dimensional coordinates to send the reinforcements on the hill, without them being blinded by the blackness. The other 3 council representatives arrived along with their personal disciples and closest allies, people who would fight without asking questions. The death of so many awakened was a tragedy, sure, but it was also the perfect cover to issue a kill order. The official version was that the parley had been broken by the abominations in the attempt to feed on Senara, with no mentioning of the mouth or elfin. Each squad focus on one of them and take them down, Ozak said. The hybrids are strong, but they can't use breathing techniques or they would have done it under the cover of the blackness. We just need to kill one of them, and their formation will crumble. Theseus inwardly cursed at those words, knowing they were true. Bitra had recovered thanks to Solus, but he and Zorith were on their last leg. Using their bloodline abilities and casting so many spells had taken a huge toll on them. On top of that, even with Mana Body, Silverwing's annihilation still drained a huge chunk of his energy. Only Lith, Dalgus, and Solus had regained their strength, but they were still outnumbered 7-1 and counting. Now the gap in numbers had gone back to the beginning of the fight, but this time there was no trick to blind the newcomers and have Solus strike at them while they were defenseless. To make matters worse, all the council representatives had arrived, and their prowess had no equal among their peers. Ozak and his apprentices conjured the Tier 5 spirit spell, Griffin Fetters, conjuring a hexaelemental bundle of emerald chains that wrapped themselves around Zorith. As its name implied, it had been devised to restrain griffins, the strongest creatures. The darkness dragon fell to her knees as the chains became tighter the more she struggled. Her joints were locked, and her limbs kept close to her body, making it impossible for her to fight or flight. Theseus was attacked by Zergov the Dullahan, who brought with him a squad of blood witches. Undead couldn't stand the light of day, so he attacked from the safety of his house through a dimensional opening. The Dullahan shapeshifted into his real form, that of a Nidhogg, a lesser Leviathan, and hurled a river of corrosive acid on the feet of the Bastet. The liquid ate at Theseus' feet and soaked the land, cutting him off from the world energy. Any attempt to absorb the energy and nutrients from the ground would also carry with them the Nidhogg's acidic breath, spreading poison throughout Theseus' body. The undead representative had been listening to Senara the whole time and had prepared accordingly. From the safety of his home, Zergov had servants move his head, following the Bastet's every move while his body focused solely on weaving 2 spells at the same time. Then the blood witches drowned Theseus in blood flames while the elder conjured the spirit spell Phoenix Smash. Both the red and emerald blasts of flames eroded matter and energy at the same time, bringing the abomination hybrid onto his knees. Normally touching the ground with his whole body would have hastened his regeneration process, but Zergov kept spitting acid and Theseus was sinking in a corrosive swamp. ALLNOVELFULL, C0M. Senara's assistants hit Dalgus with a Silverwing's annihilation that ripped off the griffin's wings and cracked his armor. He had run out of life maelstrom after sharing it with Theseus and Solus, and he had also run out of mana flow. The Furbolg used her personal Tier 5 spirit spell, Doom Vines, to conjure hexaelemental-infused living plants that crawled on the griffin, searching for cracks and opening into his armor before plunging into his flesh. Rokuno the Jatan, the beast representative, was one of the biggest and the strongest of his race. He conjured the last bit of corrupted lightning he had left against Lith, negating his physical abilities before striking at him with annihilation. The Tiamat reacted by using the demons of the flames as a shield, having them detonate upon impact so that the origin flames would lessen the destructive power of the anti-guardian spell. He even tried to blink, but Rokuno saw the exit point with life vision, and when Lith reappeared, the annihilation was already there waiting for him. The silver lining was that he had moved to an area with more demons who sacrificed themselves for him and saved his life. Only Baitra and Solus, who never stopped running throughout the battlefield at the speed of sound, were still safe, but it was only a matter of time before they fell as well. "I told you that we should have left this damn continent," Theseus said via the mind link. "And I told you that this is the perfect opportunity to gauge our powers," Zorith replied. "Look at the damage that 4 of us have caused. The upper echelons of the council of an entire continent are here, yet we are still standing." "That sounds like something great to write on a gravestone," he replied dryly. "Why so pessimistic? We haven't started yet." Zorith took a deep breath and a black pillar erupted from her body. "Don't fight it, let it flow through you." Baitra lit up immediately after, becoming a beacon that made it easier to follow her movements and anticipate them. Yet while Solus questioned the sanity of the abomination hybrids, the Reiju smiled in expectation. Theseus felt the resonance become even stronger after the appearance of the second pillar, and all he needed to do to conjure his own was to join his sisters in their inhuman melody. Lith felt the resonance as well and followed Baitra's advice. He let that mysterious energy course through his body, filling it with new strength and an euphoria that he knew didn't belong to him. It was a joy born from the awareness of not being alone and having become part of something bigger. The collective mind of the abomination hybrids peered on the fringes of his consciousness, but it couldn't enter due to Lith's nature of a Tiamat. Yet it was enough to trigger a similar resonance between him and his demons. A silvery black pillar erupted from Lith's body, and each one of his demons conjured a smaller one, even those whose physical form had been destroyed. The Tiamat could feel their broken bodies mending, while those pulverized tried to reform, even without receiving any energy from their master. His mind was filled with countless spells and martial arts he had never known before, as the size of the chains that linked him to his demons grew in size. "Fuck me sideways. If I had positioned my demons strategically, I could have used them as focus points for an array. Our bond is so much more than just a channel for my mana. We can share knowledge, strategies, and even magical runes," Lith thought. Chapter 1969, The Power of the Gods, Part 1. "My demons can act the same way as my auxiliary cores, weaving spells in my stead, and providing me with all the magic I need the moment I need it. The problem is that our normal chains aren't this strong. I must find a way to trigger this phenomenon on my own," Lith thought. Before the Verendi Council representatives could understand what was happening, 6 new black pillars appeared, and all of the masters chosen, but Tezca joined the fray. Nelia the Griffin and Icos the Garuda were already in their divine beast form, using the life maelstrom equivalent of primordial flames, chain maelstrom. They each emptied their mana organ in one go, using half of the life maelstrom it stored to empower themselves, and throwing the remaining half at the other in the form of a huge bolt of silver lightning. The incoming mass of life maelstrom caused no harm to the 2 eldritches. On the contrary, the silver lightning was absorbed and amplified by the life maelstrom already coursing through their bodies. Nelia and Icos channeled the energy they had exchanged into their mana organs, filling them again. The life maelstrom enhanced not only their abilities, but also the amount of world energy they could store inside their bodies. When a split second later they shoot another bolt of lightning at each other, it was bigger and stronger than the original. The sparks between the 2 divine beasts grew in intensity with each cycle. The life maelstrom they exchanged soon filled even their boosted mana organs to the brim, until they couldn't contain it anymore. At that point, the Garuda and the Griffin flooded the battlefield with chain maelstrom, filling their allies with new energy and frying their enemies by overloading their cores. Hushar the Leviathan and Sierre, the Fenrir, used their doom-tide ability to conjure the world energy from their surroundings, enriching the area more than a mana geyser. At the same time, they used elemental flow to conjure a series of arrays that neutralized the spells restricting their allies and healed their wounds. "Nandi, do your thing on Solus as well," Baitra said, and the Minotaur complied. He had no idea what good could world energy do to a regular human, but in his frenzied state, there was no space for doubts, only for battle. The violet gems on the forehead and the arms of the Minotaur Orc hybrid turned white as he harnessed the energy that Hushar and Sierre had hoarded. The world energy flooded Baitra, Zorith, and Theseus with the same effects of invigoration. Their wounds closed immediately, and their black cores quickly returned to their peak condition. One of Nandi's tendrils reached Solus as well, and its effects were amazing. Not only did she completely recover her physical and magical strength, but they also unlocked all of the tower's abilities. If usually absorbing world energy in her tower form was akin to taking bites of a meal and then digesting it, what she received from Nandi was an IV. She didn't have to absorb and process the world energy. It willingly offered itself to her and became a part of her body in the space of seconds. She accessed the heart of the tower, conjuring the immortal body array to heal Dalgus the White Griffin in an instant. Solus stored her sage staff in the armory, sharing its effects with Lith and his demons. Now capable of absorbing huge amounts of world energy via their abomination touch, the wounded demons healed and the vanquished ones returned. As for Lith, he felt his strength soar like never before. Chain Maelstrom was imbuing him with a constant flow of life maelstrom that he could freely share with War and the demons. At the same time, as the tower's master, he also benefited from the power that Solus received from Nandi. The Tiamat's body started to crackle with black and silver lightning as his eyes spread their influence to his surroundings. The resonance effect with the demons increased with each new source of power he received, making them stronger as well. The shadows stopped flickering, their energy bodies taking physical form. All of the demons reached 6 eyes, and then they burst out in cursed flames. There were now 6 kinds of demons of the abyss surrounding Tiamat, unleashing their fury against anyone who dared approach them. Lith rejoiced to see their astonishing power, and was utterly confused, because he had no idea of what had happened and how to trigger the phenomenon again. A Silverwing annihilation snapped him out of his reverie, sending him flying. Yet the damage was nothing compared to before. The Doom Tide had thinned the world energy for the Council, so aside from spirit magic, the other 6 elements were barely at 1/10 of their original strength. Lith laughed in a frenzy, and the tables turned once again. Zorath had broken free of the Griffin fetters and had unleashed a river of origin flames. Kigan the Phoenix had followed suit, adding his own, and together they had conjured a burst of primordial flames that exploded amid the enemy lines. The Awakened tried to conjure Silverwing's Bastion, but it was weakened as well by the lack of elemental energy, whereas Life Maelstrom empowered the primordial flames, turning them into a silvery color. Doomtide and Nandi weakened the Council as much as they empowered the abominations, bringing their bloodline abilities to the next level. The blast of primordial flames pierced through the Silverwing's Bastion and killed Ozak's apprentices. The Council representative survived solely because once he realized how dire the situation was, he focused the protection on himself. Zergov the Dullahan wasn't so lucky. Hushar and Sierre used the Life Maelstrom, empowering them to amplify their ability to control the world energy. Their willpower reached the hiding place of the undead that was located above a mana geyser. The 2 Eldritches conjured a Doom Tide each, making them detonate past the dimensional opening. What was supposed to be the undead safe haven turned into a death trap. The sudden lack of world energy made the dimensional corridor shut down and neutralized all kinds of defensive arrays. When the combined Doom Tides exploded, they bounced on the walls, producing shockwaves that ripped the Dullahan and his blood witches to shreds. The conflagration fed upon the mana geyser, spreading throughout the underground complex. With no world energy to fuel the lair's defensive spells, the Doom Tides met no resistance, causing a cave-in that destroyed a century-old legacy and opened a kilometers-deep fissure in the ground. Nelia the Griffin and Ikos the Garuda charged at Senara, their bodies turning into a living mass of silver energy. Nelia's lightning body and Ikos, Nocturne Blast burned and withered plant representative, and the rest of the Fae that comprised her squad. The Griffin struck first, using her energy form to pierce through the bastion and weaken their equipment. Then came the Garuda, spreading a black rain that seeped inside their bodies and tainted the land. Just like Theseus, plants needed to draw nourishment from the ground to make use of their recovery abilities, but suddenly there was none. Senara died by her own hand, burning the last spark of life she had in the attempt to escape with a spirit blink. Chapter 1970, The Power of the Gods, Part 2. Rokuno the Jatan ordered his fellow giants to unleash the full power of their corrupted lightning, but the demons of the abyss acted as meat shields, neutralizing the bloodline ability with the destructive powers of their cursed flames to protect their master. Lith had already weaved another ruin, and the slash of his swords not only killed the beast representative, but also produced energy weapons that his demons could wield. At that point, the battle was won and the few surviving members of the awakened elite units were quickly wiped out. Whoever tried to conjure a spirit warp would be killed by Solus and Bytra. Menadian's heir spotted the entry point, and the Reiju charged at them at such speed that the shockwave she produced would kill her victims without the need to weave a single spell. Whoever turned their back would be immediately killed by a bolt of silver lightning, while those who held their ground had the privilege to choose the way they would die. If incinerated by primordial flames, stabbed by abyssal demons, trampled by the Reiju and her rider, or cut asunder by double-edge's blade. After their companions had been healed, Hushar and Sierre stepped out of the onslaught. They kept themselves at the opposite ends of the battlefield, making sure that no one would escape to tell the tale or summon more reinforcements. They used Blood Tide to block elemental spells and elemental flow to conjure a sealed space wide enough to block dimensional spirit magic. Lith and Solus found the experience of fighting alongside the abominations to be exhilarating and terrifying at the same time. Exhilarating because once they had assembled, it wasn't a battle anymore but a one-sided slaughter. The primordial flames destroyed everything. The chain maelstrom provided the allies with infinite energy, while the doom tide combined with Nandi empowered their spells and weakened those of their enemies. The Leviathan and the Fenrir had such a mastery over elemental flow that their arrays slithered throughout the battlefield and responded to the touch of the other abominations, assuming the form that suited their current situation the best. Between the resonance effect that linked their minds and their mastery over their respective bloodline abilities, it was as if each one of them possessed them all at the same time. That, however, was also the terrifying part. Let us be honest, Solus. You and I would have fallen at the first Silverwing's annihilation after being incapable of breaking through a single bastion. The only reason we survived the first wave was because of Zorath's plan and Dalgus, Life Maelstrom. The Master's organization has just single-handedly destroyed Verendi's council in front of our eyes, and without much effort, he said via their mind link. I know, she inwardly nodded. Sure, not all of the Awakened Council was involved, and if they attacked us all at once things might have gone differently, but it still makes you wonder. Why didn't Vaster make a move yet if his children are already this strong? Is he going to fight the Guardians if he doesn't consider this kind of power enough? Lith swallowed a lump of saliva, not knowing how to answer any of those questions, yet knowing that they would haunt him at night from that day onward. In a way, Zorath had invited him to show him how the organization acted, and also to let him know what to expect were he to make them his enemies. Mercy, we yield, a voice amplified by air magic said. The abomination hybrids were curious to see who was still alive, and had the guts to demand parley despite their defeat. Following that voice, the remaining awakened lowered their weapons, falling onto their knees and putting their hands above their heads. Feeling that there was no will to fight left, the Eldritches stopped their attack, hurting the survivors in one spot. Who cares if you yield or not? The Shadow Dragon said. We came here to talk and you came here to kill us. We have no reason to spare a bunch of traitorous bastards. We are defenseless now. Would you really kill us all in cold blood? The voice turned out to belong to Ozak, the human representative. I've done much worse to much better people in my life, Kigan replied. You are nothing but a greedy pig who bit more than he could chew. Now choke on it. What if I handed you the mouth of Menadian? Wouldn't it be enough to buy at least my life? Ozak said, and the other awakened turned around in outrage, dogpiling at him. They would have torn the human representative apart, if not for Nelia saving him. The mouth of Menadian. Is this the reason you came here with these puppies? The Griffin pointed at Lith and Solus, who she recognized as the daughter of the first ruler of the Flames. Zorath inwardly cursed her rotten luck. She hadn't expected to have an opportunity to retrieve the artifact, especially in front of her brethren. Just because they were part of the same organization, it didn't mean that they shared the same ideals. Her siblings didn't know nor care about Bytra's feelings towards Menadian's heir. They barely cared for Lith due to his friendship with Vaster and his abomination nature that made him partly one of their own. If they got their hands on the mouth of Menadian, they wouldn't give it away easily. Yes, the Shadow Dragon nodded, considering it pointless to lie. I wanted Lith to witness our methods and power. After all, our father chose him as his successor. If anything happens to Dad, it will be Lith to help us merge our life forces. This sounds utterly ridiculous, Hushar said. Lith is strong, but he is barely a kid. He has sworn no allegiance to us, nor has he any reason to care for our destiny. Why should we give him such a gift? He might help us in the future, but he might as well be our enemy. The mouth would be a fine addition to our armory. Unless you give us a proper reason, I'm against Lith having it. I agree, Sierre said, and the others nodded in agreement. I'm sorry, Lith. Nandi shrugged. I know that Baba Yaga likes you and you even helped her in Lightkeep, but that's not enough. If this was about an enchanted trinket, I would be on your side, but we're talking about Menadian. I understand. Lith and Solus exchanged a quick glance, knowing that not everything was lost. Solus just needed to put her hands on one of the artifacts of Menadians, set to get her own tower version of it. That's the reason you should give the mouth not to him, but to Elfin, Baitra said in outrage. I came to Verendi with her to prove my good faith and make amends for my past crimes. That's your problem. It has nothing to do with the rest of us, Iko said. I'm still pissed off with you for giving away the Fury without even asking Dad's opinion. I think you have done more than enough already. The mouth is off the table. Solus hated those creatures for speaking about her like she wasn't there, yet fear kept her tongue in check. Chapter 1971, Parting Ways, Part 1. The resonance between the Eldritches was still in effect, and so were the combined effects of the various bloodline abilities of the divine beasts. Even with her tower form at full power, she could feel the pressure they exuded. It's no wonder that Malishka avoided fighting with them. I'm not a white core, and the Eldritches have become much stronger compared to the last time I saw them, she thought. If that's what you think, maybe you should learn Forgemastering, because I'm not going to make equipment for any of you, the Reiju replied in anger. Would you really betray our father for this insignificant relic of the past? Kigan the Phoenix roared, revealing a second set of wings. They were membranous like those of a dragon, but it was the elemental eye that opened in the middle of his forehead to reveal the presence of his Balor half. Kigan had now a black, a yellow, and a red eye. 3 eyes were the limit for Balors in their fallen state, and the Phoenix was no exception. I would never do that, Baitra said in outrage. I owe a lot to the Master, but nothing to you guys. The Fury was mine, so I was free to do with it whatever I wanted, and the same applies to the mouth. If not for me, you wouldn't even know that it was here. Enough, Zorath and Nelia said in unison. We'll quarrel later. First, let's get our hands on the prize. Neither of them was the eldest or the strongest Eldritch. That role belonged respectively to Tezca and Orom, who, like the Filgja, predated the Guardians, but was still waiting for a monster core powerful enough to contain his black core. Both the Shadow Dragon and the Storm Griffin were the most respected due to their wisdom. Zorath was the first abomination that the Master had recruited, while Nelia was the one who had used her connections with the underworld to turn a small group of outcasts into a powerful shadow organization. Bring us the mouth of Menadian and Visante, then we'll talk about your life, Zorath said. Who? Nelia asked. The man who killed Menadian's disciple and imprinted the mouth. Without him, the artifact would be pointless. We can't remove his imprint, and he would need but a thought to recall it, Zorath replied. Ozak clenched his teeth, inwardly cursing the abomination. He had offered them the mouth because he knew that he would be able to retrieve it. Once back in the safety of his own home, nothing could scare him. No one knew where his secret lab was, and the Eldritches couldn't hurt what they couldn't find. Of course, he actually said with a smile, as if that had been his intention all along. You'll need to cancel the sealed space, though. I need to call my assistant, and she has to warp here. Fair. Zorath shapeshifted into her human form, but her right hand remained that of a shadow dragon. She plunged it inside Ozak's chest, and he felt her slightly clenching his heart as it literally skipped a beat. You know how Eldritches are hard to kill, she said while looking him in the eyes. Warp away, and my hand will come with you. You'll die a second later, and I'll find the place you went to hide by following my own hand. I'll get both your life and your legacy. Ozak nodded in a frenzy, swallowing a lump of saliva as even his second contingency plan failed. The Leviathan and the Fenrir cleared from the dimensional seal only a small area around the representative, keeping the rest of the hostages trapped. Prexa read protocol. Bring the mouth and Visante at my coordinates no matter how, Ozak said in his communication amulet. A few seconds later, a warping array led a young woman and an old man near the representative. Elfin, the old man looked at Solus in fear, but she didn't recognize him. He was about to say something about her weird appearance when his eyes met Lith's, and he froze in terror. Visante was a bright violet core, and under normal circumstances, he would be immune to demon fear. Yet now that the Tiamat was empowered by both Life Maelstrom and the resonance effect with hundreds of demons of the abyss, even the Ancient Awakened couldn't stand the pressure. I've kept my part of the bargain, now it's your turn, Ozek said. Elfin, this is the man who killed your friend and stole your legacy. Zorath pushed Visante in front of Menadian's heir and forced him to kneel. You can kill him however you want. There's no rush, take your time. Thanks, but I don't want to, Solus shook her head. Visante was over 900 years old and looked like a man in his 90s. He was a wiry, tall man with clear white hair and a long beard. He only lacked a pointy hat to look like Merlin from Earth's legends. Thank you so much, Elfin, he said amid tears. I knew that you would understand. You've always been so good to me. If only your mother chose me for the mouth instead of Vesta, none of this would have ever happened. You and I both know that I was a better mage than he ever was. Visante mistaking her mercy for camaraderie, her unwillingness to kill in cold blood for absolution for his murder, made Solus' blood boil. I've lost my memories, so I have no idea who you are or who was the better mage between you and Vesta. What I do know is that I can't let someone like you, someone who killed his fellow apprentice to rob him of my mother's legacy, live. A single swing of the fury turned the bright violet core into a bloody puddle. I like her, Sierre said, and the others nodded. Not enough to gift her the mouth, though. Can I go now? Ozek asked, uncaring for who would keep the artifact as long as he kept his life. Depends how many people know about the artifact, Zorith asked. A lot, the representative lied through his teeth. Letting me go is in your interest. I can keep others from seeking vengeance, but if I die, the entire Verendi Council will be wiped out. Nelia completed the phrase for him. That and the death of so many awakened will cause a power vacuum that will take decades, if not centuries, to be filled. If we kill them all, by the time the Verendi Council has the power to stand up to the current us again, our strength will have increased 100-fold. No, fear turned Ozak as pale as a ghost. If you let me go, I promise that the council will stay off your back, that no one will seek you for the mouth. Would really any of you be so foolish to attack us on Garland? Zorith replied with a sneer. We've beaten you in your own home. You'd have no chance in ours, even if by some sort of miracle all of your fallen soldiers came back to life. Also, as you said, a lot of people know about the mouth. Any of them can rat us out to the Garland Council and reveal we now are in possession of the artifact. Chapter 1972, Parting Ways, Part 2. They, however, aren't a centuries-old elder. They didn't see us fight and can't study our tactics to elaborate a counter-strategy for their revenge. A flick of Zorith's finger shot two hollow void, respectively aimed at Ozak's heart and head. The representative's corpse fell to the ground and exploded a split second later, destroying all the artifacts he wore. It was a last-ditch measure to bring his killer down with him, but the Eldritches were powerful enough to snuff the explosion by completely sealing the space around Ozak. What are we going to do about the others? Lith pointed at the awakened who had surrendered along with their late leader. They are loose ends and could report the strategies that we have employed today as well. Excellent point. Nelia nodded and killed them all, sparing only one who had yet to achieve the bright violet core. You too are free to go. Tell everyone what happens to those who cross the Master's organization, and that if they want the mouth, they are free to come and get it. The young girl who had brought Visante and the chosen survivor of the battle wasted no time, disappearing through a warp, steps the moment the dimensional ceiling was lifted. Why did you let them go? Lith asked in confusion. Several reasons, Zorith replied. The girl knows nothing of the fight, so killing her would have been pointless. To the contrary, she had witnessed the pathetic state of her almighty master was reduced, and her words will shake the rest of the awakened community. As for the soldier, we need a witness of our strength. Otherwise, people might believe that we won thanks to some stupid trick. To drive fear into our enemies, we need them to know the difference in power between them and us. On top of that, the report of that guy will be of limited strategical use. To be stuck at the light violet at his age, he lacks the cunning and the talent to be a genius. Even if he observed some of our strategies, I doubt he has understood them. What little he can share through a mind link will be muddled by his fear and confusion. Once they study his memories and see us through his eyes, new council representatives of Verendi will believe that each one of us is as strong as a guardian. Last but not least, by sending them away we can safely discuss what to do with the mouth, Vitra said. Even if we give it to you, Elfin, the councils will believe that we are the ones who have it and will leave you alone. Thanks, Vitra, Sola said, and she was sincere. Seeing the Reiju fight against the awakened first, and now against her own family, to return Rifa's legacy to its rightful heir moved her deeply. Do you mind if I take a look at the mouth while you guys talk? She asked. Sure thing, Nelia handed Solus the artifact. One word of advice, though, imprint it and we'll have a problem. Solus nodded and took the mouth in her hands, feeling something click inside her tower half. She conjured the eyes of Menadian, sharing them with Lith to study the relic as quickly as possible. They used their respective breathing technique to study the mouth's power core and spell matrix, but Menadian's cloaking enchantments were a tough nut to crack even though they were outdated for centuries. The abominations argued for a long time and almost came to blows more than once. Lith and Solus used that time to study the original mouth so that once they got back in the tower and conjured their copy, they would have the data necessary to understand how it worked. Baitra, Zorith, Theseus, and partly even Nandi tried to convince their siblings to return the artifact to Elphin, especially since she was Salark's protege and was on good terms with Lith. After over 1 hour, they were still at a standstill. "I'm sorry, kid," Nandi said. "If this was any other trinket, I'd give it to you without a second thought. The mouth is too powerful to give up on it without thinking this through." "Are you going to keep it then?" Solus asked. "No," Zorith replied while taking back the artifact. "The only thing we agreed upon is that we need to ask our father's opinion first. I give you my word that we won't imprint the mouth until the final decision is made." "Thanks, Zorith," Lith shook her hand. "You kept your word the entire time, showing us how the organization works and protecting us even when you had no obligation to." "I'm sorry for how things turned out, little brother. I wish I could have given your friend the mouth," she sighed. "Actually, I appreciate even this ending. It proves that your associates aren't a bunch of sentimental idiots. They respected your opinion but still followed their own," Lith replied. "I like your way of doing things, straightforward and direct. Yet you can afford such an attitude only because all the members of your family are as strong as you are. You have no one outside the organization, whereas I want for my wife and family a normal life." "I understand," she nodded. "If things go south with the royals, keep my offer in mind." The other abomination hybrids warped away, leaving behind only the members of the original group. "What about you, Theseus?" Zorith asked. "Do you want to keep staying in Verendi, or do you want to join us?" "It depends. Can you help me with my blood madness? Will you really try and fix my life force even if I don't fully commit to your cause? Am I free to leave whenever our goals cease to align, or would it be just a life of servitude?" he asked. "No one can beat the blood madness but yourself." Baitra shook her head. "The only thing I can promise you is that we'll make sure you make no more innocent victims. As for the rest, yes, we'll do our best to fix your life force, and you are free to go whenever you want. The only clause is that you can't share our secrets nor work against us. Violate these terms, and you'll make an enemy whose power you have just witnessed." Dalgus, the Bastet, didn't want to leave his first friend in millennia, yet he knew that as long as he didn't learn how to control his new powers, he would just be a liability for the White Griffin and his mission. "You should go with them, my friend." Dalgus handed Theseus his contact card. "Verendi needs me more than ever, and they could definitely use not being afraid of the wandering carnival anymore. Once you get your own contact amulet, add my rune. If you ever need my help or just someone to talk to, I'll fly to you no matter what." The two men held each other in a long embrace. To the Griffin, Theseus was like a troubled child in dire need of help. After caring for him for that long, Dalgus had grown fond of him and wanted only the best for his friend. Chapter 1973, Royal Showdown Part 1. To the Bastet, instead, Dalgus was the closest thing to a brother that he had ever had. When the rest of Magur had treated him like the monster that Paquet had been, Dalgus had given him a home and offered him a hand. "Thanks, man." Theseus patted the Griffin's back one last time, and then he followed the other Eldritches into the Chaos Gate. "Do you need a ride to the desert, Lith?" Zorith asked. "Yes, please." After exchanging their contact runes, they bid goodbye to the Griffin as well. Lith and Solus were sad to have lost one mouth, but between the one they had gained and the new floors of the tower, they were going to be busy for a very long time. Space. Griffin Kingdom, City of Valoran, a few days later. The royals didn't waste time and arranged their trip to the Blood Desert for the day after the terms of the honeymoon had expired. Now that the embassy was open again, Salark accorded them an audience at her earliest convenience. It was still the middle of the night for the people of the kingdom, but in the desert, the sun had already risen for an hour. "Are you ready, dear?" Queen Silpha asked. She wore her full royal garments as a monarch visiting a peer. Everything from her fur-lined brocade cloak to her long gown had been enchanted, so that it wouldn't impede her movements nor would the heat of the desert bother her. "I'm as ready as I can be." Meron nodded, dressed in a similar fashion and wearing all the insignia of his status. "We must be prepared to bear with Verhin's grudge and relieve his anger before starting the treaty." "I know," Silpha said. It's why I think that bringing along all this junk might do more harm than good to our cause. You've seen how powerful Verhin has become and the allies he has made. Wouldn't it be better to wear more casual clothes? Are you kidding me? Both the king and the chamberlain went pale. We are still the rulers of the Griffin Kingdom, and we are visiting Overlord Salark in her palace. What impression would we give if we walked through the gate wearing shirts and shorts? This attire is meant to not make us lose face in front of Salark and show Lith how serious we are. They are not meant to intimidate him, but to make him feel honored for our presence. The king and the queen of the country who banished him come in person to his door to negotiate his return. There could be no greatest honor or sign of sincerity. On top of that, by not sending a middle man, we can settle things much quicker. There will be no back and forth from the royal palace. We have the full authority of the crown and can accept or refuse his terms, giving him a proper explanation for the reasons we're doing so while looking him in the eyes. Fine, Silpha sighed, but I still feel ridiculous. Wearing fur in the desert is like bringing salt water to the ocean, a foolish endeavor. I would love to argue more about Valoran's etiquette, my dear, but I think that worrying about the color of our curtains while the war with Thrud has set our house on fire is even more foolish, Meron said, putting an end to the conversation. The warp gate in front of them opened, revealing on the other side an honor guard comprised of the elite members of Salark's nest who wore a ceremonial red suit of armor. Each one of them held a long pole flying Salark's silver and black banner. The royals stepped through the dimensional tunnel, using their own aura to resist the feeling of oppression that being surrounded by such powerful creatures caused. A silver and black carpet below their feet guided them to the next room, where Salark waited for them. The Overlord had made her guests come to her to establish the pecking order, and wore a long black day dress worthy of a goddess. It was embroidered in silver with a feather pattern and decorated with several emeralds matching her eyes. On her head rested a white turban made of the finest linen, bearing a ruby the size of an apple on its center. A silver ceremonial scimitar sheathed inside a black scabbard was hung to her hip, the pommel resembling a beak, while the crossguard was shaped like wings. It was the Overlord's formal attire, since she had unified the desert under her rule. Told you so? Meron inwardly grinned via their mind link. King Meron, Queen Silpha, it's an honor to meet you again after so much time. Salark gave them only a polite nod of her head, while Sinmira, who was beside her, gave them a deep bow. I hope you won't mind my discourtesy, but I can't bend with such a dress at the moment. She caressed her bloated belly, flushing in joy as the baby kicked. We would never dare to be so rude. We know all too well the hardships of motherhood. Congratulations, Overlord. The royals gave them a small bow and wore a huge smile, but inwardly they were quite scared. According to the report that Manohar had handed down before his death, Lith was supposed to be the baby's father. It would have explained the rumors about him having an heir so soon after the marriage, and why Salark was willing to share her domain with him. May I ask you who's the lucky man who blessed you with a new child? Silpha asked, trying to sound as causal as possible. Thanks for your understanding. Salark gave them another nod. As for the baby, I've gotten back together with the old lizard. Who knows, maybe this time things between us will finally work out. The jaws of the royals fell onto the floor, and their mouths went dry. Good gods, this is much worse than Verhin being the father, Meron thought. If the baby seals the alliance between the desert and the empire, the kingdom is screwed. One problem at a time, dear, Silpha said via their mind link with a soothing tone. As you kindly pointed out a few seconds ago, if we don't win this war, their baby is the least of our worries. Please follow me. I've already notified Lith of your coming, and he's waiting for you. The Overlord gave them a final polite nod before turning her back to them and leading them through her palace. Fuck, Silpha thought. He knows of our presence and didn't even bother coming to greet us. This is the worst cold shoulder we could receive. Meron nodded, and suddenly Tyrus's words ran through his mind again. He could already picture Lith waiting for them in his Tiamat form, sitting on the black throne that the Guardian had mentioned to look down on them. No matter what they wore, the difference in size would put them at disadvantage. I told you we should have worn more casual clothes, the Queen inwardly cursed. First impression matters, or we look like pompous old coots. Yeah, because looking like tourists would have been much better, Meron replied with a sneer. Chapter 1974, Royal Showdown Part 2. At least by dressing like this, we didn't lose face to Salark and Verhin. Will have to treat us with the respect that honorable guests deserve, the king said while moving forward. What they found a few rooms later left them gawking even more than the news of Ligain's child. Lith walked toward them, wearing a simple white robe of the desert. Between his dark skin and his clothes dirty with soot and the remains of magical ingredients, he looked no different from one of the many mages they had met on their way. "King Meron, Queen Silpha, it's a pleasure to meet you again," Lith said while giving them a polite bow suitable when meeting peers without a shred of deference. "I'm sorry for being late, but Grandma told me of your coming at the last minute, and I was in the middle of an experiment." "What happened to your etiquette?" Salark inhaled sharply and poked at his forehead. "You can't call me Grandma in front of our royal guests. I'm Overlord Salark for you now." "I'm sorry, Overlord Salark." He gave her a bow much deeper than the one to the royals. What Meron and Silpha witnessed scared them to the bone. Salark had scolded him with the familiarity of a parent instead of an offended ruler. Lith was so used to enjoying such a degree of freedom and confidence in the Overlord's domain that he had forgotten his manners. Worst of all, however, was his aura. Ever since they had met Lith for the first time, they had become accustomed to his cold eyes, his recurring frown, and the subtle waves of power that he seemed incapable of repressing. Now, however, they couldn't feel anything from him. His eyes were clear, his expression serene, and his aura was as placid as the surface of a lake during a spring day. The calm scared them more than any storm because it could mean only one thing. The angry boy they had met had turned into a man who was in complete control of his emotions. The lack of any magical aura could only mean that during his second stay in the desert, Lith had mastered his mana flow. It was the only possible explanation for such a harmless appearance despite his recent breakthrough. They remembered well that in Tyrus, hologram, he had grown to 25 meters, 82 of height, and had a violet aura. Those were the signs of an adult divine beast, yet if not for their prior knowledge, they would have never recognized an archmage in the person in front of them. "Would you like to oversee our treaties, my overlord? You would be our esteemed guest," Lith asked. "Thanks, but I'm afraid that my presence would be inappropriate. This is an official business of the Griffin Kingdom, and I'm merely its host. I don't want either you or the royals to feel pressured due to my meddling." Salark led them to a finely decorated room. The ceiling was over 30 meters, 100 feet, high, allowing a fully grown divine beast to move with ease. A long rectangular mahogany table was set in the middle of the room with many chairs lined on either side in equal numbers. Along the walls, there were bookshelves filled with tomes about the laws of the 3 great countries and border maps. Several cabinets contained paper sheets and plenty of ink to redact official documents, no matter the length. Wax sticks of all colors were lined up on a tray in the middle of the table, to allow both parties to use their respective official enchanted seals. Many bottles of fresh water and aged liquor had been placed on a cart, in the case the talks went on for too long or someone got thirsty. It was the very same room where Salark stipulated international agreements and settlements. The royals had been there a few times in the past, and the fact that she had lent it to Lith was a clear indicator of how much she cared about the issue. Not feeling pressured my royal ass, Meron thought. For being someone more inclined to the sword than the pen, Salark is quite shrewd. First the rumors about Lith's marriage, then about his prowess, and now this. Agreed, Silpha replied. The question is if she wants the treaty to succeed or fail. It's likely that she's fine with both. Before we start discussing the price for my full pardon, I'd like to lay my cards on the table, Lith said, snapping them out of it. I beg your pardon, the queen asked. The Lith Verhan she knew and appreciated was a devious man who would always play as close to the vest as he could. Revealing his hand without getting anything in return would have been a dumb move. To win this war, we need the same sneaky bastard who led the entire kingdom by the nose for years, raking merits without anyone ever doubting his nature, Silpha said via the mind link while clenching her husband's arm. I'm afraid that, after staying in the desert for so long, Lith might have lost his edge. Let me be brutally honest. A smirk broke on his face, and the coldness in his eyes wiped away any doubt the royals had about his mental abilities. I don't consider this as a legal matter, but as a business transaction. The terms are as follows. I'm offering you my services within reason and under precise conditions. In exchange, you are offering me a full pardon for my past crimes. We are just trading favors, as simple as that. Now it's in my interest to showcase to you the power you are going to buy. The more I have to offer you, the less likely you are to forfeit it. On top of that, if I manage to make you interested enough, I'm certain that you'll offer me a discount. Lith took several steps away from the table, reaching an empty area of the room. Now the first item is my real form. He shapeshifted into a Tiamat, pointing out the various changes he had undergone from his last breakthrough. As you can see, I've grown past the limits of an emperor beast. I'm now certain to be a divine beast, and I expect to be treated as such. I can use origin flames, cursed flames, and I have several unique bloodline abilities that you've already witnessed from Meln's broadcast. He gave them a quick demonstration of his prowess by purifying an ingot of orichalcum without wasting an iota of the precious metal. Then, he showed them the destructive power of the void flames on a castle gate, kindly provided by Salark. A single blast was enough to put a dent in the several enchantments of the reinforced double doors, and to open deep cracks in its physical structure as well. I can do more, but focusing on my destructive abilities might be taken as an attempt to intimidate you, so let's move on to the next item. Lith then shapeshifted into the Void Feather Dragon. The red scales covering his body had become thicker, and inside each one of them burned a different kind of cursed flames. The color of the 6 flames resembled those of the natural elements, but their light was sickening. Chapter 1975, Becoming a Magus, Part 1. The furniture in the room seemed to twist, the ground to soften, and the air to become thin in the attempt to reject the unnatural power coming from the cursed flames, sealed inside the Void Feather Dragon's red scales. 2 sets of black feathered wings came out of Lith's back, and several small horns formed a crown upon his head that reminded the royals of those of Ligain. The Void Feather Dragon lacked the long, curved horns of the Tiamat, but its body had grown taller as well. "Do you have dragon eyes?" the queen asked, hoping for a negative and an affirmative answer in equal measure. Such a powerful skill would make Lith an incredible asset, but also an unprecedented threat to the throne. "I wish, but believe me when I say that my 7 eyes are not for decoration. In this form, my mastery over all kinds of flames is further enhanced, and so is my ability to conjure dragon fear. Last, but not least." Lith shapeshifted again, and the royals expected him to take a phoenix-like form. Instead, his body shrunk and compressed until it was just a bit taller than Orion. "I don't go around telling people I'm part abomination, but this is also who I am." In that form, Lith still resembled Derek McCoy, but the changes in his abomination side were much greater than those that his other forms had undergone. Long straight horns came out of his forehead, while curved horns came out of the back of his skull, covering his neck. A set of membranous wings rested on his shoulders, and 7 white-colored eyes were open on his face along with a lipless white maw. Lith's darkness body was now packed with so much energy that it was almost tangible, and the way it drained the light in the room made his black claws and talons glisten. "Are you an eldritch?" the king asked, recognizing from the many distinctive features something more than a simple, empowered abomination. The void didn't reply, looking at the royals with a mix of mockery and joy. "Gods, you're so cute, it makes me want to eat you." It spoke with a voice that didn't belong to Lith, stretching its limbs like a predator ready to pounce on its prey. "You have no idea how long I've waited to meet you." "Down, boy." Lith needed sheer willpower to rein in his most violent urges. "We are Grandma's guest, and so are the royals. No matter how pissed off we are at them, we can't offend Grandma by violating her hospitality." Derek/Lith held a grudge against the royals for what had happened to his family from the moment the late General Morn had issued the capture order, and in his abomination form, his negative emotions were cranked up to 11. The void snarled in annoyance, but crawled back among the other life forces, leaving Lith the wheel again. "I'm sorry for my rudeness." Derek's voice turned into Lith. "This form is very violent, that's why I try to use it as little as possible. About your question, no, I'm not an eldritch, nor am I a full abomination. I'm fully alive, just like you. This is but a part of my life force, just like Lith Verhin and the Void Feather Dragon." Hearing him using the last name that the kingdom had bestowed upon him, reassured Meron. "How is it possible for a living being to also be an undead?" the queen asked with a puzzled look on her face. "I have no idea, but I suspect it's related to the fact that I was stillborn." Lith told them the details about Nana, bringing him back to life, glossing over the part about his previous lives. "I'm sharing this with you because you already know of my ability to control the dead and to clear the allegations about my use of forbidden magic. What you've witnessed me using in the Hogham household was just one of my bloodline abilities. I'm tired of hiding in the shadows and pretending to be someone I'm not. The cat is already out of the bag, so I want things to be crystal clear before we start the negotiations. I'm telling you everything right now so that if anything of this becomes public knowledge, you can't go back on your word by claiming that I hid my real nature from you." I appreciate your sincerity, but not your lack of trust, Meron said after pondering the revelation for a while. Knowing that Lith wasn't a necromancer like Balker reassured the king because it meant he didn't have a secret army of undead stashed somewhere. On the other hand, it was much worse. It meant that Lith had no need to collect corpses, to prepare and feed them for battle. The power came naturally to him like the shadows of the dead, which made it necessary for the royals to understand the boundaries of his bloodline abilities. After Meln blew your cover, we took care of your interests, the queen said. Your house and your mansion have been kept exactly as you left them. The Verhin mansion still belongs to you, and your house has been sealed to the public. Silfa handed Lith a holographic map of the farm, showing him a new set of arrays surrounding the Verhin household in Lucia. We feared that during your absence, someone might attempt to study your arrays and later break into your home, so we had our master wardens lay several alarms and barriers. No one entered your property, no one studied your spells, and the Dulorian is kept safe even from the royal forgemasters, she said. The silver mines you own and the silver it produces have been left untouched in your partner's hands. I want you to know that we didn't move against him, even after we learned about his nature as a lick. Lith's eyes went wide at those words, but then he remembered Urgamaka and how Inzialot and Zalgrish seemed to have some kind of relationship. How did you find out about his true nature, and didn't the council cover for him? Lith asked. Zalgrish objected to the Sea's order for the mines, and during the lawsuit, he once forgot to change his appearance and entered the court with his real face, the king said with a deep sigh at the memory of the panic that had ensued. Also, yes, the council interceded for him, but we also covered it up to avoid you more trouble. And I thank you for that, Lith said. As long as the undead courts are part of the War of the Griffins, being a known associate of a lick would make things even harder for my family, he inwardly added. You can easily return the favor by allowing us to meet Captain Locrias and Lieutenant Valia, the queen replied. Everyone knows that they are now in your service, and their families have petitioned us countless times to save them. There's nothing they need to be saved from. They are with me of their own will. Lith didn't like that turn of events. We believe you, but we need to check it with our own eyes. Can you please summon them for us? Chapter 1976, Becoming a Magus, Part 2. The king sounded sincere, but Lith knew that the request to summon his demons was just a ruse to check how much free will they retained. A wave of his hand, and the shadows in the room merged into the forms of the former members of the Queen's Corps. What's going, Your Majesty? The two soldiers acted aloof until they noticed the presence of the royals and then fell onto their right knee. What are your orders? The ritual salute was so deeply ingrained in their being that their mouths spoke before their brains, could remind them that death had relieved them of their service. At ease, the king ordered. How are the clouds today, Captain? Locrias recognized the code words for the assessment of the threat at hand, but Lith was there as well, and answering would have meant revealing one of the kingdom's secrets. I don't know, I haven't materialized in days, Locrias shrugged. Never mind. A wide smile appeared on Meron's face as he inwardly sighed in relief. How is Verhin treating you, Captain? Is your condition painful? Your family is deeply worried about you. Verhin is a fair lord, my liege, Locrias replied, and Valia nodded. He has given me an opportunity to keep fighting, and I can't wait to go back to the kingdom. Becoming a demon comes with a price, but I'm willing to pay. Dead or not, my mission remains. Excellent news, you are dismissed, the queen nodded. With all due respect, my liege, we are disappointed in how you dealt with the dead king and Morn's order endangering innocent lives, Valia said. We are keeping your secrets and our oaths, but now more than ever our duty is toward the people of the kingdom, not politics. The royals pursed their lips in annoyance. Valia's words bordered on insubordination and matched exactly the attitude that her personnel file reported. It seems that Undeath didn't change their characters, Meron said via the mind link. That's not very reassuring. It only means that now they can change allegiance if they found us lacking, the queen replied. We are aware of our faults and have come here to make up for them, Lieutenant, Silfa actually said. What happened after the dead king's broadcast was solely Morn's fault, and he's been dealt with. We have protected Verhin's properties and interests, and now we are offering him a fair deal. There's nothing more we can do, but if you have any suggestions, I'm willing to listen. Valia opened her mouth to reply, but Lith raised his hand, dismissing the demons. Your defiance is only giving them more reason to be afraid of my abilities, Lith said via the chains. I understand that you are angry, but if you want to say anything, do it through me. I'm sorry, but seeing their smug faces while they worried more about codes and secrets than of our death got the better of me, Valia replied. Before we move on with the treaty, there's something I have to say. Lith returned to his human form and sat down so to not look down on the royals. The terms of our deal must apply to my family as well. I want all of them to have a clean slate. My parents worked hard for their lands, and my sisters have never aided me in my crimes, if not by hiding my real nature for obvious reasons. Of course, Meron nodded. We want all the Verhins back to the kingdom. If they share your potential, your family would be an invaluable asset. In due time, the Verhins might even become another founding pillar of our country. Once again, Lith could perceive from the king's heartbeat and perspiration that the offer was sincere, but it was hardly a surprise. Having a whole family of divine beasts at their back and call was the dream of every ruler. I'm glad we are on the same page, because until a second ago I was worried about my wife, Lith said with a huge grin on his face while the royals stiffened. She's a Verhin as well now, and her crimes must be pardoned. She deserted her duty and escaped her for my sake, so I consider the consequences of her actions part of my burden. Camilla worked hard to become a constable, and I want her to get her job and career back if that's what she wants. If in order to return to the kingdom I have to sacrifice her happiness, then we have nothing to talk about. An awkward silence fell into the room. Morn and Silpha had always included Camilla in the deal, but giving back her old job would prove to be difficult. Constables were bound to know lots of secrets and were supposed to be loyal solely to the crown. Camilla Yavel had already betrayed their trust and her duty once. She could do it a second time. It depends on what you can offer to the kingdom, Silpha replied after a while. I guess you have decided to become a Magus. Exactly, Lith nodded. It's the only way to not be burdened by an I owe you for years. Also, I have no intention to join the royal family. You can't unless you divorce first, Meron replied with a sigh. On top of that, know that no matter your choice, the deal is based on the assumption that you'll consume the royal pardons you gained as a great mage, archmage, and even the one you'll get as a magus. The favor we promised you after Candria's plague will be considered extinguished as well. Sounds fair, Lith said. One more thing. I want you to give the families of Locrias and Valia the opportunity to transfer to Lucia and provide them with everything they might need. As they have proven to you, they are still loyal servants of the crown, and they deserve to be treated as such. The more conditions Lith moved, the less the royals liked that situation. Once the war ended, they needed something to keep him on the leash, but he was covering all of his bases. Even worse, refusing to reunite the demons with their families might have cost the crown their loyalty, so Meron was forced to agree. Not everyone can become a Magus, Lith, Silpha pointed out. What you have to offer must be something capable of making the life of everyone better, not just a few spells that only the elite can use. Also, even though we don't expect you to disclose the full extent of your contribution until the deal is sealed, you still have to give us enough elements to assess the usefulness of the knowledge you are willing to share. Only then can the crown decide whether to accept your deal, ask for more, or turn it down entirely. I have several things I want to offer the kingdom, starting from what Locra Silverwing failed to grasp in her legacy, Lith said, making their faces deform in a mask of amazement. Are you telling us that the first Magus, the mother of modern magic, was wrong all along and you know better? Meron couldn't contain either his surprise or disbelief. Not at all, Lith shook his head. Chapter 1977, Becoming a Magus, Part 3. Silverwing's legacy isn't faulty, just incomplete. Light and darkness are not the only two elements that are two sides of the same coin. All 6 of them are. Can you give us a demonstration? Silpha had countless objections to such a statement, but magic wasn't about opinions. If Lith really could do as he claimed, he just had to prove it. On top of that, the queen doubted that he would try to con 2 expert mages like the royals. I know that you are fake awakened, so feel free to use life vision. This way you can make sure that I'm not using some trick, Lith said, and his eyes lit up with mana, quickly followed by the royals. As a kid, I was amazed by Silverwing's teachings, and my surprise only grew once I met Scarlet the Scorpicore, the previous ruler of the White Griffin's forest. She could freely switch the light element into darkness, and later I witnessed even Professor Manohar do it. While Lith spoke, a small spark of light energy appeared between his hands. It started to spin clockwise, turning darker with every cycle. The royals could see with life vision that Lith wasn't casting a second spell. The very same energy of the original spark had turned from light into darkness. It reinforced their wish to get Lith back on their side, but it was far from amazing. The late Manohar had achieved much more. That's because even though we perceive them as different elements, they are actually one and the same. Together, they represent the control over life. The spark of light nurtured the flowers in the room, making them more vibrant, while the darkness half made them wither. Without light, darkness turns into chaos, and without darkness, light turns into decay. With a little help from his eyes, Lith created a spark of both cursed elements, breaking the balance. Half the flowers rot, while the other half simply disappeared. "This is common knowledge," the king said. "Aside from showing off your mastery over the elements, you added nothing to Silverwing's legacy. I needed to establish a common ground, or you wouldn't be able to follow my reasoning." Lith replied with a shrug. "You see, even though my natural affinities as a divine beast are fire and darkness, the first pair of elements I've mastered are air and earth. That's because in my line of work, dimensional magic saved my life countless times. Even though dimensional magic requires more than two elements, it's air and earth that together represent the mastery over space." "What?" the royals said in disbelief, while a small rock floated between Lith's hands and half of it slowly turned into dust. Once again, it wasn't a second spell, nor was Lith simply altering the rock's density. The dust turned into a fine powder, then into a yellow mist, and finally into a small thunderstorm. Explaining with words to people with no knowledge of physics would have been impossible. But what he was doing was using air magic's control over the electrical charges to break the bonds in the rock and earth magic to keep the polarized matter split. "You heard me," Lith said. "Air and earth allow the mage to control the distance between things. Enhance the attractive forces and you get solid objects. Enhance the repulsive forces and you get gas instead." He stretched the cloud, turning the entire rock into the electromagnetic powder before condensing it again. The ability to bend the distance between two different points in space requires the assistance of the other elements, but air and earth are all you need to affect the space around you. Like this. Lith extended his hand, and a jolt of electricity burst from the ground. "Can you do it again?" Silpha asked, scanning the surroundings with both life vision and domination. Lith nodded and created a constant flow of energy, going from the sand to his hand. "He's telling the truth," Silpha nodded. "So far, earth magic became pointless every time a fight moved into the sky and air magic was limited in presence of metals. This is a game changer." "What about fire and water?" Meron asked without bothering to hide his curiosity. "I kept them for last because this might be the hardest part for you to understand. Fire and water don't control temperature as you might think. They control speed," Lith replied. "That's plain wrong," the queen shook her head. "Nothing is faster than lightning, and air fusion enhances speed. How could water and fire control speed them?" "As I said, it's hard to understand," Lith said. "As you know, by using earth magic to alter the density of a surface, we can turn it from solid to sand to mud. Fire and water can't influence the density of solid matter, yet fire can liquefy and evaporate anything, while ice can turn the strongest object into a brittle piece of glass. Have you ever wondered why?" "It's simply thermal shock," Meron shrugged. "Everything has a melting and a boiling point, but that's a matter of temperature, not speed." "That's where you are wrong," Lith shook his head. "I used air and earth to show you how even a rock is rich in electrical charges and can produce lightning. What you call air isn't actually empty space, but it's filled with things so small that you cannot see them." A wave of his hand made part of the humidity in the room condense in a small sphere of water that took place inside the dancing dark light and the thundercloud. "There's water in this room, but you can't see it because it's too fast. I used water magic to slow it enough to make the water turn from gas to liquid. If I slow it more," the sphere turned into ice. "What I need you to understand is the underlying principle behind this phenomenon. There are forces that keep things together, and those forces are affected by speed. When you provide heat to a metal, its components start to move quickly enough to break free of the forces that usually keep them together. The weaker bonds break first, and the metal bends. Then once that any material receives enough energy, it can melt and then evaporate. The temperature of living beings increases whenever they make an effort because the movement converts part of the energy stored inside the body into heat." Lith shapeshifted his hands into those of a Tiamat and started to rub them faster and faster until the friction produced a spark. What you perceive as a change of temperature is actually just a byproduct of the change of speed. If you fail to grasp this concept, you can't do this. The frozen water turned into a flame whose heat rose in intensity from red to violet before going back to mist. The 6 elements control life, speed, and space, but when you also add even an iota of spirit magic, they can become anything. Lith emitted a spark of emerald light that joined the 3 elemental constructs, forming a blade made of pure energy. Water and earth gave it substance, light and darkness formed several rune patterns on its surface, and air and fire coursed along its surface, manifesting the enchantments Lith had imbued them with. Chapter 1978, Becoming a Magus, Part 4. We can't reveal the existence of spirit magic to the public, but if I understood it correctly, you are saying that by mastering these principles, mages would be able to switch elements at will, the king said. Correct, Lith replied. This isn't something that only awakened or true mages can do, but also fake mages. Imagine the ability to conjure 2 different spells with a single chant, switching between them based on the circumstances. To alter the properties even of arrays, allowing wardens to lessen their casting time, and to give their creations a greater versatility. It's amazing, the queen said while she tried and failed to replicate what Lith had just done. Her lack of understanding of physics limited her imagination, but her rich experience as a mage and her domination made her feel how close she was to achieving the same result after listening to a few words. Indeed, Lith nodded. I can't decide what you'll share with the public, I'm just offering you the knowledge worthy of a magus. What you do with it, it's none of my business. He could have just revealed the ability of forgemastering wands to allow fake mages to use spirit magic to gain the title of magus, but that would have angered the council. The awakened community considered spirit magic their exclusive, and one of the main reasons they still had an edge over fake mages. Lith couldn't make an enemy of his own people just to solve his personal problems. On top of that, sharing such information would have made him a magus to fake mages and a joke to awakened. It wouldn't be something he had created, but just something he had stolen and exploited. This way, instead, no one would be able to criticize him. This new discipline of magic was of his own making, and only he could decide what to do with it. In addition to what I've already said, I'm also willing to share with the kingdom the necessary knowledge to replicate the Dulorian's power core. With it, once the War of the Griffins is over, you can start manufacturing trains that will connect the cities of the kingdom. People will be capable of moving from the countryside to the warp gates freely even during winter. The quality of life, security, and the trading of merch will benefit everyone, Lith said. People will not be stuck in their villages their whole lives, and traveling will not be a luxury that only the rich can afford. Moving merchandise and soldiers will be much more efficient without being limited by dimensional mages. I think you can imagine the rest by yourselves. At the moment, there was only one light master at the service of the kingdom, but Quilla was still too inexperienced to replicate something as complex as the Dulorian. If Lith shared the blueprints of its power core, however, even forgemasters incapable of using light mastery could manufacture it. It was the same principle behind the widespread communication amulets, shared by one of the rare mages who have become both a light master and a dimensional mage, Geron Clavin. Hundreds of years ago, he had become the second ruler of the flames for the awakened, and a magus for the empire, thanks to his creation. We need to present your proposal to the royal court and the Mage Association, but this is plenty enough to ensure you the title of magus, King Meron said while standing up and offering Lith his hand. Before you go, there's still a matter that I would like to discuss. Lith shook it, but invited the king to sit again. Another request, Silpha was puzzled. The deal had already been made. Adding more terms would reopen the negotiations. No, more like a suggestion. Lith shook his head. Crime breeds from misery and ignorance. The best way to uproot it is by spreading knowledge, and I think I know how to do it. He took a small amulet out of his pocket dimension and handed it to the queen. It was made of an alloy of silver and with a green mana crystal etched on its center. What is this? Silpha asked. A cheap and short-range version of communication amulets. Please imprint it, Lith said, and the queen complied. She discovered that the amulet was not only connected to the desert's interlink, but also to a private network. She also found that it contained spelling books, Silverwing's Foundation of Magic, and many other tomes. How is this possible? The queen asked after checking the artifact with a forgemastering spell. This thing has a very simple pseudo-core. It can't host so much knowledge. That's because it doesn't, Lith replied. The amulet is simply a transmitter connected to a much more complex device in my lab. The current amulets are too expensive for normal people, whereas this is something that most can afford, and maybe the kingdom could provide them for free. My idea is to create a central system in the capital of each region and make the amulets rely on it to work. This way, a local corrupted officer could be exposed since people wouldn't need days of travel to reach the nearest army branch. Even those who cannot afford the paper for a single book will have many tomes at their disposal. Teach their children magic or any other discipline and discover that they have a talent for it. Even if you just give one of these to each family in the kingdom, you will give them the opportunity to learn, practice magic, and broaden their horizons. Bedtime stories would help the children to learn how to read and write, and would give their parents a way to keep them quiet. During the long and harsh months of winter, people would have something to do while they are assembled in front of the fireplace. Also, since the amulets by themselves are useless, and the central unit would be in your control, you can start by adding solely safe books, and then progressively increase their number and variety. Lith explained to the royals how it was possible to grow the amulet network and turn it into the closest thing to Earth's internet, a place where even people distant thousands of kilometers from each other could talk and share their knowledge. In a future version of the amulets, people would be capable not only to read from the mainframe, but also to write and create their personal spaces based on their common interests. "This is a great idea," the king asked. "Why didn't you offer it to us as part of your legacy as a Magus?" Lith inhaled sharply, and then proceeded to explain all the problems that the internet and the spreading of magical smartphones were bound to create. Like how extremists would more easily find like-minded individuals and dangerous knowledge would be easily leaked. How given enough time, voyeurism and stalking would become a thing. By the time he was done explaining the range of cybercrime, the royals had already changed their mind, considering the idea of such a shared virtual space reckless and idiotic. "It's a nightmare. A lot of laws would have to be changed and even more created anew." Silpha had already a headache at the thought. "We would need to train a new corps of constables and keep an eye on the network." Chapter 1979, New Floors, Part 1. I know that giving people such a powerful tool is bound to backfire. Once the amulet's network develops enough, it will take a life of its own and become impossible to fully control. Lith nodded. "Yet I still think you should do it. Keeping your citizens boxed makes them easier to control, but it also limits the development of the kingdom. Sooner or later, that box will not be enough and you'll lose control anyway. You can choose whether to oppose the chain until it tramples you and then waste years to contain the damage, or to channel the growth of your society and guide them to the best of your ability. After all, it will take a long time before someone other than royal forgemasters develops their own network. Until that moment, the amulets will be under your control. You can use that time to study the effects that giving free knowledge has on the kingdom and be the spider of this web." Lith had a hard time not laughing as he conjured a fitting hologram over the city of Valoran. "It will be up to you to decide which threads to cut and which to weave. As long as you have the monopoly of the network, with enough manpower and resources, you can keep things from escalating until the law is ready to face further change. This matter is no different from what happened with the academy system. You can leave it as it is until it blows into your faces, or you can be like Linjos and take the matter into your own hands. Until this moment, due to the incompetence of your predecessors and the load of stuff to fix they have left you, you have focused solely on day-to-day crises. That's what a mediocre ruler does, dealing with the problems of today. A great ruler like Valoran, instead, prepares for those that he knows will arise in the next 30 or 50 years. He works for the future because the longer you wait, the bigger a problem will become." "How do you know so much about the first ruler?" the king asked. "As a divine beast, I had the opportunity to talk with people who knew him, and since I want the Griffin Kingdom to be my home, I also want it to be ruled by a new Valoran instead of Thrude," Lith replied. "By the way, communication amulets network sounds terrible. I'd go for something catchier, like Web of Knowledge or Web for short." "We'll keep your suggestions in mind," Silpha said, and this time when they turned around after shaking his hand, Lith didn't stop them. "One last thing," Meron said. "Upon your return to the kingdom, you should thank Martianus Distar, Archon Ernaz, and Baron Wyellen. They have rallied respectively the south, the center, and the north of the kingdom for you." "I will," Lith nodded. "About that, I am planning to hold a second marriage ceremony for my friends who couldn't attend the first. Many of them live in the kingdom, and I'd love for them to come here without the risk of being charged with treason." "The borders will remain open," Queen Silpha replied. Until the royal court and the Mage Association are done deliberating your offer, you are still considered an enemy of the state, Archmage Verhen. Yet as a sign of goodwill, we'll grant your request. I wish you all the happiness that comes your way, because once you return to the kingdom, only the battlefield will wait for you. Lith gave them a polite bow that the royals returned, and then plunged into the nearest seat. What do you think, Solus? He asked. I think it went well, she replied from her ring. Me too, Lith inhaled sharply, pinching his nose to fight an incoming headache. Why are you so stressed then? I thought returning to the kingdom was what you wanted, Solus said. It is, but after a blessed month during which I only worked how much I wanted, now I must go back working as much as it's needed, Lith replied. Before I enter the War of the Griffins, I need to complete my golems, craft a crapload of equipment, and understand what the heck the mouth of Menadian does. I'm sorry, I wish you had a bit more time alone with Kami, Solus said, yet her tone and words didn't match. The idea of spending a lot of time together again, and exploring all the magical theories they had developed during the second half of the honeymoon, made her jump with joy. Solus was jealous, and just like Camilla, she wanted to set her own boundaries in their relationship. She even assumed her human form to be the first to congratulate him with a long hug. The silver lining is that the new floors of the tower are friends, and Grandma should be enough to get our job done in time, she said, trying to sound casual. Lith pretended to not notice her enthusiasm and nodded. He was about to open the door and walk out of the room when the handle seemingly turned on its own. I'm proud of you, Featherling. Salark patted his shoulders and then pinched his cheeks to congratulate him. Don't worry about the association, your theory is worthy of a Magus, and if the kingdom denies you the title, I won't. A snap of her fingers produced a spark of light that turned into a drop of darkness. Wait, how did you do that? The Guardian squinted her eyes in focus, managing to switch all elements at will before Lith had the time to answer. Grandma, didn't you say that you would stay out of the treaty? He would have liked to get angry with her, but he simply couldn't. Lith now considered Salark a member of his family as much as she considered him one of her own. The Guardian had already done a lot for Solus and his family, and before Lith left the desert, he would still have to ask her for help countless times. And I did. I just wanted to make sure that the royals didn't try to blackmail you or something. I swear that I had no hidden agenda. Salark had already mastered how to switch the first 3 tiers of magic, and was now trying with the 4th. Don't be a sourpuss. Stop pouting and go celebrate with your wife while you still have the time. I will, Lith and Solus nodded before walking through the door. I was not talking with you. Give them some privacy. Salark dragged Solus away, making her yelp like an angry puppy. Did you really include my reinstatement as a constable among the terms? Camilla was both happy and shocked at the news. Yes, as I told you the day you came here to propose to me, you have worked too hard and made too many sacrifices to build a life for yourself. I couldn't stand the idea of fixing only my problems, Lith replied. You have sacrificed over 10 years of your sweat and blood for my sake, and now it's my turn to put something I love at risk for you. Either we'll both get our old lives back or no one will. Whatever the future holds, we'll face it together. Chapter 1980, New Floors, Part 2. Camilla hugged him tightly, feeling tears stream from her eyes. Until that moment, she had avoided thinking about the things she had lost and the dreams that she had shattered by becoming a deserter. She had never talked about them with Lith because, after everything that had happened in the wake of Meln exposing his identity, she didn't want to further increase his burden. She had wanted their marriage to be the source of his happiness and the haven where he could relax in the storm of the exile. Yet it wasn't just the Verhens mourning the loss of their old life, but she as well. How did you know it was so important to me if even I did? Camilla didn't want to ruin that moment, but she couldn't stop crying in joy. Because I love you, Camilla Verhen, with all my heart. Lith quoted the same words that she had told him in Iama on the 3rd day of their honeymoon. When something troubles you, you don't hide it from me. You don't lie about it to me. You tell me and let me share it with you. Whatever happens to you happens to me. Your happiness is my happiness. They held on to each other for a while, hoping that their future would be even better than their present. Space. The next day, Lith checked with the Ernest sisters and made sure that the royals had kept their word. Now people from the kingdom were free to cross the borders and visit him without being labeled as traitors. I'm going to kill you so bad, Mr. Verhen, Freya said in mock anger. After all we went through, after years spent bearing with your brooding and killing glare, how could you leave us out of your marriage? Yeah, who was your best man? What did you do for your bachelor party? Quilla asked. What about Camilla? Floria remained a few steps behind, still conflicted about her feelings. She still liked Lith and loved him as a friend, yet she could feel that there was now a distance between them that couldn't be crossed anymore. The bridge of their past relationship had been burned for good, and even though she had no intention of building it again, it still pained her. I had no best man nor bachelor party, Lith shrugged. What? The Erna sisters said in unison. Dude, I had prepared something great for you ever since you dated Floria, Freya said, making her sister flush in embarrassment. How could you do this to me? It happened on the spur of the moment. Camilla had no party or bridesmaid either, he replied. Zinnia was too shocked even to stand, and so were my parents. That's why we are doing it again. Yeah, the bastard didn't even invite me, Protector pouted. Or me, Fallow playfully punched his shoulder, and Lith felt it. Enough with the chit-chat. Lith cut them all short. There's lots of work to do and little time to do it. I didn't call you here to be scolded until my ears fall off, but to show you the new floors of my tower and ask for your help. Thanks, dear, Salark said. You know how Grandma is fascinated by Menadian's work. I'm seriously considering getting a tower of my own. Can you make one? Lith asked in surprise, and everyone held their breath for the answer. I have no clue, she shrugged. But if I ask your grandfather's help and you let me examine the tower, I'm certain that I can pull out another masterpiece. Lith knew how much he owed Salark, and that someday he would have to return the favor. Yet giving her free access to the tower still felt too much, and the Guardian shared his opinion. Salark could have demanded it from Lith if the tab was big enough, but she had chosen to ask for it instead. Most of the things the Overlord had done for him and his family, she considered them as acts of love and wanted nothing in return for them. Please follow me. There are 4 new floors that you should see. We'll start from the underground levels. Lith brought them to the tower that now stood 21 meters, 69 feet, high. It had turned into a 7-story building that had forced Salark to raise the ceiling of her palace to host it. The new floors had appeared between the old ones, altering the structure of the tower. Welcome to the workshop. Lith had brought his guests to the level right under the forge. When he opened the thin wooden door, their disappointment couldn't have been any greater. The room was a circle with a radius of 10 meters, 33 feet, and was completely empty. Are you sure this isn't just the closet or something? Quilla said with a scoff. Aside from a lot of space, there's nothing here. There's nothing because there's nothing I need at the moment, but let's say I wanted to practice enchanting the Davros, he said with a sly smile. Suddenly, an unknown rune appeared on each one of the square stones that comprised the floor, walls, and ceiling. The workshop pulsed with the power coming from the mana geyser below, accumulating and compressing the world energy until it took physical form. Once the glowing stopped, a huge chunk of Davros and several white crystals had appeared in the middle of the room, along with all the necessary Forgemastery circles to enchant them. By the gods, the crucible must be a prototype of the workshop, Protector said in amazement. Who needs a mine when you can create everything you need out of thin air? Everyone but Salark nodded in enthusiasm. The Guardian knew that not even her creation magic could achieve something like that, and Lith had never stopped asking her help resetting his materials. On top of that, if the workshop really was that good, he would have already replaced the adamant coating his golems and armor with Davros. There had to be a catch. Yeah, right, since we are already dreaming, then I also want the crafting method to shape and enchant Darwin, Lith replied with a sneer. What do you mean dreaming? Freya asked. Darwin is a dick. Even Davros is easy to handle compared to it. I tried everything I had, but all I managed to do was shatter it, Lith sighed. I understand now why Vaster uses Darwin just to coat stuff. No, I mean, what's the problem? Isn't that Davros? She pointed at the lump of metal sitting in the middle of the room. Yes, it is. Pure Tower produced Davros ready to be enchanted, he replied. And Freya tapped her foot in frustration. And it's just like Solus, clothes, and every piece of furniture in the living room, Lith said, making a collective groan rise from his guests. It has all the properties of the real deal and can be enchanted, but bring the tower away from the geyser, and it will go puff. Bring it away enough from the tower. And puff, Fallow completed the phrase for him. It's still amazing. How much of a single material can the workshop conjure? As much as I have, Lith sighed. Chapter 1981, New Floors, Part 3. Chapter 1981, New Floors, Part 3. The real Davros and crystals are still respectively in the crucible and the mines. The workshop uses them as blueprints and can't exceed their quantity, Lith said. How is this amazing? Protector scratched his chin in confusion. I mean, sure, it's good for practice, but it has little practical use. You wolfhead, Salark said in outrage. This is a miracle of magic that borders on creation magic. Thanks to the workshop, even without my help, Lith and Solus can now experiment with their techniques as many times as they want without losing a single ingredient. Thanks to this place, no matter how crazy or risky an experiment is, there will be no consequence because nothing inside here is real. It's actually even better, Grandma. Lith offered her biscuits and hot chocolate to sweeten the blow. Until this moment, I couldn't use powerful ingredients like dragon's organs or the plants I received from the dryads without a recipe. Your creation magic allows me to reuse those that end up in a failed but complete piece, but cannot recover an ingredient that has been destroyed due to the forgemastering energies going awry or to a faulty crafting method. With the workshop instead, I can experiment every kind of enchantment with my ingredients and discover what element or combination of elements they are more attuned with. I can do that with creation magic as well, Salark said in between mouthfuls. That's because you can revert the consequences of a failed experiment the moment something goes wrong, whereas I can only bring you the final results. I can't ask you to spend hours looking after me in case I make a mistake. I believe that the workshop is the reason Menadian managed to forgemaster so many masterpieces and research so many branches of magic. She could experiment until she found the perfect combination of materials and technique, and now we can do the same, Lith said. Wait a second, the Guardian furrowed her brows. If you had your own version of creation magic, why do you keep coming to me to remove imprints and enchantments? Because I needed to use both the replicas and the real ingredients to make sure of how accurate the workshop's ability to reproduce magical properties is, and because I'm shamelessly trying to learn creation magic from you, he replied. Cheeky brat, Salark pinched his cheek, laughing. Extra points for your sincerity. I knew that you have the eyes and I was counting on you using them to give creation magic a go. This was a low blow, though. I expect to be compensated for my time and my stolen lessons. If there's something you need, Grandma, all you have to do is ask. Lith gave her a deep bow, knowing how much deep his respect for Salark was. She had taken care of him and his family for all that time without asking anything in return. She had lessened the burden on his father's sanity, sparing Roz the trauma of having to live a single minute without his limbs. She had taken care of the Verhans like her own, giving Lith a safe haven to recover from the pain Meln had inflicted upon him, and a place where to enjoy his honeymoon. Don't worry, dear, we'll talk about this later. Salark placed her hand over his head, caressing it gently. Now show us the rest of the goods. Sure thing, our next stop is the factory. The new floor was right below the workshop. The room looked like a mix of the forge and Zekel's smithy. There was a furnace fueled by both violet flames of magical origin and the magma that came from the lower levels of the tower. Like the forge, there was a huge block of adamant that worked as an amplifier for the magical energies, and like the smithy, there was everything necessary to smelt metals and molds to shape them in different forms. Here is where my labor in the workshop truly comes to fruition, Lith said. This floor is entirely automated. It can do the same things I do and with the same precision, as long as I provide a manufacturing method and the final product doesn't require a strength above the blue core. It would be incredible if you planned to sell low-quality weapons. Salark looked at the various artifacts, doing her best to conceal her disappointment. Yet I doubt that anyone would be interested in such a low output. A true masterpiece cannot be mass-produced. It's the care and expertise of the artisan that make the difference between good and exceptional. Just think about war. Without Orion's feelings, it would have just been an average piece of metal. You are right, Grandma, but also wrong, Lith replied. You see, I have a small army of demons, and I've decided that it's time to give them some equipment. I can't always rely on stealing it from my fallen enemies, especially against Thrud's soldiers. Their bodies and gear disappear a second before their death, and my demons lack the skill to capture it in time. On top of that, the souls who answer my call change every time. There is no point in crafting something tailored for them. Even if I knew what weapon suits each one of them the best, it would be used only once, wasting my time and effort. Here instead, I can craft everything I need without consuming a second of my time and focus. Also, never forget that quantity has a quality all its own. Lith pointed at several blades identical in their shape and enchantments, but with different kinds of power cores and mana pathways. I lack the experience and skill to understand how the mana flow in the body of others. Because of that, I can't make weapons suitable for the training of blade magic. Yet thanks to the factory, I can rely on a trial-and-error process. A snap of his fingers conjured Locrias, Valia, and Tryon, who each experimented with the new batches of weapons, reporting to Lith which one offered less resistance to them. After spending enough time with them, and having learned together how to use the chains to exchange knowledge, Lith had imparted unto them everything he knew about blade magic. The demons could use such knowledge to understand their own mana flow and how it behaved when interacting with different kinds of power cores. Then, they shared their discoveries with Lith, and he would focus on perfecting the power cores of their choosing. A true ruler of the flames has to be capable of forging tools that allow their clients to casting blade magic. I'm brute forcing my way to the title, but what truly matters is the result. He shrugged. Thank you very much, Locrias said. First you allowed us to get in touch with our families. Then you included them in your bargain with the royals so that we can spend time with them during times of war and peace. Now you are even teaching us one of the highest tiers of magic and providing us with what we need to practice it. You have given us so much, and yet we have given you so little in return. Nonsense, Lith dismissed the issue with a wave of his hand. Chapter 1982, New Floors, Part 4. Chapter 1982, New Floors, Part 4. None of you had any reason to stay behind and follow me right after your demise. Even though you haven't given me your full loyalty, you haven't betrayed my trust either. When I conjured you in front of the royals, you could have exposed my tower and solace. The kingdom would have greatly benefited from such knowledge, and the crown would have asked much more from me. Yet you didn't, Locrias. You guarded my secrets just like you protected my family whenever I asked you to. You guys may be dead, but you still feel pain when you are hurt, and you suffer from your condition as demons. The cycle of dreams and nightmares would have broken lesser people, yet you three endure them on a daily basis without complaining. You always answer my call and are willing to fight for my sake even when it's not the safety of the kingdom at stake but my interests. For that I'm grateful to you, and you deserve more than the living space of a feather from me. Locrias, Valia, you have my word that I'll make sure that the crown rewards you for your valor, and that your prizes go to your families. Thanks, my liege. Tryon was the first to kneel, creeping Tisto a bit. Even though there was little love between them, he was still her older brother. Comparing his old attitude with the current deference toward Lith made her think that either Tryon had truly changed, or that a slave spell had to be involved. Thanks, the other two kneeled as well, bringing his hand to their forehead as they had done to Camilla. You have our solemn oath that will defend your household like our own. We'll protect your secrets with our lives, and will never use anything you are gifting upon us against you, no matter our orders. Lith nodded and let them go back to their training. Those who hadn't met Lith since he was still struggling with the bottleneck of the deep violet core remained shocked by the change in his attitude. He hadn't threatened to dispel their souls the moment they attempted to betray him, nor had he mocked them for their blind loyalty to a kingdom that had already forgotten about them. There was now a confidence in him that made those words pointless. Lith was now at peace with himself, and that allowed him to stop seeing threats where there were none and to treat people right. He trusted none of his demons, but he respected them and their beliefs. The feeling was returned in kind, and the more they learned about him, the more simple resignation to their condition turned into trust and loyalty. How does the factory work exactly? Salark asked once the prolonged gawking stopped amusing her. It's actually the result of the combination of several different floors working in unison, Lith replied. I have to store the production method in the library and the necessary forgemastery arrays in the heart. Then I have to decide if to craft something for real, in which case the materials come from the crucible, the mine, and the pocket dimension, or just to make a mock-up. If it's the latter, the workshop provides the factory with the test materials. In either case, the smithy then smelts the metals and gives them the proper shape before the enchantment process starts. My skills as a blacksmith are still lacking, but I can easily purify anything with origin flames, and I need but a rough sketch for the tower to create a proper mold. Once everything is set, the factory can produce both alchemical and enchanted items without any supervision from either me or Solus. Thanks to this new floor, we are freely experimenting with wands, thundercrash, and even on how our old enchantments interact with the various parts of Siruk's body. Also, my demons can try out countless weapons and enchantments until they found one suitable for their own mana flow and learn blade magic. Can we use it as well? Quilla asked, eager to increase her battle prowess. Sure, Lith shrugged. As long as you stay in the tower and work on your own manufacturing methods, I don't have the time to focus on more people. I've a lot on my plate already. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Tista pouted. I could use learning blade magic, and I spent most of my free time with Solus when she wasn't with you. That's actually on me, Tista, Solus replied. You were hurt and lonely. You needed a friend and some time to come to terms with the consequences of your actions in the Hogham mansion. I kept it a secret from you because I thought that rather than bury yourself in training, you needed to confront your inner demons. Tista's eyes narrowed in annoyance, and she pursed her lips to hold back harsh words about Solus, interference with her personal life. Then, she realized that Solus had done it only out of concern, and her expression softened. Thanks, Solus. I don't know if resting was the right thing to do with the War of the Griffins still ravaging the kingdom, but it definitely helped me. You are welcome, Solus said with a warm smile. Let's move to the upper floors. There are still 2 new levels you need to see. Lith snapped his fingers, warping them all straight to the floor that had appeared between the greenhouse and the heart of the tower. The circular room was empty, looking exactly like the workshop. After having underestimated Menadian's creativity already, everyone kept their mouths shut, waiting for the explanation. This is the firing range, Solus said. Unlike the workshop, it's just as you see it, empty. The purpose of this room is to put to the test the weapons we craft, their enchantments, and our new spells. A choir of furrowed brows and puzzled looks welcomed her words. To what end? Falel said, expressing the words in everyone's mind. One of the biggest issues when learning blade magic is to find a place where to practice without causing pointless destruction or drawing attention, Solus replied. The same stands for powerful Tier 5 spells. A mage needs to test out their creations, but at the same time, they don't want them to be witnessed. A dragon might learn it, stealing in seconds months of hard work, while a simple passerby might witness the quirks of the spell and spread the tale. If it happens, the surprise effect would be lost. On top of that, every time we crafted a new piece of equipment for ourselves, we had to wait for a worthy opponent to test it out. We couldn't go all out against a friend, nor could we risk getting seriously hurt just to test the durability of an armor. The firing range solves such problems. Look. Solus weaved a Tier 5 spell, Final Eclipse, and unleashed it against the wall in front of her. The firing range shone with white light, filtering the world energy unnecessary elements until only fire and darkness remained. A second Final Eclipse burst from the wall, countering Solus, with the same strength so that not a single tongue of fire reached its target, nor any of those present. Chapter 1983, Home Away from Home, Part 1. Chapter 1983, Home Away from Home, Part 1. As you have just seen, the firing range mirrors whatever you attempt against it, and then rates it on a simple scale. Lith pointed at a holographic display that appeared beside Solus. There were 5 levels, 1 for each tier of regular magic. They were split into 4 compartments, low, middle, high, and tower. Then there was an upper level marked as spirit magic with its own tiers and compartments. Above it there were blade tier spells. Unlike the previous branches of magic, it wasn't split into 5 tiers. It only had the usual 4 compartments, hinting that tower magic was compatible with blade tier spells. It rated her spell as an intermediate Tier 5, far from the spirit magic tier and even farther from the blade tier. That's because of my blue core, Solus said with a sigh. Final Eclipse is a powerful spell, but I lack the necessary mana to manifest its true potential. Now watch this. Lith changed the settings in the holographic display, and then he cast a Final Eclipse of his own. This time the tower replied by using a darkness and water magic spell, Ice Age. Not only was the rating of the spell higher than Solus, but Lith could also experiment with it against all kinds of protections and test its effects. In the same way, the firing range could conjure the spells of the owner of the tower, and then fire them at him. When Lith wanted to test a new defensive spell or the spirit barrier of his armor, he would have the tower keep his energy signature. This way, once a spell conjured by the firing range broke past his defenses, it would do him no harm. When he wanted to try out the raw defensive power of his armor instead, he would have the tower change to a neutral energy signature. The spells could now damage him, allowing Lith to experience how well the Voidwalker armor fared against different elements. The safety protocols of the tower made the attack cease the moment he took damage. Then Lith showed them his blade tier spell, Ruin. The firing range countered it and rated it as a low-level blade tier spell. Aside from Salark, his guests were flabbergasted at the power that Lith had just showcased, and even more by the tower considering it weak. Usually I would have needed a large empty space, a sparring partner, and lots of arrays to ensure our safety. Now, instead, I can perform all the experiments I want here while Tista helps Solus study my new spells and how they interact with different elemental defenses with the eyes. Lith said. Thanks to the firing range, I discovered that my armor is weak against earth magic and changed its enchantments until I fixed the problem. Also, I could experiment with different designs of barriers for the Voidwalker's power core and find out which one was the more energy efficient. This is truly a marvel of magic. Salark placed her hand against the cold stone of the nearest wall, using her breathing technique to study the tower's floor. She had no ill will to steal its secrets. It was just her inquisitive nature as a forgemaster getting the better of her. Can anyone use the firing range, or is it limited solely to you and Solus? She asked. Anyone can, Lith nodded. The floor is like those training booths back at the academy. It can be temporarily imprinted by a guest and then used to test out their skills. I don't know how useful it can be for you, Grandma. The scale only goes up to blade tier magic. I doubt it can withstand the power of a guardian. It definitely can't, but it would still be great to test out my creations. The Overlord took a thin, one-handed blade out of her pocket dimension and unleashed one of its enchantments right after imprinting the firing range. The tower had no idea of what the odd stream of lightning, water, and darkness was, so it countered it with Lith's primordial roar. Not bad, Salark said while looking at the display that rated her enchantment as a Tier 5 spirit magic spell that bordered on tower spirit magic. That was just the blade. Solus' jaw dropped to the floor. Yep, not one drop of my own mana, Salark said with a proud smile on her face. It's a guardian-crafted weapon after all. What did you expect? The fury doesn't go that high, yet you crafted it as well. Solus looked at the enchanted hammer in her hand as if it had betrayed her. That's because I didn't design the fury, the guardian replied. I updated it by following Menadian's blueprint, so I drew out its full potential, but the final result was still capped by Rifa's skill. Come, there's only one floor left. Lith snapped his fingers again, moving them to the new top floor that had appeared above the greenhouse. This is the watchtower, he said. Unlike the other floors, it has no offensive ability. Its purpose is mainly for surveillance and scouting. It synergizes with the mirror hall and the eyes. A wave of Lith's hand made the watchtower release a pulse of mana that scoured the area around him for kilometers. Unlike the mirror hall, Lith had no need to focus in a specific direction. The watchtower didn't create a detailed map. It simply spotted everything with a powerful energy signature in the area and pointed it out to Lith. A holographic display showed him the result of the scan. Every person with a core above green was marked with a dot of the corresponding color of their mana core. The same happened for magical equipment, arrays, and any magical source. The display showed those present how Salark's troops were arranged around the palace, their strength, and that of their equipment. Also, it spotted a caravan in the distance by identifying the magical beasts that pulled the carts. Thanks to this floor, I can now scan for other mana geysers, magical mines or resources, and even magical barriers of any sort. If someone powerful approaches the tower, the watchtower will detect them from a distance, allowing me to study them with the mirror hall. While sentries would be spotted, the energy pulse of the watchtower is hidden inside the world energy and can't be noticed, Solus said. Also, it can study the magical formations from the outside so that we can grasp the ability of our neighbors without the risk of getting discovered. Wait, Salark turned toward Lith and Solus, her eyes flaring with anger for the first time since they had known her. Are you telling me that you have been studying my palace and my arrays this whole time? No, we are not, Lith quickly answered, showing his open palms in surrender. We are simply experimenting with the watchtower to understand its limitations, not stealing your secrets. The energy pulse can detect anything with a significant energy signature within its area of effect. It's as good and as bad as it sounds. We can instantly spot a powerful mage, a mine, or an array, but at the same time it cannot spot something cloaked. Chapter 1984, Home Away from Home, Part 2. Chapter 1984, Home Away from Home, Part 2. Which means that you can easily discover unprotected resources, but those that have already been found and shielded are off-limits. The Overlord completed the phrase for him. Exactly, Solus replied. The watchtower is a great tool since it works akin to my mana sense but has a much bigger range, and usually not many people wear cloaking devices. At the same time, however, it's easily fooled. My guess is that the main purpose of the watchtower is to find the magical resources that grow in the surroundings of a mana geyser, without the need of scouting for hours. We can just conjure the tower, warp to any geyser we discovered in the past, scan the area, and if there is nothing precious in the area, we just have to rinse and repeat. With a bit of luck, we might claim an undiscovered magical mine. Even if the council forces us to hand it over to a regional lord, we can at least obtain a share of the goods. Don't downplay it too much, Salark patted Lith's head. It works similarly to a guardian's breathing technique. We use it to check on our turf in a similar manner. It's not a new floor, but there's something I need to show you, Lith, Solus said while moving them to the lower floor. What the fuck, he said in amazement. The greenhouse had changed so much that he had a hard time recognizing it. The fields where Roz cultivated the magical plants for him were still there, and Lith noticed that his father had discovered a way to make their seeds grow. Each one of the plants that he had received from the Dryads had now its own patch and was surrounded by seedlings. It would take them some time to grow and be actually useful as magical ingredients. Even with the massive flow of world energy that the tower provided, they were still barely better than regular plants. At the moment, they drew nourishment from the soil and absorbed the world energy as a whole. Only after they developed the ability to absorb one or more elements in massive amounts would they become natural treasures. Yet that was of secondary importance compared to the small cottage that had been built right in the middle of the greenhouse. It was surrounded by other fields that had been sowed with regular crops that Lith knew all too well. The cottage was a replica of Lith's house in Lucia, and so were the cultivated fields. "Hi, son, hope you don't mind the few changes I made." Roz walked toward the group with a small smile on his face. He wore a brown shirt and working overalls both stained with dirt and sweat. His long, unkempt beard and the musk he gave off were clear signs that he had been neglecting his personal hygiene. "Not at all, Dad." Lith noticed that there was no trace of the usual tense expression that his father had ever since Meln had tortured him. He didn't seem to mind the small crowd nor them disturbing his work. The fear and desperation that had haunted him until not long ago had been replaced by a calm resignation to the traumatic events that had taken place in the Hogham mansion. Roz still looked deeply sad, and his gaze was dull, but he managed to shake everyone's hand without flinching. "What are you doing here?" Lith asked. "This was actually your mother's idea," Roz replied. "She thought that a familiar environment and having some work to do instead of sitting on my ass the whole day might help me recover. Elena had Solus create a piece of home away from home for us in the greenhouse. Your mother and I have lived here whenever Solus materialized the tower." Roz waved at his surroundings. The climate inside the biome was mild, the sky was blue, and a gentle breeze caressed his face. Lith didn't like the idea that his parents had actually followed Solus and the tower to the beach every time she came to visit, but he could see that his father had gotten another piece of his old self back. "Was Mom right?" he asked. "Yes, she was," Roz nodded. "I know this house, it's not the real deal, but after a long day of work is really hard to tell, especially at night. Salark's palace is the most wonderful place I've ever seen, but it can't beat the house where I was born, raised, and I raised my own children. No offense." "None taken," the overlord replied. "At night," Lith echoed in surprise, "do you sleep here as well?" Suddenly asking Solus if the tower was soundproof both ways became of the utmost priority. When she visited, he and Camilla had sometimes sneaked out of the beach house and gone to the shore to have some alone time. The moon had been their wingman, painting the water and the sand silver with its light, and the only silent witness of their romantic escapades. Or so he had thought until that moment. "Yes, we did." Elena came out of the cottage, bringing with her the smell of her cooking. "I hope it's not a problem for you. Your father needs an isolated place to relax, and nothing soothes his nerves more than home." It was still early for lunch, but after eating Varendi's food and the desert's cuisine, whenever he wasn't the one preparing a meal, Lith's mouth watered. "It's not a problem as long as there's a serving for me as well," he replied. "Don't worry, there's plenty of food for everyone," Elena replied with a chuckle. "Solus warned me of your coming, and I prepared your favorite dishes." She walked in front of Lith and caressed his face in a slow, loving motion. Her hands still smelled of spices and ingredients even after she has washed them, but he didn't mind. All he cared about was seeing her finally happy and relaxed, looking at him like the living miracle she still believed Lith to be. The thought of telling Elena that her real son had actually died that night of 19 years ago, of breaking her heart and losing her love, still scared him to the bone. Lith, I was thinking that now that Aaron has started going to school in the desert and without our farm, there's not much left for your father and me to do. Would you like to have another sibling? She asked. Lith managed to contain a sudden shudder, but barely. Like it happens to most people, he considered his parents some kind of ethereal beings, and the idea of them having sex still unsettled him. Yet the realization that they had housewarmed the tower before him was even worse. Mom, I'm glad to see that you and Dad are doing much better, but after losing our home and with the war ongoing, I don't think it's a good idea. Even if the royals accept my deal, there's no certainty we'll go back home. As long as our family doesn't have solid foundations again, having a child would be unwise and would only increase our burden. It's the reason Kami and I decided to postpone the matter until the end of the War of the Griffins, he said. Are you really considering the idea of having a child? Elena hugged him, soon joined by her husband. Chapter 1985, Tower Core Part 1. Chapter 1985, Tower Core Part 1. The rest of the crew had their respective jaw-dropping, Solus included. Lith had always been adamant about not having children of his own. Only Salark didn't even flinch at the news. Quite the contrary, she seemed to be completely uninterested. Yes, Mom. Lith was glad to see his father's radiant smile and not shivering at the physical contact like usual. It's a decision we both agreed on after a thorough discussion. Bless that woman's heart. Elena jumped with joy. I'm so happy at the idea that you'll finally give me a grandchild that I won't even scold you for calling your little sister a burden. She took Lith's hand and placed it over her womb. My little sister, Lith echoed in a stupor. How? Lith, dear, when two adults really love each other. Elena burst into a peal of laughter before finishing the phrase. I know that, Mom. He turned into a shade of purple in embarrassment. I meant, how do you know? We are here for barely a month. It's too soon. She pointed at Salark, who clicked her tongue. Guardian senses, you moron. Do you really think that I can fail to perceive someone of my blood who lives under my roof? Lith's first thought was about the unspeakable act that had happened under his roof. The second was about all the problems that his little sister would have. The third and last that eclipsed the other two was pure joy. Good gods, congratulations, Mom and Dad. He hugged them both before using invigoration on Elena and looking for the spark of life inside of her. It was so small that he wouldn't have noticed it without an accurate scan of her womb. We could make a club, Elena chucked. There's me, Salark, and Celia, Tista, dear. Mom, a shrill shriek cut her short as Tista flushed up to her ears. Why such a reaction? Elena furrowed her brows. I was just about to say that now that Lith is happily married, we need to find someone for you. Don't tell me that you are. She looked at Salark with eyes full of hope, but the overlord shook her head. Stop it, Mom. Tista suddenly felt cornered. She was the only member of the family still single, and now everyone would nag at her at every family reunion. Have you already picked the name? Falul asked. No more names starting with L, Elena said. Things are starting to get confusing at home, so we were thinking of naming her after Salark. It would be my honor, the Guardian said. Still, I partially agree with Lith. Having a child during such times is a bold move, almost reckless. Not really, Elena shrugged. Worst-case scenario, I wouldn't mind moving our family to the desert. You have been a wonderful host, and even though we are not really blood-related, you have treated all of us as your own. Also, it didn't happen on purpose. I simply noticed how Camilla had managed to turn Lith from a moping wreck into a new man, and I decided to give her method a go. Mom, now it was Lith's turn to blush. There's nothing to be ashamed of, dear. Now, do you mind calling for Tryon? I don't want him to learn about this from a stranger. Oh gods, I'm going to have a little sister, the demon said as small puffs of fire and smoke came from his eyes instead of tears. You already have a little sister and 2 little brothers, dummy, Tista said. Yeah, and I was a shitty brother to them all, Tryon said with a sigh. Aaron barely knows me and he considers Protector's kid his brother more than I'll ever be. With this child instead, I'll have a fresh start. The members of the group congratulated Roz and Elena in turns, promising them to return for lunch and celebrate the good news together. Before moving on to the last item of our agenda, there's something I want to show you, Lith said after warping the group back to the tower's heart. He briefly explained to them the reasons for his trip to the continent of Verendi and how it had ended. Even though the real mouth of Menadian is lost to us, Solus still managed to recover her own version of the artifact. Too bad that we have no idea how it works, and that conjuring it takes a lot of energy, she said with a sigh. Even with the tower over the geyser, the only place where I can manifest the mouth without too much effort is here. By its name, everyone had expected the artifact to be something like a mouthpiece or to cover only the lower part of Solus' face. Instead, it was a pristine white mask with no features except the holes for eyes and nostrils. It also had a red crystal for the upper lip and a yellow crystal for the lower. The original was slightly different. Solus conjured the hologram of the mouth from Verendi. It had 6 elemental crystals instead of 2, forming a huge, creepy smile that reached either side of the mask. Interesting, but why are you showing us that? Falul asked. Actually, I'm showing it to Grandma, hoping that she can point us in the right direction, Lith replied. I'm sorry, my featherling, but Rifa created both the tower and the mouth after I complete my apprenticeship with her. I have no idea how they work, so I can't help you, the Overlord said with a shrug. Not even if you examine. He offered her the stone mask after releasing its restrictions. Lith couldn't remove the cloaking runes left by the first ruler of the flames, but by granting Salark full access to the artifact, it would make her job easier. Do you realize what you are doing? The Guardian took a step back, fighting her innate curiosity to expose the workings of a fellow Forgemaster. If I use my breathing technique on the mouth, I'm going to learn a lot about it. Not only how it works, but also how to make another, and maybe even something about your tower. You are giving up on your greatest secret and advantage, so I need to make sure that you are aware of the consequences of what you are asking me to do. I know it very well, Lith nodded. Yet I don't have the time to wait for Solus to have another breakthrough and remember something about the mouth. Right now, it has no value to me. Also, the Master and his organization have got their hands on the original. I bet that while we are speaking, they are working to uncover its secrets. Even without Menadian's blueprints, Baitra and the Master managed to craft a hammer on par with your Solus, Fury. They will make their own version of the mouth as well, so if you make one more copy, it wouldn't change much. Quite the contrary, it would even the field. On top of that, I think you deserve a peek at the tower. Lith stepped forward, putting the artifact into Salark's hands while holding them. You saved my father, you offered me protection when I had lost everything, and you always did everything you could to help Solus and me in our efforts to become better mages. Chapter 1986, Tower Core Part 2. Chapter 1986, Tower Core Part 2. Without your lessons about creation magic, I wouldn't have ever learned how to switch light and darkness, let alone the other elements. If I ever become a Magus, it will be thanks to you. Consider this as my way to thank you and repay a part of my debt, Lith said. The Guardian's eyes were veiled with tears. She wasn't used to gratitude, only to veneration or fear. Those who Salark bestowed power upon usually just demanded more, while those she protected considered it the price that she had to pay in order to have their obedience. She had chosen the way of the tyrant, because centuries of experience had taught her that no good deed went unpunished. Salark knew that there was no real blood relationship between her and Lith, that his origin was part of one of Mager's ploys. Yet there he was, ready to share his legacy with her like only her direct children did. It was a gesture that touched her heart and made her feel like he really was one of her own. Thank you, but I can't accept it. This isn't only about you, but also about Solus. Rifa's legacy is all she has left of her mother, and you can't make such a decision for her. Salark's face remained stern as she returned the mouth. Don't be silly, Grandma. Solus stepped forward, holding the Guardian's hands as well. Lith would have never done something like this without my consent. I'm happy to share part of my mother's work with you. After regaining my human body, I wouldn't have been allowed to live in Lucia if not for the fake identity you fabricated for me. You taught me my mother's Mana-Well technique. You have helped me to retrieve the memories of my past life and my father's works. Baitra may have given the Fury to me, but it was you who returned my mother's heirloom to me. Without you, it would just be a useless piece of metal with Baitra's imprint. On top of that, you updated and upgraded the Fury even though it wasn't part of your promise with Mom. You didn't do it because you wanted something in return, only because you cared about me. For everything you have done, not only for Lith and me, but for all our family, this is nothing. Besides, as Falul always says, only an idiot never shares. I'm sorry I can't give you more, Grandma. Solus stood on her tiptoes to hug the Guardian and avoid her belly bump. You have done plenty enough, my child. Salark let the tears stream from her eyes while she caressed Solus' soft hair. They remained like that until Solus let go of the Guardian and Salark focused her breathing technique, mother-son, on the mouth of Menadian. Contrary to Lith's expectations, it took her a while to study it, and he remained shocked when he saw the Guardian focusing so much that she frowned. Fuck me sideways. I decided to share the mouth with Grandma because she deserves to know about Menadian's secrets at least as much as Vaster does. But it seems that I'm the one who'll profit the most from this exchange. If the artifact is such a tough nut to crack for a millennia-experienced Guardian, I bet that even with my bond with the tower it would have taken me months just to understand the basics, he thought. This is very interesting, Salark said after she was done examining the mouth. Your mother was indeed a genius, Solus. Her work is something beyond what I have ever made. Even though I have no need for it, I think that I'll make a tower of my own. What do you mean? Solus asked with a puzzled expression. You see, normal power cores are just the result of the merging of several pseudo-cores. While a pseudo-core can only have one function, the power core can combine the effects of the pseudo-cores it is comprised of to create complex spells. The synergy of the components generates a power that is bigger than the sum of the single parts. Everyone present nodded at Salark's words that were the common knowledge about power cores. Your mother instead found a way to make every pseudo-core amplify the power of those below. Their energy doesn't stack, it multiplies. The secret of your mother's tower lies in a tower-like core. I'm sorry, but you lost me. After Salark, Fallow was the most expert Forgemaster, yet she had failed to understand a word. It's easier to show than to tell. The Guardian projected a hologram of a regular power core that consisted of several spheres of mystical runes perfectly overlapping between them. This way, the boundary between the single pseudo-cores disappeared. The versatility of a power core lay in its ability to combine the runes belonging to different pseudo-cores and rearrange them in new forms, each with a different effect. Then Salark projected another hologram depicting the tower's core. It started from a single and simple pseudo-core to which she added a second. The two spheres didn't merge, they simply deformed enough to allow their runes to flow into each other. When Salark added a third and a fourth pseudo-core, the phenomenon happened again. Instead of becoming a chaotic mess until a specific function of the power core was activated, the runes kept their orderly nature. Some strings would never change, acting as foundations and bearing walls of the structure that was slowly forming. The limit of a power core was that keeping the collective energy of too many pseudo-cores tightly packed made it unstable. For that reason, there was a cap to the number of pseudo-cores that any Forgemaster, even a Guardian, could merge. It also limited the length of the strings of runes that the power core could form, and with it the number of enchantments an artifact could conjure. The way Menadian had arranged her pseudo-cores, instead, allowed the runes to freely flow between the different levels, while also leaving them enough space to form strings of runes as long as the whole structure. As you can see, this explains why the size of the tower is proportional to its power, Salark said. With every breakthrough, Solus is actually recovering more of its pseudo-cores. Each floor is a part of the power core and allows it to stretch further. Thanks to this phenomenon and to the energy from the mana geyser, there's virtually no limit to the complexity of the enchantments that the tower can bear. Let me get this straight. Lith felt his knees quivering in front of the magnitude of the revelation. For all this time, I believed that the tower's core was weakened, whereas it was actually incomplete. Exactly, the Guardian nodded. Also, since its energy and Solus are now one, whenever she gains a new floor with its corresponding pseudo-core, she can upgrade it by replacing old runes with modern ones. On the other hand, she can't tap into the full potential of any of the tower's enchantments until she regains all the necessary pseudo-cores. The missing gems on your version of the hands must be due to the still missing floors that are supposed to fuel its true power. The same applies to the mouth as well. Chapter 1987, Build-Up Part 1. Chapter 1987, Build-Up Part 1. I mean, the tower has always been a powerful artifact. Sure, I knew about the missing floors, but I never suspected that even those I have already recovered were crippled, Solus asked. Think about it, what was the first floor that the tower recovered? Salark said. The forge, Lith replied. It had also recovered the living quarters, but aside as a place to rest in between experiments, they had never mattered much. What then? Salark gestured for him to continue. Then it recovered the mirror hall, the heart, the mine, the crucible, the library, and the greenhouse. Only recently. That's enough, the Guardian cut him off. Now, stop seeing them as separate floors and consider them as a whole. The forge is the foundation of Menadian's work because she was a Forgemaster, and the whole tower is a Forgemastering tool. The mirror hall's true purpose is to grant you the ability to focus and manipulate the world energy freely. The heart isn't a mean for attack or defense. It was intended as an array-holding device so that you could use more than one while crafting one of your pieces. At that point, Salark explained to them the elemental flow bloodline ability, and how Fenrir's and Leviathan's used it while forgemastering. Rifa made the heart to be her own version of elemental flow. She couldn't create a mana organ, but by combining the effects of the heart, the library, the firing range, and probably of other floors, she created the next best thing, the mouth. She gave it back to Lith before continuing her explanation. The reason you can conjure it easily while in the heart is that this floor is the foundation of the mouth. The mind acts as a power source along with the mana geyser, while the library and the firing range are but an extension of the heart. What does it do exactly? Protector asked, eager to know. At the moment, the mouth has only one function, but it's still impressive, Salark replied. It can store any kind of spell you know and cast it with but a thought whenever you need it. So it's just a spell-holding ring? Lith found it far from impressing. No, I mean any spell. Arrays, blade magic, spirit magic, anything can be stored in the mouth for later use. The Guardian shook her head. His eyes shone with greed for but 1 second. What's the catch? Lith had learned for a long while that perfection wasn't a thing. After all, if Menadian truly was that powerful, saving Solus, life wouldn't have been so complicated, and she wouldn't have been killed by her traitorous apprentice. It's nothing like a spell-holding ring, Salark replied. The mouth can only store the runes, not the actual spells. Once you activate the mouth, they have to be cast. Not only does it take time, but you also have to spend the mana necessary. I'm sorry, but what's the point? Lith shrugged, drawing several cold and envious gazes on himself. It would be an amazing artifact if it could instantly cast any stored spell without burdening my mana reserve, but as it is, the mouth is no big deal. No big deal? Fallows said with a scoff. Kid, do you remember what I told you about normal forgemasters, that they need someone to prepare the forgemastery circle for them or have their prowess halved? Well, the mouth is like a Hydra's second head. It allows any forgemaster to have their own Solus who takes charge of the world energy while they can fully focus on crafting the core. On top of that, if you are a violet core, you can stack it with the other casting methods to weave 4 spells at the same time, one of which doesn't even burden your focus. It's great not only in the forge, but also on the battlefield. Imagine being able to cast your best spell or array even in the heat of the battle. For a fake mage, or an awakened without the violet core is the equivalent of body casting. For those like us, instead, it's the same as doubling its effects. Don't get me started about how convenient it is while forgemastering a power core to store the most complex spells in the mouth so that you only have to control their effects. Even I can't employ more than one forgemastering array for my craft, due to the massive strain that keeping magical formations at the ready takes on the mind, whereas you now can. The mouth is a game changer, because with it you can prepare one array for each critical juncture of your projects, switching between them at will and greatly increasing your odds of success. My point exactly, Salark said. The more I learn about Menadians, the more I'm convinced that its purpose is to allow a mage to forgemaster alone without the need of help. The hands control the mana flow, the eyes study the procedure and find its weak points, and the mouth handles the arrays on its own. You are underestimating the mouth because you could already do all these things with Solus' help. Now that you have recovered another piece of the set, however, it's the same as if there are now 3 of you. If you combine it with the Fury, the only limit to your creations is your own skill. Lith conjured the eyes, noticing that now the burden on his mind while using them was further reduced. Then, he wore the hands, discovering that another elemental gem had appeared on the left glove, increasing the amount of world energy it could handle. You are right and I'm an idiot, he said. I now understand why Solus knows how each floor works and yet has no memory of the single pieces of the set. It's just that they are like the tower, incomplete. Until all the floors related to each one of them are recovered, Solus has no access to their full enchantments. She doesn't know how to use them because they are not supposed to be used until they are fully restored. Now that he knew how it worked, Lith gave the mouth a go. He stored Ruin and Silverwing, hexagram, which were instantly assimilated despite their complexity. When he tried adding a third spell, Uriel's hexagram, the artifact rejected it. I wonder if it's because of their complexity or 2 is just the mouth's current limit. Only one way to find out. When he cast them, they were weaved much quicker than usual, as if he was just reading words from a text without bothering to understand their meaning. Both the hexagram and the blade tear spell came out imbued with Lith's willpower, but took him no focus to control them. Just like Falul had said, the mouth acted as an auxiliary brain, allowing Lith to handle multiple spells at the same time with no effort. Then, he stored Tier 1 spells, but once again the third one was rejected. "Well, the mouth will be of great help while crafting my golems," Lith said. "Between this and the understanding that Grandma granted me of the heart, things will be much easier." This also brings us to the final item of our agenda, my wedding. Chapter 1988, Build-Up Part 2. Chapter 1988, Build-Up Part 2. "What, is it going so badly between you and Camilla that she has already filed for divorce?" Freya nudged at him. "Who's the new unlucky woman? Does she know the hot mess she's walking into?" "Very funny, smartass," Lith said with mock outrage. "There's nothing wrong with my marriage, I just wanted to hold the ceremony a second time since the first none of my friends could attend." "Renewing your vows after just 1 month sounds bad," Quilla said with a straight face. "It's better to make sure that the gift is refundable. Solus, since the two of you are a package deal, will you stand on the side of the groom as well?" Falul tried and failed to hide her smile. "How does a three-way marriage work? Isn't it tiring for you to have both a husband and a wife?" "It doesn't work like that," Solus blushed up to her ears. "Sure, sometimes the three of us sleep together, but that's it." At those words, everyone turned toward Lith, throwing disdainful looks at him, while Tista and Salark laughed their asses off at his expenses. "Fucking pervert, you dodged a poisoned arrow there, sis." Freya's upper lip curled up in disgust. Don't remind me of that," Floria shuddered at the thought. "Solus suffers from sleepwalking," Lith said in embarrassment. "She sneaks in our room and literally sleeps with us, no funny business. Ask Kami if you don't believe me." Their gazes became only colder at his ridiculous explanation, and an awkward silence filled the air. Then, everyone couldn't take looking at his outraged expression anymore and bust into laughter. "Oh gods, he really fell for it." Quilla held her belly, gasping for air. "That face, I'd pay gold to have a remember projecting the moment when the stoic Lith Verhin almost died of embarrassment." Floria cried with laughter. "It took us a lot of practice, but it was worth it," Freya said while leaning on Falul to not fall on the ground. "You practiced?" Lith's face was twisted in a grimace of horror. "Who told you about Solus sleepwalking, and since when is my private life gossip material?" "It was me," Tista raised her hand. "Solus told me and I Falul." "Why did you do that?" He inhaled sharply in annoyance. "Because it's funny and because you disappeared for a month," she shrugged. "Everyone was worried for you and pissed off for having missed the wedding. I just kept our friends in the loop. It's no big deal." Lith clenched his teeth, emitting angry gibberish until he managed to calm down. "Fine, you are all invited to the wedding. Please relay my invitation also to Vaster and Marth," he said. "What about our parents?" Floria asked. "Kami has already contacted Gianni. She's going to be her bridesmaid along with Zin." "Who is going to be your groomsman? You need 2 as well to match the bride." Protector was so excited that his tail popped out of it back wagging furiously. "That's actually a big deal," Lith replied with a sigh. "I don't have many male friends and none of them actually contributed to my relationship." "That's not true. I helped you break the news of your nature as a hybrid to Camilla," Protector said, but Lith ignored him. "Aaron is too young and he can't stand for long. I was thinking about asking Morak or Nalrond since they are the boyfriends of 2 of my best friends, and they helped me a lot in the past." "I'm married to your first mentor, and I gave my life for you more than once," Protector snarled, his tail ruffled by anger. "Let's hope that Marth and Vaster can attend the ceremony. I've known them since I was little, and they are the closest thing to a father figure I have in the magical community. I'll keep Nalrond and Morak as stand-ins in case either of the professors is unavailable." Lith had a pensive look on his face as he mulled over the problem. "We've known each other ever since you were a pup, and you spent more time with me than with any of those buffoons." Protector partially shapeshifted back in anger, his eyes almost popping out. "And that's why I want you to be my best man," Lith said after finally turning toward Ryman. "Damn bastard," Protector hugged Lith, trying and failing to lift him up. "You got me good, but I'm too happy to be angry with you. Congratulations." One after the other, they congratulated him on his marriage. "Wow, I seriously can't believe it," Freya said while patting his back. "You've beaten us to the punch even in love. The only silver lining is that none of us won the bet." "What bet?" Lith asked. We were certain that with your charming character and your bottomless pile of secrets, you would have married last if ever. The bet was about how many years after the last of us you would have found someone, Quilla replied. Wow, thanks for the vote of confidence. You are welcome, Tista sighed. The worst part is that now my parents will never let me hear the end of this until I find someone as well. The Erna sisters sighed as well. Gianni and Orion nagged at Floria for being single and counted the days, hoping that the other two would break up with their respective boyfriend. Space. The ceremony was held a few days later, just in time to receive the replies to the invitations and plan the wedding accordingly. Useless to say, Vaster had plenty of cloaking devices, but he trusted none of them to be effective enough to hide his abomination nature from Salark. He congratulated in private with Lith, sending him his regards and a gift along with an apology. I'm really sorry to fail you on such an important day. Vaster lowered his gaze in shame during one of the meetings of Gianni's private research group. Don't worry, I understand how dangerous would it be for you to participate, Lith replied. Me too, but it still sucks, Vaster said with a sigh. I never thought the day would come when I'd be happy to be a High Master in times of war. At least I've plenty of excuse with Zin to cover for my absence. Meanwhile, in the Overlord's palace, Camilla looked for the umpteenth time at the guest list. Compared with the groom's side, the bride's was empty. Don't worry, dear. There are plenty enough of my children that would pay an arm and a leg to attend. Heck, even Ligon's children will be glad to fill your empty spots, Salark said while supervising the beautician's work. Why the heck would they? I understand that they care for Lith, but I'm just a human. Nonsense, sweetie. You are a part of the family as well now, and whoever says otherwise is going to die a slow, gruesome death. The Overlord personally took care of her, using invigoration on Camilla while combing her hair. After Salark was done with the rejuvenation process, Camilla went to the greenhouse to visit Roz and Alina. Lith's father spent most of his time there, working on both magical and regular crops until he was too exhausted to think. Chapter 1989, Once More with Guests, Part 1. Chapter 1989, Once More with Guests, Part 1. Roz was grateful for the library that allowed him to learn and memorize everything he needed without wasting hours on books. He liked to focus solely on the manual labor, tilling the earth with a hoe and watering the buds without the use of magic. After spending over 30 years nurturing life forms that couldn't express their needs, he had learned how to catch the early signs of a plant withering. Roz made the best of his knowledge, adjusting the amounts of water and fertilizer the moment something went wrong. On top of that, after staying in the greenhouse for so long, he could almost feel the changes in the mana flow of the different sprouts simply by touching them with his bare hands. It was also the best way he had found to keep the bad memories at bay and the most precious moments of his life close to his heart. The fields were small compared to those he had left in Lucia, but so were those that his family had owned before Lith had started working. Spending his days there with Alina by his side brought him back to the times when they were still young and waiting for their first child. She was his silent companion, talking only to remind him of drinking and not forgetting about the meals. Alina took notes of everything Roz did, checking the batches of magical plants cultivated with different methods and recording which were the most effective. She was no mage, but she knew plants and could access the eyes of Menadian in their simplest form. She registered all of her husband's successes and failures and stored them inside the library so that he could improve his techniques. Roz knew that it had to be boring for her, that Alina would have rather been outside under the real sun, yet he still couldn't stand people. The desert was still a foreign place for him, and no matter how wonderful a host Salark was, that wasn't his home. The sight of the desert reminded him of all the things that he had lost and made his heart ache. Gods, Camilla, you look gorgeous. Alina saw her appearing out of thin air, her long black hair glossy and her tanned skin radiant after undergoing Salark's rejuvenation treatment. Thanks, you too. Camilla hugged her, waiting for Alina's ear to be close to her mouth before whispering, How are you holding out? Roz has good and bad days, she replied. Today is a good day. Did Grandma take care of you as well? Camilla asked after letting go of Alina, making the conversation flow naturally. Yes, she has given me and the baby a full treatment with invigoration or something. Ever since Salark discovered that I'm pregnant, she became 10 times sweeter than before. Alina replied with a chuckle. Hi, Camilla. The noise had disturbed Roz, who needed sheer willpower not to grunt. He loved his daughter-in-law and was grateful for everything she had done for his son, yet her presence felt like an invasion of his sanctuary nonetheless. What brings you here? He asked with a thin smile, wiping off the sweat and dirt from his face with his right hand. I needed a break from the wedding preparations, she replied. I feel so tense that I almost puked breakfast this morning. Tense? Roz blinked several times in confusion, refusing to believe to his own ears. You are already married. The ceremony is just an excuse to invite your friends here and have a huge party with them. What's to be tense about? This, Camilla pointed at the wedding list. The first time it was a rushed ceremony, there was no one to attend but the Verhins and Protector's family. This time, however, we are doing things by the book. There will be plenty of people, and all of them are Lith's friends. This is supposed to be a merry event, yet seeing how none of my so-called friends accepted my invitation is truly depressing. Aside from Zin, I have no family either. My parents are in jail, and even if they weren't, they would still be the same assholes that I disowned years ago. I wouldn't want them at my wedding for the world. Elena is going to accompany Lith to the altar, but what about me? Vaster is not going to come, and there's no male member of my family that can stand in for my father. On Magur, both spouses would walk along the aisle with their respective parents of the opposite gender. It represented the act of both families of letting go of their children and allowing them to form a new family of their own. Roz took the list from Camilla's hands and saw so few names on the bride's side that even his heart sank. Making the walk alone, and with almost no one to share her joy on the day of her own wedding, was the worst nightmare of every bride. Poor kid. After everything she went through to be here and all the sacrifices she made, Camilla is going to feel like a guest at the wrong party, he thought. While the two women discussed the final details of the wedding, an idea popped into his mind, making him smile. Then, his trauma resurfaced, and that very same idea sent a cold shiver down his spine. Roz opened his mouth to speak, but no word came out. He had to clench his teeth to regain control of his nerves before making another attempt. Are you feeling unwell, dear? Elena asked after witnessing several of his failures that made him look like a goldfish. Are you hyperventilating again? Sit down and breathe in here. She offered him a small leather bag that Roz pushed away in embarrassment. No, I'm fine, he replied. I just wanted to tell Camilla that even though it's a bit unorthodox, I can accompany her to the altar if she wants. Would you really do that? She beamed with joy. Well, you are already my daughter-in-law, and I would be honored to stand by your side on such an important day. Thank you. Camilla hugged him, and Roz froze for a few seconds before managing to return the embrace. I always dreamed of having a loving father like you, and I couldn't wish for a better man to walk me down the aisle. She started to sniffle, moved by his kindness. Camilla knew how hard it was for Roz to stand in a crowd. Roz started to sniffle as well. Over 1 month had passed since they had come to the desert, but his mind was still stuck in the Hogham mansion for most of the time. The smell of his own blood filled his nose, and he could still feel the chains restraining him. Every morning, he woke up covered in a cold sweat and needed several minutes to make sure that he really was safe, that it wasn't just another of Orpal's cruel illusions. He was happy for Lith's marriage, just like he was happy to have had an opportunity to fix his relationship with Tryon. Yet none of it felt real to him. He often wondered if he wasn't just watching someone else's life. Chapter 1990 Once More with Guests, Part 2. Chapter 1990 Once More with Guests, Part 2. If it wasn't just another attempt of his mind to create a fake reality to escape from the pain of the torture. It was the reason Roz liked the greenhouse so much. The smell of the earth was so familiar to him that it washed away the illusion of blood. The weight of the farming tools allowed him to make sure he wore no chains. Now, however, he felt like he had taken a step out of the invisible cage he had been trapped in for so long. The marriage was real. The pain of the young woman between his arms was real. The child growing in Elena's womb was real. His offer to fill in for Camilla's father was but a small gesture, but to him, it meant to stop watching life from the sidelines and be more than a cracked vase everyone was afraid to touch. It meant having finally found the strength to face his demons in order to help the people he loved. I guess I'll need to clean myself up. Roz suddenly realized the pungent smell of his sweat to which his nose had been dumb to until that moment. Oh, that's for sure. Elena wiped a tear from her own cheek. Also, you need a good shave. What's wrong with my beard? It's manly. A groomed beard is manly, she replied. A 1-month wild beard makes you look like a bear. Also, it tickles like crazy and makes you look like my grandfather, Camilla said, giggling every time Roz's facial hair brushed against her skin. That's not true, great mother almighty. Roz conjured a water mirror and stared at his reflection, refusing to believe his own eyes. He did the same time every morning, but this time he actually saw what he had become. The skin around his eyes was weathered, full of deep age lines. His unkempt beard along with the dirt covering his face and hands made him look like a war refugee. Even back when he had almost fallen into poverty to pay for Tista's medical treatments, he had never let himself go so much. "Why didn't you tell me to shave?" Roz looked at Alina in shock. "How could you stay by my side for so long and endure this without saying a word?" He waved at his sorry figure. "I told you to shave more than once, it's just that you didn't listen," she replied. "There was nothing to endure, dear. You needed me and that was all that it mattered. Welcome back." Those last two words struck at Roz so hard that he had to take a step back. He looked at his wife, noticing all the pain and worry she had carried from the day their children had rescued him. It was the second time that day that Roz managed to look past his own suffering and empathize with that of someone else. It opened another crack in the fortress of fear and self-pity that he had built to protect himself from the outside world. The crack was small, but it let the light in. "I hope that Salark accepts male customers as well because I need a heck of makeover," he said. Space. On the day of the ceremony, Lith and Camilla stood near the main warp gate of Salark's palace, greeting their guests the moment they arrived. On Magur there was no superstition about the groom seeing the bride before the ceremony. By welcoming their guests in person, the spouses thanked them for their participation and gifts. The tradition required just a quick handshake and a few words to keep a long line from forming. "Good gods, Lith, it's so good to see you guys again," Zinnia said while hugging them both. "I don't care what the rest of Magur says, Lith, you are my hero. You only brought happiness to me and my sister." "Thanks, Zinnia, your words mean the world to me." He took a deep breath before asking a question he had been pondering for a while. "It really surprised me that you gave Kami your blessing. Didn't my other form scare you even one bit?" "No," she shook her head. "Maybe it's because I've been blind for most of my life, but to me physical appearance is of little importance. Once Kami told me that you blew your cover to save her life, I knew she couldn't ask for a better man, demon, or whatever you are. Gods, I wish Zogger was here to see you. It would make this moment perfect." "Is the professor all right?" Lith asked. "He was until this morning, when the royals summoned him to protect Belias again," she replied with a deep sigh. "He sends you his apologies for missing your wedding and a gift." Zinnia handed Lith a package the size of a thick book and a small envelope. "He expressed that you are to open them both immediately and keep them away from prying eyes." Lith opened the package first, discovering that it was just a copy of Lokra Silverwing's book, The Basics of Magic. "This is weird. Vaster knows I have it aller." His train of thought derailed when he flipped the first page and the rest followed along, revealing the book to be a sealed container holding the mouth of Menadian. Lith closed the book before someone could notice and opened the envelope. "Dear Lith, I'm very sorry for how my children behaved when you met them in Verendi. They did the wrong thing for the right reason by taking the mouth away from you, but I hope you will forgive them. I've thoroughly studied it, and once I manage to craft a modern version of the mouth, it will become part of the legacy that one day will become yours. I didn't imprint the original so that you could do with it what you think is best. You can study it yourself, give it back to Elfin Menadian, or gift it to Salark. I wish I was there for your wedding. In faith, Zogger Vaster." Lith quickly stored everything in his pocket dimension and went back to greet his guests. He would have loved to share the news with Solus, but during the short talk with Zinnia, a long line had formed, and discussing the matter would have taken more time than he had. Once everyone got to their respective seat, both sides of the throne room were filled to the brim. While Alina walked Lith to the dais, he looked around and recognized several faces. There were a lot of dragons and phoenixes that had taken part in the honor guard back when the awakened council had recognized him as the offspring of two guardians. "Who the heck are these people?" he thought. "I get Kreven and the others who protected my house wanting to attend the wedding. I get Sinmara, Surtur, and a few others who I invited personally. What I don't understand is why there are so many divine beasts and why they took seats on Camilla's side. Due to Salark's dimensional magic, there was no limit to how much the room could stretch. If they wanted to, the guests could all seat on the groom's side. To make matters weirder, he could hear the usually reserved and stuck-up dragons talking to Zinnia like she was their peer. Chapter 1991 Once More with Guests, Part 3. Chapter 1991 Once More with Guests, Part 3. After Lith came Camilla and Roz with Aaron and Lyria in front of them as flower children, tossing petals in front of the bride's path. She received as many cheers as the groom, if not even more. "What the heck is going on?" he asked as soon as Roz let go of Camilla's arm and entrusted her to Lith. "I have no clue," she replied. This time they had followed protocol, with Lith wearing his high uniform, but red to match the colors of the desert, and Camilla with an elegant emerald satin dress from Salark's wardrobe. Right next to her stood her sisters Zinnia and Gianni, the two people who had helped her the most and who had played a critical role in bringing her to that point in her life. On Lith's side, instead, stood Protector and Tryon in their respective human form, wearing a high uniform as well. Celia had cut Ryman's hair to shoulder length and had shaved him to perfection, almost giving him a civilized look. He kept tugging at the collar of his shirt for air, not used to tight-fitting clothes, but Salark's enchantments didn't budge. He looked like a proud general, but he felt like a bull with a suit. As for Tryon, his situation was even more awkward. There was still little love left between the demon and the Tiamat. Thanks to the chain that bound him to Lith, Tryon had grown to respect more his little brother by experiencing part of his life, whereas Lith had only discovered more contemptible things about his older brother. Yet he had chosen Tryon as his groomsman because he knew how important it was to his parents. Seeing his two boys standing side by side filled Roz with so much joy that he barely noticed the packed room. He held Alina's hand tight, passing her one handkerchief after another. She had started crying in joy from the moment she had sat down and had never stopped ever since. "Tryon looks so good in high uniform," she sobbed. "I'm happy that he's part of the family again, yet also sad because we'll never have the opportunity to attend his wedding." "Let's enjoy what time we have left with him, dear." Roz wrapped his arm around her shoulders. "It's more than any other parent in our situation has ever had." Locria's and Valia's families had been invited as well and were sitting on the far end of the groom's side. The ceremony held little importance to them. They had come solely to enjoy the company of their loved ones. When Salark arrived to officiate the ceremony, Ligoin walked by her side and stopped one step behind her once she stood in front of the couple. "What is he doing here?" Lith rudely pointed at the father of all dragons with his thumb. "He wasn't here the first time, and I'm pretty sure he isn't on the guest list." For the occasion, the guardian had short black hair, the pale skin typical of the Empire, and ever wore a black gala dress. The only sign of his real nature was his eyes, red with a vertical pupil that nothing had of human. Those very eyes glared at Lith in annoyance. His nostrils dilated as he inhaled sharply and opened his mouth to give the runt a piece of his mind. "I'm not here because I want to, but..." His stern voice turned into a whimper, and the black of his pupils covered the red of his irises as the overlord's high heel dug deep into his shoes and flesh. "He's here because I invited him." She completed the phrase for him while Ligon clenched his teeth to withstand the pain. "It was a shame having so many of our children assembled without giving them the possibility to meet their father." "Are you telling me that all those guys are yours?" Camilla looked at the packed room and then at Salark's swollen womb. "Ours, mine, and Ligon's," she said with a dazzling smile while twisting the heel a bit more. She kept the father of all dragons from making a snarky remark that would ruin the mood. "We're older than we look." Camilla swallowed a lump of saliva, wondering if it was something that only a guardian could achieve or just a common situation in the awakened community. "3 is my limit," she whispered at Lith, deciding that forewarned was forearmed. "That's 2 past mine," he replied. The ceremony went smoothly. Salark repeated the same speech of the first time, and the spouses exchanged the same vows and betrothal gifts. After that came the banquet, and the room split with the male guests congratulating the groom, and the female guests the bride. "Gods, I can't believe you could say or make something so romantic." Freya was the only exception. "I mean, Camilla giving you back the camellia was moving, but your idea with the tuner almost made me tear up." "Congratulations, Scourge. Another one bites the dust, huh?" Zalgrish the Lick nudged at him. The red light of undeath in his left eye flickered multiple times in what was supposed to be a wink. "What do you mean another?" Lith asked in confusion. "And how did you get here?" "I brought him here," Inzialot the Lick King replied. "Otherwise I would have never remembered the when and where." Lith had invited the council representatives only because he couldn't risk offending them by limiting the invitation to Fila. He had never expected them to actually attend. "I gladly accepted because I really wanted to thank you," Zalgrish said. "Thank me for what?" Lith asked in confusion. They had never met or spoken ever since they had agreed on their respective shares of the silver mines in Jamble. Not you, more like your brother Merman. The Lick took a yellow stone the size of a marble from one of the pockets of his tuxedo, conjuring from it the image of a cow wearing a suit, a top hat, and with thick mustaches on its snout. Lith recognized it as one of the characters from a children's book that he often read to Aaron and Lyria. I know that everyone says Mint is a jerk, but he was so nice to me. He sent me so many test subjects for my experiments and top-notch artifacts that I think he has a crush on me. Who did what now? The more Lith heard, the less he understood. Sure, the test subjects were unruly, rude, and aggressive upon their arrival, and the artifact already imprinted, but the poor way they were delivered didn't lower their research value. When you see Midner again, please give him my thanks and tell him I'm not interested. Cheers! Zalgrish brought a flute of wine to his skeletal mouth, sending both the liquid and the glass down the small bits of flesh that still comprised what was left of his throat. Is it me, or is this stuff flavorless? It is you, Ratpack whined as the flute clinked against the ribs and the wine wet his master's pants. No taste buds with no flesh, you need body. Oh, right. The Lick patted his own forehead with an open palm as he reverted back to his living appearance. Chapter 1992, Once More with Guests, Part 4. Chapter 1992, Once More with Guests, Part 4. It still has no taste, and now I feel really. Zalgrish doubled over, spitting out blood all over Salark's carpet. The growing flesh had crushed the flute, and the resulting glass shards had pierced through his lungs, causing him an internal bleeding. I want you to know that I made sure that none of the silver from your mines was misplaced. Inzialot shook Lith's hand, while the small undead took care of his master. Why did you do that? We never talked, and the only thing you ever said to me is off with the head, Lith asked. I need a minute of your time and help with a delicate matter. The King of Liches stole a glance at Ragu. Damn, why are the pleasures of the flesh accompanied by so much pain? After emptying his flute, the Lick chewed it. The shards of glass made an unsettling sound under his teeth, and Lith could smell both wine and blood in his breath. What the heck are you doing? I'm disposing of the empty glass. Or should I leave it on the floor like a barbarian? He said with a shrug, looking at Lith like a kid asking stupid questions. Gods, I can't believe I have to stoop so low and ask for help to a runt still wet behind his ears. Lith emptied his glass as well and put it on the tray of one of the many waiters that moved along the guests. Inzialot gawked at his brilliance and grabbed the poor Ratpack, forcing the small undead to stand in front of him. Then he took a quill and wrote with red ink and great penmanship a memo of how to deal with empty containers on the back of Ratpack's elegant tuxedo. I take back what I said. You clearly are the right man for the job. You are the worthy heir of the Guardian of Wisdom. Lith gave him a quick bow and ran away. The company of Liches always gave him a headache. Meanwhile, in the parents' side of the hall, Orion and Gianni caught up with Raz and Alina, while some of the oldest beings in the room kept them company, not interested in the chit-chat of youngsters. I'm sorry for what happened to you and for not coming to visit earlier, Orion said. How is the desert treating you? Don't worry, my friend. Even if you did come to visit, I doubt that I would have been a pleasant company. I was in a bad place, and I still am most of the time. An awkward silence ensued as Orion waited for Raz to say anything from small talk to venting his trauma while Raz turtled up. Thanks for coming and for everything you did for Lith after his banishment, Gianni, Alina said. Are there any news about the deal with the royals? Sadly, no. Bestowing the title of Magus requires the approval of several people, the majority of which are busy with the war. It might take a while, Gianni sighed. You know, I'm so envious of you, Alina. 2 of your kids are already married, and you even have a 6th on the way. Thanks, Gianni, Alina instinctively caressed her womb. You know, I always wondered why you stopped at 3. Because between work and running a household, we simply didn't have the time. Gianni shook her head. Chilean always made trouble for 10, draining what little energy we had left at the end of the day. We didn't want to have a child just to let the house staff raise them. Also, it would have put a long halt to my career. A royal constable's day is long, dangerous, and stressful. Do you think Camilla will have the same problems? No, she's younger than I was before my career kicked in, and once the War of the Griffins will be over, there will be enough paperwork to keep us busy for years. She did the right thing waiting, Gianni replied. By the way, you shouldn't drink. That's not wine, Salark chimed in. It's the good stuff that I have the old lizard brew for when I'm pregnant, all the flavor and none of the alcohol, an enchanted version of fruit juice. Gianni smelled the red-colored liquid before taking a sip. Gods, it's better than everything I ever had. You have to give me the recipe or at least a keg of this stuff. I'll see what I can do, the guardian chuckled. I've already gotten plenty of requests and the guests are drinking it like water. She pointed at the bride's side, where Camilla, Zinnia, Celia, and Rithia were. Zagar sends his apologies, Kami. He wouldn't have missed this for the world, but the situation in Belias looks grim, Zinnia said. The royals ordered him to join the defensive forces of the city. Is it that bad? Camilla turned pale at the news. Belias was her adopted city, the place where she had her home, and she had some of her happiest memories with Lith. Worse, recently a bunch of never-seen-before divine beasts have joined the Mad Queen's ranks, and the situation is snowballing fast. The royals are desperate to recruit anyone and anything who might stop their advance. Zinnia replied. I bet that soon they'll accept whatever condition Lith has, and they'll call him on the battlefield as well. Don't be so glum, this is still a party. By the way, I'm sorry for stealing your thunder, Camilla. Rithia wore an emerald dress as well that brought out the deep red of her hair. Don't worry, it's just a dress. Thanks for coming. Camilla had never met the Wind Griffin before, so she found a bit creepy the familiarity with which Rithia talked to her. Oh, please, Surtur couldn't wait to meet his little brother again, she replied, her silver eyes sparkling like full moons at the faintest light. I know it's none of my business, but I think you should start working on your firstborn. If Lith goes to war, anything can happen. I agree, Zinnia said, lowering her gaze in sadness. Despite many attempts and all the fertility potions in the kingdom, she had failed to get pregnant of Vaster and feared having become too old. She had no idea that it was him to have become sterile after turning into a hybrid. Come on, girls, this is supposed to be a party. Lighten up. Celia stopped one of the waiters, handing everyone a glass filled with an amber-colored liquor with a pungent smell. A toast to our lovely bride. Congratulations, Kami. Solus had made peace with herself, and this time she had attended the marriage. I don't think we've ever met. I'm Nika, Kala's daughter and one of Solus's oldest friends. Congratulations, Miss Verhin. They had hosted the party at night to allow even the undead to attend. Please call me Camilla. She instinctively flinched at the vampire, but it lasted barely a second. She had seen too many strange things to be bothered by a friendly vampire. Solus and Nika moved to the groom's side of the room for some alcohol. Solus was in dire need of relax, and Nika was excited at the idea of meeting new people. Chapter 1993 Mixed Blood, Part 1. Chapter 1993 Mixed Blood, Part 1. While the others were chit-chatting, Camilla's eyes fell on the figures of Solus and Nika while they walked away, and then on Rithia's. She's over 1,000 years old and she barely looks 30-something, Camilla thought. I'll turn 29 the next year, whereas Lith will look in his 20s for decades, if not centuries, should I ask him to awaken me. On the one hand, it would have meant having a long life together. On the other hand, awakening would have brought more problems than it would solve. Camilla couldn't stand the idea of becoming Lith's property for 100 years, like it had happened to Floria Atista. On top of that, there was the possibility that with time their relationship might go sour. If it happened, she would be forced to live for centuries in a world that didn't belong to her anymore. Is anything wrong? Tista grabbed Camilla's shoulder, who yelped in surprise. You have been spacing out for a while and you're sweating like crazy. Do you need to rest? I'm fine, thanks. What were we talking about? I was telling Rithia that I envy creatures like her who can choose between laying eggs and pregnancy, Renas said with a sigh. After giving birth to the triplets, just the idea of repeating the experience sends a cold shiver down my spine. I wonder if Tista will have the opportunity to choose as well, Rithia pondered. After all, we have no idea if Tiamat's lay eggs, right? Now we don't. Tista flushed in embarrassment and rushed away, dragging Badia the Nidhogg with her. He had attended the wedding as her +1, and Tista didn't want him to get strange ideas. Calm down, you made it clear that you are no one's science project. His kind smile extended to his black eyes. I'm sorry, it's just that my parents are already pestering me to find someone myself, and all those talks about love and relationships were more than I could handle. She sighed. They are non-awakened humans, he replied with shrug. They are aware they won't live long and rush things. Don't let their standards affect your life. You are not like them. His words were meant to be kind and supportive, but they made Tista shudder. The more powerful she got and the more bloodline abilities she developed, the less human she felt. She always tried not to think about it, or about the fact that her parents would die before the first wrinkle appeared on her face. but being surrounded by many centuries-old beings forced her to realize that her parents weren't really rushing things. Tista was close to 21 years, an age that on Magur was late to marry for humans. "I'm sorry for spoiling your mood further, but there's something I need to ask you," Badia said, snapping her out of her reverie. "Are you going to take part in the War of the Griffins?" "Yes, Lith is fighting to get back all of our lives, and I'm strong enough to stand by his side." Tista nodded, her determination steeled by the rumors about Linnea being among the Mad Queen's followers. She had never forgotten about what the ex-headmaster of the Lightning Griffin had done to Nana and Lith. The thought of her living happily after having destroyed the life of her mentor was unbearable. "I want to help him kill Meln and get rid of a woman named Ainla Linnea. Why do you ask?" "Because the royals are recruiting all the Emperor beasts they can find, and I had yet to make my decision. They offer fair compensation, but it's not worth my life. I'm not from Garland, so I have no attachment to the kingdom," he replied. "What do you mean, Are you going to join the war efforts for me?" Tista asked in shock. "Yes, you are young and inexperienced. I can't let you go alone on the battlefront." Badia looked her straight in the eyes. "I wouldn't be alone," she shook her head. "Lith and I would probably be sent to different battlefields, but I would still have the royal army and the council by my side." "Which means being surrounded by enemies," Badia sighed sharply. "For the humans, you are no different from your brother, a monster. On top of that, many awakened consider your bloodline a threat to the balance. There are many among the humans and the Emperor beasts who would be glad if you two died, while others dream about capturing and studying you to find clues that might help them to further their own evolution. You need me to watch your back." "Look, I appreciate your concern, but I'm not my brother," Tista said. "I'm not as powerful as him and nowhere near the Violet. There's no telling what I'll become, but I'm certain I won't be a Tiamat. You are wasting your time with me." "I'm not dating your brother, I'm dating you." Badia's ashen skin emphasized all of his expressions and now showed honest worry. "I don't care what you'll become, I just want to make sure that you come back home safely. Everything else can wait. We both have a long life ahead of us." "Why are you doing so much for me?" she asked in confusion. "I mean, I know you don't give a damn about my looks. There are plenty of divine beasts here that make me look homely in comparison. What's your angle?" "Once you'll get older, you'll learn that having a great power doesn't make you happy. That having a long life only means spending more time alone or grieving the loss of those you love," he said with a sad smile. "I'm doing all of this not because I expect something in return, but because I'd rather risk my life for someone that might make it worth living than spend centuries in regret wondering what could have happened if I didn't chicken out." "How old are you exactly?" Tista asked. "I'm almost 70. My mother was a human and died of a sudden illness while I was traveling. As for my father, he died as well. He was killed by an abomination while on a mission for the council." Badia was barely a child for awakened standards, but his tone was already that of a man who had suffered a lot. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to open old wounds," Tista said. "And you didn't. The past is in the past. I'm only focused on the present, and so should you." The Nidhogg gave her a soft kiss, and when the music started, he led her to the dance floor. "I'll be glad to have you by my side on the battlefield." Tista blushed a little, but not for the kiss. While the rest of Magur pressured her to move forward with her life, to become stronger and match her brother's achievements, Badia cared only about giving her the time she needed to understand what she wanted. He didn't seem to care about mixing bloodlines or what powers a red demon would come to possess, only about Tista as a person. It felt nice and put her mind finally at ease. Meanwhile, on the dance floor, Lith and Camilla had bumped into Marth and Rissa. Chapter 1994 Mixed Blood, Part 2. Chapter 1994 Mixed Blood, Part 2. The headmaster of the White Griffin had found the time to come, but until that moment, there had hardly been the time to go past small talk. Once Magur's equivalent of the waltz ended, the couples moved to the buffet to get some drinks before the music started again. "Nice of you to come, Professor." Lith felt awkward speaking with his old mentor. He had no idea how Marth had taken the revelation about Lith's true nature, and the two men hadn't had the opportunity to speak ever since Lith had been forced to get rid of his communication amulet. Gianni had invited the headmaster to the wedding on Lith's behalf, and until an hour ago, Lith didn't know if he would attend. "It was nice of you inviting us," Marth replied with a nervous voice, not knowing what to feel or where to look. "I hope that the royal court swallows their pride and let you come back to the kingdom soon. We are in dire need of." "Stop making a fool out of yourself and be honest with him, Duke," Rissa cut him short. "Sorry, he's still hurt." Hurt by what? Camilla asked. By the fact that Lith never told him the truth, and that Duke always failed to recognize him as a divine beast. Duke feels guilty for never gaining your trust, and pissed off because you wounded his professional pride. Rissa, Marth blushed in outrage, throwing her reproachful look. Duke, she planted her hands on her hips, staring at him with equal intensity. I'm sorry, Professor, but I couldn't tell you the truth. During my stay at the White Griffin, I've heard what mages think of Emperor Beasts one time too many to trust anyone with my real nature. If it makes you feel better, I didn't tell even my family until much later. As for your skill as a diagnostician, you have nothing to blame yourself for. My hybrid nature didn't manifest before I turned 16, and only recently did I become a Tiamat. I see, Marth nodded, but his expression remained gloomy. Did Manohar or Vaster know? Manohar discovered my hybrid nature while I was quarantined after escaping Huriel, while Vaster learned about it from Meln's broadcast, like everyone else. Lith lied to protect the Master's secret identity. Damn bastard. Not only did Manohar play some trick on my son to make sure we would name the baby after him, but he also hid the truth from me. To make matters worse, Vaster is by far a better man than I am. I didn't have the guts to defend you in the royal court when your real identity was exposed, and Morn tried to get you killed whereas Vaster did. Marth averted his eyes, incapable of looking at Lith. Don't beat yourself up, Professor. Zogger did it for Zinnia, who in turn pressured him on my behalf. I knew the truth and wanted to protect Lith, Camilla said. No, I must beat myself up, the headmaster sighed. I didn't understand what you've been going through during all these years until I experienced the same hardships with my son, Durrell. What hardships? He is still a baby, Lith replied. Yeah, too bad that people look at his lime-colored skin as if it's an infectious disease. The members of my own family had no objections to my marriage with Rissa, but after seeing the baby, they are pressuring me to divorce. They think that I should leave my and Manohar's legacy to a normal child, Marth said in outrage. Sure, in a few years Rissa will teach Durrell how to shapeshift at will, but he shouldn't feel the need to hide who he is. Also, I don't want him to feel pressured to give up on his plant heritage once he turns 20. If he decides to become human, I want it to be because it's what he wants, not because choosing otherwise would make him a monster. Not knowing what to say, Lith just nodded. Fuck me sideways, if just a different skin color is giving them such a hard time, what will happen to Aaron and Lyria once we go back to Lucia? Everyone has seen my Tiamat form, and if people think they are like me, not even an army of magical beasts will be able to protect their innocence. Are you part of this council Rissa told me about? Marth asked. Yeah. Do you know someone willing to teach Durrell how to cope with his condition? Rissa has already introduced me to other members of her kind, but I'm afraid they would only make him feel worse. No offense, dear. None taken, the Dryad replied, knowing firsthand how ruthless and insensitive most plant folks were. I know a few people that might help you if we come out of this war alive, Lith Riley said. Thanks. The two men exchanged their communication runes, while Marth updated Lith about the situation of the kingdom. Ever since Thrud had succeeded in turning her generals into divine beasts, the war was slowly but inexorably tipping in her favor. On top of that, after the undead courts had sworn her their allegiance, they had started to weaken the kingdom from the inside, preparing the field for the Mad Queen's army before every attack. On top of that, Thrud had emptied all the prisons of the territories she had conquered, turning the kingdom's worst criminals into immortal soldiers for her army. They knew little about magic, but some of them were skilled warriors and ruthless killers. Until that moment, Thrud's army had lacked the manpower to face the royal and had relied mostly on the strength of her awakened followers. Now, however, those who broke the law or refused to bend the knee were conscripted into her army. What did your family say about your decision to marry Lith? Rissa asked, eager to change the topic. She heard talking about the war day in and out, and was afraid that soon it would have come knocking at her door. My parents are assholes and convicted criminals, so I didn't bother asking their opinion, Camilla replied. As for my sister, she knows Lith and his family for almost as long as I do. When I told her that I was going to propose, she asked me only 2 questions. If I was really sure that despite our differences Lith could make me happy, and if it was true that he could change size at will. And Rissa chuckled while Marth spat his drink, and Lith turned to a deep shade of purple. I'm a lucky woman. A smug grin appeared on Camilla's face. Kami, there's nothing to be embarrassed about, Lith. Rissa patted his shoulder. Curiosity is part of human nature, Ever since he learned I can shapeshift, Duke had a lot of fun having me change my proportions, especially my Bria. Rissa, Marth waved a quick goodbye and dragged his wife away before she embarrassed him further. Lady Verhin, would you mind if I took your husband for the next dance? Gilly Locrias tapped Camilla's arm to have her attention. The daughter of the ex-captain of the Queen's Corps was a pretty young woman with red hair and ocean blue eyes. She was wearing a wonderful sky-blue gala dress embroidered in gold and rubies that came straight from Salark's wardrobe. Chapter 1995, Dangerous Knowledge, Part 1. Chapter 1995, Dangerous Knowledge, Part 1. Sure, I can use a short break. Camilla wondered what that was about, but she could tell from the determination in Gilly's eyes that it was probably something about her father. The first notes of Mager's equivalent of the minuet resounded through the ballroom, but the dance-floor remained empty. It was tradition for the guests to wait for one or both spouses to open the dance before joining them. Lith felt Gilly tensing up when he put his hand on her hip and realized she had no experience in formal dances. She moved clumsily, stepping on his feet every few moves. To make matters worse, she seemed to be too focused staring at his face to follow his lead. The only silver lining was that between the mask gap and the Voidwalker armor, he barely experienced any discomfort. Is there really nothing you can do for my father? She mumbled after a while. I beg your pardon, Lith asked. I'm grateful for you saving my father's soul and asking the royals to give us a house in Lucia so that we can stay close to him once you return. But is that really the best you can do? Gilly said while looking him straight in the eyes. At first, she had been too embarrassed from the physical contact with a complete stranger to speak, then from her own clumsiness, and lastly from the absurdity of her request. Yet once Gilly had started to speak about her father, courage had built up like an avalanche. It had started small, like her voice, but the more she talked, the more she discovered that she wasn't afraid of the monster in front of her. Yes, it is, Lith nodded. If you know better, I'm open to suggestions. Can't you give him a proper body? A way for him to not be bound to you and return to his family for good? Gilly asked. No, I'm sorry. What you ask from me is impossible. Lith gave her a polite nod in apology while making her spin. Is it impossible because your skills are lacking, or because having a captain of the Queen's Corps at your beck and call is too good a commodity to let it go? She said with a snarl. Neither, Lith replied. I could easily turn Locrias into an undead, but that would give him a hunger that would put you and your mother in danger. Also, putting a soul into a body that doesn't belong to them wipes their memory. They forget their past, their skills, and their feelings. Locrias would turn into a completely new person whose character would develop based on how you nurture him. The creature I'd give you would be more like a son than a father, a son that can rip you apart at his first tantrum. Gilly froze for a second, and the other couples bumped into them until she moved again, following Lith's lead to the best of her abilities. What about forbidden magic? She gritted her teeth, the request sounding absurd even to her, but she had to try. Gilly was no mage, and what she knew about magic came from bedtime stories and bards' tales. According to her sources, there was nothing that forbidden magic couldn't achieve as long as the price was paid. Are you out of your mind? Lith empathized with her, but his patience was running thin. You already used it in front of many people. It's one of the reasons you are a wanted criminal. One more time makes no difference, she replied. For you maybe, not for me, he said with a snarl. Whatever price there is to pay, I'll do it. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer, Gilly said. I promise you that my mother and I will keep it a secret. Just give my father a body. Anything will do. Please, I just want my dad back. She started to tear up, her voice cracking as she saw Locrias and her mother dancing just a few steps from them. He was so close and yet so far. Whenever they met, her hope rekindled just to die once they were separated again. I might be able to do that, but are you willing to cause that kind of pain upon your father? Lith asked, knowing all too well how it felt being empty inside. After the death of his brother, he would have done anything to have Carl back. What do you mean? She asked with a sniffle. To bind his soul to a physical object, it would take a massive amount of energy. Life force can't be created out of thin air, or my own wouldn't be still damaged after years. To give his body life, I need to take that of someone else, Lith replied. Then take mine. I don't care to live until I'm a withered old lady if I have to do it without Dad, she replied. Really, what do your parents think about it? How would they feel knowing that their daughter has sacrificed her lifespan and that they will outlive her? Lith said. I don't know. I haven't discussed the issue with them. Another thing you haven't considered is that your life might not be enough. Cursed objects are created after countless tries and sacrifices. Even if I succeed, you might not live enough to see it. He continued. Even if you do, there is no guarantee that I don't create a new living being, or that your father's mind doesn't get twisted in the process. I saw it with the Black Star. It trapped the souls of the dead using them as fuel, but it wasn't one of them, just a prison. But it doesn't always go that way, right? You might succeed. You are an archmage, she said with more faith than certainty. I'm no god, Lith replied. Even if somehow I granted your wish without killing you, Locria's life would be a nightmare. He wouldn't be able to sleep and eat anymore. His body would be a thing incapable to feel your touch. Right now he has no such problems, and the slumber he falls into when I don't need him gives him peace of mind. As a cursed object, instead, he would have to struggle with loneliness at night. In time, it would drive him mad. Worst of all, however, he would be bound to an object and incapable of dying. Maybe his presence would reassure you, but what would happen once you grow old and die? Will you pass him on to your descendants like a pet or a family heirloom? Of course not, she said in outrage. Then I'd have to give your father new life just to force you to kill him. I've destroyed more than one cursed object and heard their death throes. The process wouldn't be quick or painless. Do you have the strength to do it? Do you really want you and your father to undergo that kind of suffering? Lith asked. Can't you just make him into a normal human? Gilly knew how stupid her question was the moment she heard it coming out of her own lips. Of course not. As you said, you are no god and you can't create life. Chapter 1996, Dangerous Knowledge, Part 2. Chapter 1996, Dangerous Knowledge, Part 2. All I can do is to keep your father with me and allow him to spend time with his family whenever I'm home. I'm sorry, Lith said. Please don't apologize. Gilly stopped in the middle of the dance floor. I knew that my request was unreasonable, but I still had to try. I couldn't just accept that my father is dead and do nothing. Locrias may be dead, but he's not gone. There's no need for you to mourn him yet. Lith took an handkerchief from his breast pocket and wiped her tears. Enjoy the time you still have together. It's what my parents and Valias are doing. He nodded his head at Tryon dancing with Alina, and at the other demon in her human form, as well dancing with her father. One last word of advice. A warm smile appeared on Lith's face. You'd better learn to dance or your father's feet won't survive the experience. Gilly lowered her gaze, noticing how Lith's black shoes had turned white after being stomped countless times. I will. She gave him a curtsy and ran to the restroom, to not let her parents see her makeup ruined by snot and tears. Wow, not even one full dance and Gilly ran away crying. Camilla replaced his missing dance partner, looking at Lith with confusion. What was that all about? She wanted me to resurrect her father, Lith replied with a sigh. Poor kid, Camilla said. I can't even imagine what she's going through. Me neither, Lith replied. They kept dancing in silence until the minuet ended and the next song started, each worrying about how they would react if something happened to the other. Why so glum? Surtur and Rathia were the first to join them, matching their rhythm to converse with ease. This is a party, not a funeral. He's right, smile a little. Camilla gave Lith one of her dazzling smiles that rose the temperature in his heart by several degrees. By the way, little brother, I'm disappointed in you, the Dragon of Light said. How so? Lith asked. I heard that you decided to postpone your firstborn. I mean, you are the father of all demons. Magur themselves gave the title to you, and yet your demon count is still a flat 0. That's not true. I have 3 of them in Tista, Lith replied. They don't count, Surtur shook his head. Aren't you curious to discover if your children will be born as Tiamats or become their own demon species? It's something that you should check for science's sake. I tried to pass down my abilities as Dragon of Light, but all my attempts failed. Rathia is my witness. I did all that I could. I can vouch for that. The Wind Griffin nodded. He's the worthy heir of a perverted lizard. If there was any scientific approach in what he did to me over the centuries, it must have been very subtle because I've always failed to notice it. Darling, Surtur blushed in embarrassment. I know, Camilla chuckled. Ligon's blood runs thick in Lith's veins as well. If it was for him, I would never sleep at night. Kami, I'm not a perverted lizard. Ligon grumbled on the dance floor as he glided among the guests with Salark. You are right, you are a perverted old lizard. They are 2 very different things, the Overlord giggled. Very funny, he clicked his tongue. Now, if you are done with the jokes, I'd like to know the reason you brought me here. Why don't you enjoy such good music and company? First, I hate family reunions, and you know it. Second, I wrote most of these pieces. What do you want, Salark? To ask you 2 questions without you accidentally hanging up my call, the Overlord replied. Shoot. I'm thinking about building my own tower, but I don't think I can do it on my own. How much do you know about? Everything. Ligon cut her short. Wait, what? Salark couldn't believe her own ears. Back in the day, both Baba Yaga and Menadian asked my advice. They made me promise to not use my breathing technique while visiting their labs, but little did they know that one glance was all I needed. The father of all dragons smirked. To think that the hungry cur always complains about life maelstrom. The Overlord clicked her tongue. Dragon eyes are much worse, the most unfair and unbalanced bloodline ability of them all. What's your second question about? Have you heard about what happened in Verendi? She looked around, making sure that no one capable of spotting a guardian's hush zone was nearby before speaking. You mean the Master's hybrids decimating the local council? It was hard to miss. Ligon shrugged. They have gotten their hands on the mouth of Menadian, and one of them fused with a Menios. If they combine their new assets with their version of the Fury, the Orc Minotaur and Bytra's expertise, how dangerous will they become? Salark asked. Ligon looked away, his smirk disappearing and his mouth opening only to sigh. Look, I know you care for Zoreth, but Magur or not, I'm not going to sit on my hands while the situation snowballs out of our hands. Just tell me how bad it is. Then the father of all dragons looked at her, and spoke the most terrifying words Salark had ever heard from him. I don't know. Space. The rest of the wedding party went without a hitch. Knowing that they would all go to the battlefield, Tista, Nika, and Solus made plans for a trip on their own as soon as the War of the Griffins would be over. They also decided that it was time to graduate from wine and move on to heavier drinks. Tista got drunk on whiskey and fainted from just sniffing the red dragon after removing the cork. Nika and Solus had a full glass each with no side effects. One was an undead, and her body was naturally immune to alcohol intoxication, while the other had the mass of a tower. Yet after a few drinks, while Nika was still as fit as a fiddle, the liquor distilled for divine beasts got the better of Solus. She started to laugh about nothing and sway with every step she took. Yet the real problem arose when the tower got drunk as well. It produced blinding beams of light and loud music that drew the attention of many guests, including the Ernest sisters and their boyfriends. That's amazing, darling. Morok pointed at the enchanted building that one moment wobbled as if it was made of jelly, and the next bent sideways like a withering flower just to spring back into its original position. How is that even possible? It must be one of Salark's surprises for Lith's wedding. Quilla lied through her teeth, hoping that the tyrant would buy it. Really, I would have expected something classy and romantic from her. That thing seems out of the mind of an old drunken sailor. The battle was clearly lost. There was nothing she could say to deny his statement without insulting him or his intelligence. I find it romantic. Quilla drew him close, giving Morok a passionate kiss that lasted until he was out of breath. Chapter 1997 Golem Crafting, Part 1. Chapter 1997 Golem Crafting, Part 1. You are right, I have no sense of art, but I'm willing to learn. Morok replied with a gasp before dragging Quilla into a side room. I think it's out of the mind of an old drunken sailor as well. Nalrund pointed at the tower while looking at Freya. Very funny. She clicked her tongue, tilting her hips while putting her hands on them. You already know about the tower, and we've both seen Solus getting drunk. I've got no reason to sweet-talk you out of this room. It was worth a shot, he replied with a sigh. Attending a wedding brought back a lot of memories from my village, and you are simply stunning in that dress. He pointed at her attire that, even though had been chosen in order to not outshine the bride, could do very little to hide her hourglass figure. The dull cream color just brought out her rosy skin, and the lack of jewelry drew more attention to her eyes that sparkled like stars under the magical lights. Really? Freya asked with a giggle. Really, maybe it's because I saw how Lith changed from before to after getting married, but I wish I could be as brave as Camilla, he said. Are you proposing to me? She asked in shock. Gods no. The flat refusal made Freya purse her lips in a thin line and steal her gaze. I mean, we don't know each other for long, and I've yet to find a way to fuse my life forces. Besides, without Lith's mines, I'm dirt poor and... I'm rich enough for 10 people. She cut his short with words first and then with a deep kiss. You know what, maybe it's the wedding of my best friends, or maybe I've drunk too much, but Quilla is right. I find the new tower romantic as well. Space. Between the drinks, the pleasant mood, and the jet lag, very few guests returned home after the end of the party. Most of them stayed for the night, enjoying Salark's hospitality. Lith, however, was on a clock and couldn't afford to waste time sleeping in. He woke up at dawn, ready for a long day in the forge. Either the royals summon me to make me a Magus or to help them with the war, I have to be ready for action the moment our deal is signed. A full pardon means having our home back, and Dad needs good news, he thought while dressing up. Camilla was still deeply asleep from the moment she had touched the pillow the previous night. Between the stress from the marriage, the standing up all the time to chat with her guests, and the dance, she hadn't even managed to undress before going to bed. "I'm sorry, but I have to go," Lith said with a sigh. "MMHK, love you," she replied from a corner of her lips. "Since everyone is already here, we can finally start working on my golems. I've already learned everything I need about memory crystals from Gianni's research group. Also, with the new Fury, I can split the pseudo-cores with the others and make a power core like I could only dream about until a while ago." "That's great, love you." She took Lith's unused pillow and used it to shield her head from the light and his annoying chatter. "I love you too." Lith leaned over to kiss her, obtaining an exasperated groan in return. "You know, I was thinking that maybe later we could. Get the heck out of here and let me sleep, or I swear to the gods that I'll kick your ass." Camilla wrapped herself in the blankets, disappearing in a makeshift cocoon. "Sometimes I forget how much sleep regular humans need," he thought. "I'll better go now. The others are probably waiting for me at the tower." Yet even his awakened friends didn't like seeing him that early in the morning any better, and welcomed Lith with harsh words that would have hurt any man who didn't have a wallet for a heart. "For the record, not killing you on the spot should be considered my wedding gift." Falul rubbed her eyes while taking deep breaths to activate Lifestream. "Give me my Davros ingots back, please." "I'll do it if you don't ask me any questions about memory crystals," Lith replied. "I changed my mind. Feel free to keep them," she said with a huge grin on her face at the idea of learning an unprecedented forgemastering secret. Even if Lith refused to share with her the entire procedure, just the crumbs would point Falul in the right direction. After all, memory crystals were something not even Salark knew about. Every bit of knowledge about them was bound to be priceless. Between the alcohol and the late night, everyone was a wreck, but no one fared worse than Solus. "Somebody please kill me." She had a massive headache from the red dragon that not even her breathing technique could relieve. "I swear that I'll never drink again." A human body would have needed but a few healing spells to get rid of a hangover, but treating her tower half wasn't so simple. The liquor had spread to the tower's water reserves, and she needed to flush them out as well to cleanse her system. Luckily for Lith, none of the effects of her drunken stupor had any long-lasting effect on the precious materials stored on the various floors of the tower. Lith brought everyone to the forge, where the latest prototype for Trouble and Raptor waited for them. They were just the corpses of a three-eyed Balor and a Vagrash coated in adamant inside out. It enhanced the mana-conductivity of their bodies, their durability, and replaced the parts that had been destroyed back when Lith had killed them. The Balor was over 2.5 meters, 82, tall, with a humanoid body covered by small silver-colored scales. His head had 3 empty sockets arranged in a vertical line where once the evil eyes had been. The black eye would have kept drawing darkness energy even after Trouble's death, so Lith had been forced to remove it even before crafting the Sage Staff to prevent the corpse from turning into an undead. 3 sets of black curved horns emerged from the Balor's head, cheekbones, and the sides of his chin. His massive upper body was completely exposed and seemed to be comprised solely of chiseled metal muscles. Another hole had been opened at the heart level to host the spirit crystal needed to fuel Lith's bloodline abilities. His legs were reverse-jointed like those of a cat and had talons extending out of his toes and heel. 2 shining silvery membranous wings were folded around his neck, almost looking like a mantle. As for the Vagrash, in life he had been called Iska, but Lith never bothered talking with his opponents and had killed him without waiting for the Emperor Beast to introduce himself. He had named a corpse Raptor for no particular reason, except that it rolled off the tongue well. The Vagrash had the front body of a golden lion, while its back belonged to something with hooves that seemed to be made of stone. Chapter 1998 Golem Crafting, Part 2. Chapter 1998 Golem Crafting, Part 2. The hind legs were covered in thick gray scales, and each had the size of a stone pillar. The Vagrash had feathered wings on its back and a long tail covered in jagged scales. Raptor reached a height at the withers of 5 meters, 16.4 feet, and was 8.8 meters, 29 feet, long. Unlike the Balor, the Vagrash had no sign of external damage aside from its tail. Lith had killed it with a burst of origin flames that had destroyed the internal organs and created the space he needed for the spirit crystal. All of Lith's assistants had learned Menadian's mana well amplification technique and had brought their own adamant forge for the task. Before they began, Solus split the Fury into multiple copies, handing one to each of their friends to let them grow accustomed to it. Lith needed a Fury as well, while Solus kept the original. There could be up to 9 Furies coexisting, but the group was only comprised of Lith, Solus, Tista, Freya, Floria, Quilla, Falul, and Protector. For the task, Lith needed only people who were competent Forgemasters, who knew about Solus and the Tower, and that could be trusted with the secrets of his Forgemastering. He didn't mind sharing with them, especially with Falul. The Hydra was more than a mentor, it was his friend and confidant. Also, Lith had gifted her with the hands of Menadian that would make the crafting process easier. He needed but a thought to connect them to the library and share with them the specifics of the crafting method and what kind of pseudo-cores each one of them would have to conjure. I know that if something goes wrong, we can ask Grandma to reset the materials, but I want you all to remember that this issue is time-sensitive, Lith said. While I deal with the preparatory phases, you can go to the workshop and practice your part if you want. Don't get cocky, because one single mistake from any of us will mean that the work of everyone else will be ruined, and that we'll have to perform everything from scratch. Tista and Protector swallowed a lump of saliva at the idea. They were the weakest and the least experienced Forgemasters of the group, so they moved to the lower floor. Even with the help of a Fury and of the Tower, they weren't sure to be capable of crafting even the simplest power core on their own. I'm not interested in stealing your secrets, but I've never seen an actual earth root, let alone witnessed its effects, Quilla said. I'll go as soon as you are done with it, then you can place the runes. Falul, Floria, and Freya nodded, sitting far away enough from Lith to not disturb him, but close enough to study the procedure with life vision. It's not a big deal, really. Lith's words garnered him a series of stern looks. I mean, yes, getting your hands on an earth root is hard, but the how it works is nothing complicated. Using it is easy, Falul corrected him. How it works is a damn mystery, otherwise throughout the centuries someone would have developed a way to imitate its effects. We would have had another ruler of the flames, and Forgemastery would have reached a new golden age. Lith wanted to mock her for being so pedantic, but the tinge of envy in her voice stopped him. Earth roots were very rare, and Falul had gotten her hands only on a few of them during her entire life. To make matters worse, most of them had been used to practice, and the ensuing Forgemastering process had taught her a lot, but had produced mediocre artifacts. Lith had gotten only one, but he had kept it until Salark had offered him to use her creation magic for him. It had allowed him to experiment freely with the earth root before attempting the actual crafting. Then, after the Tower had regained the workshop, Lith had gained even more freedom, testing even the craziest theory that came to his mind with no consequence. For a mage, it was the equivalent of having his cake and eating it too. Lith took the earth root out of his pocket dimension, and slowly imbued it with mana until the boundary between energy and matter disappeared. Magical ingredients were precious for the unique variance of world energy they carried, not for their physical composition. A magical flower was still just a plant, like even a phoenix's feathers were still just made of keratin. What made them magical in nature was the fact that along with respectively lymph and blood, a powerful mana had coursed through them for a long time, becoming an integral part of them. Magical ingredients couldn't be used in their natural state, since it would have required adding them to molten metal or turning them into a fine powder. Not only would both methods cause a partial loss of the ingredient's magical properties, but they would also add new impurities that would need to be purified. The correct way of using an ingredient was to extract its magical essence by mixing it with the mana of the mage. The new mana flow would further refine the ingredient and ensure that its energy was extracted until the last spark. The process overloaded the physical component of the material, turning it into dust that Lith and Solus carefully collected. Salark's creation magic was powerful, but not a miracle. Without the remnants of the earth root, once she recovered its energy after one of their failed experiments, she wouldn't have a place where to safely store it, and the earth root would have been lost forever. Lith used his breathing technique, Demon Grasp, to flood the magical ingredient with his mana. The tuber pulsed rhythmically, producing a white aura as more and more of its essence was extracted. Lith's violet mana served two purposes. It consumed the physical vessel of the root, freeing the energy it contained, and allowed Lith to manipulate the energy released as if it was his own. He held the natural treasure in his right hand, moving the magical essence to his left where it took the form of a pristine sphere. Once he was done with the extraction process, Lith split the sphere in two and gave half of it to Solus. Usually a mage would have to stay focused until the energy of the root was consumed and be careful with how much he employed, but, in their case, they could split the task. It halved the focus and time needed for the process. On top of that, it allowed them to use the same amount of energy for each golem. Lith worked on Trouble while Solus on Raptor. They both injected their respective sphere, where the spirit crystal would be later grafted, and had the energy from the root spread outwards from there. They used their mana and willpower to keep the energy of the ingredient focused despite the disruption from the adament's natural flow of world energy. The refined magical metal had a high mana conductivity, and because of that, any form of energy it came in contact with would be evenly spread throughout its structure. In normal circumstances, it helped a Forgemaster to imbue their creations with their spells, but in the Earth Root's case, it would nullify the ingredient's effect, making it go to waste. Chapter 1999 Harmony of Dissonance, Part 1. Chapter 1999 Harmony of Dissonance, Part 1. The difference between a simple artifact and a masterpiece lay in the Forgemaster's ability to infuse their creation with a power core, a mana circulatory system, and multiple sets of external runes. Together, they granted to an inanimate object the ability of living beings to produce and control multiple kinds of spells at the same time. The main issue in achieving such a result arose from the mana circulatory system, which was created by grafting mana crystals onto the vessel of the enchantment. Aside from making sure to use only purified materials and choosing carefully where to place the crystals, the Forgemaster had no control over the shape the system would assume. It would take a mage countless attempts to find a way to create the space that the power core required at the center of the artifact, while also not hindering the strict positioning that the runes required to achieve their maximum effect. The Earth Root solved all of these problems. What made it a priceless ingredient was its ability to create a mana circulatory system inside any kind of material before mana crystals were applied. This way, a Forgemaster could shape the mana circulatory system as they saw fit, no matter how many mana crystals or sets of runes they would employ. Falul is right. No matter how many times I do this, I've never understood why I can't create a mana circulatory system with just my mana, Lith thought. In theory, a metal is just earth that has been purified and rearranged, yet just like earth magic has no effect on metals, mana can't affect them either by itself. Maybe it's because, unlike earth, the position of the molecules of metals are fixed. Their bonds cannot be altered without destroying the whole structure, Solus pondered. Maybe the Earth Root is a metal-like plant that provides us with what we need to rearrange the position of the atoms while keeping them stable. The process was long and tedious. Lith and Solus had to make sure that, like a blood circulatory system, the mana would reach every nook and cranny of their golems. A construct had no nerves or muscles, requiring mana to move. An area isolated from the mana circulatory system would have no flexibility, greatly reducing the mobility of a golem and its effectiveness in combat. At the same time, however, Lith and Solus had also to be careful of leaving enough empty spaces where they would place the sets of runes. If the energy from the system and that from the runes overlapped, they would clash until either of them was deformed and their respective efficiency crippled. After Lith and Solus were done, Falul studied the golems with her breathing technique, Lifestream. She noticed how they had used the remnants of the creature's blood circulating system as a scaffold, making the mana follow the natural paths of veins and arteries. "Nice job, why no capillaries, though?" she asked. "That's the rune's duty," Solus explained. "Once applied to the surface, they'll spread their energy until they reach the mana circulatory system. This way, we can use a mind link to send complex sets of instructions and even recharge the golems if needed." "Brilliant," the Hydra nodded and left the room. "I would die of envy if you were able to do this at will," Quilla sighed. "Too bad that you only have one Earth Root. No matter how many tries it takes, we must make sure that these two puppies are flawless." "Thanks, girls." Lith gave them thumbs up and warped them to the workshop where they started practicing their respective section of the power core. Only once they were alone did Lith and Solus apply the elemental crystal first, and the runes later. A black, A blue and a red crystal replaced the missing Balor's evil eyes, while simple white crystals were embedded on the Vagrash back. Lith had no idea what elemental affinities the creature had had in life, nor if its corpse still retained them. To not waste precious materials, he used solely one black and one red crystal. Since the golems are supposed to use my bloodline abilities, and these are my own elemental affinities, even Raptor should be capable of using at least the fire and darkness element, Lith thought. The crystals connected to the mana circulatory system that they had created with the root, using the vast amount of world energy that was constantly stored within them to further strengthen the system. This is amazing. Solus's mouth opened in surprise. Between the natural flow of energy of the purified adamant, the circulatory system, and the crystals, the golems have already developed an aura similar to that of a violet-cored living being. This is a pain in the ass, Lith grumbled. We have yet to apply the runes and the mana flow is already this strong. Any more and the power core will meet more resistance than we can take. I would agree with you if it was just the two of us, Solus replied. But this time we have plenty of help and even a secret weapon. I can only hope you are right. Lith weaved several strings of runes while Solus could only watch and wait. If only I were stronger, I would be able to help him, she inwardly sighed. She remembered the rune sequences and their respective pattern down to the smallest detail, but that didn't matter in the face of her blue runes. The power she could imbue was limited by her weakened core. Lith received the same boost from the tower, and his core was violet, setting them worlds apart. Angry with herself, Solus checked for the umpteenth time that they hadn't forgotten anything. The golems would be the most complex piece they had ever crafted, and required a tremendous number of runes in order to be capable of supporting the power core they had devised. The first set of mystical runes was also the most important because it carried Lith's energy signature. It would reduce the rejection that their mana would experience while infusing the power core and converting the world energy into Lith's mana. This way, the golems would be immune to Lith's spells and vice versa. He poured so much energy into the runes that Lith needed to use invigoration before moving on to the second set, yet the result was worth the effort. In the space of a few seconds, the mana from the runes and the world energy released by the adamant and the crystals slowly merged together until they couldn't be distinguished anymore. The following 10 sets of runes required much less focus and energy, yet Lith had to use invigoration 10 more times to engrave them. The second set amplified the strength of the power core, while the third would disperse the excess energy during an all-out fight. Together, they would allow the adamant to better channel the energy that the enchantments would release and reduce the stress that the boosted power core would experience. Even with the mana circulatory system, holding too many powerful spells would otherwise weaken the metal over time and cause the constructs to suffer from mana overload. The fourth set of runes would allow the golems to draw in more world energy than normal to fuel their abilities. Chapter 2000 Harmony of Dissonance, Part 2. Chapter 2000 Harmony of Dissonance, Part 2. Unlike common enchanted objects, golems needed to move around, follow orders, and choose the best spells to use according to the instructions they received. Fueling even a limited artificial intelligence required a massive amount of energy that no number of crystals could provide during a fight. Golems would lose power as they fought, and needed a long time to recharge unless provided with an energy source like an array. The fourth set of runes prolonged their autonomy in battle, and reduced the time they needed to refill their mana reserves. The fifth and the sixth set would respectively absorb part of the kinetic and magical energy that would hit the golems during a fight, turning them into a protective energy field. The seventh and eighth set had similar properties but different functions. The former would carry Lith's and Solus telepathic orders in a form that the golems could understand, while the latter replaced the nervous system. Even though the spirit crystal worked as a brain, it still needed a way to operate the body it was given. Having Lith's strategical cunning and experience was pointless if the adamant lacked the physical abilities to put them into practice. The eighth set of runes' purpose was to ensure that the adamant body and the power core would answer the spirit crystal's commands with the speed of thought. If done correctly, the golems would have an unparalleled magical and physical prowess. Not even a violet cord awakened would be able to match the efficiency of a creature with no need to weave spells and the durability of purified adamant. The only weak points of regular golems were their short autonomy and the fact that they blindly followed orders. No matter how complex their power core of how detailed an order was, A construct's lack of creativity made it predictable, while its inability to adapt to the opponent limited their fighting prowess once the surprise effect was lost. Turning the spirit crystal into a memory crystal resolved these issues. By granting the golems part of Lith's mind, the crystal would make their attack patterns unpredictable. The ninth set would cloak both the power core and the rune formations, making it impossible for any regular Forgemaster to study them. Any good mage knew that they had to protect their secrets before selling their pieces. In a golem's case, things were even worse. If during a battle they ran out of power, nothing would stop an enemy from snatching and studying them in the safety of their lab. Sure, the golems couldn't be stored inside a dimensional item, nor would they lose their imprint, but it would still be a huge loss for Lith. It was the reason the 10th and last set of runes not only worked as a tracking spell, but also constantly provided the tower with the dimensional coordinates of the golems in real time. I wish I could go for some kind of self-destruct mechanism, Lith pondered. Too bad that it would also cost me the earth root and all the materials. At least this way I always have a chance to retrieve the golems, and even if they get stolen, they can still recharge over time. Once Lith was done weaving the final rune, the entire surface of the golems was covered in glowing violet glyphs that yet had to merge with the metal structure just a few millimeters below them. Before finishing the procedure and making it irreversible, Solus used the tower's mana sense, along with the eyes of Menadian, to study the interaction between the runes and the mana circulatory system. She and Lith had found the perfect theoretical position for the 10 sets, but there was no telling if they had failed to take something into account. Keeping so many strings active at the same time without letting them seep into the adamant was a mammoth task, but Lith endured in silence. Solus took her time, letting the eyes complete their analysis and then comparing it with her own readings. Damn it, we didn't consider the mana pressure exerted by the crystals. Even with the earth root channeling their power, they still create small distortion fields for the nearby runes that compromise. Save the lecture for later, Lith cut her short. Is it salvageable? Yes, but we. Just do it. He took a deep breath to replenish his dwindling energy with Demon Grasp. Solus rearranged the closest runes to the crystals before moving on to the others. Her nimble fingers rearranged 10 runes at a time, only taking a brief pause between movements to check the harmony of the energy flow hadn't actually gotten worse. By the time she was done, Lith had used Demon Grasp one more time. Done, sorry for the wait, Solus said. Lith replied with a wheeze as he could finally let go of the 2 massive energy formations. The complex rune patterns shone with the radiance of a small star for a short while before fading under the surface of the metal. The next time, less conversation and more action. A snap of his fingers moved the 2 of them to the workshop where the rest of the group was practicing on 2 replicas of the golems. Lith felt tired, but thanks to his bond with the tower he was quickly regaining his strength. The others, instead, fared much worse. Aside from Falul, they were covered in sweat and either cursing whomever had spawned adamant or panting to catch their breath. What's wrong? Lith asked. I think you miscalculated. The Hydra offered him a glowing energy sphere to study. You should have given them a power core section suitable not only to their mana core, but also to their skill. That's exactly what I did, Solus replied. I assigned to each one of you only what you were supposed to be capable of handling. I even left them some wiggle room. Then either you overestimate people or they exaggerated their talent when exchanging Forgemastering points with you. Falul shrugged. Lith checked the partial core, discovering that the Hydra had followed his instructions to the letter and even improved the final result. The runes forming the energy sphere were densely packed, and the empty spaces left for the others to fill didn't destabilize it one bit. I exaggerated nothing, Quilla said amid pants. Solus assigned me a partial core that I can craft. What she didn't take into account is that I never worked with something of this complexity. Keeping so much energy stable for a while drains a lot of my energy, especially after it gets amplified by the adamant. I may have exaggerated a bit. Maybe, a wretch cut Protector short right before he threw up out of fatigue. I don't know what my problem is, I only know that this is too much for me. Freya dropped her fury to the ground before raising her hands in surrender. Once the amplification process starts, it takes my all to not make the partial core pop. Same, Floria leaned her back against the wall. Not everyone here has the hands of Menadian. Guys, you don't have to let the amplification begin. Solus reviewed her notes in Soluspedia and confronted them with those in the library. Why not? Tista said, her voice reduced to a whisper.